This guy has suffered for hundreds of years in this godforsaken world just to find a way back to Earth, looking for the one thing that could help Minseo return home. It was a spatial orb hidden right inside a dragon's heart. And now, the beast was standing right in front of him, threatening to end his miserable life right then and there. It looked like his body was infected with a deadly toxin, and he wouldn't be able to pull off anything else. But right at the breaking point, Minseo finally unleashed his true power. A magic circle flared to life in an instant, scaring the living hell out of that dragon. Flashes of light burst forth, and the heavy wounds Minseo had taken started healing right up. And this wasn't just some basic healing ability. Fully recovered, Minseo stepped right up to the dragon and threw down a challenge. Are you going to rip it out yourself, or do I have to tear your heart out for you? I'll give you exactly 3 seconds. The dragon was absolutely mind-blown. Don't tell me he's not just a regular fighter. The second he counted to 3, Minseo launched himself straight through the dragon's chest, killing it on the spot. The glowing object resting in his hand was the spatial orb. As it turned out, very few people knew that besides being a hunter, Minseo was also an incredibly overpowered healer. Staring at the red orb in his hand, he let out a heavy sigh after all that struggling. A whole 100 years, and all I get in the end is this damn dragon pearl. The food in this world tastes like absolute garbage anyway. A weird voice suddenly chimed in to correct him. It's not a dragon pearl, it is a spatial orb. Minseo snapped right back. Shut your mouth, and tossed it straight into his mouth. The exact moment the magic circle lit up, Minseo was practically glowing with joy. Finally, I can go back to my disciple. Back to my little sister. Back to Earth. Minseo lay completely motionless. The soft rustle of a falling leaf was enough to snap him awake. The second his eyes fluttered open, he jolted in shock. Hey, you damn freeloader, The spatial orb now sitting in his stomach started grumbling. Why the hell are you calling me emergency rations? I'm literally throwing up inside your stomach from all that spatial spinning. Minseo thought to himself, completely relieved. Thank God. At least this annoying guy made it through safely. But of course, he couldn't resist talking trash first. You disgusting bastard. Just digest and turn into my food already. Immediately fired right back. Are you sure about that? If my body gets digested, the consequences are going to be catastrophic. Minseo rubbed his pounding head, totally exhausted. Just shut up before I throw up all over again. We are on Earth, right? Predator totally lost it. What the hell, man? You can't even recognize your own damn home planet? Minseo felt a bit weirded out, but he figured it made sense, since Earth's landscape looked totally different depending on where you landed. He could feel the flow of mana here. It felt exactly like being inside a gate. Suddenly, Predator froze. Hold on. Hey, freeloader. You reek of weakness right now. After freezing up for a few seconds, it hit Minseo like a truck. What the hell? Is there something wrong with my mana? Don't tell me. Still in absolute shock, Predator kept rambling. Were you always this completely useless from the start? That's it, we're breaking up. Minseo totally panicked. Damn it, not this crap again. It looks like a side effect of the spatial jump. Just like that time I traveled from Earth to that other world, 100 years ago. My power took a massive nosedive back then too. Right now, I'm probably operating at 15. No, maybe 20%. Threw an absolute fit. 20%? Are you freaking kidding me? You better recover your strength fast before we get totally wiped out here. Minseo knew damn well it wasn't going to be that easy. Last time, it took him literally decades just to get all his power back. Predator completely lost its cool. Decades. That's plenty of reason to void our damn contract right now. With this pathetic amount of mana, I can't even use most of my ultimate skills. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl was running for her absolute life. Damn it. I was so busy running that I totally lost track of my whole party. Are they even still alive? Right now, she was being hunted down by a massive orc wielding a giant freaking club. She could only scream in terror as she thought to herself, we're supposed to be on the lower floors. Why the hell is an orc up here? Somebody, help me. The second those words left her mouth, she tripped and hit the dirt. It looked like the end of the line. But right at that moment, Minseo popped out of nowhere and casually wiped the floor with the orc. Hey, I've got a quick question for you. Is this Earth? Still drowning in absolute panic. The girl somehow managed to stammer out a reply. Why, yes. Minseo figured he'd just keep asking. And this is South Korea, right? What year is it? The girl stared at Minseo like he was an actual alien. Excuse me? Yes, this is South Korea. It's 2037. Her mouth answered on autopilot, but her mind was still totally blown. He one-shotted an orc? Minseo stroked his chin, thinking hard. 2037. The moment I got sucked into that other dimension. was back in 2027. So 100 years in the demon realm only translates to 10 years here on Earth. Minseo followed up with an incredibly clueless question. Who's the current president? The girl nervously sweated as she replied, right now. It's Choi Dae-soo. Hearing that, Minseo absolutely lost his mind. Choi Dae-soo? Do not tell me it's that giant meathead with only one good eye. Seeing how utterly clueless he was, she honestly thought he was just putting on an act. Minseo still found it completely hilarious. President. Him? That idiot actually became the president. Is South Korea seriously hurting for talent that badly? The girl just stared blankly, utterly confused. Is this some kind of regression plot or something? All right, whatever, let's put that aside. Minseo finally got straight to the point. The flow of mana in here feels super weird. Are we inside a gate right now? No. The girl forced an awkward smile. This is actually inside the tutorial tower. Minseo looked completely taken aback. The tutorial tower? Yeah, it's this weird place that suddenly popped up a few years ago. It's basically like a gate meant for hunters. If a hunter manages to clear this place, they can actually awaken their powers and even earn new skills. Depending on what rank they awaken at, they can get scouted by all the top-tier guilds. That's why everyone is dying to clear this tower as fast as humanly possible. Minseo rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Back in my glory days, we didn't even need this kind of crap to awaken, the girl quickly explained. Well, that was only true for the very first generation of hunters. Minseo cracked his knuckles, stretching out his stiff joints. So, in plain English, if I want to get the hell out of here, I have to clear this damn tower. How long does it usually take to bust out of here? Normally, about 8 weeks. If you're crazy good, maybe 6 weeks minimum. The absolute record is 3 weeks, set by the second-generation genius, Hunter Ryuji Wan. Right as Minseo let out a heavy sigh, trying to process all this new intel, a massive tiger started creeping up on them out of nowhere. The second the girl spotted it, she shrieked in pure terror, "Run for your life." But Minseo just kept his eyes totally shut. 3 weeks? 3 weeks is way too damn long. Because of the side effects of that spatial jump, my mana flow and physical movements are super sluggish right now. There's no time left, the girl screamed. Hey, sorry, but are you out of your mind? Didn't the academy teach you that if you see a tiger, you run? Even as the beast roared and lunged, Minseo remained completely unfazed. No other choice, then. I'll give myself a more generous deadline. 5 days is plenty. Before the tiger could strike, Minseo did something that made it vanish instantly. Wait, correcting the flow of lines as per your sequence. Cut 2. The young man wearing glasses is Min Sejun, the guild master of the Empire Guild. He received news that someone had just exited the tutorial tower and was quite surprised. Oh? If I remember correctly, it's only been about 6 weeks since they entered, right? The female staff member broke into a cold sweat while reporting, but this person wasn't part of the original entry group. Which batch are they from? They aren't on the official tower entry list, and they're causing a commotion right now. The moment he saw the profile picture, Sejun froze. He had recognized his own brother. As for the girl who had been with Minseo, she still couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell is going on? He cleared the tutorial tower in just 5 days? After taking care of everything, Minseo muttered to himself, "Fighting really does speed up my recovery. It feels like about 25% of my strength has returned." The system notification pinged. Tutorial complete. Calculating stats and analyzing skill compatibility. Measurement impossible. Gate opening. The moment they stepped outside, the girl felt overwhelmed. Finally, back in Seoul, she begged to be let out. Hey, wait, let me out of here too. This was the area just outside the tutorial tower. The place where Minseo stood was incredibly noisy. A group of people approached from somewhere. Why is it so loud here? The guy next to him replied, "The gate just opened, but it seems like there's some kind of issue." The man with the armband on his arm spotted the pretty girl and froze. Wait, are those two? I think I saw that pretty girl on the participation list. Seeing 2 beautiful women, he froze in his tracks. Wait, are those the 2? I think I recognize that beautiful girl from the participant list. He decided to get closer. What's this? The manager greeted him upon seeing him. Oh, the Team 2 captain is here. The thing is, these 2 just walked out of the gate. But that guy has no name on the participation list. The Team 2 captain was skeptical. Someone claiming to have cleared the tower without a single scratch. That sounds ridiculous. Looking at that cocky gaze, he thought, he looks like some starving parasite. He must have picked up a decent skill. He decided to step in. Move aside, let me handle this. He then asked Minseo bluntly and rudely, "Who the hell are you? Why aren't you on the list?" Minseo replied calmly, "Because I didn't go in through the entrance." The Team 2 captain barked, "If I go in through my mouth, I'll obviously come out another way. Which way did you enter? Why are you coming out from over there? Minseo didn't know how to answer. It just happened that way. How should I know? The captain cracked his neck and smirked. Ha, this guy is really looking down on his seniors, huh? Hey kid, I can tell. You just awakened some cloaking skill and are playing tricks. If you don't want to die, stop it right now. You hear me? Minseo kept an expressionless face, which only made him angrier. What's with that look? I'm warning you, stop it, or I'll rip that smug face right off. Minseo offered a slight smile, dripping with contempt, and retorted. Shut your mouth. You stink. Seriously. The Team 2 captain went completely stiff. What? You bastard, are you crazy? Minseo cracked his neck slightly. What was that about ripping my face off? Keep your mouth shut and back off. Stop breathing so much, the smell is disgusting. Provoked to the point of exploding, he roared and threw a punch. Minseo looked incredibly relaxed and at ease. Oh, I told you to shut your mouth, didn't I? But you just wouldn't listen. The moment the Empire Guild Master, Min Sejun, and his staff arrived, the whole group was lying motionless. The staff member asked in a panic, what the hell just happened? Well, the person we reported for causing a commotion. He fought the guards and then vanished. The guild master turned back and asked, is there any CCTV footage of him? Shortly after, they watched the recording. In just a few seconds, the young man in the video had taken down 5 hunters and disappeared. Regarding why he didn't appear on screen, they suspected he might be a hunter with a stealth skill. The guild master stated firmly, no. He was simply moving too fast. While everyone else was confused by his meaning, he kept muttering, Minseo. I'm sure it's him. He looks exactly the same as he did 15 years ago. Keeping the information to himself, the guild master shouted, issue a wanted notice. Mobilize all Empire members to find him. Absolutely do not make any rash moves. Just bring him to me. The moment he turned away, he couldn't stop thinking about his brother. Brother, where have you been all this time? Why show up only now? Kidnapped? Ran away? There has to be a reason. If you were still in Korea, you definitely would have come to find me. If that's the case, where would you go first? Shortly after, Sejun found the girl who had been with Minseo. You were one of the people who just came out of the tutorial tower, right? She replied confidently, yes, that's right. But to be honest, I didn't do anything. Someone else brought all of us out. Regardless, you all awakened and made it out together. You came out earlier than expected. You must have a pretty good skill. The girl scratched her head shyly. I'm not sure if it's that good, but at least it's an A-rank skill. The young man heard this and immediately beamed with a bright smile. A-rank, you say? Even though there's no final assessment yet, it's best to recruit you early. With that, Min Sejun spoke up. We will offer you the best contract terms possible. Are you interested in joining the Empire? The girl's eyes lit up as soon as she heard that. The Empire? Are you serious? If this is a genuine offer, it would be a huge honor for me and my family. Ryuji Wan, a diamond rank hunter, suddenly appeared behind them and mocked. They call the guild Empire, but their actions are no different from a street gang. Sejun looked annoyed. You should watch your tongue. Ryuji Wan continued his jabs. Oh my, I seem to have offended you. You're quite sensitive. Beside Ryuji Wan was Choi Sung-in, an S-rank hunter and master of the Wilds Guild. Looks like you got here before me. Surely everyone received the notice from the association. That entire security team was wiped out. Is that the unregistered awakened person the association mentioned? Why Ryuji Wan? After assessing the situation, he cracked a sinister smile. This guy really is noisy. To cause such a riot the moment he stepped out. Choi Sung-in spoke up. We don't know who this guy is, but it's best we find him fast. Judging by his power, it looks like he awakened a high-rank skill. That means he has the potential to become a core asset. Honestly, I think he's extremely valuable. Ryuji Wan looked visibly thrilled and excited. Then it's finders, keepers, right? And if our methods are a little unorthodox, I doubt anyone would complain. Hearing this, Min Sejun looked annoyed but didn't say a word. Choi Sung-in finalized the discussion. Then I'll go look for him myself. None of us have any time to waste. If anyone finds this awakener, the least we can do is give each other a heads up. Choi Sung-in turned to the girl standing next to Min Sejun. What about you? Here's my business card. Take your time to think about it. With an awakening rank like yours, you'd be welcomed anywhere. Ryuji Wan waved his hand and walked away. Whatever you want, I'll let you know if I find him. As soon as he stepped outside, Ryuji Wan gave an order. Jinshik, gather all the rank C and rank D members of Diamond. Form them into teams and deploy them immediately. We need to find someone, Jinshik asked curiously. Who are we looking for? Ryuji Wan just smirked. Min Sejun. His damn bloodline. The scene shifted to another location, where the mouth-watering aroma of fried chicken drumsticks filled the air. Predator whined. We just got back to Earth after 100 years. and the very first place you visit is a fried chicken joint. Minseo took a deep, savoring breath and replied, "Just try it. You'll understand. Why rush here like a starving dog?" After taking a bite, Predator was absolutely stunned and gasped. "What the hell is this? I've been wasting my entire life. What even is this? Is this fried chicken made from the golden legacy of dragons or something? How can it be this good? How did you survive for 100 years in the demon realm without this? Are you a total psychopath?" Minseo, with his cheeks stuffed to the brim, thoroughly enjoyed his meal. "I'm restoring my humanity right now, so shut up." Predator screamed greedily. "All right, then give me more right now. Don't hog it all to yourself. The rest of that is mine." After eating their fill and leaving, Minseo decided to head back to his beloved home. The slightly messy house right in front of him was his old place. The moment he opened the gate and walked in, familiar sounds and illusions appeared. "Minseo, are you home? You're back. A little late today, huh? Are you hungry? I'll call Min Sijun so we can eat together." Then came the image of the two brothers running happily inside and giving their parents a tight hug. The kitchen smelled incredible, filled with the aroma of soybean paste stew. But snapping back to reality, everything was in ruins. That warm space was now nothing but a memory. Cobwebs covered the house, and empty bottles were scattered everywhere. Minseo was left speechless. He went out to the porch and sat there, completely zoned out. Just as I expected. I can't even remember my parents' faces anymore. People say forgetting is a gift from the gods, but to me, it's a curse. 100 years in the demon realm. Endless battles on a planet, strange and soaked in blood. My human senses slowly went numb. A body frozen in time. An identity slowly fading away. During that terrifyingly long time, I desperately clung to my memories, terrified that the curse of forgetting would swallow me whole. The memories of my little brother, the memories of my disciples. But then, those memories stopped being just memories. They turned into obsessions and regrets. But it's okay. Thanks to that, I managed to survive for 100 years. Predator jumped out, mocking him. "Your place seems pretty lonely." Huh. Honestly, the dump we lived in back in the demon realm felt cozier than this. Minseo countered with a simple reason. They didn't have fried chicken there. Hearing about its new favorite food, Predator was immediately convinced. Logically speaking, that's true. Pulling himself together, Minseo looked a lot brighter. "I only planned to drop by for a quick look anyway. It's time to go find the others. I wonder how they've been doing for the past 15 years. I hope Min Sijun is doing okay." The moment he stepped out of the gate, Minseo was surrounded by a mob of people. Everyone was armed to the teeth. From up on the roof, a voice echoed down. "Found you. Damn it. Tracking you down was a total nightmare. Nice to meet you. You're the one who caused that massive scene at the upper exit, aren't you? I'm Ben Hack Moon, a rank C hunter from Diamond. Do you have any idea how hard we had to look to find you?" Minseo looked like he couldn't care less and coldly replied, "Yeah. So what? You want me to comfort you or something?" Ben Hack Moon sat arrogantly with his legs wide open, showing off. "Hey, are you even listening to me? We're from Diamond. Let me repeat that. Diamond. Got it?" Minseo sighed out of sheer boredom. "Diamond or whatever the hell it is, I don't give a damn. What do you guys want? Just spit it out already." Ben Hack Moon kept running his mouth, threatening him. "What do we want? Ha, this punk still doesn't get the situation. Huh. Do you want me to teach you how to crawl instead of walk? The hunter world is completely upside down right now." Minseo stuffed his hands into his pockets and sneered. "I think crawling on all fours would suit that ugly monkey face of yours way better. Can gorillas even become hunters these days? This world must be a pretty great place, huh?" Hearing this, Ben Hack Moon was boiling with rage. This bastard is beyond saving. Let's beat the crap out of him first. We can just drag his body back. The moment he finished speaking, he activated his power and lunged straight at Minseo. Minseo merely glanced at him from the corner of his eye and let him attack, not caring as his own body was slammed hard into the wall. Thinking it was an easy win, Ben Hack Moon laughed out loud. "Who did you just call a gorilla, you little punk?" Hack Moon's lackeys stood on the sidelines, showering him with praise. "Boss Hack Moon, are you okay? You knocked him out before he could even take his hands out of his pockets. Keep it up, boss. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Minseo just continued to lie there perfectly still. Right in front of him was a system notification that read, "Rank C skill, Lightning Flash. Effect, increases movement speed by more than double for a short period of time. If the body and stamina can handle it, the user can move even faster." Minseo asked Predator if he wanted to give it a try, and received an immediate response. "This is the first skill I'll be absorbing since coming back to Earth. I want a taste of it." Just like that, Minseo sprang back to his feet in a flash, moving with godlike speed. In one swift motion, he completely outmaneuvered Ben Hack Moon, leaving the guy totally clueless as to what was happening. In that split second, Minseo ruthlessly slammed him headfirst straight into the ground. The rest of the thugs went completely pale, too terrified to do a damn thing. Minseo began to recite the command, "Eat up, predator." A magic circle appeared and started glowing brightly, completely draining Ben Hackmoon of his energy and skills. Minseo was quite surprised. He didn't think it would still work on Earth. Predator smacked its lips in satisfaction. Stealing skills is pretty cool and all, but it doesn't taste as good as fried chicken. Seeing this, Ben Hackmoon's lackeys got furious and yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Attack him right now." Meanwhile, Minseo called out, "Let's test out that skill you just stole." While that mob of people swarmed in from all directions, Pri received the command and shouted back, "Roger that, fresh supplies." With Minseo's blazing speed and a totally overpowered new skill, he wiped out almost the entire group in a split second. The last remaining guy still tried to charge at him. The outcome was just as expected. A notification popped up, C-rank critical strike skill activated. Effect, body automatically reacts. To target the opponent's weak point. As he wielded the weapon, Minseo sighed. The blade's completely dull. If you're going to be a swordsman, the least you can do is keep your gears sharp. I'll take this. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged into a flurry of attacks. But someone blocked him, shouting, "Hyung." The moment his blade was inches from the opponent's throat, Minseo froze. His beloved younger brother was standing right behind him. He even called him by name. "Minseo." "Minseo?" A smile slowly spread across his face. "Sejun." 15 years before the gates opened, Earth, a peaceful world, was plunged into chaos. Monsters poured out from the gates, and simultaneously, the first individuals to awaken special powers began to appear. It was a wild, lawless era. There were no rules or policies to control the situation, and nobody knew what to do in that chaotic world. Sejun and Minseo were orphans who had lost their parents early and were forced to find a way to survive. Minseo, one of the first-generation awakeners, dropped out of school to become a hunter, purely to provide for his little brother. The kid was still so small back then. "Hyung, aren't you going to school today?" "I'm not going anymore. I started working." "For me? No way. I'm just bad at school." So I decided to get a head start. At that moment of goodbye, Minseo had said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." That was the last time the two brothers said goodbye. 15 years later, returning to the present, Minseo walked into the house named after his younger brother. "Whoa, this place is awesome." Looking at the furniture in every corner of the room, he couldn't help but marvel. "Damn, isn't this the Han River view? Did you buy all this yourself? Without taking any loans? Sejun, you really did it, man." Seeing his brother like this, Sejun felt helpless. "It's nothing special. Besides, it's all thanks to the skills you taught me that I could earn this money. And I bought this house for us to live together, so there's a room for you, too." The reason Sejun was still staring blankly was that he couldn't believe the reality yet. He hadn't stopped questioning himself. It didn't feel real at all. Is it really you? The person I looked for everywhere but could never find. Suddenly appearing after 15 years like this. Minseo, on the other hand, was still incredibly excited and thrilled. "And you even have a guest room for me? My little brother's all grown up and looking happy. So many surprises. But it seems like you've been through quite a lot, Sejun." After a few seconds of stunned silence, Sejun's face began to flush, and the first real smile broke through. "You're the one who really had it hard, Hyung. Seeing you still joking around like that, you're definitely my brother. But Hyung, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Where have you even been all this time?" Minseo walked over to his brother and patted his head. "Sit down. I've got 100 years of stories to tell you." Over a few cans of beer and some snacks, Minseo gradually told his story. Sejun listened, nodding as he summarized it. "So, 15 years ago, the moment you defeated the fourth Sherry Vonk, you were transported to another dimension because of an artifact that the siren held. In that world, you met a creature called a predator, a being that can steal others' skills. You grew stronger using that ability for 100 years, fighting while hunting down a dragon that possessed space magic, until you confronted the Dragon King. You defeated him and used the space orb in its heart to return to Earth, right?" Minseo leaned on his hand, explaining. "Ah, that predator followed me back to Earth, and now it's inside my body." Sejun was stunned, his face turning pale. "Inside your body? You mean you're possessed?" Minseo explained that it was more like a parasite. The predator piped up. "Do you want to cough up blood?" Seeing Sejun panic, Minseo reassured him, "Don't take it too seriously. I know it sounds like sci-fi, but just remember that your brother isn't crazy, and that's enough." Sejun, despite breaking into a cold sweat, tried to respond. "Of course I believe you, because you're the one saying it. Besides, we're living in a world where these things aren't absurd anymore. It's just hard to wrap my head around it right away. Anyway, it's enough that you're back. Minseo asked in return. Right, now it's your turn. I want to know what the hell happened to this country in the last 15 years. To let that bastard become president? Min Sijun slowly recounted. After you disappeared, Choi Dae-soo took credit for everything. He defeated the fourth Sherry Vonk, climbed to the rank of president with the title of God of War, the greatest first-generation hunter, and used his fake reputation to win public support. Yet, he still doesn't stop pushing policies that are disadvantageous to our side. Minseo crossed his arms, feeling agitated. That guy's intentions are so obvious. The only SS rank hunter in Korea? That sounds like a total joke. But hey, the guys who attacked us earlier, those diamond people, are they Choi Dae-soo's lackeys? No. Choi Dae-soo's guild is the Infinity Legion. Currently, Korea has 7 major hunter guilds, collectively known as the 7 Stars. Diamond is the guild of Ryu Ji-hwan, a second-generation hunter. That snake-like bastard. As for today, leave it to me, Ha-young. Don't worry about it. Seeing Sejun's bitter state, Minseo felt very surprised. He never expected his younger brother to be this tough after 15 years. Minseo asked, "Oh, by the way, what about your old teammates?" Sejun hesitated and stammered. "We all went our separate ways. It's been a long time since anyone was in touch. Xiaolong went back home, and Kang Iowa joined Choi Dae-soo's faction." Minseo looked thoughtful. "That's a bit surprising, isn't it? What about Minjun?" Hearing that info, Minseo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He was murdered. Minseo's voice dropped. He passed away. Who did it? Min Sejun explained, "The body disappeared so they couldn't identify the culprit. There are only 2 types of people who can eliminate a hunter, other hunters or unregistered awakeners. The SMCS stepped in to investigate at the time, but they couldn't find a single clue." Minseo slammed his hand on the table, feeling a bit dizzy. SMCS? What's that? SMCS is the Superhuman Management and Control Service, an international organization specializing in handling cases involving hunters. They have full authority to investigate and arrest awakened criminals globally. Simply put, they're the police of the hunter world. Minseo asked, "Do you have any connections there?" Sejun wondered what his brother was planning. "I do, but are you really going there? If you need information, it's better to use our guild's intelligence team. That place is ruthless. You shouldn't go without a valid reason." Minseo insisted on his plan. "It's fine. I need more than just information." Min Sejun looked worried. "Hyung, hunters are fighters, but the work there is mainly handling life or death cases. You just returned. Don't rush into it. Just take some time to rest and get your combat senses back first." Minseo replied to Sejun while casually clicking his mouse. "I've been fighting for 100 years in another world, you know. Do you really think there's anything I haven't done?" Sejun froze up. He had almost forgotten about Minseo's nickname. Oh well, once his older brother made up his mind, there was absolutely no stopping him. "All right, if you've already decided. Lee Eji from Han is a high-ranking official over there. I'll get in touch with her." Minseo flashed a warm, gentle smile. "Thanks, little bro." Even so, Sejun still couldn't help but feel incredibly curious. His brother's face was exactly the same, but his aura was completely different now. Seriously, it's what on earth happened to him in that other world? After scrolling on the computer for a bit, Minseo suddenly recognized a familiar face. "Huh? I swear I've seen this guy somewhere before." "Who? Let me see. Hwang Jonggu, captain of the Gangbook Squad, from SMCS. He's a Generation 1.5 hunter. Do you know him?" Minseo looked completely puzzled. "Jonggu? No. This bastard's name is." Scene transition. 2 days later at the SMCS headquarters, inside the Gangbook Squad office. Damn it all. These Generation 2 hunters nowadays. The higher-ups just shoved some rookie brat into my squad. No wonder people call them the incubator generation. Their brains are completely empty. Hearing this, the staff member was left totally speechless, cursing him out internally, but could only mumble out, "Ah, yes, sir." The captain of the Gangbuck squad kept running his mouth, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Bullshit, kids, these days have it so easy. Back then, the hunter world was a completely lawless wasteland. We went on missions knowing we had to write a will every single time. Do you get it? Hey, have I ever told you about the time I almost kicked the bucket during a raid 15 years ago?" The staff member looked completely exhausted, thinking to himself, "About 768 times already," but only replied politely, "Yes, sir, I heard it." But Hwang Jonggu just kept running his mouth. "Well, hearing it one more time won't hurt. Back when I was a rookie, I took a fatal wound during a mission. At the time, my entire team had practically lost all of our combat power. We all fell into absolute despair. But right at that moment, a healer with extraordinary power appeared out of nowhere. He used a miracle healing skill to save my life, and then he said, before he could even finish his sentence, Minseo suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looming right there, and yelled loudly, "Why the hell did you change your name? Your old one was perfectly fine, and now you just totally confused me. You still remember me, right? I'm the guy who saved your life." After Minseo flashed a highly confident smile, Jonggu completely froze up, caught totally off guard. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What the hell is going on here? Is that Hunter Minseo? While drowning in an endless sea of panic, Huang Jonggu put on a strained face and nervously cleared his throat to introduce him. Ahem. This is the newest member of our gangbuck squad, Hunter Minseo. Since he's just a rookie, there will be a lot of things he isn't familiar with around here. If he needs any information whatsoever, please provide it to him immediately. As his seniors, we have to treat our new rookie nicely. The blue-haired girl looked totally confused. Wait a minute. Doesn't that completely contradict what you literally just said? Why is Captain Huang Jonggu acting so weird today? The guy standing next to her broke into a cold sweat, not daring to speak too loudly. Quiet. Just look at the captain's reaction right now. This guy doesn't seem like your average rookie at all. Seeing them whispering to each other, Huang Jonggu got flustered and pointed directly at Kim Seo. The poor girl jumped out of her skin. Huang Jonggu just kept barking orders. Follow me to the meeting room right now. We need to give a quick briefing for the newbie. By the time they got to the meeting room, Kim Seo was sweating bullets as she sat there relaying the information to Minseo. Meanwhile, Jonggu was fumbling around nervously, putting one thing down only to pick something else right back up. Hunter Minseo, would you like some coffee? Instant or an Americano? Minseo crossed his arms and answered exactly like a boss. Instant. Jonggu continued being incredibly enthusiastic. Here is the SMCS deployment uniform. What size do you wear? After a moment, Kim Seo nervously raised her hand to speak up. Captain, even though this is just a quick briefing, I haven't actually received any materials to prepare for it. What exactly am I supposed to explain to him? I mean, to you, sir. Seeing how flustered they were, Minseo just made the request himself. Just summarize all the data on the hunters who have been murdered over the past 25 years and give it to me. Minseo's request came as an absolute shock. 25 years of data is a massive workload. Not to mention, we still have to report everything to the Hunter Association too. Refusing to let anyone talk back to Minseo, Huang Jonggu immediately snapped at her. Hey, don't make excuses. You've been working here long enough to handle something like this. And with that, Huang Jonggu brought a tray of coffee over to Minseo and spoke in a totally soft, sweet voice. Don't you worry at all, Hunter Minseo. Our data manager is extremely efficient at her job. Kim Seo felt a massive headache coming on. She honestly thought that her captain's soul had been completely replaced by someone else. After searching until her eyes nearly popped out, Kim Seo turned and asked Minseo, Mr. Newbie, when you say eliminated, you mean you just need the information on the victims, right? Minseo took a slow sip of his coffee and replied, I only need the cases that have been officially recognized by SMCS as homicides. Besides that, I also need a list of unidentified hunter killers. Minseo squeezed his coffee cup tightly, thinking to himself, murdering an awakened is almost impossible unless the attacker is also an awakened. On top of that, if someone actually managed to harm Minjun, a high-rank hunter, then that guy is definitely a total professional. Whether the culprit has been caught or is already dead, as long as they are unawakened, the association will absolutely have a record of them. For now, the absolute priority is uncovering their identities. After struggling with the files for a while, Kim Seo asked him, where should I send all this information? Minseo pulled out his phone. Just send it to my phone for now. Suddenly, a young guy poked his head through the door and asked, Captain, do you have a second? The police just requested our backup for a turf war that broke out between some gangs with awakened members. Jonggu just rolled his eyes and replied, can't the cops just handle that kind of stuff by themselves? They're just a bunch of low-level street thugs, aren't they? But, Captain, the real problem is that one of the gangs involved is Severus. Hearing that name, Jonggu completely jolted in shock. What? It's those absolute bastards again. Minseo looked totally clueless, having no idea what Severus was. Kim Seo quickly explained, they are completely different from your normal street gangs. They specialize in illegal arms dealing and contract assassinations. There are even strong suspicions that they're involved in hunter smuggling. It's way too hard for the police to deal with them alone. Hearing the words hunter smuggling piqued Minseo's curiosity, and he immediately offered to tag along. Minseo hurriedly threw on his jacket, but Jonggu stopped him. Even if you're technically a rookie, you really should go through a basic training course first. Meanwhile, in a completely different location littered with massacred bodies, Kang Ho, the vice leader of Severus, let out a loud, arrogant laugh. The so-called elite forces of the Death Squad ain't shit, right? In front of Severus's might, they're absolute garbage. Jijin, a third-tier leader of Severus, smugly chimed in. Huh, come on, bro Kang Ho. That's totally unfair. Half of those guys got chopped to pieces by my meat cleaver. They just kept joking around with each other amidst the slaughter. What? You jealous? Then try and beat me, Jigen. Haha, you just wait and see. There will come a day when I completely surpass you. Kang Ho boasted with extreme arrogance. Ha ha ha. Seriously, without me, how the hell would you guys even survive? Ha, it's a damn good thing I quit being a hunter to join our big boss's syndicate. He really has a good eye for talent, he declared. From today, this place belongs to Severus. But before they could even celebrate, a massive explosion rocked the room. It caught them completely off guard, leaving them wounded. Jijin, dazed, stammered. What the hell? How is there still a war god left? With the letters SMCS on his jacket. Minseo gradually appeared. Listen, based on the way you talk, it sounds like you've murdered hunters before. Huh? Hearing that, Kang Ho flinched, while Minseo prepared to go all out on him. Show me what you've got. A hazy, distorted scene unfolded around Kang Ho. It was full of his teammates. Wait, was he still okay? No one had ever seen this guy in Gangbuk before. More importantly, what kind of idiot would wander in here all alone? The sounds of his teammates surrounded him, but Kang Ho felt lost and disoriented. That's weird. I swear I just heard the sound of a skull shattering. Kang Ho shouted bravely, what are you waiting for? He wants a show, so give him one. And then, he activated his skill, B-rank full body armor. The effect creates an invisible layer of armor covering the entire body. The duration depends on the mana of the user, boosting physical defense by 30% and magical defense by 10%. All the other guys swarmed toward Minseo at once. But in a split second, everything turned pitch black. Kang Ho, dazed, thought, huh, what just happened? I was just fighting. But wait, who's that standing by the river? Is that grandfather? Are you calling me over or telling me to stay? Back in reality, he was being beaten to a pulp by Minseo. Not stopping there, he grabbed the guy by the collar again and lifted him up. Get up. You're the only one left. Eat up, Predator. After hearing that, Predator started to savor it, clearly enjoying the thrill. Wow, this skill tastes great. It feels so satisfying. While gasping for air, Kang Ho looked at the blurry surroundings, stunned. Just one person wiped us all out? Why? What do you want from us? We don't know anything. We never murdered any hunters. We're just pawns. Minseo flashed a bright but sinister smile. I know small fries like you don't have the guts for that. Kang Ho struggled to ask in a weak, raspy voice. Then, why? Minseo stood up and dusted off his hands. I just wanted to test the strength of the awakened criminals these days. You guys seem like a threat, so I figured I'd handle it while I was at it. Just then, Jonggu ran over. Hunter Minseo, are you okay? The entire upper floor of the club has been secured. You insisted on going in alone. I was so worried. Minseo leaned against his hand, acting nonchalant. Oh, you guys are done? That took a while, didn't it? I kept one of the leaders just in case we need to extract information. I wiped out the rest. That's fine, right? Looking at the chaotic pile of bodies lying in a pool of blood, Huang Zhonggu couldn't help but curse under his breath. By procedure, arrest is the priority, but acting in self-defense, if attacked, is valid. Since SMCS operates under international law, we follow standard protocols. Agents must wear body cams as evidence, Huang Zhonggu said, trying to explain. But he was feeling incredibly conflicted inside. It was true that they were brutal enough to be put down immediately, but had he really wiped them all out? This guy, Minseo, with that blank face, he was already known as a mad dog, but since when was he this ruthless? Minseo scratched his head, acting innocently guilty. Oh, a body cam? I forgot. But look, I'm still just an intern. You'll cover for me, right? Huang Zhonggu had no choice. He could only wail internally and reply, yes. After that, he sent men to clean up the battlefield. Minseo continued to explain, they really attacked me first. You see the blood on my clothes, don't you? Of course, I believe you. But while his mouth said he believed him, in reality, Huang Zhonggu knew full well that was someone else's blood. There was still one guy left, hiding under a table, calling his superiors to report. I'm telling the truth. Severus wiped them all out. I'm not lying. And the third-tier leader, Jijin, the one you told me to track, is dead. On the other end of the line, A-rank hunter Hong Kong's Bang Hok-sik asked again. Say that one more time. Who is Gosh? The scene shifted. Hunter Gosh appeared with two others. In front of them was a group of men in black. Hunter Gosh, from Hong Kong's XH organization, had just entered the country. We will escort you to the designated location. A gray-haired hunter bowed his head. May the deceased rest in peace. Hunter Gosh, I am Lee Jun-young from the Korea Hunter Association. Gosh asked with a serious expression, Where is my brother? Lee Jun-young replied, The suspect Jijin's body is currently at the forensics lab. Hunter Gosh, you will come with us to identify the body, complete the necessary paperwork, and then be taken to your designated lodging. Gosh laughed sinisterly. Ha, ha, suspect? Jigin, I heard. The one who murdered my brother was involved with SMCS. Lee Jun-young replied sternly. I cannot answer any questions regarding that. Gosh narrowed his eyes and asked again, Am I allowed to leave my lodging off schedule? You are not. You must remain at your lodging until the day of your scheduled departure. If you leave without permission, according to international hunter law, you will be forcibly deported, along with appropriate penalties. Fine, then take us to the forensics lab. Gosh was extremely annoyed. So I'm just supposed to burn some incense and leave. He then ordered, Minseo, I'm looking for you. Just wait, you bastard who murdered my brother. I'll rip your heart out while you're still alive. The scene shifted to Minseo and Sejun talking. They took everything in the house? Yes. 2 days after Minjun was assassinated, the house was completely tossed. A hunter's mana, just like fingerprints, reveals their attributes and rank, right? The investigators at the time assumed the culprit had taken everything and erased all traces. Since Minjun was an archaeologist, the house was full of important research documents. In reality, not a single item containing his mana remained. Minseo hesitated. Surely the real culprit did it. It couldn't have been a random robbery, right? If you look at the list of stolen items, most of them have value, and with this level of mess, the chances of leaving traces should be higher. If the goal was truly to erase all mana signatures, then burning down the house would have been much more effective. Min Sejun was a bit startled by Minseo's analysis. You mean someone took advantage of the empty house after Minjun was assassinated? Minseo sighed. I've gone through the SMCS criminal files 6 times. There are way more similar cases than I thought. Looks like we need to sniff out some leads. Min Sejun felt it made no sense. What? Even if it takes time to fence stolen goods. It's been years. There's no way Minjun's stuff is still floating around out there. Minseo flashed a confident grin. How would you know without checking? See you tonight. He was so confident then, but now he was frozen stiff. Even he couldn't get it. He talked such a big game, but how are there so many thieves in such a tiny country? It's been a week and he hadn't found a single thing. Come in. Minseo was following Predator's lead to investigate. Predator was excited. Food. You've got good intuition. Trust your big bro on this. I'll show you the right way. Now, go right. Minseo was so mad he was practically fuming. You set me into a dead end, you idiot. While he was losing his mind, Minseo suddenly froze when he heard a noise. Someone was whispering nearby. Have you heard the recent rumors? SMCS is cracking down on dealers. Stealing is being hit really hard. Just yesterday, the entire Ayandong district got wiped out. The old guy next to him puffed on a cigarette, looking worried. What? Are you serious? Don't they need a warrant or a report or something? The skinny guy standing next to him panicked and added, It's SMCS, boss. They have full authority to investigate hunters worldwide, and they have the right to execute awakened criminals on the spot if they resist. You don't just go to jail, you lose your life. The boss scoffed. But aren't they just government lapdogs? Why don't we just take them out and be done with it? The skinny guy replied, Right, any hunter with real talent would rather join a guild. The pay is clearly way better. That's why organizations like SMCS don't have any high-level hunters. But whoever is hunting down the smugglers this time isn't just some nameless maniac. We specialize in handling stolen hunter goods. Maybe we should clear out of the warehouse. Minseo stopped eavesdropping and revealed himself, asking directly, Where is that warehouse? The 2 guys jumped and turned around. Minseo pointed a finger. Now your warehouse is officially confiscated. As soon as he saw Minseo, the skinny guy broke into a cold sweat. I think it's him. That SMCS bastard already wiped out several smuggling rings. The boss immediately pulled out his phone to order. Everyone, get to Zone 2 immediately. It's an emergency. Minseo kept his hands on his hips, asking, Hurry up, where's the warehouse? I'm busy, so unless you want to die, start talking. I don't have time for this crap. The boss pushed the skinny guy forward. Damn it, Hansen, take this bastard out. He was sweating, but I'm not a combat type. Just then, a group of people ran up. Boss, what's going on? Who the hell is this guy? Why is there an imposter here? The boss raised an eyebrow, threatening Minseo back. Haha, does this idiot know where he's stepping? Even if he is SMCS, if we bury him in concrete and toss him in the ocean, Nobody will ever find him. Minseo stayed calm, not even turning his head to look at them. He started sliding his hands into his pockets. Oh, you're even gathering up for me? That's cute. Predator, it's been a while since I used a skill. Want to try it? Predator was excited. A skill for a piece of fried chicken. The ring around Minseo glowed brilliantly. In an instant, he triggered a massive electrical wave. In a heartbeat, the others were plunged into an endless plane of jolting electricity. After Minseo gave them a taste of what was coming, he asked them again, "Ready to show me the warehouse yet?" Hansen picked his head up, tearing up, and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Minseo smirked. "Me? Just a madman." This was their warehouse. Minseo had all the small-time thugs tied up. Predator spoke up, "See, this is my side." Minseo replied, "Don't make me laugh. You just got lucky." Minseo was holding a book. It looked like the mana source he had been searching for. But Predator kept whining about the smell of bookworms. Minseo laughed and replied, "True. I realized it immediately. At least one thing was left intact." This book was Minjun's research diary. It had a protective seal on it, not a normal lock, but a formation that only opens with the owner's mana. Predator jabbered, "Hey, food, this book won't open. Can you read it?" Minseo answered, "Not important. What I need isn't the book, but the mana inside it." Immediately after, he called Huang Zhonggu, "It's me. I've got a dozen awakened criminals tied up here. Come clean them up. Oh, and bring a truck, too. We've got somewhere to go." A neutral zone where dark techniques and strange abilities are traded. The world's black market, black heaven. A woman was sitting, flipping through cards, and smiled. "Oh, looks like an interesting guest is about to visit." She was the great sorceress Mumium, one of the 12 leaders of Black Heaven. On the other side, Minseo was observing. Compared to 15 years ago, nothing had changed much in Minseo's mind. Predator's voice rang out again, "You're famous. Food. Everyone is staring at you. Their abilities actually look pretty impressive. Should I drain one and eat him?" Two men in the distance stopped and stared at him. Minseo narrowed his eyes lazily and replied, "No, this is a neutral zone. Causing trouble here is a hassle." She rested her arm on the cabinet. It had been a long time. The great sorceress Mumium placed her other hand on her chest. She beckoned gently, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in." Books were piled messily on the cabinet next to a locked box. A floor cushion had been laid out neatly. Mumium sat across from Minseo and spoke, "It's been 15 years. You haven't changed a bit." Minseo's eyes dropped, still the same old nameless one. She rested her chin on her hand and flashed a bright smile. "So, what have you been doing for the last 15 years without contacting me?" Minseo handed Mumium the locked book. "It's a long story, and it's not exactly interesting. Instead, I want you to extract the mana from this." She stroked her chin, intrigued. "You're as straightforward as ever, aren't you?" "Fine. This is something I'm interested in, too." Mumium's hand reached out toward a luxurious silver cup sitting on the table. "Do you remember how to do it?" Minseo took a knife and aimed for his own hand. Blood flowed from his palm. Mana is used through skills or magic. Once transformed, it's almost impossible to return it to its original state. The cup in the middle of the table was now half filled with Minseo's blood. Imagine a perfect spell, like a sorceress named Mumium lifting a silver cup to take a sip of water. You could scoop solid bits like carrots or potatoes out of a cooked pot of curry, but you couldn't separate the curry powder once it's dissolved in the water, or restore other ingredients to their original state. Yet, this impossible feat became reality thanks to a woman called the Nameless, who possessed the mana hacker skill. She looked at the book in her hand, an illegal medium, a power that defied causality, a force that went against the laws of nature. Beneath that book, a small magic circle appeared. These kinds of abilities were usually associated with criminals. The Grand Sorceress Mumium closed her eyes. She held a knife toward her own wrist, knowing that society always looked at them with suspicion. Her face flushed with excitement. "All right, done." The fresh blood was purer than ever. "It feels like life is dancing on my tongue." Predator chirped in Minseo's head. "Her skills are so bizarre, they definitely don't suit me at all." Minseo tugged at her wrist, causing a small spark of magic to streak across. "Thanks for the compliment. Consider this one on the house." Mumium stroked her chin, watching Minseo's retreating back. The young man held a small vial in his hand and replied, "I still have work to do. I'll be back next time, Mumium." He crossed his arms slightly, judging her. Truly a mysterious person. At the highway intersection, Predator's voice trembled. "That place. It makes my skin crawl. I don't want to go back there ever again." The street was deserted, with no one around. Minseo rested one hand on the window frame and the other on the steering wheel. "Predator, you're so grumpy today." Predator retorted, "You and that woman are both perverts, truly depraved." Minseo closed his eyes, speaking calmly. "What are you talking about?" "I just made a small cut on my wrist." Predator asked, bored. So where to next? I just want to go home. Minseo drove the car, gliding quietly through the streets. The Institute for Ancient History, he said. Minseo stood in front of the massive Institute for Ancient History. It was where Minjun had been murdered. Minseo pushed open the large wooden door and stepped inside. Predator's voice sounded bewildered. Food, you got power now, so you just barge into places like this? That's trespassing. Minseo reassured him. Don't worry. This building belongs to the Imperial Guild. It's a good thing Sijin bought and preserved this place early on. His eyes fixed on the front, showing surprise. I'm not the only one, Minseo muttered, seeing illusions of many people ahead talking happily to each other. They were still struggling to accept Minjun's death. He pressed his hand hard against the table. I need to see the memories of that day. Minseo knelt, touching his hand to the tiled floor. He looked intently at Predator when he heard his question. Are you really going to use that? A magic circle spread from his hand, forming a large one. The system displayed, Mana Recording, Mystery Grade Effect. When using this skill, the emotions the mana's owner experienced at a specific location will be recreated. The completeness of the image depends on the quantity and quality of the mana used as a medium. A shimmering stream of magic gradually gathered in the room. Minseo stared at the two illusions in front of him, replaying the past. The figure wearing glasses clutched his shoulder in pain and backed away. Predator grumbled irritably. Is it because you have too little mana? I can't see anything clearly. Minseo replied helplessly. There's no other way. After all, mana. Recording only recreates the target's emotions, not their memories. Minseo lowered his head, deep in thought. Minjun wasn't a weak hunter. Minseo looked at the silhouette of Minjun sitting slumped on the ground, back against the wall. If he was killed that quickly, by just one person, it means the enemy has an extremely high level. Minjun's lips moved slightly, saying something that made Minseo freeze. He gritted his teeth impressed. Was this an order? A surge of magic surrounded the hooded figure's illusion. He smiled, revealing sharp teeth. On the upper floor, Minseo fell into deep thought. VIPs. Such high-level people. So, Minjun wasn't just a member of the Research Institute. He belonged to some other organization. Predator asked, worried, Food, are you okay? The cup placed in the middle of the magic circle released a stream of energy. What do you mean? Minseo asked. Predator began to recount. Back in the demon world, you were always talking about your disciple and your brother. Even after 100 years, you never forgot them. As soon as you stepped foot on Earth, the first thing you did was search for them. And yet, now that you've just witnessed your disciple pass away, you're still this calm. Are you some kind of emotionless monster? Minseo reached out to grab something under the magic circle. Your vocabulary is getting richer. Where did you learn those words? Predator continued. Right now, your emotions are churning to the point that it makes me sick, but on the outside, you show nothing. Or rather, you can't. Minseo turned and walked away, speaking firmly, I'm fine. After 100 years, this was bound to happen sooner or later. The door was opened by someone outside. A person with half their face covered stood in a serious posture and spoke. Minseo, right? He reached up to scratch his head and sighed with relief. Where the hell have you been wandering all day? What a hassle. Anyway, be a good boy and follow me. Someone is dying to meet you. Minseo crossed his arms and scoffed, looking at them. 1, 2, 3. You're acting pretty arrogant for someone dragging 6 tiny mice along. Ryu Ianpang was startled by his words and frowned, his voice full of threat. I'll give you 2 choices. Choose. 1. Stay quiet so we can tie you up and follow us. Behind Ryu were countless other subordinates. 2. Resist, get slashed to pieces, and be dragged off while covered in blood. It was better than being slashed. Minseo didn't bother to say anything else. Tie him up, Ryu ordered quickly. But as soon as the subordinates approached, a violent black shadow pierced through the brown-haired man, causing him to bleed and scream. Another blow was dealt, blood gushed from his entire body. Minseo glanced at the little devil in his hand and smirked. I actually prefer the option of being slashed. Predator panicked. We've been tricked, you idiot. The subordinates rushed forward. One yelled, Bastard, I'll kill you. A cold voice rang out, Stop. Gosh frowned, a red aura of magic surrounding his hand. I'll deal with him. He's my prey. Minseo put his hands on his hips, amused. Interesting. The man with muscular, rippling arms looked at Minseo. Hunter link profile, Minseo. Is that you? His eyes narrowed in resentment. He said loudly, Minseo, you're the one who killed my brother, Predator said greedily. Hey, food. Out of everyone we've encountered, this guy looks the most delicious. Minseo scratched his neck, bored. Brother, I'm not sure. Do you ever ask for the name of the trash before you sweep it away? Gosh's face darkened, his eyes sharpening into cold blades. He crouched down, lunging forward with such force that the tiled floor cracked beneath him. You bastard! Gosh's hand glowed with intense, empowered energy. A brilliant light surged as he charged straight at Minseo. I'll rip your heart out. His face twisted into a savage mask of rage as he threw a devastating punch toward Minseo. A dazzling golden light flared up, healing the wounds Gosh had just inflicted. Minseo flashed a bright smile, casually sizing him up. Rank A, huh? That's decent, I guess. Veins bulged on Gosh's forehead, his fury reaching a breaking point. He healed instantly. Is he a healer? Minseo leaped back, putting some distance between them. Gosh charged again, howling. You cocky little brat. His two lackeys paled, trembling as they whispered, did he just block the guild master's attack? The other shouted, what are you standing around for? Get him. Suddenly, Minseo appeared right in front of one of the lackeys, his face inches away. No, he said calmly. I can't let you two interfere. An electric bolt surged, aimed directly at where Minseo was standing. They unleashed a barrage of attacks, but Minseo dodged them with ease. The system notification chimed, skill, flash step. Minseo grinned, clearly enjoying himself. It's been a while since I've had a fight this fun. The onlookers watched Minseo's incredible speed in disbelief. A healer with a movement speed skill? How is that even possible? What the hell is he? Gosh watched Minseo grab his disciple by the throat. He analyzed all my movements and dodged everything, with minimal effort. I've never seen a speed-type hunter in any gate reach this level of precision. Just how far does his perception go? He's not just some ordinary person. Gosh steeled his resolve. Fine. If it's come to this, I'll have to go all out. Minseo glanced at him coldly. What are you asking? You seem to be under a delusion. Crimes are crimes. Whether they're committed by your brother or your child, they must be punished. You are awakened criminals. It's only natural that you die by my hand. Why act like you're the victim? The ones who should feel aggrieved are the innocent civilians your brother hurt. Gosh's face flushed red, his teeth grinding as he snarled, don't talk nonsense. Are you saying every criminal deserves to die? A flashback surfaced in memory of his childhood. Young Gosh, laughing happily as his brother carried him on his back. He screamed at Minseo, you don't know anything about his life, or what my brother had to go through. Just because you have a little power, you think you can do whatever you want? You fool. Jin. My brother didn't have a choice but to become a criminal to feed and protect me when we were young. He did everything he had to just to survive. Gosh's powerful arm flared with light, surrounded by sinister dark energy. Your sin is stepping on that kind of life without a shred of hesitation. Countless sharp, magical arrows manifested around Gosh. His eyes burning with hatred, he roared, pay for your sins with your life. The system displayed, skill, Wolf Fang, Heavenly Strike, rank A. The effect, compressing mana, materializing it into a synchronized volley of attacks that tracked the target. Minseo stood completely still as the arrows whistled toward him. I can't dodge this one just by moving. Predator, use the skill. Predator grumbled, you're draining me dry, you glutton. I'm just a fragment of mana. I'm almost tapped out. A striking golden magic circle appeared before Minseo. He said firmly, use it one last time, then you can rest. I'll handle the rest. Reaching out to grab the magic circle, Minseo announced, nullify. The system displayed, skill, nullification, rank, unknown. Description, identifies the opponent's skill type and mana level, infuses the opposing attribute into the formula, and cancels it out with a magic matrix. Effectiveness depends on the caster's mana control. Gosh's face went pale with panic as every single one of his arrows vanished before they could even touch his target. Minseo deactivated the skill. Ryu Ian Pang broke into a cold sweat, teeth clenched as he watched the fight. No way. He has a high-level skill. He can neutralize a rank A hunter's skill? Damn it. Forget the revenge. We've fallen into a disadvantageous spot. We should probably surrender. A surge of mana wrapped around Minseo as he zipped toward Gosh. Tell me, do all those who end up in your brother's situation just decide to become criminals? Don't try to sell me that cheap sentiment. He landed a kick on Gosh, who roared, you're outdated, but was sent flying backward. Gosh collapsed, struggling to find his balance. His lackey screamed, Guild Master. Gosh's face was green as he crossed his arms, panting heavily. Stay out of this. A vortex swirled around Gosh's hand. He gritted his teeth, thinking, skills of that level can't be used repeatedly. If he's a healer, then I have the advantage in stamina. He'll run out of mana sooner or later, so I just need to get close and finish him off quickly. I'll crush you with Wolf Fang Heavenly Strike. Gosh lunged with everything he had, but Minseo was a step ahead. Minseo jumped up, grabbed Gosh by the head, and warned, don't use it. Minseo delivered a punch to Gosh's gut. I said, don't use it. Gosh winced from the pain. Minseo landed a heavy blow to Gosh's face. This building is already falling apart, you idiot. Are you going to take responsibility if it collapses, you pathetic criminal? Gosh began to counterattack, roaring as he unleashed another magical assault. Minseo vaulted high into the air. Gosh barked, Ryu, Ian Pang, bind him. Ryu slammed his hands into the ground, weaving magic chains, and complained, first you tell me not to interfere, then you tell me to attack? Which one is it, man? Ryu's chains shackled Minseo's body. Taking advantage of the distraction, Gosh poured all his remaining power into a single blow directed at him. Enemy of my brother, I'll blow your entire body away. I won't leave you a single chance to heal. Minseo extended his hand, manifesting a golden magic circle that caused the chains to shatter one by one. Congratulations, you and your brother get to become criminals together now. Minseo pushed his mana outward, surrounding Gosh and leaving him stunned. Life Drain. The system displayed Skill, Life Drain, Rank SS. Effect, absorbs the target's life force within the effective range. Gosh began to wither, his skin wrinkling as if his bones were about to pierce through. Ryu Ian Pang sat on the ground, trembling and stuttering. What the hell is that? That's a healer's skill, Minseo replied. A golden magic flow appeared beneath his feet. This was the first skill I awakened when I became a hunter. Ryu Ian Pang gasped, that thing. From the very beginning, I was never an ordinary healer. Minseo raised his hand, and the magic circle immediately coiled around Gosh, lifting him into the air. Instead of using mana to heal life, I manipulated according to my will. It's called Black Vitality Arts. Get it now. Minseo cast a sinister grin at him, then glanced over at Ryu Ian Pang. Next, he said. Ryu Ian Pang backed away in terror. Wait. I won't fight back, it's just that. Minseo smirked and struck Ryu Ian Pang across the neck. Shut up. He turned on his heel and walked away, wondering to himself, did I finish cleaning everything up? Suddenly, Minseo reached out and touched his tactical belt. Right, this time it should be recording properly, right? His face blurred on the screen. Minseo held up his phone and shouted, Hey. Do you see this? Is the recording working, Huang Zhonggu? I wasn't the one who started the fight this time, so this counts as self-defense, right? Huang Zhonggu replied from the other side, wiping sweat from his brow. Yes, Hunter Minseo, the signal is coming through clearly. But you just tapped the live button instead of record. The scene shifted to a room as an AI voice chimed in. This situation is definitely going to cause trouble for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The man in glasses facing the elderly woman spoke up. Since when did the SMCS start live streaming the process of suppressing awakened criminals? The man next to him looked confused. This was actually done about 2 years ago. It served as a promotional video for the SMCS International Headquarters to recruit talent. On the phone, an image of a monster appeared, and that same voice continued. The idea was to live stream the process of capturing criminals via social media integration, but in reality, it was pretty much a failed project during the testing phase. There's no way the SMCS could produce a decent quality video. The man with glasses rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. So, a brilliant talent recently joined the SMCS, but why would someone with skills like that come here? The old woman asked. Is that the most important issue right now? She waved her hand and continued. What's more notable is that the victim in this live stream happened to be a hunter, a guest from the Red Association in Hong Kong. After verifying the authenticity of the video, it was determined there were no violations of SMCS law under current regulations. However, a man walked up and apologized. I am sorry for making you wait. Choi Dae-soo, the sitting president of South Korea, spoke coldly. All right, what is it? Everyone was gathered eating in the cafeteria during their lunch break. A few days later, in the Imperial Association's cafeteria, Seju sat opposite his older brother and called out, Hey, are you even listening? That live-streamed video that just dropped you didn't even bother to listen to me, did you? Minseo nonchalantly stuffed his mouth with food. No, I'm eating. I'm listening. Seju complained, Don't bother others while they're eating, okay? Just shut up and enjoy the pork, Chini. Minseo continued to rave, Wow, the cafeteria here is on another level. No wonder they call this a top-tier association. Can you eat here every day from now on? Min Sejun wondered to himself, Lately, I feel like my brother has become strangely obsessed with food. Seju chewed away while listening to Min Sejun talk about Gosh's live-streamed video from the Hong Kong Red Association. It was becoming a hot topic. Luckily, because it was shot from a body-mounted camera, the footage was shaky, and Seju's face wasn't clearly visible. Min Sejun looked at his brother with concern and continued, But if Choi Dae-soo finds out you've returned, who knows what he'll do? Didn't you say last time that your mana hasn't fully recovered yet? Due to the effects of the space-time shift, considering what Choi Dae-soo has done over the past 15 years to erase every trace of you, the best thing you can do right now is lay low. Minseo picked up a rolled omelet and replied, "Gosh, all right, all right. If you're that worried, I'll be careful and keep a low profile. Now eat." Minseo frowned and nagged. "Seriously, do you think I'm a kid? I'm almost 30. Minseo replied nonchalantly, "To me, you'll always be a little kid." A gasp of surprise was heard. "Association president? Why are you at the cafeteria for lunch? Wait, who is that?" Minseo looked at the group of people behind her, puzzled. "I'm sure I've met them at the tower before, but who are they again?" Min Sejun reached out his hand, "Hunter Shin Jisoo. She just joined our association. As a rookie, she even awakened an A-rank skill, but it's all thanks to Hunter Minseo. The president already told me about your name." Sejun looked at the man next to her, but if Seok Taeji was with Jisoo, then today there was a joint seminar for the new hunters joining the association. "Is that right? Are you all gathered here for that?" The introduction shifted toward the brown-haired man. "This is Hunter Chu Heyman from the White Tiger Association." He then turned toward the blue-haired man. "And this is Hunter Yamato from the Seoul Association." The young man smiled brightly and introduced himself. "And I am Seok Taeji from the Imperial Association." "Hunter Minseo, I've heard a lot about you from the president, but this is our first chance to officially introduce ourselves. I hear you've been achieving quite a lot in the SMCS. I look forward to working with you." Minseo smiled. "Oh, the pleasure is all mine." An arm rested on Taeji's shoulder. "SMCS? Are you the famous rookie causing such a stir lately?" Heyman continued. "I watched the video of you taking down Gosh. He was actually my rival." "So you're the one in that video? Sounds ridiculous to me." Taeji looked pale and confused. "What's wrong with him today?" "Hunter Chu Hammon," Sejun said coldly. His face tensed up, and he gritted out. "You are being incredibly rude to someone you're meeting for the first time, and right inside the Imperial Association headquarters. No less." Hammon acted as if nothing was wrong. "What? Can I ask a question? My God, the Imperial Association is so uptight." Taeji broke into a cold sweat and said, "Hey, have you lost your mind?" Min Sejun shouted in outrage, unleashing a barrage. "Actually, your White Tiger Association is the one that should be embarrassed by this attitude. I wonder how your association president, Choi Sung-in of the White Tiger, would react if he knew about this." Heyman arrogantly put his hand on his chest and laughed. "Seriously, are you going to tattle to the higher-ups? I am Chu Heyman, an A+ rank Asura hunter of the White Tiger and a direct disciple of Xiaolong, the president of the Black Turtle Alliance. Do you think I'd be afraid just because of an association name?" Minseo nonchalantly stuffed food into his mouth, chewing continuously. Thinking, a disciple of Xiaolong, Hammond pointed at his own face. "From the start, Choi Sung-in Haiyan has always spoiled me, you know." Someone clapped to intervene. "All right, that's enough." Minseo leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and spoke up. "Stop whining in someone else's headquarters. If you really want to verify something, come find me yourself. Just by looking, I can tell that this so-called master of yours has completely failed in teaching you how to behave. I don't even know how far he's trained you in combat." Heyman looked at Minseo and gritted his teeth. "This brat dares to bring up my master? If we weren't in someone else's association, I would have crushed him already." Heyman angrily stomped his foot and glared at Minseo. "Be careful, and watch your life." Taeji felt awkward for him, pale and panicked, looking at Minseo. "Damn it, that guy is really the association president. I'm sorry, I'll handle this." Min Sejun felt helpless. "It's fine, just let him go." Min Sejun turned back and looked at the other guy. "Don't worry, I'll deal with him myself, and I'll make sure the White Beast Guild pays for all the property damage we suffered. It's gotta be at least a few million won, right, Min Sejun?" Min Sejun replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. You saw it, didn't you? I held back as much as I could. After all, he's just a disciple's disciple. You should show a little more restraint." A solemn voice echoed through the room, which was filled with metals and an air of gravity. "Then, I'll consider this matter settled," said guild leader Choi Sung-in. Baek Jaeon-ho, the branch manager of SMC, took a sip of tea. "Usually, dealing with this through paperwork is enough. It's truly an honor that you came to our headquarters personally, despite your busy schedule." Choi Sung-in, the guild leader of White Beast, broke into a sweat. No. This time, it's not just about cooperation. We also need to officially offer an apology." He started rambling nervously about the recent incident. "I want to apologize for the rude behavior of one of our guild members toward an SMC rookie. We've already discussed this with the Empire Guild, but I felt it was necessary to meet the person involved in person to apologize." Baek Jian-ho didn't beat around the bush. He laughed out loud. "There's no need for a guild leader like you to apologize personally. Besides, there wasn't any actual physical fight, was there? Of course, I know that what you're trying to do isn't just an apology. It's recruiting, isn't it?" However, that hunter is an invaluable asset to SMC, and they are incredibly busy right now. They're currently on a mission at the prison, escorting awakened criminals, so they aren't even here. Choi Sung-in asked, "That's a shame, but isn't it rare for a prison to request support from SMC?" Jian-ho replied, "It's rare, but not unprecedented. Until now, these types of requests were mostly handled by the large guilds. But from now on, a lot of things will change, won't they?" Sung-in stood up. "I understand what you mean. By the way, if I can't meet him in person to apologize, would you be able to let Hunter Chu Hammond apologize directly?" He held his teacup and leaned back in his chair. "That's fine too. After all, this is a matter between the two of them. I wish you a safe journey." Guild leader Choi Sung-in. Through the transparent entrance door, Sung-in walked away, thinking firmly, "You guys really are trying hard to hide him, aren't you? But that doesn't mean I'll give up on such a talent that easily." He called for his secretary, Sel, and she appeared immediately. "Yes, guild leader," he ordered. "Contact Hunter Chu and tell him to prepare for a trip. Tell him to bring his most polite face possible." She looked at Sung-in and asked, "Understood. Where should I tell him to meet?" "Incheon." A fat man was leaning back in his chair, waving a fan continuously because of the heat. "Isn't SMC the one that requested support this time? Why aren't they here yet?" The person standing by the door said seriously. "They said they'll be here soon." He glanced at the newspaper and frowned. "Seriously? Been locked up for months and now you're causing trouble again?" The fat man threw the paper on the table. "Can't criminals just get along for once? And right before the inspection season, too. What a headache." The newspaper displayed a wanted person. He said indignantly, "Sherry Vonk. This bastard was quiet when he was first caught and sent to prison, so I thought there wouldn't be any issues. And yet, he suddenly went on a rampage, as if he'd lost his mind. Even though he was wearing suppression cuffs, he still beat 5 people to a pulp." The other guy said, "I heard in the underworld that he's a notoriously dangerous criminal. Even the investigative agencies had a really hard time catching him." The fat man spoke up, "Get this piece of trash to Gang 1 as soon as possible." In a row of cells, a voice from someone handcuffed in both hands rang out. "Sherry Vonk, this is a message from Bestia." A figure, completely covered, placed a mouse on his hand. "You know about the upcoming meeting, don't you? The organization has already made a move here. You have a task to perform. If you want to get out of here, cause a little chaos in the prison." Minseo looked up at the prison and muttered, "So that's the place? The prison for awakened people in Incheon." Hammond clutched his head and said loudly, "Did he just leave? How are we supposed to transport prisoners in such a hurry? If it weren't for Brother Xiaolong being so stubborn." Hammond glanced at the blue vehicle driving in the distance and asked, "Wait, is that the vehicle?" The prison guard looked confused. "That must be it." Hammond walked into the vehicle, frustrated, and muttered, "Damn it. I might have to drive straight to Gang 1 now. I have to get my overtime pay and allowances this time, no matter what. That damn guild leader." On the other side, Minseo was leaning back in the vehicle, drinking water. Suddenly, there was a call. "Hey, Sherry Vonk." He smirked. "You're hurting my feelings. Does it taste good drinking all by yourself?" Minseo didn't care at all and replied bluntly, "Yeah." He grumbled, "You insolent brat. Are you the guard at the prison I'm being transferred to?" Minseo replied to his question, "No." Sherry Vonk squinted his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "Then what? Did some big guild send you? I've never seen your face before. Seeing how you're still following me. Even after hearing my name, you must be very confident in your own strength, right?" Minseo used his wide, watery eyes to look at him. "Who are you?" He broke into a sweat. "Are you serious right now? You climbed into the transport and you don't even know who I am. You're a total madman. At the very least, you should know why a prisoner is being transferred." Minseo took another big gulp of water and mumbled, "Because you talk too much, that's why you're being moved." Sherry Vonk's face twisted in rage as he cursed, "You bastard. I have to wear these damn cuffs, because I turned 5 awakened criminals into a pile of mush. Now do you understand your situation?" Minseo remained indifferent, his face expressionless. "Why do you think an A-rank awakened criminal is being transferred in a normal transport vehicle with just a rookie soldier accompanying him? Are you starting to realize the problem yet?" Sherry Vonk couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "You're a dead man." A massive explosion made the vehicle roll over and break down. It landed on the grassy shoulder of the road. An old man leaning on a cane stood next to someone sitting down and asked, "Is he dead?" Sherry Vonk kicked the door open and roared, "You old maniac." His head popped out of the window, shouting angrily, "Are you trying to kill me, too?" The old man waved his cane around and laughed, looking at him. If the gray wolf Bestia could be killed that easily, there wouldn't be anything to talk about. "You just look like a little puppy on a leash right now." He yelled angrily, "Do you want me to knock your dentures out?" The old man chuckled, "Ha ha, still can't take a joke, huh? You definitely already dealt with that escort officer who came with you, right? Sherry Vonk stepped out of the vehicle. Of course. I kicked him right in the temple the moment the vehicle exploded, so he's probably lying somewhere right now, drinking coffee-flavored brain soup. In the vehicle, Minseo was lying on the floor with his ice water spilled next to him. Sherry Vonk held out his cuffed hands. Hey. So, he's probably lying somewhere right now, drinking some caffeine-laced brain juice. Inside the car, Minseo lay sprawled on the floor with a spilled iced coffee cup next to him. Sherry Vonk held out his cuffed hands. Can't you take this off any faster? The guy opposite him grumbled. If you don't want your hand to go flying, sit still. Monotech these days is extremely sophisticated. After the shackles were unlocked, Sherry Vonk rubbed his shoulders and sighed. I thought I was going to lose my mind and kick the bucket right there. The kid scoffed. Stop being so dramatic. It's only been a few months. A voice rang out, causing the whole group to freeze in place. Hammond stood right in front of them and spoke up. I've been wondering why you all chose such a dark path. You've really stirred up big trouble, haven't you? I actually saw this coming, but seeing how badly he got trashed, there's nothing special about him at all. Choi Sung-yin really has no eye for talent. Hammond clasped his hands, watching the criminals tensely. So, who are you guys? Which organization do you belong to? Do you want to spill it now, or should I beat it out of you first? The kid lowered his voice, his face. I've seen the face somewhere before. It's A-rank hunter Chu Hammond from the White Lion Guild. Since when has he been tailing us? The old man muttered. No other hunters detected nearby. He's all alone. Sherry Vonk smirked with interest. Good. It's been a while since I've stretched my legs. Hammond got into a fighting stance and said, Stop whispering. I'll ask one more time. Who are you? You rotten criminals. Sherry Vonk said cryptically. Do you even need to know? Immediately after, he transformed into a terrifying werewolf. You're going to die anyway, regardless. The system displayed Skill, A+ rank werewolf transformation. Description, transforms the user's body into a werewolf. Can be maintained until mana is depleted. Hammond gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, angry shapeshifter, huh. Even so, I just need to beat him until he turns back into a human. Hammond roared. A red magic circle appeared behind him. You arrogant piece of trash. Both of them lunged at each other. The system displayed the skill. Asura Vajra Fist, A+ rank. Description. By swirling mana internally, the skill covers the entire body in an invisible layer of armor. It enhances melee techniques and engraves the momentum of a higher tier. Hammond unleashed a barrage of blows on Sherry Vonk. He raised his hands to block, but took hits to his stomach. A high-tier attack speed buff. If I'm facing this alone, it's going to be a bit of a pain. Hammond raised his hands, surging with powerful mana, thinking, damn it, what the hell is this? I could clearly feel the impact, and the damage was supposed to be stacking. Hammond punched Sherry Vonk repeatedly, but he wouldn't go down. He blocked the blows, looking contemptuous. Is this a welcome massage, you brat? He placed a hand on his head, though you've taken quite a beating already, haven't you? The old man watched the battle and ordered, who knows when reinforcements will arrive? We don't have time to waste. Kid, finish it. The kid nodded and held out his hand. He conjured magic in his palm. Got it. Tie him up. 10-headed python. Hammond glanced over, stunned, as multiple snakes emerged and lunged at him. Hammond shouted, What are you doing with these snakes? The 2-headed python opened its maw wide. Hammond was constricted by 2 of the snakes, thinking, damn, tracking skill. Taking this opportunity. Sherry Vonk launched an attack and mocked him. The white lion isn't anything special, is it? Hammond took a painful hit and tumbled to the ground. Sherry Vonk looked down on him, saying, Who do you think you are? Just because you were pampered in a big guild. In these dark alleys, you're just a loser, kid. Hammond lay on the ground, gasping. Typical high and mighty attitude while 3-on-1. Sherry Vonk lifted his foot and kicked Hammond. If you're stupid, that's on you. Just sit there and wait for reinforcements. The old man spoke up to remind him, Sherry Vonk, no more time. Finish him off, he replied. I know. A surge of magic appeared around Sherry Vonk's hand. He looked at Hammond and asked, Any last words? Not that I'd care to listen. Hammond frowned, looking annoyed. Am I going to die here? A ridge of earth appeared, blocking the attack. It stretched all the way to his 2 accomplices. The kid was hit, coughing up blood. Minseo appeared with a glowing yellow aura. Giving up against the enemy? Is that what Xiaolong taught you? Hammond's eyes widened in surprise. You're still alive. Minseo reached up to touch his face, adjusting his waistband. It took me a while to figure out how to use this tiny thing. Which button is for live streaming, and which one is for recording? Predator spoke up. Are you getting old? Take out a magnifying glass to see it. Sherry Vonk recoiled, in disbelief. No way. I definitely crushed his skull before I left. The old man frowned. That brat is dead. Even I can't feel any mana flow. This isn't a normal skill, Hammond shouted, warning him. Hey, you're no match for them. Just wait for reinforcements. Minseo stood in front of Hammond, facing the criminals. Listing your charges: assaulting an officer, tampering with prisoner transport seals, destroying prisoner transport vehicles, conspiring to murder an awakened hunter, and daring to interrupt my sacred coffee time. Under the authority of SEM-CS Hunter, the three of you before me are deemed criminals. Caught in the act, all of you will be dealt with right here. Minseo stood guard to protect Hammond. Under the authority of an awakened hunter, the three individuals here are caught in a crime. All of you will be executed on the spot. Minseo instructed Hammond, hey, Xiaolong's student, lie there and watch closely. Asura isn't just a skill. He made a few hand motions, and strange marks appeared. The werewolf was irritated by Minseo's way of talking. He lunged like a starving beast. You crazy lunatic. What the hell are you talking about? Even though the werewolf was much larger than Minseo, a single punch from him twisted the guy's face. The guy was sent flying. Minseo explained, that is a piercing skill. You can understand the Asura skill, Furious Black Armor Technique. Description: the ultimate form of this skill, rapidly rotating mana flow within the body to create armor covering the entire body. It enhances combat and leaves trails during movement. Hammond's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Isn't that Master Xiaolong's ultimate technique? Before the werewolf could even touch the ground, Minseo rushed in. If you want to play meat grinder, I'll drain you dry first. Minseo used the Maharaga technique. He sent the werewolf flying before he could touch the ground. This is the A+ rank Heavenly Thunder / Maharaga. Description: a lightning attribute magic skill. Simultaneously launches an area of effect attack and strikes the target with precision. The monk, watching from afar, was shocked that Minseo could dodge the Heavenly Thunder slash. Impossible. Minseo patted Predator. Using a curse tool for a combo? Seems like you haven't been wasting your time. I'll give you that. Over the past few years, I've never seen a skill like that. Predator. What the hell was that? Is it even edible? Minseo stared at the monk in front of him. No, he muttered. It looks like a one-time use scroll. If you infuse mana into a pre-existing spell created by someone else, it triggers the effect. Producing these things is incredibly expensive, so broke hunters wouldn't even dream of it. Predator probably thought it was just a cheap snack. Well, I'm not interested in it anymore. Hammond, who had been pinned to the ground, finally managed to speak up. Hunter Minseo, who are you? How do you know my master's ultimate technique? Before he could finish his sentence, he was crushed by an invisible force. It wasn't just any power, the monk was the one doing it. Surrounded by eerie, magical seals, the monk sneered. Don't you dare move, kid. Unless you want to watch him get crushed to death under my gravity field. Hammond's face turned deathly pale with fear, but Minseo didn't look worried in the slightest. So, while his underling was beaten to a pulp and nearly sent to meet his ancestors, the old man was hiding in the back, cooking up schemes, and now he's trying to threaten him? The monk, looking guilty, pointed a finger and tried to explain. No, this is a deal. Just let us leave, and he'll be safe. The old man still thought he could reason with Minseo. Aren't you just accidentally caught up in this mission, right? If we just walk away quietly. Hearing that, Minseo's patience snapped. What the hell are you babbling about? If I didn't have my own reasons, I wouldn't have taken this garbage mission in the first place. And so what if Hammond got hit a little? Minseo truly didn't care. Meanwhile, Hammond was both furious and terrified. What do you mean, so what? Are you crazy? The monk looked stunned. Wait, you two aren't on the same side. The ones who are actually on the same side are you lot in the prison. Minseo cut in. You're hitmen specialized in hunting hunters, aren't you? Working for a big organization. The monk's eyes went wide. He never expected Minseo to know that much. Minseo stepped closer, carrying a variety of high-level curse tools, skills that suppress awakened powers, plus connections to the prison. It's all clear now. Who do you work for? The monk realized there was no hiding it now. He figured all that out and still came here alone. Kid, who the hell are you? What do you want? Minseo looked genuinely annoyed now. I already told you, didn't I? What? Did you forget to take your hearing aid out? I asked. Who do you work for? The monk was about to lose it. The orb in his hand grew larger, crackling with more and more electricity. If you take one more step, Minseo's expression didn't change at all. With a casual wave of his hand, he caused a malfunction in the monk's weapon. The staff trembled in the monk's grip. Oh no, my cursed tool. The monk backed away, desperate to save his own skin. He couldn't understand it. How did he overload his weapon with a simple lightning attribute skill? That should have been impossible for a normal human's mana density. Predator seemed interested now. Doesn't the meal look a bit more appetizing now? Minseo looked at his palm. 40% recovered. Huh. Looks like a proper warm-up was more effective than I expected. Minseo turned back toward the monk, who was struggling to get back on his feet with his aged back. Old man, stop wasting time. At your age, isn't every minute priceless? The old man tried to resist. You only know the surface, you fool. Even if we belong to an organization, do you really think I'd just spill the beans so easily? Despite his tough talk, his feet were constantly signaling to his useless teammate, who had passed out, waiting for him to wake up. Anyone belonging to a real organization had signed a vow of silence. This vow was bound by the signer's own mana, and anyone who leaked the organization's secrets would be executed. Suddenly, Hammond managed to break free from the gravity curse and tried to stand. The werewolf, with a trembling body, could barely manage to sit up. Hearing the coughing, the old monk turned around. Finally awake, you blockhead. Minseo smirked. Is that all you've got? You're that scared of dying. Don't worry, just walk through the underworld a few more times, and you'll get used to it. Who knows what move Minseo would use next? The monk, terrified by Minseo's power, ordered the werewolf, Sherry Vonk, do something. Don't just stand there. Even though he had only just recovered, Sherry Vonk was surprisingly resilient. Got it, damn you, old man. Sherry Vonk didn't seem afraid of Minseo after witnessing a glimpse of his power. Even if I die, I'll tear you apart. Minseo threw a punch straight into Sherry Vonk's chest. It's not going to be that easy. Hammond wiped the blood from his nose. Finally, the numbers are even again, but he had this weird, manic grin on his face. Sherry Vonk looked at Hammond, annoyed. You should have just stayed down instead of getting in our way. Hammond just laughed, filled with determination. Nonsense. The real fun starts now. But everything had pushed Minseo's patience to the limit. Windcutter. With just those two words and a light flick of his hand, a cyclone easily trapped Sherry Vonk and the monk. This was the Heavenly Wind 10,000 return skill, a wide-area wind magic that uses mana to manipulate airflow, spinning it at extreme speeds to cause massive damage. Minseo grabbed the monk by his aged throat. How's that? That's how you go to hell. Minseo casually held him by the neck like he was about to slaughter a chicken. He only tensed his hand a little bit, and the monk started screaming in agony. Minseo's face darkened, looking like something that had just crawled out of hell. How many more times do you think we need to try before you answer my question? Even after being beaten to a pulp by Minseo, the monk tremblingly grabbed Minseo's hand. What the hell are you? Once wasn't enough, huh? Minseo growled. Hammond, standing to the side, was too scared to speak. This is insane. Minseo is healing them. Right before they die. If I were in their shoes, I'd rather just go to hell than deal with that creepy recovery skill. What the hell even is that? Hammond stood still, watching from the sidelines, not daring to make a peep. Minseo reined in his aggression and crossed his arms, looking down. I'll ask you this for the third time. Who are you working for? After enduring so much agony, Sherry Vonk collapsed to his knees, begging, please, make it stop. Just listen to the old man. I'm begging you. The monk, completely drained of strength, wheezed, bestie. Minseo's expression instantly lit up with a smile. All right then. So, it's Bestia, huh? The monk lay on the ground in agony. He looked up at him, admitting he had been half skeptical, but after witnessing the boy's skills firsthand, he could be certain that this boy was one of the three legends who had long since vanished. The mad dog, Minseo. Minseo stepped closer to them. Now that you've finally decided to open your mouths, let's start a real conversation, shall we? Minseo cut straight to the point, addressing the members of Bestia. Do you know where that person is? Bestia, an elite assassin organization known for their clean kills, led by someone called Grow. In this world, they are a formidable force, both in terms of skill and sheer numbers. I also spent a long time hiding, in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so I had no reason to hesitate when I received an invitation from such a massive organization. For assassins in an organization like this, keeping secrets about your comrades is the absolute law. The moment you swear to keep silent, your life and death belong to the organization. You remain loyal until your head rolls on the ground. That's the rule of this world. It's been 15 years since he joined, and he never even thought about betrayal. He'd rather cut off his own tongue than sell them out. But after tasting what true hell felt like over and over again, the old man's mouth finally grew loose. Unable to take it anymore, the monk spilled the truth. That person was one of the members of Bestia. The code name, Black Mamba. A three-dimensional image of someone appeared in Minseo's palm. Minseo thought for a moment. Black Mamba. What a name. Anyway, so you two are from that organization? I have a question for both of you. The two began to tremble. After going through the most horrific moments of their lives, he asked, have you ever received a contract to assassinate the hunter Minjun? He stared straight at Sherry Vonk. No answer? With just a single short sentence, he emitted a killing intent so intense that Sherry Vonk couldn't even lift his head. Damn it. It feels like my skin is being peeled off. What kind of monster is this? The monk spoke up to explain, no, even though it's called an organization. In reality, we are just a loose group of individuals. Cooperation is extremely rare. We don't even know each other's identities or whereabouts. However, there is one reason why we were sent to break this wolf out of prison. It's because the organization's meeting, which happens every 2 years, is taking place next week. The organization gave us orders to free him and attend the meeting together. If you want, we will tell you everything about the location and how to infiltrate it, and we will put all our efforts into supporting you. Sherry Vonk gritted his teeth, looking at the monk. The old man seemed truly broken. He knelt down. Please, accept us as your subordinates. Hammond looked annoyed. What are you idiots babbling about? Hammond turned to his boss. You aren't seriously going to accept these criminals, are you? Since when did I become your boss? Hammond blushed, embarrassed. Well, you use Asura. Just by looking, I can tell. You have some connection to my master. At the very least, you must be a fellow disciple, or perhaps even my senior. So, boss, don't take in these criminals. Take me as your disciple instead. I might be a bit unruly at first, but if you take me in, I swear to become your right-hand man. Minseo stood up and brushed off his clothes. Shut it. Hammond, surprisingly, actually obeyed and kept his mouth shut. Minseo thought silently. What he wanted was information on that damn snake, Black Mamba. As for this group, if he ignored them, the organization would just wipe them out soon anyway. But if they leaked information about him to Black Mamba first, it would be a huge headache. That's why Minseo decided, fine, I'll accept you as my subordinates. Hammond cried out from the side, no way, boss. The monk was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. We swear our loyalty and will never become a burden to you. But Minseo had one condition, even if they were forced. Someone who has betrayed once can betray again. That's why you must swear using a mana oath. Sherry Vonk whispered fearfully to the monk. A mana oath? A binding contract. Breaking it would cause your mana core to be sealed. Damn it. Another leash? Huh? Even though he knew it, he had to accept it. Shut your mouth. Do you want to go back to hell and come back up another 10 times? Minseo meant what he said. Where they knelt, a magic circle appeared. He was ready. Now, focus your mana on your core and state your names. The two could only comply, not daring to utter a single word. I am Red Ghost. I am Sherry Vonk. Predator was amused to take these two on as his underlings. My errand boy has become my subordinate now. Huh. Ghost, Sherry Vonk, from now on, you are my henchman. Hammond watched from the side, unable to believe his eyes. Minseo was actually taking them on. Minseo took out a contract paper. The price of loyalty is my protection. As long as you are bound by the mana oath, you will be safe. Understand? Ghost pushed Sherry Vonk's head down. They said in unison, we obey. Hammond was so angry he felt like crying. He flopped onto the ground. Boss, what about me? You took in those criminals, but why won't you take me? If you don't accept me as your disciple, I'm going straight to the association. And Minseo didn't say much. He just gave a devilish, haunting smile, accompanied by a gaze full of killing intent directed at Hammond, which forced him to retract his words. Sorry, I was just joking. Minseo put the contract away. So the meeting is in a week, right? Right. Disciple. Xiaolong, I will take you as my disciple. Upon hearing that, Hammond jumped up and stood at attention. Really? Hammond was as happy as a child. His eyes sparkled. Really, boss? No, master. Minseo sighed warily. Yes. Right now, I need as much manpower as possible for what's coming next. After being accepted, Hammond immediately acted arrogant, like a child. See that? I am now the head disciple of a great man. If you dare to mess with me. Ghost and Vaughn have no idea what Hammond is rambling about, while Minseo quietly slips away. He's tallied them up. That makes 4. Just enough to cause some chaos. Though, it seems I'll need one more person to clean up the battlefield afterward. Back at the detention center, it looks like nothing ever happened. Suddenly, a loud voice booms out. What the hell is going on here? Did the prisoner escape from the transport vehicle? Do you have any idea how dangerous he is? And the entire escort team is still alive. That means he just got away? I heard the HMCS was working effectively lately. Turns out it was just all rumors. Huh. Huang Zhonggu recalls the scene. Minseo crossing his legs and recounting the story how fast the guy was, so fast he couldn't even keep up. Huang Zhonggu is furious but helpless. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. You think just saying, I'll clean up the scene makes everything okay. It's pathetic. The fat warden keeps on talking, adding, and this new escort officer? This is gross negligence. The HMCS must take full responsibility for this mission. Huang Zhonggu speaks up. Warden, usually when transporting an awakened prisoner, there are at least 4 to 5 officers along. Especially when moving inmates to a high-security prison, the number can go up to 10. Hearing this, the fat warden can't scold him anymore, even though he was the one who insisted on sending only one person. Not to mention the driver from Incheon prison. The fat warden angrily stands up. What do you mean by that? The loss of the prisoner is still the HMCS responsibility. But from what I heard, Huang Zhonggu continues. The new escort officer reported that right before escaping, the prisoner confessed to bribing the upper management of this very prison. This makes the fat warden turn pale with fear. What? The officer's body cam was turned off, right? So obviously he's making it up. A group of people storms in. Huang Zhonggu admits the warden is right. We can't fully trust that testimony, but once it's been mentioned, we have a responsibility to verify it, right? Therefore, the HMCS will conduct a comprehensive investigation into the escaped prisoner and this prison. I expect your cooperation. It seems Huang Zhonggu is exactly who Minseo chose as the cleaner. And after handling everything, Huang Zhonggu is so exhausted he's basically fading away. This is real art, by the way, not a glitchy drawing. Minseo, as you instructed, I've wrapped up everything regarding the escort mission. We've also launched an investigation into the bribery involving the assassination organization. But then, the hunter Hammond, nicknamed White Lion, is just standing there scratching himself. Plus an old man of unknown identity, and isn't that the prisoner who just escaped? Minseo quickly covers Huang Zhonggu's mouth. Shut it and sit down. It's a long story. After some explaining, Minseo can finally start the meeting to discuss tomorrow's mission. We are going to infiltrate the meeting of the assassination organization, Bestia. This is a critical gathering where about 8 high-level individuals who specialize in hunting hunters will be present. These traitors will explain the infiltration plan in detail, so Huang Zhonggu and Hammond listen carefully. Huang Zhonggu is a bit startled. Wait, you mean we're going to infiltrate an assassination organization's meeting? With no official backup, just with a small group like this? What is the real goal of this mission? Minseo flashes a terrifying smile. To destroy them, of course. I'm looking forward to the next event. Over at the Bestia organization, they have no idea a terrible storm is about to hit them. How rare everyone is here today, aren't they? Stupid. Ghost and Vaughn aren't here. That's 2 people already missing. The chance that that kid ascended to heaven is high, and that's not even counting those traitors. Idiots. The others didn't expect it either. They look like the type of people with enough guts to betray the organization. What a surprise. Maybe we should just take them out. Another assassin is so anxious he's gripping his hair. You idiots, we were supposed to go to Len together. I'll kill you. A guy with a large scar on his mouth irritably interrupts. Enough. The decision to deal with the traitors belongs to the boss. Another assassin doesn't feel the same as the rest. Why? I actually find this stuff interesting. Keep going. 3 people missing from such an important meeting. Even I find it surprising. So, does anyone else have anything to say? The others, hearing this, immediately shut up, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that, she twirls her 2 thumbs in a circle. How about we organize a death match to decide who gets to deal with the traitors? As soon as she finished, the atmosphere in the room becomes gloomy and silent. No one moves. The person next to her tells her to calm down. Boss, your jokes are terrible. Stop it. Punishing the traitors can be done anytime. But the real problem is, what if they already know the time and location of the meeting? What can those 2 nobodies even do? You think they'll just rush in here? Just as she finished, an alarm sounds. Alarm. Unauthorized movement detected at entrance 15. The boss doesn't seem shaken at all. Well, talk is cheap. You all know your missions. They stand up, looking exhausted. The intruders have 5 entry points, so just handle 1 each. What a pain. Good grief, I even wore new clothes today. That leaves 3 of you. Handle it quickly and come back. See you later. Wait, boss. A sigh. What about you? Pokubin, Black Mamba, you're not going either? Mamba leisurely enjoys a cup of tea in his hand. I've got no interest in small fry. There are enough people anyway. I'm going to play a game. Pokubin takes out his phone and keeps his face buried in it. Asai says to Mamba, now that I think about it, I should have told them to bring their heads back to verify their identities. These guys really are overly violent, boss. Just the fact that you can keep these wild animals on a leash is impressive. Despite claiming to be experts, they don't know that their conversation has been watched the whole time. By none other than Huang Zhonggu. He thinks to himself, I've never even won a 50,000 won lottery ticket in my life, and now I've hit the jackpot like this. It turns out that 30 minutes ago, the whole group had arrived at the location of the meeting. This is the Bestia meeting hall. They really found a perfect hornet's nest. Go explains to everyone that there are a total of 5 entry points, and each one has sensors to detect intruders, since the floor plan inside changes frequently. We can't determine exactly where each path leads, but these 5 routes are the only way out, and they all lead to the main hall where our target is meeting. No matter which one we pick, we'll reach the hall, it's just a matter of how long it takes. Minseo, you assign them, let's each take one path. If we all go the same way, the target might slip out through another exit. Huang Zhonggu, did you bring the walkie-talkie? Huang Zhonggu hurriedly checked his bag. Yeah, I've got it right here. Good. Then let's head in. One person per path. Since they have sensors, assume they already know we're coming and are ready for us. If you run into an opponent that's too strong to handle, use the radio to report to me immediately and stall them as long as you can. Especially if the target named Mamba shows up. Report it instantly. Everyone following Minseo replied in unison. Understood. Let's move. Huang Zhonggu hid behind a pillar, watching cautiously. So far, so good. But shortly after he entered his assigned path, the way was blocked. He then found a way through the nearest ventilation shaft, easily moving deeper inside. And somehow, even Huang Zhonggu didn't know how, he was the first to reach the main hall without encountering a single battle. They didn't bother turning on the sensors on this path. Everyone here is at least rank A or higher. Security seems lax, but with the way the paths are laid out, leading straight into the center like this, they don't even need to defend. They just wait for intruders to walk in and take them out on the spot. Right now, the guards have gone to check the other entrances. That means there are 5 fights happening at once. Even if we called for reinforcements now, they wouldn't be able to regroup immediately. Maybe I should trim their numbers down myself first. Thinking is doing, Huang Zhonggu pulled 2 small marbles out of his bag. The marbles successfully drew the attention of the group of assassins. Pokubin walked closer. A marble. How did that get in my pocket? The boss teased. Pokubin, are you still playing the slots? Sorry, but I hit the jackpot yesterday. The moment Pokubin held the marble in her hand, it instantly exploded, leaving her with no time to react. Just like that, Pokubin lay still on the ground, not moving. Boss, you don't know she's already checked out? Mamba stood up, looking annoyed. A fast little rat has snuck in here. Just as he finished, another object fell. It was a grenade, and not just that, the pin had already been pulled. The grenade flew straight toward Mamba. He used his arm to block it. Nice ambush. But I don't like hide and seek. Mamba threw the grenade straight back toward Huang Zhonggu. The explosion tore a huge hole in the ceiling. Huang Zhonggu fell down immediately. Mamba and Huang Zhonggu lunged at each other, fighting. He recognized him. You're a member of HMCS, Hunter Huang Zhonggu. He took off his backpack and set it aside to rush into the fight with Mamba, but Huang Zhonggu didn't pay attention to what Mamba said. Right now, he was very worried. Damn it, I only took down 1. Even after using specialized anti-terror magic grenades, they're still perfectly fine, especially that guy who looks like the leader. There's something wrong with him. He doesn't look like he's using any special skills. Mamba held his head and sighed. You didn't come alone. So what? The traitors already ran to HMCS and spilled everything, right? Huang Zhonggu gritted his teeth and replied cautiously. If that's the case, so what? Mamba narrowed his eyes. I'd be impressed. Risking your life to leave the organization just to choose something even more useless than that. Huang Zhonggu was annoyed by the way the guy spoke. Bastard. He delivered a powerful blow, but the guy blocked it. Huang Zhonggu didn't stop. He used a hidden weapon to attack, aiming straight for Mamba's head. Asai sat still, enjoying this exchange while sipping tea. Not bad at all. Huang Zhonggu successfully created a wound on Mamba's cheek. Ah, I almost forgot. Your skill is telekinesis, right? Huang Zhonggu hurriedly reached for more weapons. Damn it, his skin is too tough. The regeneration is also too fast. He's only strengthening his body with mana, but his speed and durability are crazy. Is that enough to get started? Mamba pulled out his set of sharp claws from under his coat and lunged straight at Huang Zhonggu. With just a single blow, Mamba sent Huang Zhonggu flying. He slammed hard into the wall, causing many cracks to appear. Mamba stepped closer. I didn't intend to leave a mark on the organs, but since you started bleeding, I don't have a choice, boss. Can I send him packing? Asai sipped his tea. Let me calculate for a second. In the urgent situation, Huang Zhonggu pulled out his radio and called. This is Huang Zhonggu, currently engaged with the target at the main hall. There are 2 of them, but before he could finish, Mamba kicked Huang Zhonggu straight in the chest. Mamba put his hands on his hips and stepped on Huang Zhonggu. Looks like you're a bit slow. Now, who's going to come here next? The head of the HMCS branch? That traitor ghost? Or that little wolf pup? Oh, or were those hurried footsteps rushing in to save Huang Zhonggu? Mamba guessed that all of them, the 3 of them, had arrived quickly and coincidentally, appearing behind Mamba at the same time. All of them, huh? Mamba had just finished speaking when everyone, except Minseo, was already right behind him. A loud explosion rang out, but Mamba had dodged it with lightning speed. That was a bit unexpected. I didn't think you guys could get past the assassin Bestia so easily. They stood in front of the injured Huang Zhonggu. Mamba turned and asked the leader, "You must be very disappointed, right? I thought I had chosen some decent ones, but I didn't expect them to be this weak." Asai sighed. Mamba was truly very perceptive. Even so, something was wrong. Based on the wounds, there had clearly been a fight. Haming ran over to check on Huang Zhonggu's condition. Mamba smashed the ground and lifted the debris. "But I don't think you guys could have taken down Tiger or Grizzly that easily." The concrete blocks collapsed with just one kick from him. Hammond couldn't stand this guy's words anymore. He lunged forward. "You damn murderer. You're talking too much." Then he swung his fist straight at Mamba. But these things didn't affect Mamba at all. He grabbed Hammond's fist tightly. "White Lion Clan, you're the hunter Chu Hammond. A guy like you. Why are you here instead of going with HMCS?" Hammond was thrown far away like a piece of cargo. Mamba intentionally threw him toward Huang Zhonggu. Being seriously injured, Hammond tried to regain control but couldn't avoid it. Sorry. Ghost and Vaughn were also starting to get exhausted. They sat on the ground, panting. No matter how you look at it, things didn't add up. You don't act like a team. Just a bunch of clutter thrown together. You come from completely different organizations. There's no reason for you to gather here. Indeed, Mamba was truly sharp. It's Minseo. It was Minseo who gathered all of you here. The scene shifts, and with a familiar hand, he grabs someone by the head like they're just a bag of trash. None other than Minseo himself. You took down every single assassin without even a single scratch on you. Not even a mark. You damn bastard. He's looking down on the White Lion's Hammond. "Hey, Zhonggu, snap out of it." Zhonggu struggles to stand up on his legs, but how did he get here so fast? Hammond recounts. "After hearing the radio, I rushed straight here. Well, I'd like to say that, but the truth is, I was fighting someone near the entrance. But then the master suddenly appeared and ordered me to head straight into the center. Maybe Ghost and Vaughn are in the same situation. Regardless, we have to hold that guy off until the master arrives." Vaughn grumbles, "Damn it. How are we supposed to restrain an A-rank awakened without killing him? And it's Mamba, of all people." Ghost is also struggling to hold his ground. He hasn't even used his skill yet, and there's something seriously wrong with this haul. Mamba's awakened variant in terms of speed and attack power. He's practically the second strongest in Bestia, but he doesn't have high-level detection or tracking skills. That means he must have prepared something beforehand. Or maybe it's Asai, the leader of Bestia. Her skills are a complete mystery to us. Who knows what kind of hidden card she has up her sleeve. Ghost jams his weapon into the ground. "I'll handle the boss. You guys focus on restraining Mamba," Sherry Vonk says angrily. "The dirty work always falls to me. Damn it, you old geezer." But there's an undeniable truth. Neither of them can be a match for Mamba. Looks like nobody wants to answer my question. Huh. Sherry Vonk collapses to the ground. Ghost is determined. Until the master arrives, nobody is leaving this place. Ghost successfully sets up his ceiling formation to hold them back. Chains tightly bind Mamba, and Hammond seizes the chance to strike his head. Even though Asai doesn't want to, the chains have locked her firmly in her seat. "Really? You're really going to force me to fight?" Ghost stands outside and points. "Stay right there, Asai. Even for you, breaking out of a legendary tier ceiling formation won't be easy." Asai doesn't look the least bit scared. "Oh, your new master seems very concerned, doesn't he? He even prepared this heavy-duty gear for you. But betraying the organization just like flipping a coin. Isn't that a bit cold-hearted?" Because he was so focused on Asai, Ghost didn't notice Pokeuban behind him. Right, Pokeuban. By the time Ghost realized, she was already right behind his back. Ghost is sent flying. Sherry Vonk rushes over. "That old geezer. Zhonggu, what is this?" She was definitely done for. "It seems like wasting more time with you lot is pointless." Mamba easily cuts through the chains surrounding him, causing the ground to shatter. "We're really busy here. Who knows when reinforcements will arrive, and I still have to clean up the trash from this rotting organization. So, you all need to pay with your lives as soon as possible." Mamba's appearance has transformed. This is his A++ grade dragon blood skill. The effect transforms the human body into a venomous lizard form. The transformation process lasts until his mana is completely depleted. Zhonggu wants to help the hunter, Hammond. "I'll provide support from a distance," but Hammond warns him, "Don't move. Your ribs are broken. Besides, no matter how strong he is, he can't pierce through that armor immediately. So, run." Something black whips straight toward them. Right from the first impact, Hammond realized Mamba's variation seems similar to Sherry Vonk's, but the mana density is way too high. In this hall, he's controlling the ground, as if it were part of his own body. In this situation, Hammond knows he's just a living punching bag. He has overwhelming stamina. For now, he can only buy time. The people over there are in just as much trouble as he is, so counting on reinforcements is impossible. Damn it, nobody has ever told me I couldn't handle my own strength before. Mamba swings his fist, preparing to finish him off. I don't know where a knife came from. It aims straight for Mamba's arm, but he doesn't show a hint of pain. Instead, the knife starts burning. Jonggu can't believe the decomposition. He can even use elemental magic. Mamba has truly gone insane. He lets out a roar, pushing everything around him away. They are thrown back. A large chunk of concrete falls, aiming straight for Jonggu's head. Hammond screams, "Jonggu, above you." But Mamba feels confused. You guys still have time to worry about each other. Hammond starts, turning back. Mamba uses his sharp claws to slash down into the ground. Mamba appears behind Jonggu in a flash. Frontline hunters always make one mistake. They think that ranks, skills, and mana levels, those numbers will decide the outcome of the battle. You walked in here of your own free will. Did you really think that we didn't prepare defenses for our own headquarters? Mamba grips Jonggu's neck tight. On the other side, Asai is broken free from the control. Ghost Lies collapse on one side, while Pokyuban keeps attacking Sherry Vonk. Die, you damn traitor. The hall looks horrific now. The entire floor of this hall has been rigged with self-destruct patterns, tracking, and reinforced defenses for emergencies. This is the snake pit. The moment you stepped in here, your fate was sealed. So don't struggle anymore. Just surrender your lives quietly. Jonggu tries to fight back. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashes through Mamba's head. He senses killing intent. Mamba quickly dodges, but in front of him, there is only white smoke. A familiar figure streaks past as fast as a blur. None other than Minseo. He simply and easily restrains Mamba. Finally found you, you son of a BTH. Minseo's face is overflowing with murderous intent, looking no different than a demon. Minseo lunges at incredible speed, pinning Mamba against the door. Found you, you venomous snake. Pokyuban doesn't know who this is, but he has such terrifying power. She lunges at him. Who are you? Even though the distance was quite far, Minseo easily takes down Pokyuban with just a single strike. Asai, standing outside, is skeptical. No way. You just neutralized all the magic in this area. Minseo looks at her without saying a word. Predator claimed they only pulled this off because I helped them. They aren't that skilled. Asai seems intrigued, genuinely impressed. This facility cost over 10 million to build, and yet you turned it into a useless pile of junk in the blink of an eye. Mamba wasn't knocked out yet. When Minseo first appeared, it caught him off guard. But now he gets it. Minseo stepped back, dodging Mamba's lethal strikes. Mamba figured out he was the prime suspect. You're the one who wiped out the Bestia assassins and rounded up this crowd. The only suspect here is you scum. Minseo barked, clutching his head. Asai felt confused too. Hey, I think he came here for you. Mamba, what did you do? Mamba tried to piece it together. No way. Captain, I was just following orders. But judging by the guy's words, it sounded like this was a revenge mission. Mamba voices doubts. I never leave any traces after killing a target, yet somehow, you still tracked me down. Minseo didn't say much. His hands crackled with magic. Revenge, huh? Before that, I need to know one thing. The rocks around them surge, trapping Mamba. Asai tried to step in but was pinned down by Ghost's staff. Don't move. You want to hear something? The assassin's side isn't what it used to be. Pokyuban was passed out, and Asai was surrounded. Asai threw her hands up in surrender. Haha, I didn't mean to stress you out. What makes you so loyal to him? She was genuinely curious. Who was the person in front of her with such terrifying power? The sparks of lightning from the magic circle kept growing. Mamba tried to fight back. Damn it, the spells I cast just now are being reflected back at me. Mamba couldn't understand how Minseo spotted him. Could you be a scout? Your attack speed is incomparable to an average warrior-class hunter. Minseo delivered a kick straight to Mamba's chest. It sent him slamming into the wall like a lizard clinging to a surface. Mamba spat out blood, reverting to his original form. I've never met anyone like you in my life. I pride myself on knowing almost all the high-level hunters. Just who are you? He secretly cast a spell. What do you want from me? A vast amount of dark energy spread out. But out of nowhere, Minseo appeared right above Mamba. I think you've got it all wrong. I'm the one asking the questions here. Not you. Don't you get it? I'm being very careful with you right now. Minseo stomped his foot directly onto Mamba's head. He pressed him into the ground, repeatedly trampling him without killing him. I could end your life right here. So sit tight until I tell you to move. Mamba had no strength left. He lay motionless on the ground. Don't. Minseo grabbed Mamba by the neck and lifted him higher than a VIP. Who hired you to kill Minjun? Minseo growled, his face full of murderous intent. Images of the archaeologist Minjun flashed in Mamba's mind. He was taken aback, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. Haha, so you're connected to Minjun. Talk. I thought you wanted to live. Minseo cut straight to the point. Mamba grabbed Minseo's arm. Of course I'll talk, but even if I do. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and stuck out his tongue, which bore a magical seal. You won't be able to hear it, because your ears will melt off. He spat venom directly into Minseo's face. Mamba thought he had succeeded. Haha, an assassin cannot reveal client information. Minseo coughed, annoyed. Did you just spit in my face? His patience had hit its limit. Looks like you don't want to talk seriously. Huh? Then I'll make you want to talk. Mamba couldn't believe it, a healing skill? No way. Is he a healer? I can't escape. Mamba turned to Asai for help. Captain. But Asai couldn't do anything. Sorry, I'm pinned down too. This time, Mamba was truly terrified of the person in front of him. I'll talk. I'll talk. The client is Pandemonium. Before he could finish, Minseo struck violently. Minseo had already guessed it. Pandemonium? Huh. He sat there, lost in thought. Suddenly, the leader, Asai, opened her glowing red eyes and laughed like a madwoman. With a single snap of her fingers, she brought down those surrounding her. She was defeated. Asai took off her hood. Now I know who you are. You're that first-generation hunter who disappeared 15 years ago. Mad dog. Minseo frowned. Are you with Pandemonium too? Asai seemed friendly. Haha, no way. My group is full of assassins. We don't take personal requests. Assassins are just tools. I recognize you from your power and how you know about Pandemonium. She once told me about a first-generation hunter who used strange healing skills. Minseo wiped the blood off his face. So you really don't know anything? Don't lie to me. I'll find out myself. Asai backed away. Black clouds appeared from nowhere. I'm not lying. You've already found me. So your question has been answered. But it's strange. Why did we all forget your existence? That has nothing to do with me. Hey, Pokyubin, get up. Hearing the leader's call, Pokyubin, who had been unconscious, suddenly snapped awake. An explosion occurred, and dust filled the room. It blurred their vision. Asai and Pokyubin were floating in the air. Are you going to chase me, mad dog? Minseo put his hands in his pockets. I don't need to do that. I already know what to do next. Asai smirked eerily. Is that so? I'll see you again. She opened a portal and, along with Pokyubin, escaped the scene. Hammond ran over, confused. Boss, are you just going to let them go? Minseo knew that if he chased them, they would trigger a destruction spell that was already set on the floor. No one here had enough strength to avoid it. We got what we needed. Clean up the scene. Jonggu was on the verge of tears. Working for a living really is something else. Meanwhile, Minseo kept repeating the two names in his head. Pandemonium, Minjun. What did you discover? Minseo stared quietly at Mamba's corpse. After finishing the job at the Bestia Assassin organization, Minseo headed back home. He searched for information on the internet about the name Pandemonium. As he recalled, 15 years ago, the first gate opened on Earth and all sorts of things poured into this world. Every source of mana, monsters, magic stones, and demons. This was a race from another dimension with the innate ability to manipulate mana, and possessed unique skills, just like human awakeners. They had infiltrated Earth during the initial chaos caused by the gates. The first gates appeared and integrated quite cleverly, and they didn't just claim sovereignty over the areas around the gates. As overseers of a higher dimension, they seized total control over all gate activities. They treated humanity like an inferior race, stripping them of their technology and civilization. After mana and monsters brought everything to a standstill, they built fortresses and devilish towers right in the middle of our lands, monopolizing all the gates. That sprouted up on Earth. That was when they started acting like the true masters and among humanity. There was a group that swore loyalty to the demons, a pathetic organization called Pandemonium. Thankfully, the demons' reign didn't last. The first generation of hunters, those who learned how to harness mana, rose up against them. A war broke out between humanity and the demons to regain control of Earth. In the end, humanity won and put an end to the chaos. It has been 15 years since you defeated the demons and vanished into the rift. Pandemonium had already disbanded back then, so why is that name popping up again now? Minseo called out to Predator, and it replied, Demons exist in the other world we were in, right? But they look a bit different. Predator confirmed that was true because, of all the species it had ever encountered, demons had the greatest influence across dimensions. Even there, they enslaved dragons, dominated lesser beings, and exploited them. So, no matter what world they're in, they just act like thugs, huh? When Minseo asked about this, Predator wasn't so sure, because it still hadn't regained any memories from before it met him in that world. But it did have some lingering memories that they had stolen something of its. However, after dealing with the demons for 100 years in that world, it could say they were definitely the type to do something like that. Minseo scratched his head tiredly. Currently, they didn't have enough information. 15 years ago, he was too busy wiping them out, so he didn't have time to track their origins. In that world, they only encountered the low-level grunts. They were mostly focused on survival. All he knew was that their mana patterns were different from humans. Compared to 15 years ago, they were better at mimicking humans. Predator was also skeptical. What else are you thinking about? Just wipe them all out. Problem solved. Minseo used his foot to turn off the computer. That act sounds just like me. Assuming it's that simple, then why even talk about it? Suddenly, a familiar figure opened the door and walked in. Seeing this person, Minseo didn't look at all surprised by the unannounced visit. Oh, you're here early. It was Minseo's younger brother, Minseo. His expression looked a bit confused. You suddenly told me to rent an office, so I kept wondering if you were causing trouble again. What is it this time? Nothing much, just tracking some trails. But Sejun was sharp and realized, is that really it? The captain told me you wiped out an assassin guild that hunts hunters. Don't tell me this office is for gathering people related to that. And in the end, you brought here, which you have to keep secret from the guild and the association. Sejun sat down warily, looking at his mad dog of an older brother. I've said it a million times, we can't get away with this. If the DSU finds out, Minseo pouted and cursed that big-mouthed Huang Zhonggu under his breath. Minseo reassured his brother, don't worry. Huang Zhonggu has already erased every trace related to me. As for the DSU, I'll go meet them myself. Sejun couldn't believe it. What? Say that again? Minseo explained. Because there are too many loopholes. If I show up in person, he won't be able to pull any stupid tricks. Hearing his brother say that made Minsejun's head ache. But you haven't fully recovered yet. I can't stop you. But don't go pushing yourself too hard. It's been 15 years. The world has changed a lot. If you fall into danger again, Minseo walked behind him and firmly rubbed Sejun's head. I said I'd handle it. Why are you so worried? Cut it out. Sejun pushed his hand away. Whatever. You have to keep that promise. You have to train the rookies in our guild in exchange for the office, right? You remember Hunter Jisoo, right? Turns out her awakened skill is more complex than we thought. If you could take a look at it, that would be great. Minseo lazily scratched his ear. Okay. Of course I'll do it. Anyway, let's go eat something. I'm starving. The growling of his stomach made Sejun shudder. You just had dinner. Does your stomach have a black hole in it? Predator said it was hungry too. Feed it. Minseo's mana food supply was pitiful, so he ordered, predatoring some fried chicken here. Minseo blamed Predator, claiming it was clearly the reason why they were both starving. Suddenly, his phone rang. Minseo picked up. It was Huang Zhonggu. He asked, Senior, you have to remove your name from all the reports before the mission is even completed, right? Minseo was annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth. You snitched to my brother, didn't you? Do you want to get wiped out too? Huang Zhonggu shouted, No, that's not important. But do you realize how big this is? This is the first time an assassin, group specializing in hunting hunters, has surfaced. And now the Bureau has wiped them out single-handedly. Every news agency is bombing us, with requests for cooperation and interviews. Everyone in the office was in chaos because hundreds of calls were flooding in. Yeah, we'll handle that problem. Because we are an investigative agency. Official statement. No, that's not the problem. Besides, did you realize how closely the director has been watching your team since the Gosh incident, thanks to you erasing your name from the report? So only he is left, so at least you get all the credit, right? What's the problem? Minseo didn't know that Huang Zhonggu on the other end was a mess. Credit. This isn't about credit. I have to explain how I handled an entire army of assassins all by myself. Minseo didn't care at all. I don't know. As long as your story matches the White Lions, that's fine. Didn't Hammond come from that team? Huang Zhonggu had already asked them, and even the guild leader of the White Lion was. Suddenly, there was another call. Yes, I am Captain Huang Zhonggu. Huang Zhonggu cried and begged. Please, you understand. The desire of the Empire Guild leader to protect his brother. But because of the jailbreak incident, it would be better if you stepped in. Minseo cut him off, not entirely agreeing. Yeah, but you need to eat first. Good luck with that. Ha! See you tomorrow. Minseo coldly hung up the phone without letting Huang Zhonggu finish his sentence. Minseo walked out of the room, grumbling, seriously. Who is that guy? And who is that Sejin fellow in the kitchen cooking? Are you kidding me, Captain Wang Zhonggu? Minseo slumped onto the sofa, exhausted. Oh, he loves his job way too much. He's obsessed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to his younger brother. By the way, Sejin, how have things been with the demons lately? Is it still the same as it was 15 years ago? Fill me in. Actually, after the 4 great demon kings vanished, the demons themselves proposed a peace treaty. Once it was agreed upon, they mostly settled in the polar regions. They built research facilities to study the mana that seeped into the earth. Besides that, they haven't caused any major trouble. Some nations even collaborate with them on research sometimes. But the demons barely leave the polar zone. It's been ages since they appeared on the front lines. Nowadays, the kids, many of them even think demons are just urban legends. Minseo's expression darkened instantly. A peace treaty, huh? It sounded like total nonsense to him. Demons and peace in the same sentence? What a joke. Predator felt the same way. But look at humans. We've got plenty of scum among us, too. I guess demons aren't all the same, right? Asai uses mana just like demons do, but something about her feels off. Could she be a human made of mana? It's been 25 years since demons first appeared on Earth, so it's not impossible. Minseo picked up the photo, studying the faces on it intently. All of this started because I wanted revenge for Minjun. But the more I tracked the clues Minjun left behind, whether they're from the past or the present, seeing this silhouette standing in front of the demon's research facility makes me feel like this war is going to drag on much longer than I expected. The person who set foot here was none other than Minjun. Is it possible he's still alive? The new office was fully equipped with all the essentials. Minseo gave instructions to the people he had recruited. Channel the mana in your body and focus. Think about your Dantian. Inside Hammond's head, things were a total mess. Dantian? What the hell is a Dantian? Confused, Hammond spoke up. Master, even if you say that, I still don't get it. Doesn't skill awakening happen when your adrenaline spikes? Even if I sit here and meditate forever, I don't think it's going to help with my output at all. Wouldn't physical training and discipline be way better? Minseo bonked Sherry Vonk on the head for nodding off. You guys begged me to train you, and now that I am, you're complaining? Minseo sighed and explained. Do you think skills are like sweat? You think you just break a sweat and then it dries up. Seriously, nobody cares about mana control these days. Everyone just closes their eyes and fires blindly. Sherry Vonk argued back. But if that shot is overwhelmingly powerful, shouldn't we not have to worry about these complicated things? Minseo frowned, looking annoyed. That tutorial tower, that's it, right? Awakening skills in an artificial gate must have given you guys the wrong idea. The mana we burn is like fuel that actually affects the power we've created. If you can't even handle basic mana manipulation, then how are you supposed to sense your Dantian while recklessly using skills? Ghost stayed silent and nodded in agreement. All right, I'm only going to explain this once, so listen carefully. When humans first make contact with mana, a reservoir is formed within them. That's called a Dantian. Mana gathers and flows into the Dantian, creating power. Awakening manifests as a unique skill for each person. The strength of your skill depends on how well you control the mana in your Dantian. Through training, your Dantian will grow, allowing you to store more mana at a higher level. You can even open up additional Dantians in your body. But from your perspective, humans have only known about mana for 25 years, right? It's still new, so understanding it is even more important. Hammond looked at the power in his hands. Perspective? That's why training mana control through meditation is the best method. Now shut your mouth and focus. Predator found it funny. This guy, who's been running around like a headless chicken for 100 years, is sure talking big. Minseo told them not to worry, because tomorrow, he was going to push their bodies to the brink of death again. Especially you two, don't think that just because you're tied down, I'm going to go easy on you. You're going to work your bones to dust until you pay off all your debts. Ghost and Vaughn behaved like obedient puppies. Suddenly, the door opened. Senior, I knew you were here. You haven't even been picking up your calls. Do you have any idea how hard I looked for you? So, it was Huang Zhonggu. Minseo pouted. That's because you call like some kind of stalker. Huang Zhonggu looked haggard. Anyway, you need to get to headquarters immediately. The branch manager has summoned you. It lived up to its name. The HMC headquarters looked like money. Everyone working there was constantly on the move. It looked like a busy place. Minseo followed Huang Zhonggu. Why would the manager summon me? Did you drag my name into this? Huang Zhonggu answered hurriedly, of course not. I'm not sure why either, but it might be related to that prisoner transport corruption case in Incheon. Suddenly, two guys blocked their path. Well, look who it is. Captain Huang Zhonggu. I heard you pulled off a big job while we were away. Has the North Seoul team's Daiji become some kind of big shot now? What kind of magic trick did you use? It was Chang Won and Juntae. Hwang Jong-gu looked extremely annoyed. That jerk Chang Won already. Is he finished with his work already? It made Minseo, standing beside them, feel like this was really strange. Hwang Jong-gu shooed them away. If you're done, go back to your desk. Why are you picking fights with people passing by? Picking a fight? No, I'm just saying hello to a friend. No need to be so sensitive. Let's see. Is that the rookie behind you? I heard you caused a huge mess in Incheon. Why does North Seoul keep hiring people like that? Your captain sure has a weird taste. But those words meant nothing to Minseo because he couldn't care less. He didn't know what that guy had done to Hwang Jong-gu in the past to make someone as easygoing as him. So annoyed. That's enough? Chang Won. Are you still yapping away? Juntae spoke up from behind. Our mission is in Japan. We don't have time for this. Come on. They've never been abroad, have they? They must be really annoyed. Huh. The Gangnam team was being sent all over the world, but they were stuck doing overtime and losing track of the low-level fugitives. Hwang Jong-gu heard these mocking remarks, which only made him angrier. Minseo, on the other hand, was casually scrolling on his phone since it wasn't his business, but the protagonist's aura was clearly shining on him. Hey, look at the rookie. No matter which team you're on, we're still your seniors. Don't you know how to introduce yourself? Where's your manners? At least show some respect. Juntae pushed up his glasses, acting like the superior one. I hate guys like that. Minseo truly lived up to his name as a mad dog. He pointed a finger straight up and mockingly pushed up his own glasses. Respect? Why don't you and your stinking boss just get lost? He continued, and stop adjusting those glasses. You're blocking the whole hallway with all that bulk and water. Can't you see the aisle is jammed? Are those glasses just for show? The two were livid, but they couldn't even get a word out. Juntae was shaking with rage. He was pushing up his glasses so hard he forgot to take his hand down, having been humiliated. Juntae prepared to lunge forward to teach Minseo a lesson. Let me teach this crazy rookie a thing or two. But someone else spoke up. Juntae, Hwang Jong-gu. The voice dropped, threatening. Are you out of your mind? This is headquarters. Know the difference between work and play. Chang Won, standing by, chimed in. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are, lecturing my subordinates? Are you deaf? Did you not hear that jerk of a rookie talking nonsense? Hwang Jong-gu turned to ask Minseo. I didn't quite hear that. Junior. Oh, I guess all that fat was blocking his ears. Chang Won was furious. These bastards have lost their minds. Fine. Since the headquarters staff is watching, should I crack your skulls open and stuff your brains back in? People began to notice and started whispering after hearing the conversation between the two sides. Chang Won, still oblivious, shouted, I'll let you know something. The management bureau here is run by AI. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Excuse me, Chang Won, but I am the one who runs this place. It was the branch director, Baek Jian-ho. Chang Won turned around and saw his face drenched in sweat, losing all the confidence he had just a moment ago. Both of them turned pale. Not only that, Juntae was so scared that his glasses actually cracked. Director, branch director. Baek Jian-ho ignored both of them and walked straight to Minseo. Hunter Minseo, I was wondering why you hadn't arrived. Turns out you were stuck here. Hwang Jong-gu, you should have handled this quickly and arrived earlier. Hwang Jong-gu bowed his head in apology. The other two were completely ignored and couldn't act tough anymore. Director Baek Jian-ho put his arm around Minseo. Hunter Minseo, do you like camellia tea? We have an important guest today, so I prepared some special, high-quality tea. Minseo replied, that sounds fine. At this moment, Chang Won snapped out of it and still didn't want to let it go. Wait, Director Baek Jian-ho. Before the jerk could finish, Director Baek Jian-ho cut him off. Hey, Hunter Chang Won, I heard that during your mission in Japan, you requested services outside of your official duties. If you want to hold power, at least try focusing on your own job first. Stop wasting time on meaningless things. Even though the director was smiling, his words were nothing short of a threat to Chang Won. The two guys who were so arrogant and proud just a moment ago, after getting to work abroad, were now silent, not daring to say a word. When they were finally out of earshot, they dared to speak up. Damn it, who was that rookie? Who's backing him that even Director Baek Jian-ho would intervene? They didn't know. Director Baek Jian-ho took Minseo into his office. This is our first time meeting in person, isn't it, Hunter Minseo? You've been extremely busy since you joined. Looking at the way he was being treated, he seemed very respected. Minseo looked at Hwang Jong-gu, who was sitting across from him looking very tense. Oh, I guess so. So, why exactly did you call me here? Baek Jian-ho laughed. Ha ha, straight to the point. I like that. Very refreshing. All right, The reason I called you here is simple. I want to ask about the Incheon prison case. Hearing about this case, Hwang Jong-gu seemed quite startled. Director Baek Jae-ho continued, "Coincidentally, thanks to the Bestia incident, the authority for the investigation has been transferred to us. On top of that, an investigation into corruption at Incheon prison is also underway. But that doesn't mean we can overlook the escaped criminals. So, tell me, Hunter Minseo, someone strong enough to defeat the Bestia's boss couldn't possibly have let a fugitive slip through his fingers. Are you sure you don't know where the fugitive is?" Minseo stared straight at Hwang Jong-gu. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Director Baek Jae-ho turned to Hwang Jong-gu. "Could you step outside for a moment?" Hwang Jong-gu scrambled to his feet. "Yes, sir." Even so, as he reached the door, Hwang Jong-gu silently pleaded, "Junior, please." After Hwang Jong-gu left, Baek Jae-ho became more straightforward with every question. "Hunter Minseo, I'm not that rigid. I've known Hunter Hwang Jong-gu for a long time, and he is very capable. But taking down an entire assassination organization by yourself, that's hard to believe. The collapse of the Bestia Hunter assassination group, the fugitive must be related to them, right? You must have discovered something while you were transporting him. You know this is a big case. The surrender procedure, if the fugitive provides information about the organization, we can consider leniency. But regardless, we cannot overlook an awakened criminal who is already in the investigative records of the Hunter Association, especially when a newcomer with an unclear background like you is involved. So, I contacted an old friend for advice, and it turns out this person knows you very well." Minseo sat still, looking confused. Minseo looked behind him. "Me? Who are you talking about?" A pair of shiny white leather shoes walked into the office. This person was the president of the Siri Vonk Association, Hunter Kyung-hoo. They moved to a different location to make it easier to talk. "How many years has it been?" "I wasn't even sure, even after Baek Jae-ho told me. I thought you had been poor for ages." Minseo explained it was due to some trouble. "You look so old now." Predator wondered, "Who is this friendly guy?" "He's a first-generation hunter and one of the 3 pillars. The sword demon. Back then, he was by my side." Kyung-hoo laughed. "Ha ha. I'm not old. You're just the one who hasn't grown up. You disappeared for 15 years and came back with your face intact, and you're still handsome. But seriously, where have you been all this time? Your followers have been looking for you everywhere." Minseo leisurely enjoyed the drink in his hand. Minseo changed the subject. "Shall we order another bottle? I think we have a lot of catching up to do." So, it turns out it was just a reunion of old friends. After hearing the story from Minseo, Kyung-hoo finally understood. "So that's it. You lost 100 years? That doesn't really surprise me," Minseo said, picking at the food on the table. "But I can't believe you wasted that much time there." "True. A spatial spell was cast on me the moment Sherry Vonk perished. I'm not even sure if it was intentional." "No, Sherry Vonk is still alive," Kyung-hoo interrupted. Minseo's expression shifted instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. "What? He's still alive? Then why on earth did you guys sign a peace treaty with those demons?" Minseo slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Are you guys crazy? How could you ever trust them?" Kyung-hoo urged him to calm down. "Listen to me first. He's alive, but only in fragments." Kyung-hoo explained how, back in the day, when Minseo was around, the conflict between humans and demons was intense. But after Minseo defeated Sherry Vonk, they proposed a peace treaty. They claimed the war was Sherry Vonk's idea, not the race as a whole. Minseo thought it was all nonsense, they were just terrified. "After seeing you take down Sherry Vonk, they were scared." Kyung-hoo sighed, admitting, "Yeah, well, things weren't exactly great for us either after the first gates appeared. The world plunged into chaos. We almost closed the gates, but the awakened hunters went crazy, and the war against the demons exhausted everyone. In that situation, the demons offered a treaty. They promised to teach us how to close the gates in exchange for Sherry Vonk's remains, and a piece of land to stay on until they could return to their own dimension. Back then, gates and mana were still total mysteries to us. Everyone thought it was best for humanity to just get used to this new power. So, we accepted their offer. The top hunters representing each nation signed the treaty. Choi Dae-soo was the one representing Korea. They promised never to cause trouble or leave their territory unless we needed them. Some first-gen hunters didn't like the treaty, but since you were gone, they went their separate ways. Since the world has been stable, people have stopped paying attention to the demons. Kyung-hoo admitted that he didn't care much about them either, but the way Minseo returned made him suspicious. Minseo looked confused. "Suspicious of what?" "You, Mad Dog Minseo." Minseo sat there with a blank, slightly confused expression. "All records of you have vanished over the last 15 years. There are rumors that Choi Dae-soo had a hand in that. They erased you so well that second-gen hunters don't even know your name." Minseo recalled the events of the past. Even Kyung-hoo himself hadn't remembered what Minseo looked like until today. They had once fought side by side as a trio. So, the fact that you were forgotten for 15 years couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Minseo swirled his drink. Do you think the demons in Choi Dae-soo are hiding a secret? After a moment of thought, Kyung-hoo replied, It's possible. He'd do anything to defeat you. Hearing this, Predator couldn't help but feel enraged. Those damn demons. Minseo was lost in thought. Collaborating with demons just to erase me? Is his ego really that fragile? Minseo wondered. But why would those demons go along with erasing me? Just because I defeated Sherry Vonk? That's not enough of a reason. There must be a bigger reason for them to join forces like that. As Kyung-hoo said, since then, the demons hadn't done anything. They actually helped humanity get used to mana. We have no valid reason to accuse them. It's a perfect cover. The more Minseo heard, the angrier he got. The war would never have happened if they didn't see themselves as superior to us. Kyung-hoo didn't know what to say. But regardless, they were pulled in by the gates, right? Kyung-hoo offered a suggestion. I think your followers would know better than I do. Why don't you go see them? Minseo paused at that, but based on what Kyung-hoo said, hadn't they all disbanded by now? Kyung-hoo sighed warily. Hasn't Kang Iowa stayed in Korea? 15 years ago, she was just a kid, but now she's an S-rank hunter. She leads the Blue Flower Guild. I remember she used to be glued to you. Now, she works for Choi Dae-soo. 15 years is a really long time. She must have her reasons. Minseo downed his drink in one go without a word. After setting the glass down, he muttered, This tastes like crap. Kyung-hoo pointed at him. That's just your palate being immature. That wine is expensive, man. Minseo quickly stopped him from calling Sijun. No, he'll go crazy if he finds out I met you. He's way too overprotective. Their pleasant conversation was being watched and snapped by a secret observer. The spy quickly called the guild master. I just sent you the photos. The person meeting Kyung-hoo. I think he's at the management bureau, too. On the other end of the line. After confirming the photo, the order was given, all right, you can come back now. Looking at that silhouette, everyone already knows who it is, right? Speak of the devil. It was none other than Kang Iowa. She didn't seem surprised. When looking at the photo sent to her phone, Minseo. So, it turns out he really is still alive. Iowa stared intently at the image on her screen. Based on her observations of the Empire Guild lately and the Guide Tower incident, she hadn't been sure. But after seeing this photo, Iowa could finally confirm that Minseo had truly returned. Her legs gave out. She collapsed to the ground and began to sob like a child. Master, Iowa remembered the past. Ever since she started working for Choi Dae-soo, Sijun hadn't bothered to look at her. Tracking Kyung-hoo had been a brilliant move. Everyone said Minseo had perished. But she never gave up. She couldn't find him anywhere in the world. And yet, now, Minseo had reappeared in Korea, just like the old days, something only her master could do. Watching the way Iowa cherished the photo, you could see how much she valued Minseo. Iowa pulled herself together. I can't be sad like this. I have no time to waste. I have to go see him right now. But just as Iowa was about to leave, a familiar voice rang out, making her shiver. It was none other than that bastard, Choi Dae-soo. Iowa, come back here. I told you, when it's just the two of us. Call me uncle. Why are you in such a rush, child? Iowa froze, unable to move. Her hands trembled as she clutched her phone. Perhaps she was terrified that the secret of Minseo's return would be exposed. It's nothing, really. Choi Dae-soo stepped closer and gripped her shoulder. Nothing? I've never seen you make that face before. Not even when your mother passed away did you look like that. It must be him. He's really back. Every drop of blood drained from Iowa's face. Choi Dae-soo didn't need to guess who she was thinking of, the mad dog, Minseo. This guy is far too sharp. He really is back. That mad dog, Minseo. Upon hearing those words, Iowa's face turned ghastly pale. Is that why you were running around like a dog looking for its master? Choi Dae-soo sighed, though his true intentions remained a mystery. Choi Dae-soo gently patted Iowa's head. Iowa. My dear Iowa, you're still so innocent and naive. Even if I've abandoned my own flesh and blood, you are still the only niece I have, the only daughter of my younger sister. There is no way I'm letting you go that easily. Iowa gritted her teeth, struggling to contain the bile rising in her throat. Minseo swatted Choi Dae-soo's filthy hand away. I only came here to work for you voluntarily. Don't you dare misunderstand that, not even for a second. My only goal was to find my master. Did you think I didn't know that? Choi Dae-soo sneered. You approached me believing that I was involved in Minseo's disappearance. You think I don't know you were just pretending to obey while secretly digging for classified information about him. The reason I took you in was simple. A hunter of your caliber is a valuable asset. Kang Iowa couldn't believe it. What did you say? He wouldn't even let her speak. In today's world, hunters are seen as major financial assets. Do you honestly think I would just hand over a useful worker, let alone my own kin, to that bastard? Kang Iowa shouted, "Don't make me laugh. You abandoned me when I needed you the most. Now you have no right to act like this. I've never considered you family. The one who raised me to be who I am today was my master, and he doesn't even know that you are the daughter of a despicable criminal." The words cut through Kang Iowa's heart like a blade. She couldn't refute it because it was true. Choi Dae-soo walked past her. "Don't be a fool, Iowa. You, of all people, have been watching Minseo from the sidelines for a long time. You know exactly how ruthless he is toward criminals. Do you think he'll react when he finds out about your background? No matter how noble you try to act, you can't change your origins." Iowa stood there, rooted to the spot. Kang Iowa clenched her fists. Unable to retort or let out her frustration, she stood alone in the vast hallway. Even now, she didn't dare to speak aloud. "You bastard." At the training airfield, everyone was busy with their own tasks. Jisoo awkwardly scratched her cheek. "Hunter Minseo, I heard from the guild master that you would be personally leading our training today. But are these people joining us too?" Jisoo was referring to Ghost, and someone who looked like they were wheezing, barely clinging to life, dressed in a pink ghost outfit. Minseo introduced them. "Ah, this is my subordinate. No, I mean, my junior. Perhaps you'll learn something from them. Just treat them like your seniors in terms of experience." As it turned out, the one wearing that ridiculous outfit was Sherry Vonk. He had to do it to hide his face, but it was suffocatingly hot in there. Both of them bowed and introduced themselves. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Hunter Jisoo from the Imperial Guild, and this is Hunter Byung-guk from the Imperial Guild." They looked toward Old Ghost. "Wow, I've never seen a hunter that old before. His presence is no joke." His face looked truly intimidating. But immediately after, the old monk looked cheerful and quite friendly. "Oh my, I look forward to working with you all. That young lady looks quite sharp. She must be a quick learner." Ghost successfully won Jisoo over. "Yes, I will do my best to learn." Minseo chimed in, talking to Sherry Vonk. "If you guys aren't training seriously, it's just public service. You know that if you mess up, you could lose your life, right?" Sherry Vonk was confused by the threat. "Do you think I took a mana vow for fun? Everyone knows that if I mess up, I'm a goner. The point is, do it with some sincerity to pay off your debt." All right, I get it. Stop looking at me with that scary look." Minseo led everyone straight into the gate. "All right, let's start. This is the entrance to the F-rank gate." Jisoo followed close behind Minseo. "I'm so nervous. To be honest, because of the unique nature of my skills, this is the first time I've entered a gate since the tutorial." Minseo told her she didn't need to be nervous. A gate is just a connection point between dimensions. It's just a door, nothing more. Byung-guk was a bit worried because there had been cases of people going missing because they didn't get out before the gate closed. People called it being eaten by the gate. Minseo found it ridiculous. Eaten? It's just a door closing. Ghost had quite a bit of knowledge. That's accurate. By now, humans basically hold the keys to all these doors. The fact that private guilds own their own gates is proof of that, isn't it? Things that were once considered disasters are now nothing more than a lucrative industry. Mana, cores, monster remains, it's all money. If you're scared before we've even started, you won't make a dime. Stepping through the door felt like entering a completely different world. It looked like they had arrived in a forest. It was incredible. How crossing the threshold could change the scenery so drastically. Jisoo and Byung-guk were amazed by the fresh experience, but Jisoo had a bit of trouble when she crossed the gate. She felt dizzy. Is this gate sickness? Byung-guk scanned the surroundings. Unlike the towers, this entry point had no monsters. Minseo turned to Sherry Vonk. Anyone looking at us would think we're on a picnic. Are kids these days all like this? I heard there are hunter academies now. What on earth do they even teach there? Sherry Vonk replied, Master, I know you come from the first generation, but since gate tactics have been standardized since the 15th generation, being a hunter is basically a different profession now. With a fixed curriculum, they pass the ranked tutorial towers. Then guilds recruit them based on their scores. They learn and engage in actual combat after joining a guild. Minseo was puzzled. Actual combat? You mean cleaning up monsters in an F-rank gate? Sounds like mass production to me. A bunch of weaklings will be wiped out by a single huge wave. Minseo here, listen up, rookies. Before we head into real combat, show me what skills you've got. Jisoo seems pretty confident, sure. But Byung-guk isn't convinced yet. He thinks they're only complying because the guild master gave the order. But who the hell is this guy? And why is an outsider bossing them around? Getting stuck in a party with a rookie. I can't even activate my skills properly. This is ridiculous. Jisoo is pushing herself to the limit. Almost there. Jisoo thinks she's nailed it. She's thrilled, eager to see the fruits of her labor. But before she can even celebrate, a massive explosion blasts her away. Minseo barks, "Hey, Hunter Jisoo." Jisoo is sitting on the ground, luckily unhurt. She quickly apologizes, but he cuts her off. Forget the apologies. Minseo tosses an item to Jisoo. "Here, catch." Jisoo stares at the object in her hand, confused. "Isn't this a—" Minseo explains. "This is an artifact. It helps initiate the spell pattern. The more complex the spell, the more effective it is. I've already heard about your unique situation, Shin Jisoo. Use this as a catalyst and try again." Jisoo obeys. She stands up, holding the rod to try once more. This time it looks. Jisoo's attempt is a bit less difficult than before. Suddenly, rustling sounds nearby grab Byung-guk's attention. Turns out, they're right above their heads. A pack of goblins has appeared. Byung-guk screams to alert everyone, but Minseo isn't fazed at all. He thinks it's perfect. "Well, take them out." Byung-guk turns around, stunned. "What? Me?" Minseo replies, "Who else? You're the one training here? Or did you expect me to do it? Do whatever you want. Just don't get yourself killed." Byung-guk is flustered. This is probably his first time in actual combat. Ghost observes. "A tracking type skill, huh? That's tough to master. At best, it's only a B+ rank." Predator also thinks the guy's skill looks useless. The effects are flashy, but the actual impact is non-existent. Ghost watches the way Byung-guk fights the goblins. The old man figures if he just keeps spamming skills recklessly, he'll run out of mana soon enough. Right now, Byung-guk is really struggling. Basically, goblins are easy monsters to handle, but making a rookie take on an entire pack alone. What kind of terrifying training is this? Byung-guk is about to fold. He yells, "Hunter Jisoo, are you done yet?" Jisoo, on the other side, is still innocently saying, "Almost there." Suddenly, Byung-guk's magic circle vanishes and he collapses. Just as Ghost expected, Byung-guk has run out of mana. A goblin sees the chance and hurls an axe straight at Byung-guk. Luckily, at that very moment, Jisoo successfully tames the monster. As Jisoo finishes her incantation, the goblin freezes like a statue. This is the taming skill, an A+ rank, described as allowing the caster to control the monster's actions. For about 10 minutes, the duration, the number of monsters controlled, and their rank will increase based on the mana of the caster. It's a good thing Jisoo acted in time, or Byung-guk would have really lost his life. Jisoo commands the goblin, "Back off now." The goblin obeys Jisoo's instructions immediately. It lowers its weapon and steps back. Jisoo is overjoyed. She makes a gesture, and the goblin behind her mimics it exactly. Done. "Hunter Minseo, what do you think?" "That's my skill, taming." Ghost and Vaughn are quite impressed. "Whoa, that girl. She's using a control skill. I heard those are very rare. When you consider the support of the familiar, that skill seems like a high rank. It looks promising, doesn't it?" "That predator is such a glutton. Finally, something worth eating. I want that one. Let's make a deal." "Hurry up, go chew her up." "Food." Minseo, who has been sitting on the ground watching this whole time, finally speaks up. "It's interesting, sure, but you're only controlling one monster. What are you going to do next?" Jisoo forgets there's an entire pack of goblins around, not just one. She frantically runs over to shake Byung-guk, who is unconscious. "It's coming, wake up." Jisoo screams in terror, her voice sounding absolutely desperate. "Help me." Her voice echoes everywhere. After a full day of training, they head back. Jisoo thanks Minseo profusely for the day. "Hunter Minseo, thanks to you, I finally got the hang of using my skill." Jisoo looks exhausted and pitiful. Look at those wounds and dirt all over her. Byung-guk can't even stand anymore, and has to have Sherry Vonk carry him. Minseo thinks this is all normal. If you can't keep up, just tell Sejun to arrange a different instructor. That's fine too. Jisoo gives a wry smile. "No, I mean it. Honestly, I've been a bit arrogant. I thought that just by awakening a skill and becoming a hunter, that made someone special, and that if your skill rank was higher, you'd be even more special and stand out." Byung-guk passes out on Sherry Vonk's shoulder. He's really had a long day. Jisoo understands that. She realized that a skill is just a tool, a method. It's not her. No matter how great the sword in your hand is, how you use it outside of that is all up to you. So, adapting to mana and training are more important than anything. Minseo feels that as long as Jisoo learned at least one thing, it's all good. Keep working hard. If you need help, ask Ghost or this old man. As for me, I'm heading out. Suddenly, there's a commotion of a crowd nearby. Minseo sees people who look like complete strangers. "We have uninvited guests. Could they be from another guild?" Jisoo remembers. "Oh, right. I heard there were negotiations between the Blue Flower Guild and other guilds regarding the gate. Recently discovered in the Middle Eastern desert. I think those must be the people sent there. It looks like they just arrived. Minseo mutters and observes the group in front of him. The Blue Flower Guild. Huh? For some reason, Minseo walks toward them, surprising Jisoo. Hey, Hunter Minseo. Among this group, no one else. But Iowa is there. They are discussing. So, based on the gate reports, it's different from the ones we usually encounter. When we in the Empire Guild discovered it, we found the bodies of the first hunters who went in. Unlike typical monster attacks, their bodies were intact, but their internal organs were completely pulverized. Internal organs? That's strange. There's no way that could happen unless something was inserted into their bodies. Even Iowa can't make sense of it. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind Iowa. Iowa, we finally meet again. She didn't know when he had arrived. Minseo walked straight up in front of her. Iowa. Minseo smiled as he looked at his former student. Iowa, your master is back. Why aren't you going to say hello? Iowa was probably truly happy, but she remembered the memories from not long ago. Kang Iowa gripped her arm tightly and looked away. Avoiding Minseo's gaze, she said, You're back, master. If I'm free now. Before Minseo could finish his sentence, Kang Iowa cut him off. I'm sorry, but I have things to take care of. I'll take my leave now. Kang Iowa left abruptly, and her subordinates scrambled to keep up with her pace. The guild master left Minseo standing there alone. First time seeing a predator get rejected at the speed of light. Hey, do you want me to comfort you? Ghost clasped his hands and walked over. What an impolite young lady. Is she the former disciple of yours? Minseo acknowledged it. But he had sensed something strange. Wasn't she crying? As it turned out, Minseo had been observing Iowa very closely, even though she tried hard to hide her emotions. Back in the past, Iowa was often like that. She would usually hide in secluded places to cry. Look at that, hiding in the corner, whimpering again. Minseo walked over and sat down beside Iowa. Go somewhere else. She shooed him away. What are you crying about? You and Sejun are the same age. It was just a practice match. What's there to be so worked up about? Why do you always run off to cry? Everyone knows about it, you know. Minseo patted her head to comfort her, but Iowa brushed his hand away. Because I'm your younger sister, of course you train me harder, right? I'm just someone you picked up off the street anyway. Iowa sobbed while pouring out her heart. Iowa was very grateful that he had taken in a homeless kid, but she also hoped he wouldn't interfere in everything she did. She knew he was strong and had a generous heart, but he wasn't even her real brother. Minseo didn't care. He reached over and rubbed Iowa's head. I don't need a reason. I do it because I want to. Minseo believed that being born into this terrible world was hard enough. At the very least, he could choose his own family. I'll see you as my own younger sister. Think of me as your real brother. Doesn't that make you feel less frustrated? Iowa's face looked like she really enjoyed Minseo's head pats, but she didn't want to show it, so she had to deflect and refuse. Who cares? Who asked you to? They both opened up to each other like that. So, should I let you practice the gosh technique tomorrow? You want to make me cry even harder, don't you? He spoke as if he hadn't been pushing her to the brink every single day. Looking back, they had been talking in a way that was half joking but also half serious. I never wanted to be just the younger sister or the best disciple. I wanted to stand as an equal, strong enough to stay by his side as a battle comrade, to share the same worldview with him. But halfway through, I developed feelings I shouldn't have had. The daughter of a wicked criminal. Even after I was abandoned, I was raised by their stolen money. How could I have the right to harbor such feelings? Even though it hurt, Choi Dae-soo was right. The master shouldn't be involved with someone like me. But even so, I can't just sit back and do nothing. If I can't stand proudly by his side, then at least I should be right behind him. I will fight for the master who gave me this life. Kang Iowa marched aggressively into Sejun's room. He was surprised to see her standing in front of him. Kang Iowa? Sejun looked extremely cautious of the girl standing before him. Or rather, I should say, the Blue Flower Guild master. The meeting isn't for a long time. Why are you here? Calling him by his name, Sejun, she said. I have something to discuss with you privately. It's important. Looking at her face, one could clearly see Iowa's determination. Elsewhere, Kang-hoo was deep in thought. It's not that I don't trust you. Ever since the first portal appeared, we, the three pillars, stood on the front lines against the Akma during that lawless era when those drunk on their new powers were running wild. I never looked down on the comrades who fought for the survival of humanity. But even so, if you establish these agreements that are unavoidable with the demons to rebuild civilization, to restore the countries that were destroyed, Choi Dae-soo replied, There's no need for flowery language, Kyung-hoo. He smirked. As expected, you've already met Minseo. Hearing that, Kyung-hoo went silent. Choi Dae-soo continued, He said that he finds me suspicious? That's funny. 15 years should have been long enough for that mad dog to tuck his tail. But Kyung-hoo, don't you make the mistake of being like everyone else. What I seek is not national peace or the benefit of humanity. The three pillars, you say? How ridiculous. It seems Choi Dae-soo disliked that title so much that it made him angry whenever he thought about it. A thirst for power. Choi Dae-soo turned back with the smile of a madman. Mana is an energy granted to humanity. Shouldn't we see how far we can push our limits? My goal is to confront the strongest, defeat them, and strive for even greater power. Authority is just a tool to reach that position. Any agreement I have with the demons is also to serve my purpose. The world leaders shaking hands with demons isn't just for peace, but because it brings them benefits. Now, just 15 years later, humanity has rebuilt a civilization even greater than before. Back in those days, even you thought the treaty was necessary, but now you want to blame me. This guy Choi Dae-soo is truly a master of psychological manipulation. Kyung-hoo couldn't say anything because of Choi Dae-soo's twisted, ironclad logic. Kyung-hoo asked back, so you really did make a deal with the demons regarding Minseo? Were you involved in the disappearances and the erasing of the records? Choi Dae-soo denied it. That's ridiculous. Listen, I have nothing to hide. If Minseo has returned, it means I now have the opportunity to crush him completely if you want. I'd even accept a direct confrontation. Oh, that's convenient. A familiar voice made Choi Dae-soo choke on his words. The voice came from above. I have something I want to ask you directly. Kyung-hoo and Choi Dae-soo looked up to see who was speaking. None other than Minseo, hovering under the ethereal moon. Long time no see. Minseo had found his way there. I like how he doesn't beat around the bush, but cuts straight to the point. He truly deserves to be called the Mad Dog. Long time no see, huh? Minseo looked down from above and extended his powerful hand. Lightning crackles around his hand. The hydraulic glass door is nothing. Minseo gently shatters it into 100 pieces. Choi Dae-soo laughs like a madman as he watches him. He didn't even run to dodge the glass shards. Minseo, you live quite high up, don't you? Coming through the front door is such a hassle. The clearance process is absurdly complicated. Minseo steps into the room and gets straight to the point before those annoying guys swarm in. I'll be blunt. 15 years ago, the 4 demon lords, Sherry Vonk. No. Was it you who conspired with Pandemonium and pushed me to another world, right? Choi Dae-soo rubs his perfectly styled hair. You went through all that just to ask me that. You've really become boring. Mad dog, what did you say? Then I'll tear this building apart. Answer me, you one-eyed rat. It seems Minseo found more clues, and he's calling him one-eyed. Choi Dae-soo flies into a rage but forces himself to stay calm. Ha, that arrogant attitude is just like the old days. 15 years have passed and you haven't even got a scratch. Must have been a fun vacation in the other world, huh? What has you so worked up that you'd storm my house, Minseo? He doesn't even bother answering. If he had been off by just a hair, Choi Dae-soo would be dead. Luckily, Minseo only threw past him, leaving a small scratch. Minseo is incredibly annoyed. A vacation? Should I tear off your limbs and throw them into another dimension? If you don't want to die, answer me now. Have you ever worked with that trash, Pandemonium? Were you involved in Minjin's departure? Choi Dae-soo wipes the blood from his cheek. And are you giving Kang Iowa or any of my disciples a hard time now? So that's how it is. Despite your look, you really do care about every little detail regarding those you consider family. Choi Dae-soo laughs. Haha. This really is the mad dog I know. He tilts his head back at the ceiling, laughing as if he's high. Oh, that bloodthirsty, battle-ready energy. It's so nostalgic. Minseo stands within his magic circle. He is becoming more ready to take the life of the bastard in front of him. Who knows what Choi Dae-soo has done to gain such confidence? But while you were busy playing around in another world, I've used my position to contend with the world's strongest hunters and have become much stronger. Now, an obsolete opponent like you doesn't even make me itch. It's not enough. It doesn't excite me. Usually, guys who talk too much die young. To answer your boring question, it's not enough. You have to be burning with rage. It needs to be enough to make us fight for our lives. Choi Dae-soo snaps his fingers to show off his power. But Minseo is Minseo. His nickname, Mad Dog, isn't just for show. Do I have to poke another hole in your throat to get an answer? Thankfully, Kyung-hoo rushes in to stop the fight. Wait, he advises them both to calm down and think about what is happening. You're both SS-rank hunters representing the country. Are you really going to start a war in a civilian area? Do you have any awareness of the responsibilities that come with your positions? The bodyguards downstairs have no idea what's happening up here. Kyung-hoo turns to Minseo. And you, even though you're under the Management Bureau, isn't your safety the responsibility of the Imperial Parliament? This isn't the lawless era of the past. A war between hunters will attract unnecessary public attention. If you don't want to cause trouble for your younger brother by making your guild look like anti-government rebels, then stop right now. Minseo just wants to jump in and add another hole to Choi Dae-soo's throat. Choi Dae-soo doesn't flinch. Kyung-hoo, you're still as boring as ever. I like the old days better, when we could take anyone's life and never stop chasing each other in a never-ending power struggle. The era we're living in is really boring, isn't it? Choi Dae-soo pulls his power back into his hand. But, in return for giving me a moment of excitement, I will answer one thing. I had nothing to do with Minjun's departure. Choi Dae-soo replies to Minseo. As for the business with Iowa, she came to me voluntarily. If your disciple has become a disappointment, then that's not my problem. If you still have questions, come find me properly next time. I'll prepare a place where you can vent without limits. Choi Dae-soo turns and leaves. Minseo watches Choi Dae-soo's back without saying a word. Who knows what's going through his head? Kyung-hoo sighs in relief because he managed to prevent a terrifying fight between the two. The sound of the elevator going down. Choi Dae-soo steps out. The underling sees him and stammers. President, we just discovered a strange sound upstairs. Shut up. How many times do I have to tell you? In this city, there isn't a person strong enough to threaten me. That bodyguard quickly bows his head. I'm sorry. More importantly, there's work to be done. We need to contact the Infinite Legion and order them to prepare the gate. And call Kang, Iowa. Night falls, and the magical moonlight illuminates, the clouds drifting with the wind. Sejun sits in his office, deep in thought. 7 hours ago, EZ, what is this? This is the conversation between Sejun and Iowa. You know, we discovered the bodies of hunters around the gate that we explored together, right? An autopsy showed their internal organs were pulverized down to the cellular level. Either they encountered an enemy with a special skill, or they all consumed something. The problem is that all these hunters are connected to an unknown organization called EZ. EZ is a group operating at the gate that we explored. It's so deep underground that even I had never heard of them. There is almost no data on them. However, there is a rumor that the guild leader is a demon. Sejun can't believe what his ears are hearing. Wait, that rumor. Iowa interrupts him. You'll hear a lot of things when you work closely with the government. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Regardless, this matter will be investigated independently. They will certainly take action if they discover anything else. I will report back. After saying what needed to be said, Iowa turns away decisively. Before Iowa leaves, she leaves one piece of information. Choi Dae-soo is keeping an eye on your guild, so don't contact me before I contact you. Choi Dae-soo wants to call her back. Iowa. He really wonders why Iowa is doing this. Kang Iowa doesn't say why, but just asks him not to tell their master because she has no intention of returning. Sejun sits and ponders Kang Iowa's words. He was already suspicious, but Kang Iowa didn't work for Choi Dae-soo for 15 years for no reason. Sejun leans back in his chair, exhausted, needing a rest. There are too many things for him to think about. But why is it like this now? Even if Iowa joined forces with Choi Dae-soo to look for clues about her brother, he's back now, isn't he? Why would she do that? His 3 direct disciples. He trusted them completely, but when it comes to her, they seem to be burdened by their own secrets. Sejun is clutching his head, thinking, I can't fully trust any of them. Not Iowa, not Xiaolong either. What on earth are they thinking? Suddenly, a voice asks, What's wrong, Iowa? Sejun was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Minseo had entered the room. Sejun jumps up, startled. Bro, did Iowa say something to you? Sejun avoids Minseo's gaze. About that, don't hide it anymore. Tell me, what exactly is up with Iowa? 15 years ago, right after Minseo disappeared, a conversation took place in an abandoned factory. You're asking me to cooperate to erase Minseo from history? Choi Dae-soo is speaking with a demon in their midst. How mysterious. You are one of the few who pushed the 4 great demon lords to the point of death. This is Demon Lord Hikatan, the second in command under the Demon Lord. He believes that to lead demons with absolute independence, the authority of the Demon Lord must remain untarnished. Once a record exists showing a Demon Lord nearly failing at the hands of a human, it becomes a disgrace and a threat to our entire system. The war may be over, but it's still a time of chaos. Since we signed the treaty, maintaining order in our species will benefit everyone, won't it? Choi Dae-soo finds it ridiculous. Just because we accepted the treaty, do you think we're blind? Victory will always belong to humanity. Furthermore, the agreement was signed on the condition that you demons would help us recover from the damages. Why should I agree to a deal with outcasts, who were sent to the polar regions like you? Choi Dae-soo's reasoning makes Hikatan laugh. Hunter Choi Dae-soo, SS rank. We have been observing you for a long time. Deep down, you are frustrated that the war has ended, aren't you? A new form of power has been discovered, and its potential is infinite. But now, you cannot use it at will because of the laws restricting it. Choi Dae-soo freezes because he was hit where it hurts. Hikatan continues. You truly live up to your reputation as a demon. Don't try to deny it. After all, you've always craved a battle with a strong, right? The ultimate form of mana. We can help you reach the peak of that power. Choi Dae-soo doesn't know what to think, remaining silent without giving an answer. Choi Dae-soo's hand clenches. What absolute nonsense. You went to such lengths just to erase a record of a demon lord's defeat. Suppose I accept your proposal. If I actually became stronger, wouldn't I become an even greater threat to the demon race? Choi Dae-soo's thinking is quite sharp. Hikatan says, with his chin tilted up, did that never cross your mind? Unlike humans, our lifespans are much longer. The perspectives of humans and demons are different. All we pursue is the true nature of magic, power, and the spatial gates that connect the worlds. Having said what needed to be said, Hikatan quickly leaves. Then, I look forward to a positive answer from you. Strongest hunter in Korea, Choi Dae-soo. He watches the demon's back as it leaves the desolate place. At the Murian Guild, inside an exclusive F-rank gate, Choi Dae-soo goes there alone. His subordinates follow behind. Sir, per your orders, we have prepared an empty gate. It has no investigative value. This gate is under the sole ownership of the Murian Guild and is completely within your authority. We have blocked all public access under the Guildmaster's orders and confirmed that there are no signs of life inside. Hearing this, Choi Dae-soo turns around and gives his subordinate a compliment. Well done. Now, take your people and leave. The invitations have been sent, right? The subordinate seems to stutter when mentioning this issue. Sir, regarding tomorrow's summit, I already know. Don't make me repeat myself. Choi Dae-soo reminds his subordinate. Suddenly, a figure appears behind them. First, you tell me to go on a business trip, and now you summon me to a place like this. It's none other than Iowa. Choi Dae-soo warns Iowa, watch your tongue when there are people around. He signals his subordinate to leave. Kang Iowa doesn't wait for the guy to leave. She gets straight to the point. What is it this time? Do you think I'm involved in Minseo's disappearance, right? Hearing this, Kang Iowa's face turns grim. People wouldn't believe what Choi Dae-soo is about to say. Back then, I didn't answer or cooperate with the demon's offer. However, even as I began to realize that Minseo's existence was fading from the world, I still couldn't do anything. Whether he disappeared or not was never my concern. Kang Iowa is annoyed and can't believe it. What kind of crazy nonsense are you spouting? And yet, Choi Dae-soo was planning a sneak attack. But the reason I hesitated, because of my own indifference in the past, is I once wondered if that was why I gained my power. But no, that wasn't the reason. I just wanted one thing, certainty. The certainty that between Minseo and me, I am the stronger one. And yet, Choi Dae-soo was planning to eliminate his own niece. Luckily, it's Iowa. If it were anyone else, they would be dead by now. She manages to dodge just in time. You maniac. Do you even hear yourself? The Demon Lord's proposal? Iowa steps back. Iowa truly can't take it anymore. So it turns out you really were involved in all of this? The disappearance of my master, the erasing of the records. Iowa, seemingly about to explode, rushes toward Choi Dae-soo. Kang Iowa kicks straight at Choi Dae-soo's head, but he blocks it instantly. I told you, you're exactly like your mother. That hot-headed, impulsive temper. The disgusting cowardice of being willing to kneel before the enemy to get what you want. A slow, ignorant brain that can't grasp the situation. With just one strike from Choi Dae-soo, Kang Iowa is sent flying, creating a cloud of dust. You are just a tool to push Minseo's killing intent to its limit. The smoke clears. Kang Iowa looks so painful, lying in the ruins. This scene looks like the one in Endgame, right guys? Choi Dae-soo refreshingly cracks his knuckles. The sense of inferiority that haunted me like a ghost from the past was fading along with the disappearance of that mad dog. But it was like a stain that could never be fully scrubbed away. It still lingers in my life, but now that Minseo has returned, it's time to wipe out the final remnants. I feel like this guy is just letting his ego get the better of him, guys. Kang Iowa laughed when she heard that. Ha! You really think my master is going to dance to your dirty little schemes just because of me? Yeah, you can tell just by looking at that face that he's about to get kicked, right? Choi Dae-soo is truly cold-blooded. He even used his own granddaughter as a stepping stone back then, while that idiot wasted time playing Happy Family. I honestly couldn't believe it, but after looking into his eyes lately, I'm certain 15 years have passed, and he's left too much behind in that other world. You just need to be the spark, that's all. I don't know anything about Minjun's departure, so I'll just play the cards I have. As he said that, he pressed hard into Kang Iowa's wound. He manifested a bunch of chains and locks. Just as expected, Choi Dae-soo used them to bind Kang Iowa and turn her into a hostage. Don't waste your energy resisting. This is a juku crafted by the greatest master of the Black Heaven. Even for a high-level hunter, it won't be easy to break. The more you struggle, the more the Juku drains your mana, slowly eating away at your core. If you just leave it be, you'll end up a cripple. I don't know how long the battle between me and him will last, but by all means, keep struggling. That is the only role you have right now. Iowa was in pain and exhausted. She wheezed. Doing that won't change anything. You're still just trash. Just as Iowa finished, she saw something. Her eyes widened in shock. Iowa couldn't believe it, somehow. Or maybe thanks to that main character, Hello, Minseo had found his way here. He channeled all his mad dog rage into a massive explosion, much bigger than the last one. It kept happening, looking just like crashing waves. Choi Dae-soo emerged madly from the swirling smoke. From now on, history will be rewritten more accurately, because the obsolete hero of the past is going to lose his life right here, and the name Choi Dae-soo, the strongest in this land, will be carved deep into history. Minseo looked at the madman in front of him and found it ridiculous. Not wasting words is just how Minseo works. He quickly created a magic circle, and the ground beneath him began to shake and crack. As for this guy, Choi Dae-soo, he looked pretty excited. Perhaps he had waited 15 years for this battle to happen. You're still as light as dust, mad dog. 15 years have passed, and the gap between us has only grown deeper. Minseo didn't exchange words with him, but Predator was watching, witnessing it all. Damn, he really is a monster. You haven't regained your full strength yet, but there's no time to worry about that. Minseo glanced at Iowa and ordered Predator, hurry, boost to the maximum, go all out. When Predator heard what Minseo was planning, it thought he'd lost his mind. Are you crazy? I've only recovered, at most, half my mana. I can feel that guy is stronger than anyone I've ever met. I'm not even sure if I can swallow a skill of that scale while trapped in this pathetic body. If you push the limit in this situation, who knows what side effects it'll cause. I already told you. Minseo just thought, half? Huh? Just 50% of the strength he used in the other world, that's fine, no problem at all. Choi Dae-soo saw Minseo just standing there without attacking. What are you muttering about? Regretting that you rushed in so confidently, both of them unleashed their full power to make the other tremble. Minseo was fast, appearing right in front of Choi Dae-soo. This is more than enough for a bastard like you. The rocks and debris around them went flying everywhere. Huge noises exploded as they clashed. Kang Iowa, still tied up, stared at the fierce battle in front of her. So this is the battle of a first-generation hunter. The ones they call true awakened. The speed is so fast that even just following the battle with my eyes is becoming difficult. She knew there was a power gap, but she didn't realize the difference between S rank and SS rank was this massive. A spear appeared from the magic circle. Choi Dae-soo grabbed his weapon. Haha, it's been so long since I'd had this feeling. Choi Dae-soo picked up his spear, discarding all limits, and charged straight at his opponent with the nature of a warrior. But honestly, I don't see any warrior in this crazy guy. Unlike the frantic Choi Dae-soo, Minseo was calm. 15 years have passed, but your bad habit of collecting toys and causing chaos hasn't changed, has it? It looked as if Minseo had erected an incredibly sturdy stone wall, and a small hole appeared on it. A light flashed from within. Choi Dae-soo's spear shattered the barrier, making Predator think, even if he is human, he's definitely insane. He looked like he could take on high-level demons all by himself, and that spear didn't look like an ordinary creation either. Minseo just thought that Choi Dae-soo always had a few gorilla-like traits, but it didn't really matter. I like how he just charges in. Minseo grabbed Choi Dae-soo's spear, but regardless, he's just a half-baked human. For some reason, Choi Dae-soo burst into laughter when Minseo grabbed the spear. Choi Dae-soo manifested even more weapons. This look is funny, isn't it? Then, Choi Dae-soo chose a familiar weapon and grabbed it without blinking. Mad dog. He slashed hard toward Minseo, and a thunderous explosion rang out. But before it could touch him, Minseo created a shield to protect himself. Even though he escaped the immediate danger, cracks had already appeared on Minseo's shield. That only made Choi Dae-soo more thrilled. You're this pathetic already? You're starting to crack? This poor shield. From somewhere, he pulled out another hammer. I'll break it. Choi Dae-soo kept pounding away, trying to shatter Minseo's protection completely. Even so, Minseo remained very calm. Ice spears appeared out of nowhere and attacked Choi Dae-soo from behind. The collision was so intense that it emitted a light so bright no one could see, not even the people watching. Choi Dae-soo's hammer, sure enough, showed cracks. Choi Dae-soo brushed the ice off his hair. Even Kang Ho isn't easy to take down, huh? Minseo brushed the dirt off his clothes and said, stop running your mouth. If you want to keep your life, destroy that thing, provided it's even your target. That bastard is meaningless now after pulling such a pathetic stunt. Do you really think you can just sit down and eat like nothing happened? Iowa is getting weaker by the second. Choi Dae-soo laughed, scoffing. After such a pathetic display, you actually think you can sit there and eat like nothing happened. That alone is enough to make that thing worth it. The thing Choi Dae-soo mentioned was none other than Iowa. Isn't it a great honor for the daughter of a serial killer? These words hit like a lethal blow. Iowa's face went deathly pale. She tried to scream, fighting back, "Shut your mouth. If you say one more word," tears began to well up in her eyes. They rolled down her cheeks, but Minseo spoke up, warning her, "Don't move, Iowa. You'll get hurt." Although his bangs covered his face, it was clear he was furious to see his student suffering like this. This was exactly the plan the old man had orchestrated. Ha ha, there it is. That feeling like your flesh is being scraped away. Let's see how long you can keep laughing, Minseo said, his expression turning terrifying. This guy has so many weapons. Choi Dae-soo pulled out another treasure and said, "Time to get serious." Before he could even finish, Minseo was already right in front of him. "Shut your trap." It was lucky for Choi Dae-soo that he reacted quickly, or he would have been done for. Choi Dae-soo couldn't believe it. The weapon in his hand had been shattered by a single blow from Minseo. The way he controlled mana. No, the density has changed. Choi Dae-soo pulled out a legendary sword and retreated. That cowardly fighting style and that way of adjusting your mana, it hasn't changed in 15 years, has it? Let's see how long you can keep talking like that. The ground was being ravaged. You're the last person who should say that. What a strategy. Choi Dae-soo constantly dodged the attacks. When I was young, I was full of energy. Strange swords appeared within Minseo's magic circle. But from those last attacks, I realized something. Minseo noticed it too. His feet had been shackled. A giant sword, or at least giant to me, slowly emerged. You aren't even on my level anymore. I wonder if Choi Dae-soo still has any confidence left if he knew he wasn't the protagonist, yet still talked such big game. Thick smoke surrounded them, making it impossible for Iowa to see Minseo's condition. "Master, what did Kang Iowa see that?" Made her face look so shocked. The smoke slowly cleared. Minseo spoke up. "Of all the nonsense you spouted, that's the only thing you got right. You are no match for me." Unbelievable. Minseo blocked the attack with just one hand, and he wasn't even injured. Minseo's strength was terrifying. He gripped the sword tightly. Choi Dae-soo, who had been talking tough a moment ago, now had hands that wouldn't stop trembling. He couldn't believe it. A legendary weapon, a greatsword capable of slicing through an entire building, hadn't even budged. Choi Dae-soo tried to resist. "You've been fighting for 15 years? Huh." Minseo suddenly yanked the sword toward him and punched Choi Dae-soo straight in the chest. "I've been doing this for over 100 years, you bastard." Choi Dae-soo's armor shattered. He couldn't believe the reality of it. The power of the blow was immense. Minseo had sent him flying and was absolutely top tier. Choi Dae-soo sat among the ruins. "Interesting. Truly interesting. It's been a long time since I've bled." Choi Dae-soo stood up and approached. "So, you've been compressing your mana to unleash a single blow? If so, I should respond with my full power." Choi Dae-soo pulled out a ring hidden under his cloak. About 5 years ago, all recognized SS rank hunters in the world were required to wear this ring. Mana, physique, skills, everything is restricted to prevent massive societal damage. If you remove this limiter, without government permission, you become a criminal immediately. This stuff, it's truly the end of the line. Choi Dae-soo dropped the ring to the ground. Minseo laughed scornfully. "A dog collar? How fitting. A beast that only knows how to fight needs a leash, doesn't it? So, you really climbed to this position just to get the government's approval for a fight?" Minseo wondered. After removing the ring, his strength increased significantly. "You overestimate yourself. You really think that's the only reason I'm here. But, fair enough." The ground, no need to say much. Whenever these guys fight, the ground always ends up like this. Because until now, no one has been worth testing this power on. What is this strange power? Too bad Minseo didn't like people who talk too much. You really love to talk big, don't you? Then show me what you've got. This time, let's see his new move. Minseo called down a bolt of lightning. Basically, they were just beating the crap out of each other here. The wind force looked pretty intense. I wish I could hang my clothes out to dry. They've been trying to dry in the north for days, but it's still damp. Iowa, trapped outside in chains, was significantly affected by the attack. She rolled on the ground. Iowa tried to break free from the chains, but couldn't. Just the mana contact alone was enough to crack the ground. At this rate, the whole gate wouldn't hold up. It would collapse. Master's strength could harm innocent people. Iowa tried to stand up. No matter what, she had to stop this. The terrain changed constantly under the strain of their battle. Neither backed down, trading lethal blows, neither giving an inch. Choi Dae-soo used a hammer to shatter massive boulders. I'm just curious, where does this old man get so many weapons? Meanwhile, Minseo used his divine light move. He moved from place to place so fast that he was impossible to track. Predators seemed to like this move. Haha, my stomach feels a bit uneasy. But this feeling is great. I've only used half my power and it's already like this. Full power must be on another level. This is true strength. Choi Dae-soo coughed up blood. He was shocked. Even after releasing the limiter, was the gap in power still this vast? No way. That can't be. Damn it. Choi Dae-soo summoned a pile of his weapons and grabbed one. His memory was actually pretty good. With an arsenal of weapons at his disposal, he instantly grabbed one and hurled it straight at Minseo, aiming to tear him apart. Minseo was genuinely taken aback. He never expected it to be a divine artifact, especially one that looked just like a white tiger bearing its claws at him. A monster sealed inside a divine artifact. Minseo didn't hesitate. He immediately set up a taming matrix to subdue the beast. Choi Dae-soo was truly full of surprises. Haha. Choi Dae-soo scoffed, wondering what the hell Minseo had been doing for the last 15 years, especially since he had tamed such a vicious monster in mere seconds. Minseo used the arrogance of a master. All right, time to choose a new owner attack. Choi Dae-soo, absolutely furious but helpless, scrambled to conjure a defensive barrier against the incoming beast. Just as they were about to clash again, Kang Iowa rushed in to stop them. Enough. Have you both lost your minds? Look around you. Hearing her voice, Minseo snapped back to reality. The gate is on the verge of collapsing. Do you have any idea what will happen if all this mana spills out into the world? Kang Iowa threatened. If that happened, not even you would be able to dodge the consequences. You know full well what will happen if this gets reported to the International Tribunal, right? Choi Dae-soo glared at his subordinate. You arrogant girl, he spat. Iowa explained that while they were both losing control, she had already contacted the association and the HMCS headquarters. They would respond soon and reopen the gate. So, end this fight here, Iowa urged, looking toward Minseo. Minseo said nothing, maintaining his calm, silent demeanor. A notification pinged from the device Choi Dae-soo had dropped. He picked it up and read the alert. Damn it. The other end of the line, it's the HMCS headquarters. It's Edward, the chairman. Choi Dae-soo cursed. This is an emergency. Please attend to it immediately. Choi Dae-soo didn't know who the mysterious person on the other end was, but he was annoyed that he had to leave right now. Damn it, I'm going. He turned and walked away. They always say you shouldn't tame wild beasts. I've lost interest. Get lost? Why don't you? The way I see it, if he'd stayed any longer, he would have been done for, Iowa thought, finally breathing a sigh of relief as her shadow cast long against the ground. So, it was all over. Her master was the last person she ever wanted to find out the truth. Kang Iowa slumped to the ground. She clutched her arm tightly. No matter what, she never wanted to betray the sincerity and kindness that her master had shown her. Even if it meant losing her life, she didn't want that to happen. Kang Iowa was terrified if her master asked her now. How could she answer? What was she supposed to say? How could she tell him that the disciple he had raised was actually the daughter of a criminal? Minseo walked up to her. Hey, are you okay? You aren't seriously hurt, are you? Minseo gently checked on his student. Iowa was deeply moved. She hadn't expected this. Oh, master, you're still just as kind as ever. Iowa couldn't find the words. Instead, she burst into tears like a child. Iowa happily ran over and hugged Minseo. Master. Minseo, meanwhile, thought that Iowa was always so full of excess energy. In the silent void, the low, rasping voice of Choi Dae-soo echoed, laced with subtle mockery. He couldn't understand why he had gone so far, based solely on a hunter's testimony. But truthfully, there hadn't been any actual breach of protocol yet. Of course, that foolish hunter had made such a scene, that the Management Bureau had been alerted first, causing complete chaos at headquarters, but wasn't reacting this strongly to a small, training incident inside a closed gate a bit much. As he finished speaking, he slightly raised his tone. He spoke with a fake, condescending air. Mr. Edward, he addressed him. On the other side of the screen, Edward maintained his cold, stoic posture, his tone sharp as steel. That was before you lifted the limiters, Mr. President. SS rank hunters are strictly forbidden from meddling in personal vendettas. Any act of lifting limiters must be reported to the Management Bureau or the Hunter Association. Furthermore, any use of magic directed at hunters under the Bureau's jurisdiction will result in an arrest warrant. Edward's voice dropped suddenly, each word carrying the weight of a direct warning. For someone in your position as president, this could very well lead to a trial at the International Tribunal. Even if national law doesn't have such a provision, international law will be applied. However, in these peaceful times, there's no need to cause such chaos over an accident like this. So, I'm asking you to handle this within South Korea. With that, Edward stood up, his imposing figure casting an invisible pressure over the room. Of course, even if this accident is overlooked, we still need to hear from those involved to assess the situation. I need to meet the person who participated in that fight. Ordinarily, the mention of an SS rank hunter would make Choi Dae-soo's brows knit together. His face shifted, as if he had just realized the truth. Minseo, is that so? Then I look forward to seeing you in South Korea. The moment the call ended, the fake composure on his face shattered instantly. Ridiculous, thought Choi Dae-soo. Waves of resentment began to boil over inside him. He had known the gap in their strength 15 years ago, but this was completely different. Back then, he felt he could still catch up to him. He was convinced that this time, he could finally surpass him. And yet, after 15 years of disappearance, he had suddenly become stronger, as if he had transformed into an entirely different entity. A sense of helplessness choked his chest, and his deep frustration was evident in every thought. For 10 years, I've been chasing power without rest. I cannot accept this ridiculous gap in strength. What has he been doing all this time? How long had it been since he felt the thrill of fighting for his life? He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white, muttering a grim vow to himself. The power I'm holding back. It's not enough. At least I've found someone worth defeating again. Welcome back, Mad Dog. A week later, at the headquarters of the guild in Than Hoa, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by Minseo's voice. So, you knew I'd come, but you couldn't even say a proper hello. Iowa quietly traced the rim of the drink in her hand, a faint, sad smile appearing on her face. Because I don't feel worthy, but even so, I'm just happy that you finally returned, Master. Hearing her self-deprecating words, Minseo turned his face away, his complaining tone masking his indulgence toward her. Really now? Have you been pursuing the Minjun case this whole time? Hearing this, she bowed her head, her voice sinking, heavy with sorrow. I'm sorry. I couldn't find anything. I'm only sure of one thing. It was caused by someone from outside the country. That is the reason why Choi Dae-soo kept me as a subordinate. It's just about profit. There's no evidence to suggest he intends to approach or manipulate your younger brother or your students. As she finished, Iowa hurriedly waved her hands, flustered, and raised her voice to explain, Of course, it's not just because we share blood. It's because I've observed things and have proof. Seeing her flustered state, Minseo spoke up softly to reassure her. I know. With those words, he reached out and gently touched her hair, his demeanor turning much tenderer. If he truly saw you as family, he wouldn't do something so despicable. At that warm gesture, Iowa smiled slightly, and the weight in her eyes seemed to lift a little. Master just healed me, so I'm fine now. Minseo immediately cut in, his tone turning serious. The problem isn't whether you're fine or not. I'm talking about you cutting ties with that fool. Just because of blood ties, no matter what crimes your mother committed. Your life is your own. You didn't do anything wrong. If you feel guilty about it, repay the world by living an honest life. After those firm words of guidance, his voice softened, carrying the warmth of understanding. I will help you. Hearing that, Kang Iowa let out a laugh, a mix of happiness and emotion, her voice choking up as tears welled in her eyes. I've never been alone. There's always someone helping me. Putting that aside, I feel really bad for Sejun. I've put unnecessary pressure on him. From his perspective, it must be hard to trust someone with as many secrets as me. Minseo remained calm. He scratched his head and offered advice casually. The kid is always cautious. Meet him tomorrow and talk it out clearly. Hearing that, Iowa turned to him in surprise. Confusion was written all over her face. Huh? Tomorrow? I still feel awkward. Contrary to her restlessness, he casually threw his hand behind his neck. Shutting down any attempt to back out, he added, You're both adults. What's the problem? I already told Min Sejun. With that, Minseo pulled out his phone to check his notifications. I don't know how that bastard Choi Dae-soo cleaned up this mess, but I'm glad it didn't cause too much of a stir. Sejun is sharp. He even called me 9 times that day. Wait, what? Just then, Jonggu's voice suddenly rang out. Senior. He looked up, his brow arching at the unexpected appearance. Hwang Jonggu, I told you I was going straight home after work. What are you doing here? He scrambled to explain. His tone was frantic. Something urgent came up, and you weren't even answering your phone. Do you have any idea how hard I had to look for you? Also, just now, before he could finish, Baek Jian-ho interrupted with a grave tone. Hunter Minseo, we just received a call from the International Management Bureau's headquarters. Vice President Edward is coming to Korea to meet you. Do you understand what that means? Hearing the familiar name, Minseo didn't look surprised, only sighed warily. So Edward is meddling too? How annoying. What problem could they possibly have that warrants meeting me? Baek Jian-ho watched his reaction, his tone filled with curiosity and concern. The entire branch has been forbidden from disclosing anything. We don't have any specific details. Meanwhile, Jonggu stood by, unable to hide his shock, thinking to himself, Edward, don't tell me. Senior, you actually know the vice president of the headquarters? Beside him, the older man continued to dwell on this unusual incident, his voice full of seriousness. But he specifically named you. You'll probably know right away. This is the first time something like this has happened in the history of the Management Bureau. What is going on with the Korean branch? Facing the pressure of the questioning, Minseo stood up. His demeanor was decisive, signaling the end of the conversation. I'm sorry, but if there's a gag order, I can't say anything more. Knowing they couldn't get anything more out of him, Baek Jeon-ho turned to leave but didn't forget to issue an order. We will summon you as soon as headquarters sends the official schedule. Until then, stay at the headquarters. As he left, he still couldn't help but wonder, whispering, find any way you can to dig up information on Hunter Minseo. By the way, isn't the president of the Sheonghwa Guild a person of Choi Dae-soo? Why does she know Minseo? Why were they sitting together so amicably? Hwang Jong-gu could only pale, helpless against these difficult questions. I really don't know anything. Behind them, the sharp-eyed Iowa had already noticed the curious gazes and leaned in to remind him, Master, let's go. There are a lot of people watching us now. Outside, the sky had turned dark, the mystery of the night enveloping the space. As the two walked, Minseo turned to her, surprised. Waiting for me to return? Responding to that, Kang Iowa smiled brightly. Your kindness is as vast as the sky and sea, Master. And besides, I'm on my way home anyway. Suddenly, his face turned somber as he tilted his head and asked quietly, So, what are you planning to do next? She didn't hesitate to answer. Her eyes showed clear resolve. If you're okay with it, I'll follow you. Minjun's death left a lot of unresolved questions in my heart. I'll do anything to help. Even if it's not certain, I am still the president of a guild. Just then, a car suddenly drove up and braked sharply, making Iowa jump. Minseo was no exception, looking momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she reached out to shield him. Her eyes were locked on the strange car. Then, the black-tinted windows slowly rolled down and a cold voice came from inside. So, after knowing everything, you still choose to follow him? How boring. Iowa's expression immediately shifted to shock as she called out loudly, Choi Dae-soo. Contrary to her rage, Choi Dae-soo remained calm and cold. Minseo, get in the car. That arrogant attitude was like pouring oil on a fire. It infuriated her, and she burst out. You did something so stupid, and you still have the nerve? What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Minseo kept his cold, indifferent face. He asked slowly, Why should I do that? Hearing the defiant reply, the man smirked, his smile hiding unpredictable calculations. If you still want to keep up this act of being deeply connected, you better hear what I have to say next. Hearing this, Iowa was so angry she lost control, unable to stop herself from lunging forward to confront him. Are you kidding me? If you still want to play the part of the devoted and righteous partners, you better listen to what I have to say next. Iowa, hearing this, lost her cool. She couldn't contain her temper and lunged forward to confront him. Are you kidding me? But his arm immediately shot out, stopping Minseo. He then turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. To clear the stifling atmosphere, he said, Say your goodbyes here. I'll call you later, even though his heart was filled with unease. She could only stand rooted to the spot, watching her master, Kang Iowa, with concern. Iowa stood still, watching the car slowly fade into the distance, leaving behind a terrifyingly heavy silence. Inside the stuffy car, Choi Dae-soo broke the silence, sounding quite annoyed. Minseo crossed his arms, his brows furrowed in utter contempt, defeated and humiliated like a stray dog. Don't you feel even a shred of shame? The man just laughed at that. Then, immediately turning serious, he said, Wrong. The battle never truly ended. If only Kang Iowa hadn't interfered, I could have finished it honorably. But thanks to that, things have become much more interesting. You crazy dog. Because of you, I'm going to be very busy in the coming days. I guarantee I'll organize an official global tournament soon. Facing his opponent's ambitious declaration, Minseo remained perfectly calm. Just accept it and get lost. I can't believe someone like you actually climbed to the presidency. Ignoring those words, Choi Dae-soo suddenly lowered his voice. Pandemonium. That organization should have vanished by now. Yet, its remnants are still scattered across the world. Actually, after you disappeared 15 years ago, the demons came to me. Through them, they asked me to erase all your records. So even those bastards from Pandemonium couldn't ignore your disciples anymore. After speaking, Choi Dae-soo dropped some hints, but his attitude was infuriating. Are they just a cult relying on nameless power, or are they truly devil's cronies? Ever since Pandemonium collapsed and the demons were exiled to the poles, they seem to have evaporated from the world. Even though many world leaders, myself included, have been keeping a close watch on every move of the demons, We haven't found a thing. However, Choi Dae-soo paused for a beat, then continued, his tone turning sinister. Recently, I heard about a group composed entirely of half-demons in the Middle Eastern deserts. Hearing this, Minseo could no longer maintain his composure. His brows tightened instantly. A group of half-demons, you say? Noticing the other's agitation, he added more information. Yes, people who have had long-term contact with demons or hybrids of humans and demons. Unlike normal demons, they don't have wings or horns, but they are notorious for using dark arts. That's all I heard from the government commissioners. Since high-level gates usually appear in harsh environments, it's already hard enough just to get permission to enter. Choi Dae-soo tilted his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over him with a cynical, sinister smile. That dark mana you used throughout the battle. In those 15 years of missing out, did you form an alliance with the demons? Even though he maintained a calm exterior, Minseo couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust. Nonsense. That's not true. Immediately, the man smirked, spoken with a sarcastic tone as if he had seen right through him. A guy like you, no matter how much you despise demons, you couldn't possibly restrain your lust for power, right? Minseo's patience seemed to have reached its limit. His voice dropped. Do I look that much like you? If you're done talking, let me out. The car quickly braked and came to a full stop in the silent void. Minseo stepped out, but before closing the door, he didn't forget to lean inside. Understood. So don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of negotiating with those treacherous demons, and I have no interest in watching your crazy, brutal fights. So don't waste my time. Only call me when you're about to die. You better kneel down and apologize to Kang Iowa properly. Choi Dae-soo closed his eyes, a cunning smile appearing on his lips. I know all about your twisted preferences, but this time, it's truly hilarious. Even if you let them come, they wouldn't even be able to touch your toenail. But why be so close to them? You'll regret it. Before he could finish, Minseo coldly cut him off with a gravelly voice. Vice President Nam, you. He then stood silently by the road, his eyes following the car as it drove away. In Minseo's mind, a suspicion began to take shape, a half-demon. Meanwhile, at the SMCS headquarters, the work cycle was still buzzing with activity, but the air was thick with curiosity. The employees' whispers grew louder. Is the international headquarters really here? The rumors continued, filled with confusion. They must be here to inspect the branch, right? Haven't you heard anything? Not a thing. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Honestly, working here every day feels like a circus. But behind the door of branch manager Baek Jian-ho's office, the atmosphere was suffocatingly formal. Mr. Edward, thank you for your visit today. Baek Jian-ho then turned, introducing him cautiously. This is Hunter Minseo, a new employee of the North Korean SMCS branch. Edward smiled gracefully, then slowly spoke. Nice to meet you, Hunter Minseo. Contrary to that formality, Minseo just frowned and asked straight to the point. What do you want, Edward? That arrogant attitude made Baek Jian-ho immediately feel concerned and gently remind him, Hunter Min. Contrary to that worry, he acted incredibly easygoing and calmly raised his voice. Branch manager Baek Jian-ho, could you step out for a moment? I have something private to discuss with Hunter Min here. Upon hearing that, a small psychological war immediately broke out in the mind of the branch manager. I'm dying of anxiety, but if I meddle, I'll lose the chance to get to know the group manager. Although filled with curiosity, Baek Jian-ho obeyed the order. Yes, I'll step out and wait. If you need anything, just call me. Before leaving, he couldn't help but swirl with countless thoughts and worries. I don't know what's going on, but please be careful, Hunter Min. As soon as they had privacy, Edward couldn't help but scream with pent-up fury. You bastard! He lunged forward, his hand forcefully grabbing the other's collar. Where the hell have you been hiding for the past 15 years? Faced with that lack of control, Minseo could only speak softly to calm him down. Hey, calm down. He then gave him a light punch to the chest, letting out a curse but filled with a hint of joy. Damn it, but I'm glad you knew how to come back. Where the hell have you been? Minseo sighed, seemingly too tired to explain further. Someone's asking for me again. Just take a seat. As time quietly slipped away, Edward couldn't help but be amazed at another dimension, another timeline. It's hard to believe. But looking at how those gates have been appearing in this world, I suppose nothing is impossible. You used to be one of the key players in this world, but now, your name has faded into obscurity. Yet, meeting you again feels like the sun has finally shone upon my hazy memories. Minseo replied calmly, trying to cut through the sentimentality, but it's also pretty funny. Recognizing me just by my name, Edward? Edward immediately followed up. His voice was filled with conviction. How could I ever forget you, Kia? My life was saved by you countless times back in the chaos era. Hearing those heavy words, he could only reply with a witty remark. Saving lives? That gives me goosebumps. By the way, how did you and Kang, Iowa get in touch? He quickly regained his professional demeanor and began exchanging information. I'm currently holding down the main headquarters of SEMCS, actively investigating cases involving guilds worldwide. Kang, Iowa, along with the leader of the same name, is one of them. Thanks to my contributions to a recent case, I was able to get her contact info. So, give me an answer. Are you currently with the South Korean branch of SMCS? Right? Minseo replied nonchalantly with a blunt tone. Huh, no thanks. That indifferent attitude clearly took Edward by surprise. Why do you remain so laid back, as if this is nothing special? Do I need a reason to dislike it? Hearing that, he persistently tried to persuade him. Every fancy word he could think of came pouring out. Come on, think about it. A shark belongs in the deep ocean, right? Plus, you'd definitely be my right-hand man. Minseo didn't waver in the slightest, immediately responding with firm resolve. I'm glad you have that much faith in me, but I have a few things I need to clarify first. Realizing the seriousness, Edward didn't hesitate to offer his sponsorship. Of course. Besides, our resources are more than enough for you to investigate to your heart's content. The investigative authority of the SMCS headquarters is more powerful than you think. Hearing that, his gaze turned icy, and he quickly steered the conversation back to the main point. I'll consider it. Now, what is the goal of this investigation? His voice suddenly hardened when mentioning the recent critical war situation. Another gate appeared in the desert, causing mass casualties both inside and around it. Usually, the blame would be placed on the monsters inside the gate, but the autopsy results indicated poisoning. They all died from inhaling something. We suspect the cause is. Edward trailed off. The moment the words were spoken, Minseo was visibly shocked. Illegal enhancement drugs. Minseo couldn't hide his surprise, subconsciously repeating, Awakener drugs. Edward just crossed his arms and replied leisurely, That's right. The composition of the drug, as well as the distribution channels, hasn't been revealed, so no official information has been released. But the chairman has been secretly investigating the corpses of Awakeners worldwide for about half a year now. He calmly recounted what had happened during the investigation. The autopsies didn't show anything other than cellular-level decomposition. It's hard to make an official announcement when the victims are all criminal Awakeners, and no traces of any drugs were found. So the investigation hit a dead end. His voice remained steady as he recounted the turning point. Luckily, there was a witness to a similar event in China. It happened very quickly. Based on the witness's testimony, the Awakener went insane and self-destructed after inhaling a type of black powder. After inhaling that powder, the Awakener released mana and enhancement skills far beyond imagination, acting like a suicide bomb that destroyed everything in the area. Hearing this, Minseo quickly grasped the situation and immediately posed a question. So that black powder is like a stimulant for Awakeners, and it's related to what happened in the desert, right? Edward answered slowly, based on his own deductions. Yeah. Not just related, we suspect the drug is the root of the problem, and we've been investigating. However, deep down, there was one thing Minseo couldn't fully wrap his head around. This happened about 6 months ago, so why did it become the cause of the desert incident? He couldn't help but recall the situation then. Along with a large number of deaths, a gate was discovered in the desert. At the entrance to the gate, the Than Hoa Guild found traces of black powder the very first time the incident occurred. Furthermore, a carriage belonging to a merchant guild called Easy was found near the gate. There was nothing unusual about this guild, and it seems to be just a small group, but some things bother me. Minseo quickly pieced the whole problem together. So in short, they are involved. Huh. How troublesome. Seeing him like this, Edward just crossed his arms and gently mentioned Iowa, with a hint of intent. I know she is your disciple. This is a secret investigation, and as the first person to discover the drug, Kang Iowa cannot escape this case. In the end, he still softly reminded him, if you help, her troubles will decrease significantly. Your disciple is in a dangerous situation. Can you really not care? Edward slowly spat out a nickname that partly reflected his personality, Mad Dog. Hearing that, Minseo didn't get angry. He just sank into thought. You've calculated everything, haven't you? Finally, he sighed and compromised. Fine. Besides, I need to go to the Middle East anyway. Edward happily clapped his hands, unable to hide his excitement. Great. If you help, we will support you to the fullest. Besides, what exactly happened with President Choi? Illegal practical training. If you want, I can. Before he could finish, Minseo cut him off. No, just leave him be. He said it with a calm, light mockery. He's just going crazy with power. After all, that old jerk. In Minseo's mind, that image flashed the messy desk, the pens and paper, the image of Choi Dae's son, arrogant and self-satisfied. But not wanting to dwell on it too long, he continued his sentence. He spoke vaguely. Still, just a human in another place. Sejun was slightly surprised and confirmed with Minseo. So, you're joining the team. While conducting an international investigation at the headquarters, he quickly noticed that the luggage was already packed and neatly placed on the ground. He replied calmly and easily, "Yeah, do you remember Edward?" He specifically asked for it. Minseo was a bit taken aback upon hearing that. "I know, but why so sudden?" Minseo tried to explain gently to put him at ease. "It's just a little bit of trouble, that's all. Iowa will explain the details to you," but Minseo couldn't help but blurt out, "Iowa, why so suddenly?" Before he could finish, a phone call cut him off. "Wait a second," he said, and quietly left the room. Minseo answered the phone while walking. "Hey dear, how did you get my number?" "What?" Seeing Sijin's silhouette fading away, Predator spoke up. "Where are we going this time?" He continued packing his belongings while making plans. "First, we have to go to Europe, where the headquarters is located." He wondered, "Are there any monsters there?" Minseo wasn't entirely sure. Maybe. Predator was a bit cautious. It asked in a roundabout way, "You're not going to push your mana to the limit like last time, are you?" Hearing that, his voice carried a teasing tone. "What? Are you afraid of running out of food?" The creature replied with dissatisfaction. "Food? Why would I care about that tiny bit of mana? The problem is the changes happening within my body." Minseo was a bit suspicious, furrowing his brow as he repeated, "Changes." Predator explained calmly, "That feeling. Ever since you returned from that star, I feel my control waning as I grow more accustomed to the mana of Earth, and as your power grows stronger. Moving across dimensions doesn't just affect you, it affects me too. It seems the trigger is the amount of mana released during the battle." Minseo held out both hands, as if sensing the flow of that power. Simultaneously, Predator's voice continued to sound steady. "Because I've formed a contract with you, I won't attack my host, but I think these symptoms will get worse as your mana recovers in the future. Furthermore, I don't know what will happen if I lose control. There might be a time when you can no longer borrow my power. That would be very dangerous." As soon as it finished speaking, Minseo sank into thought. Not long after, he clenched his fist as if making a determination. "It's not a huge problem for now. I don't rely that much on your power anyway." Predator sounded a bit irritated. "What? You're saying you don't need my power?" Minseo just calmly analyzed the current situation. "No. If we face off against devils, I will need your power. But it's not an urgent issue right now. It's just a bit of a hassle. Like how warming up with that bastard Choi Dae-soo was more useful than I thought." Standing before the glass, reflecting the image of an airplane gliding through the sky, Minseo was deep in thought. Besides, I smell something wrong. The sky was clear, but deep inside Minseo, a sense of unease rose up regarding the awakening stimulants. Elsewhere, quiet tiled roofs stood clustered together, and the city gradually expanded with rows of houses immersed in silence. Time passed in a flash. 2 days later, at the International SMCS headquarters, Layla was holding her head in frustration. "Honestly, no matter how critically short-staffed we are, I didn't think Mr. Edward would add more people while ignoring the investigation's security protocols that had already been expected by Hikari. He is always unpredictable. But from the beginning, having me in the Asian team was enough, right, Kumo?" Kumo, standing beside her, immediately added, at the same time, trying to sound proud. "Of course, sis. You're the youngest person ever recruited by SMCS Japan, and on top of that, you're the leader of the Tokyo investigation team. Is there anything in the world that a beautiful sister like you can't handle?" Hearing that, she was extremely happy. "Keep complimenting me." Layla, sitting opposite, was deep in thought for a moment. Then she offered her opinion. "She might not be used to SMCS, but I think meeting Hunter Kang Io last time was more comfortable than meeting her." Hikari was a bit angry. "What did you just say?" Layla just calmly ignored her as if she hadn't said anything. "What's the matter?" Seeing that, she felt a bit dissatisfied. "You know, I can hear you, right? We're wearing translation earpieces. So if you have any complaints, just say them straight out." Suddenly, outside the room, Minhyuk stepped in to announce, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Team leaders." Director Leone reminds everyone to gather in the meeting room. Hikari couldn't help but be curious. "So, that person is finally here?" He just awkwardly laughed twice. "Ha ha." Then he embarrassingly scratched his head. "Let's go. I heard that Vice President Edward has also just landed." Layla couldn't hold back her curiosity either. To have the Vice President come personally, who is that Hunter? Does he really have no connection to SMCS? This character seemed to make everyone unable to suppress their curiosity. Of course not. He was Minseo, who was currently leisurely pulling his suitcase at the airport. Edward was personally present at the airport to welcome Hunter Minseo from the SMCS Korea branch. When everyone had gathered, Edward happily began. "Thank you for coming here so quickly, despite your busy schedule. Now, should we start with a little introduction? This is Hunter Minseo from the Korean branch. He will be joining the team today. Layla heard that and briefly introduced herself and her partner, Layla and Stefan from the European branch. Hikari, on this side, also cross her arms leisurely. Hikari, from the Asian branch, and this is my trusted partner, Kumo. After everyone finished greeting each other, Edward slowly spoke. Because the situation is quite urgent, let's get straight to the point. With such a sudden addition to the team, could you quickly brief us on the situation? Layla immediately complied. Yes, Mr. Vice President. He continued to give instructions. Everyone already knows the details, but this is a classified investigation, so be absolutely careful with the information. Right at that moment, Lucy's voice reminded from outside. Vice President, it's time for you to leave. Before leaving, Edward didn't forget to admonish. There you go. Investigation Team 1. I am looking forward to everyone's results. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into silence. Layla had to clear her throat to reduce the awkwardness. She spoke up to break the tension. All right, let's start right away. Case number A3942FC, often referred to as the case of awakened individuals using stimulants. Investigation Team 1 has been assigned to the scene. Ensure the original form of the drug. Layla gently recounted the events that had taken place. The gate discovered at the scene has been classified as Grade A. There were a total of 6 corpses of awakened individuals scattered around the gate. The autopsy team showed that their wounds were linked to the previous case. The awakening stimulant was found among the pile of bodies. She couldn't help but recall that devastation. The gate had only a few traces. There was a chaotic skirmish near the entrance, and nothing unusual was found besides that no fake awakening boosters or anything of the sort inside. So, we're still assessing the potential risks. Once the investigation wraps up, we'll decide whether or not to organize an expedition into the gate. Furthermore, vehicles belonging to the EZ Trading Guild were discovered nearby. Layla continued to lay out the investigation findings. The investigation shows they're a small, legitimate guild registered in the Middle East with no specific illegal activities recorded. Finally, she wrapped it up. So our team will focus on a wide-scale exploration of the gate, and we'll conduct an investigation around the area. Layla finished her presentation and asked if anyone had any further questions. Minseo casually shrugged, showing no signs of objection. I've heard everything already, so that's fine. More importantly, is there any information regarding the demon or half-demon groups? She wasn't too sure and wanted to double-check. Demons? You mean you think they're involved in this case? You're just throwing out theories now, aren't you? Even if they aren't involved, I still think we should ask to be sure. If this drug was truly created by humans, it shouldn't be this hard to find the source, he replied. Right? And if it were a skill-based drug, the investigation hunters would have already found the source. That trading guild also looks pretty suspicious, even before this case. If there's any problem related to them, anything at all. Back in the meeting room. Just then, another voice chimed in. I don't get it. Hikari crossed her arms, clearly puzzled. Why are you bringing up things that are completely unrelated to the case? Minseo remained indifferent, calmly explaining, whether it's related or not, we don't know yet. Not unless we start investigating. I only brought them up because of what I've heard. She couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Information that even headquarters didn't bother to mention. And a hunter from the South Korean branch, someone who was only brought in halfway through, knows about it? That sounds pretty funny, doesn't it, Hunter Min? Hikari didn't forget to emphasize her point with certainty. If that were truly an important clue, headquarters surely would have mentioned it. You don't belong to the Union, and I've never even heard your name in the A-rank Hunter rankings. It was already weird enough that you were suddenly brought into the International Investigation Team. And now, you're claiming the interference of demons. In this case, her tone turned sharp and critical. It's been 15 years since demons and humans started working together. Are you really bringing that discriminatory mindset into this case? Hikari's voice dripped with sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Seeing the situation escalate, Layla slammed the table, cutting off the argument. That's enough. Stefan also chimed in quickly to mediate. Stay calm. We don't need to be arguing right now. She agreed and hurriedly turned to remind Hikari. That's right. As the main representative of the branch, you need to know what's more important. Now, let's put aside these petty squabbles and start investigating the case. She heard that and just indifferently crossed her arms over her chest. Layla then turned to Minseo. Hunter Min, I also want you to focus on investigating the case. He just nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Seeing that both had calmed down and moved past the conflict, Layla continued. Now, let's talk about the remote area we're heading to tomorrow. That's all we need to know. So, prepare as I said, and we'll meet at the airport. Leaving the meeting room, the 4 of them quickly stepped into the hallway. Hikari was still dwelling on the argument, so she was a bit unhappy. Who was that guy? Where did he come from to act so rudely? Why is he the vice president's favorite? Layla, walking beside her, softly reminded her. We'll have to work together for a while, so let's just drop it. Hearing that, she became a bit dissatisfied. What? You're on his side too? Layla calmly offered her own assessment. It's not that. He just seems more experienced than I thought. Back in the meeting room, only Minseo remained. He complained, feeling a bit bored. This seems like it's going to be more annoying than I thought. Predator was displeased. I noticed that earlier, but it seems like you don't know how to read the room. You're more like an outcast. Minseo simply explained, I just don't like following protocol, that's all. Suddenly, a voice drifted in from the door. Hey, looks like you had quite a spectacular introduction. He complained with a bit of dissatisfaction to Edward. You took a long time. Being vice president must be really busy, right? He sat down calmly and began to advise, don't make me have to start an international investigation team that acts like a bunch of children. You know it too, right? They call themselves Awakened, but in reality, they're just a bunch of lunatics. They're walking time bombs. Whether it was 15 years ago or now, not a single peaceful day goes by without arguments everywhere. Minseo sympathized but understood what was truly important. Power comes with responsibility. But if a person hasn't experienced it firsthand, they won't be able to understand it. Edward wanted to probe a bit. So, what do you think about this team? He didn't really care. A bit annoying, but I don't care. As long as they don't interfere with my work, that's all that matters. He wasn't surprised by this attitude. Of course you'd say that. You really haven't changed at all in 15 years. Tomorrow's trip will be to the official investigation site. So, don't create any major problems, okay? You've got the international SMCS headquarters backing you up. Minseo had to compromise. All right. Elsewhere, an ancient-looking, imposing structure appeared, silent amidst the city of sand and stone. A few figures appeared, signaling that this wouldn't be a simple meeting. The Middle East SMCS headquarters. A clear voice rang out, Welcome. We have received word from headquarters regarding your arrival. Rian has taken care of everything. He's made it clear that your accommodations at the headquarters are all set. Please, go on in and get some well-deserved rest. We've also arranged a vehicle for everyone for tomorrow's trip to the scene. Layla hurriedly and sincerely expressed her gratitude to the branch manager. Regarding the permit to enter the crime scene, Predator couldn't take it anymore and grumbled, It's so hot. I had no idea there was a place this hot on Earth. This is the absolute worst. Minseo didn't pay much mind to the complaining, lost in his own thoughts. There isn't a single trace of demons in the city. The mana density is also perfectly normal. That jerk Maximus? Did he completely overlook this? Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey you. Hikari stepped in front of him. With a somewhat arrogant attitude, she said, I didn't have a chance to say this last time, but I'll make it clear right now. Stay focused and be careful. Unless you want to die. Minseo just scratched his head, thinking to himself, this is going to be a huge headache. It's only the first day at the Middle East headquarters. Minseo had been desperately searching for clues from the locals. Half-demons, I've never seen one in real life. Everything I know is just from rumors. They say there's a village of half-demons deep in the desert. The other young man nearby tried his best, but couldn't provide any useful information. The trade guild, Iris, this is the first time I've heard that name. We can't know every single small guild, but a guild run by demons? That's definitely something I've never heard of. Fortunately, the girl beside him kindly revealed some valuable details about what Minseo was looking for. Half-demons look exactly like humans, and I heard that without a mana analyzer. It's very difficult to distinguish them from regular people. I know things are better now, but the half-demons that appeared after the war between humans and demons 15 years ago were oppressed everywhere and became targets of contempt. She herself realized the immense difficulty in distinguishing them. Hiding their bases and posing as humans when they go out is definitely the better strategy. So, if half-demons are walking around here, then who could possibly identify them? After gathering all the clues into his small notebook, Minseo finally scratched his head, completely bewildered. Not many leads to follow. Should I head deeper into the desert to investigate? Just as he said goodbye to the group of passers-by to continue his mission, Predator's flippant voice suddenly rang out. Hey, food. Are you some kind of outcast? Minseo didn't answer directly, instead asking back, Why this sudden hostility? He boldly pointed out, Everyone else is traveling in groups, but you're wandering this sandy city all alone. Minseo stopped for a moment on a nearby bench, and calmly explained, That's because it's free time right now, so I'm doing a bit of scouting. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly jumped into his ear. Hunter Min. A few steps away, Layla politely greeted him. Are you heading to the SMCS office? Why are you here? The Middle East branch headquarters is quite impressive, so it's a good place to rest, isn't it? Minseo looked back and politely returned the greeting. It's still free time. I'm just taking the chance to check on a few things first. What about you, Hunter Layla? She didn't hold back and shared their team's investigation progress. Oh, Stefan is going to get the access permit for the portal that we'll be checking tomorrow. But we still haven't assessed the full extent of the danger. Minseo vaguely replied, I see. Layla, not wanting the conversation to hit a dead end, continued to probe. Hunter Min, if you belong to SMCS Korea, you must be under Director Bick. But I don't remember seeing you when I was in Korea before. He honestly confessed, my tenure is limited. I'm a newcomer who just joined recently. Layla's voice sounded skeptical. Really? But your aura makes me feel like I'm standing before a veteran hunter with 25 years of experience. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking of a way to respond. She's sharp. Should I make something up? The thought was quickly dismissed by Minseo, who nimbly changed the subject. I mean, Edward? No, the vice president. Mentioned that you're quite famous in the European branch. The unexpected question made Layla laugh it off. Haha, I'm just a regular investigative hunter. I mainly operate in Northern Europe. Minseo smoothly continued the conversation. Northern Europe, huh? I remember working with a hunter there not too long ago. His name was Hansholder. The familiar name made her pause for a beat. Hans Holder. She then tried holding her phone screen out in front of him. Is this the person? Minseo knew the answer the moment he saw it. That's right. I could never forget that smile. He has aged quite a bit over the last 15 years, but his face hasn't changed at all. You two know each other? Don't tell me you're his daughter. Layla hurriedly explained with a hint of surprise. No, he's my uncle. I didn't think my uncle would know a hunter from Asia. Besides, you look about the same age as me, so I just assumed. Minseo was speechless and turned his head away. It's just that I have a baby face. The familiar connection between the two quickly gained Layla's trust. If Uncle Han woke up right now, he would be so happy. Actually, he's been in a coma for 2 years now because of Gate syndrome. Minseo was stunned by the strange term. Gate syndrome? She was willing to share the situation. Mana and the portals are still mysterious forces in this world. The cases of illness or unexplained side effects from them are the same. Uncle Han stayed in a portal for too long, while searching for a missing team during a raid. By the time the rescue team finally found him, he had already lost consciousness. From that day on, he could only survive thanks to the skills of restoration hunters. Speaking up to this point, Layla's voice choked up. I want to help him as much as I can, so whenever I have free time outside of missions, I try to challenge higher-level portals, but I haven't had any luck yet. Minseo immediately connected the two events. I've heard that sometimes there are restoration items called elixirs that appear in those portals. Is that what you're looking for? She answered herself, feeling like a fool. That's right. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But even if it's just a rumor, he's the only family I have left. Right then, Stefan's shout echoed over. Captain, the clearance process for the gate is finished. They say we're clear to head out. Layla didn't hold back her praise. Great work, really well done, before turning to offer an invitation to Minseo. Well, let's get moving then. I'll stop by to see Hunter Hikari. That brief conversation earlier had planted a little seed of thought in his head. Perhaps he should go take a look for himself. How's his condition? A moment later, the roar of the engine stretched across the dry, scorched earth, the deep orange-brown characteristic of the desert. The off-road vehicle came to a temporary halt before the desolate, empty expanse of the sand dunes. Hikari sat in the vehicle, feeling like it had been an eternity. The dust. It feels like we've been driving for ages. Are we almost there? Stefan, the expert driver, calmed the restless energy of the person in the back seat. Almost. The GPS signal out here is spotty, so navigation is taking a bit longer than expected. Kumo couldn't help but grumble a few times. The sun is already high up. By the time we enter the gate, it'll probably be getting dark. It's an attack under the cover of night. What a hassle. Even though Minseo's gaze was fixed outside, he understood the rhythm inside the vehicle all too well. Who even knows? Dungeons are dimensional gateways that connect different realms. The weather, the time, the flora, and the creatures inside are all different from Earth. Depending on the dimension it connects to, it could be a paradise where the sun never sets, or a hell where not a single ray of light can penetrate. We won't know until we step inside. Hikari looked at the issue arrogantly, seeing it from a safer perspective. Everyone knows that. Still, most low-level gates have an ecosystem similar to Earth. Naturally, a dungeon isn't a monster's maw, it's merely an entrance. But Minseo flatly cut him off. No, the gate also takes something from the people who enter. Saying it's just an entrance is a bit of an oversimplification, don't you think? She smirked, looking him straight in the eye with a sarcastic tone. Don't tell me you're talking about dungeon syndrome, which only fools believe in. Staying inside without realizing time is passing, losing all your memories and your sense of self, eventually becoming a hollow shell that's a rookie mistake. Is it really necessary to bring up such blunders in a group full of veterans? Minseo narrowed his eyes, intending to keep the argument going, but Layla noticed the atmosphere growing tense, so she quickly stepped in to act as a shield. All right, both of you, calm down. While they were bickering, the vehicle had already sped toward the stopping point. We've arrived. As soon as she got out of the car, Hikari complained incessantly. The entrance is pretty big. Rank undetermined, Kumo calmly reported. I heard the Middle Eastern branch estimated it at rank A. Stefan carefully scanned the area. It seemed the preparations outside were complete. Minseo's eyes were also busy chasing clues left in the yellow sand. The mana traces around here faded a long time ago. Outside the gate, there's nothing special. But it feels like way too many traces were wiped away, in an unnatural way. Seeing them all head in different directions, Layla called out, "Wait a moment." Lone operation, but before she could finish, she was flatly rebuffed by Hikari. What's left to see in an area that's already been cleared? If you want to waste time, go ahead. We're going into the gate immediately. The attitude of the two prideful siblings in front of her was incredibly grating to Layla. Honestly, even Minseo found it annoying, far too rushed. But they had no choice but to follow the sisters' lead and proceed into the pitch-black dungeon gate. At that very moment, on a high cliff nearby, a group of 3 people dressed in rags captured the entire movement of Minseo's team. The deep, guttural voice of the leader echoed from beneath his dark brown cloak. Looks like it was easier than we thought. Heh. They voluntarily walked into the graveyard. The clock ticked steadily, pointing toward dusk. Layla's voice rang out right on cue. Local time, 5:40 in the evening. The detailed situation was quickly reported by her. Gate level estimated at A, a total of 6 hunters, rank A or above. We will begin an in-depth investigation at the K3 gate in the northern desert. The sweat on his forehead revealed Stefan's momentary panic. Our main job is to investigate crimes by hunters. It really is a bit nerve-wracking. But Layla firmly reminded him, no, our mission is not to clear the dungeon. A pale blue light from the magic circle enveloped her entire body, and at the same time, the system notification appeared clearly. Skill, Growth Secret Garden, rank A. The surrounding area instantly became covered in a series of woody plants. Only then did Layla continue her correction. Our goal is to find clues about the illegal performance-enhancing drugs. Inside the gate, Minseo silently watched her activate her energy, unable to help but inwardly marvel. A skill that covers both detection and defense, and the range, is quite impressive. After deploying her unique energy, Layla successfully obtained some useful information. From my position, I don't detect any monsters within a 30-kilometer radius. I will continue to monitor all unusual activity, but be careful because my sensory range weakens at the edges. Now, divide into sectors and begin a thorough investigation. Layla emphasized, paying special attention to the Hikari sisters. Prioritize preserving the scene. Only engage in combat if the monsters show aggressive behavior, and absolutely do not act on your own. Is that clear? She remained silent, which counted as an answer, while she ordered her younger brother, Kumo, sweep the area. Minseo stretched his arms, irritated by her demeanor, and muttered under his breath, acting all authoritative just to boss subordinates around. That comment reached her ears, causing Hikari to flare up instantly. I heard that. I'm good for more than just doing chores, you know. Layla had a headache, calling for them to get to work. All right, disperse and start searching. Report anything unusual immediately. Hikari grunted in agreement. Yeah, I got it. Watching everyone split off in different directions, Minseo couldn't help but wonder. Then what was the point of forming a group? The sky inside the dungeon was gradually turning a dark, bruised orange pink. Now, Predator finally had a chance to poke his head out and chat. Looking at it, you really are a loner, aren't you? Minseo gave a command, and he snapped his mouth shut. Shut up. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the ground. He furrowed his brows by instinct, as if seeing something unexpected. A fresh, black burn mark made suspicion rise in Minseo. It looks like someone interfered in this area beforehand. Predator seized the opportunity to tease. Ugh, the dirt here feels disgusting. But Minseo let it go in one ear and out the other to focus on analyzing. There's abnormal mana mixed in. It's not something that forms naturally inside a gate. Someone intentionally left these traces behind. But just a moment later, Minseo dismissed that thought without a shred of hesitation. No, this is definitely demonic energy. Thinking of this, Minseo immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. After a few long, hollow rings, Ghost picked up on the other end. You called for me, Master. Minseo didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. How's the situation on the outside? The old man didn't dare to hide anything and quickly spilled everything about the surroundings. As you commanded, I've been monitoring the entrance. I've kept myself hidden. There's a suspicious group lurking near the entrance right now. Minseo pressed him. How many are there? Ghost looked at the group below and whispered his report. 5 in total. Minseo smiled with satisfaction, feeling as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. Good. If they enter the gate, let me know immediately. The old man sounded a bit uneasy. They don't look like easy targets. If you need my strength, I can go in and join you. But Minseo flatly refused. No. If they call for reinforcements and seal off the entrance, it'll be a huge pain. Just stay there and keep watch. With that, the old man had no choice but to stay silent and obey. Understood. Predator, having overheard the whole call, started yapping loudly. What the hell? That old man is there, too? Since when? Minseo replied casually. Since I first set foot in this country. He seems pretty good at moving stealthily, so I told him to follow from a distance. Even though he couldn't see his face, his voice sounded annoyed. You really know how to put people to work, don't you? Minseo playfully tugged at his ear, acting proud. I told you, if you commit a crime, you pay the price. Now, what exactly did they bury underground? It's practically overflowing with filthy demonic energy. He clicked his tongue, his eyes flashing with growing impatience. His voice turned cold. Minseo's voice seemed to blend into the fading light of the twilight. If the sun goes down, things are only going to get more troublesome. Over on the other side, Kumo ran back in a panic to the spot where Hikari was waiting. As soon as he saw her, he was gasping for air. Sister, I've searched the entire area, but I couldn't find a single trace of the enhancement drugs. Not even a single monster to wake up. Waiting for so long only to come back empty-handed made Hikari incredibly frustrated. That's impossible. A gate that hasn't been cleared shouldn't be this empty. Kumo caught his breath and asked in a low voice, But, sister, the traces of the battle between the drug users and the evidence of the drugs were discovered outside the gate from the very beginning, right? If we assume that, those involved with the drugs were all wiped out in that battle. Hikari was sharp. She understood the implication. You mean the victims never even stepped inside the gate? She continued. Even if they had, if they used enhancement drugs to fight, this gate couldn't possibly be empty. Ever since the incident, the gate entrance had been under strict control. If the victims had tried to clear the gate, there would have to be traces left behind. If they never went in, at least the resources inside should still be there. The more she spoke, the more she convinced herself. There has to be something valuable inside this gate. If there's no other evidence, we at least need to bring something back to report. The branch manager has high expectations of us because this is a direct order from headquarters. This is not good. A firm resolve took root in Hikari's mind. If this is an A-rank gate, there must at least be valuable mana stones buried underground. This forced her to use her ability, even if it meant tearing up the entire ground. I'll find something, she chanted, Kagutsuchi. By my summoning, O divine spirit, shake the earth. A giant, mythical snake spirit appeared behind Hikari. Then, a massive pillar of light erupted, slamming directly into the area where the two siblings were standing. Layla's eyes widened at the unexpected situation. What is that? I haven't received any notification. She hurriedly called out to her right-hand man, Stefan. He heard her voice and immediately realized the problem. Understood. I'll check it right away. Layla watched Stefan's retreating back, her heart still restless. Honestly, nothing ever goes smoothly. She muttered worriedly. Should we just finish this and head back? She didn't even notice that Ivan's group had launched a surprise attack right behind her. At the same time, Kumo was startled by the sheer destructive power of the Kagutsuchi snake. Sister, you just wiped out this whole area with one hit. As expected, you're still way too strong. Hikari calmly faced her brother's praise. All right, whether it's mana stones or drugs, show yourselves already. But the sight of corpses lying all over the ground made her scream in horror. Everything was beyond expectation, causing the Hayakawa siblings to instantly put up defensive shields. Corpses? These are corpses? The whole ground is covered in them. This must be those monsters that twisted the cycle of life and death, devouring the darkness to burn brightly. The depraved faces and inhuman actions of the monsters confirmed one thing. They're just corpses. Hikari shuddered at the chaotic scene in front of her. Ghouls, hidden underground. Kumo was also stunned by this bizarre turn of events. What the hell? Usually, these kinds of ghouls can't move in such large swarms. Hikari tried her best to stay calm. We have to wipe them all out before we can find the cause. Saying that, she immediately used her S-rank skill. Mana quickly gathered into a mass to summon the spirit snake she had contracted with. Hikari's voice was firm and decisive. Take them out, Kagutsuchi. Following her command, Kagutsuchi lunged forward powerfully, knocking away the ghouls, blocking the path. Its massive body swept through, leaving enemies crawling and rolling in its wake. Seeing that she was gaining the upper hand, Hikari smiled triumphantly. They're just a bunch of ghouls, but they actually startled me for a second. Suddenly, a violent tremor interrupted her celebration. The ground cracked wide open and a massive wave of ghouls swarmed out, leaving Kumo completely stunned. There's more. Just how many layers of these things are stacked on top of each other? While he was complaining, he suddenly froze. A few ghouls tried to take advantage of Hikari's distraction to ambush her. Kumo shouted a warning in a panic. Sister, behind you. Luckily, Stefan had arrived in time to provide support. The chaotic situation terrified him. What the hell is going on here? Where are these monsters even coming from? Hikari was already exhausted, which only made her more irritable. I don't know. Didn't you set up the detection barrier? How could I not have detected so many of them buried underground? When Stefan was questioned, he looked incredibly flustered. There was no mana reaction. They're probably drawn to the loud noises. But why on earth are you messing around in that area? Kumo stepped in to stop the two of them from bickering. Now is not the time for pointing fingers. Ignoring his sister's stubborn protests, he kept a completely blank expression as he activated a B-rank skill. Summoning a pack of Kame-Tachi bone weasels, they tore into the ghouls one by one. But the monsters just kept getting back up, as if nothing had happened. Kumo frowned slightly, remarking, "If you don't destroy their heads completely, they'll just keep getting back up." Hikari clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Damn it!" She commanded the divine serpent, Kagetsuchi, to strike relentlessly. Her mana was draining rapidly, leaving her exhausted. My skill needs living spirits to maintain its hold. Feeding on these dried-up husks won't last long. Call your captain. Stefan wanted to help, but he was powerless. Do I look like I have the time for that? In this kind of chaos, he'll show up soon enough on his own. Kumo was also starting to wear out. He tried to keep his attacks steady while silently lamenting, I have to shatter every single head, while they keep swarming us. For people like us who specialize in wide-area skills, this is the worst possible matchup. At this rate, we won't last much longer. This is bad. But just before despair could take hold, a calm, resonant voice echoed out, Chaku. A magic circle flared in the sky, and countless crimson arrows rained down. They seemed to have a mind of their own, each one piercing straight through the heads of the ghouls. Hikari's eyes went wide with shock. That kind of precision? He's targeting their heads and crushing them, one by one, like a sniper. She scanned the battlefield, her gaze locking onto Minseo, who stood fearlessly amidst the storm of arrows. She couldn't help but wonder, who was that guy? Curiosity took root in her heart. Just what kind of person was he? Not far from Hikari, Stefan slumped his head in exhaustion. Finally, I can breathe for a second. A portal full of ghouls. No wonder the captain's skills didn't pick up any signs of life. He weighed the situation and suggested, for now, we should retreat. Wait until daybreak to launch a proper counterattack. Kumo shared the same sentiment. Sister, we should withdraw from the gate like he said. Only Hikari stubbornly refused. But Minseo coldly cut her off before she could finish. Stop being so stubborn. If you keep throwing yourself at them, you're just going to ruin the area even more. He intentionally provoked her to make her drop the attitude. You don't want to waste time, yet you're perfectly willing to waste your mana for nothing? She could only blush and fall silent. Just when things seemed to be settling down, a sudden change occurred. Kumo shouted in horror, Hey, another wave is coming. He gritted his teeth, channeling his mana. Damn it, another wave, just like the last one. Hikari anxiously leaned towards Stefan. Hey, where's your superior? Can't you call him yet? He replied awkwardly and uncertainly. I'm trying to reach him, but he's not picking up. If he hasn't shown up yet in this level of chaos. Minseo, ever sharp, grasped the critical point. You left her alone, didn't you? Before anyone could react, he simply threw out one line, handle the rest yourselves. Then, he turned and bolted, leaving a bewildered Stefan calling after him, Hunter Minseo. Minseo! Sprinting down the road, he whipped out his phone and dialed. As soon as the call connected, he jumped straight to business. It's me. You need to enter the gate right now. The person on the other end answered quickly. Give the order, sir. What should I do first? Minseo, clear-headed, commanded. Based on the situation, the ones outside have all entered the gate, right? Follow the trail they left behind. Deep down, he already had his own calculations. Minseo said calmly and evenly, It seems one of my people has been captured. Elsewhere, by a flickering fire, Layla was gagged and unable to speak. Her hands were tied tightly, making her all too aware of her dire situation. She had been ambushed completely. The entrances to the gate were heavily guarded. How did they manage to slip through? Robert sat for a long time until he grew bored. Boss, can I send her off to the afterlife? The way she looks just makes me want to finish her off right now. Bob stopped him from acting out. Be patient. If we want to deal with all the related parties at once, we need the bait. We cannot fail like last time. If this succeeds, our organization and Max will completely control the domestic black market. He was more full of hope than ever. In the world of the awakened, where everything is tiered by strength, do you think the low-rank hunters, who are everywhere, would pay for this kind of powder? If we ride this wave correctly, the organization will grow into a massive force. So, put your little games aside for now. Robert had heard these words 1,000 times. He grumbled, I know how terrifying that drug is. I saw it with my own eyes last time. But how much longer do we have to crawl around like rats and take orders from that idiot? Bob wasn't pleased with the attitude and frowned. Watch your mouth, Robert, no matter what it looks like. As if to prove his point, a heavy, ominous aura arrived as Ivan cast a formation. He didn't hesitate to leave deep cuts, all over his own arms. Hehehe. Black blood dripped from the wounds onto the ground at the marked spots. The ghouls aggressively smashed through the rocks and surged up. They bowed obediently at Ivan's feet like loyal servants before their leader. Bob lowered his voice, warning Robert sternly. He's a necromancer, too. The magic he just used, dark summoning, is a skill that challenges the natural order by manipulating life and death. It's one of the most forbidden and dangerous summoning techniques. Just possessing it makes people wary. Even Bob, who had rolled through plenty of filth, had never seen anyone dare to use this skill. Ivan was truly a subject that made others wonder if he was even human anymore. Thinking of this, Bob silently clenched his fists, calculating, I need his connections to rebuild the Amax organization that my father left behind. Robert peeked over curiously. Seeing what he was holding, he showed interest. Heh, is that the drug? Boss, just let me take one sip. Bob immediately frowned and warned him not to do anything reckless. Stop right there. Do you want to end up like those people who died outside the gates? With just a tiny vial like this, one skill power can skyrocket to S-rank hunter levels. Once you try it, you can never stop. Eventually, the body can't handle the pressure and explodes. He scowled, emphasizing the severity of the situation. It's like a drug that creates a flare of fire for a split second before burning out. I've witnessed that hell with my own eyes, right here. Whenever he remembers that horrific scene, Bob struggles to stay calm. It's clearly made of mana, but the scouting skills can't detect it. Where on earth are they producing this stuff? He couldn't help but hesitate as he voiced his question. Look, Ivan, we're in the same boat now, right? I think I have the right to know. The source of this drug, Ivan? Ivan curled his lips into a cryptic smile. Heh. He didn't respect anyone. Speaking with utter contempt, he couldn't even manage his own subordinates. Exposing this drug to international investigation organizations, and you still have the nerve to ask about the supply chain? Bob, scolded, stumbled to find an excuse. That was unavoidable. Drug trafficking, it's not rare for things to go sideways, right? Ivan drew out his voice sarcastically. Hehehe, you've got some nerve, too. I like brazen souls, but I can't tell you the supply chain. It would be troublesome. If a stupid boss like you lets information leak to even stupider subordinates, right? Robert flew into a rage and shouted loudly, How dare you talk to our boss like that? Bob, afraid he would ruin everything, tried to calm Robert down. Just then, a voice echoed from out of nowhere. Oh, my goodness. Why so noisy? Crow walked leisurely over to the three men. She wore a mocking smile as she warned them. Causing a scene is just asking for trouble. With investigators lurking outside, shouldn't you keep it down? Ivan was singled out and warned, feeling a twinge of panic deep down. But on the surface, he maintained his sly smile. Heh, Crow. Why are you here? Crow didn't let him dodge the question and continued her indictment. It seems you're doing some unnecessary things. I don't want to interfere in your business, but shouldn't you stop these games that are putting the entire Easy Evil organization at risk? Ivan didn't care for it at all, feeling extremely annoyed, and grumbled back. More words from the outdated leader. Hey, if it's too much trouble, just wipe them all out. Tell them not to worry. Crow was amused by his naive way of thinking. Ivan, you only play with zombies, so you don't understand people very well, right? The bonds between them are very persistent and troublesome. She stepped in front of Layla, her voice softening. In an instant, it turned grim. Crow sharply clipped each word. It will become a danger. Ivan tried to soothe the situation by explaining his plan in detail. I will keep her alive for a while longer until I deal with everyone involved. But Crow didn't even bother to look, coldly cutting him off. No, I'm talking about you, Ivan, not her. Before disappearing, Crow carefully warned him. It might be a bit late, but think carefully. Are they really on our side? Ivan gritted his teeth in irritation. Grr, you can only hide and watch. Robert quietly watched the whole scene, becoming even more confused. Boss, who exactly are those people? Bob didn't want to dig deep into things that could endanger himself. Shut up. It's best to just pretend you didn't see anything. He stood up slowly and remarked, Anyway, that tied-up woman and the group outside the gate probably won't last until morning. Returning to the place where the fierce battle had just taken place, the ground was trampled beyond recognition. Stefan looked at the two paths and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. At that time, we rushed out without thinking. Now the whole road is full of ghoul remains. If it weren't for Hunter Min going ahead to clear some out, it would have been dangerous. Going out to call for reinforcements would be better. Hikari, competitive as ever, refused to back down. We can't keep losing like this. She acted tough, but her legs were already trembling. One careless step and she collapsed on the spot, making Kumo call out in worry. Sis. Minseo didn't know when he had been standing there. He suddenly asked, "Why did you follow me all the way here?" The group was startled, blurting out, "Hunter Minseo." Hikari stammered, stuttering, "You. Why are you here?" Stefan was a bit calmer, but he couldn't hide his impatience. "Hunter Min, where is the captain?" Minseo slowly updated them on the situation. "She is no longer where she was. There are signs of a struggle around. It looks like she was taken away. I found it. There's a faint mana reaction coming from that direction." Kumo frowned in disbelief. Taken away by whom? Minseo replied calmly, in a matter-of-fact tone, "The summoner who created these ghouls." Cold sweat broke out on Stefan's forehead. "No way. The captain. Taken away that easily?" Minseo didn't want to hear him whine. "So you think these ghouls just appeared out of nowhere? If you're scared, just stay here and try to hold back those who are trying to flee." Stefan, afraid of being truly left behind, hurriedly chased after him. "Wait, Hunter Min." He walked while trying to press for more information. "So that means there is a ghoul summoner and kidnappers inside?" Minseo replied with an expressionless face. "Possibly. I already took care of about 4 guards around this area." After the group entered, Hikari quickly sensed something unusual. "What's that weird smell?" The 4 of them walked for a long time without reaching the destination, making Kumo marvel. "It's deeper than I thought." Stefan felt like he was burning with anxiety. The captain was dragged all the way in here? Finally, they came face to face with the enemy. Robert intercepted them, provoking them with his tone. "What's this? You came crawling to me yourselves. Saves me the trouble of searching. Thanks for handing yourselves over." Hikari wanted to charge out, but couldn't. Only able to curse. "You invaders." Kumo understood and jumped up fiercely to take her place in the fight. "You bastards. You dare to make my sister this exhausted?" Robert was just as hot-tempered. He grumbled irritably. "Eating the taxpayers' rice but don't know your place? Usually, you're supposed to introduce your name first." Bob sneered, clearly showing his disdain for the brats. With wounds that hadn't even healed yet, he flicked his hand, gathering energy. Waiting for the magic circle to clearly appear beneath his feet, Bob loudly chanted. Spears of light, beams of magic immediately shot out from within his threat. "I'll show you what it feels like to regret coming here." Minseo dodged with disgust and clicked his tongue under his breath. So annoying. He quickly erected a shield. One attacking, one defending. It was hard to tell who would win in the moment. Hikari had gradually lost her patience. The space was too cramped. If she summoned Kagutsuchi here, the whole cave would collapse and everyone would be in danger. She couldn't just stand there. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her head. "That's it." Hikari didn't say another word and dashed off. "I have to take advantage of this chaos to find the hunter Layla." But before she could run very far, Ivan blocked her path. "Heh. Just as I thought, if you leave the job to them, they're bound to miss something." Hikari shouted angrily, "Get out of the way, you disrespectful brat." Unfortunately, her weak magic was easily neutralized by him. "You really are hopeless," he mocked. Seeing Hikari get knocked back, Kumo rushed toward her. Sister Minseo also glanced over. Hearing Kumo desperately calling sister, and realizing Hikari was in a disadvantageous position, Kumo screamed in panic, "Sister, right now." Minseo didn't hesitate to use her ability. She raised her hand, creating a ring of light that enveloped her. The light grew stronger, and the energy surged more and more. Hikari felt the power surrounding her and couldn't help but wonder. This light. Is this Ivan? Watching everything unfold, he gently rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. A death mage. Huh. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone actually use it. It's not like I have any right to judge, since I'm a death mage, too. Over on the other side, once she confirmed her sister was safe, Kumo poured all her strength into attacking the enemy. "You jerk." Robert gave a provocative smile and challenged, "Come at me." With that, the two clashed. He didn't forget to issue a threat. "We aren't done yet, kid." Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Minseo couldn't help but remark, "So many people." Inside, Predator also warned seriously, "Be careful. That guy is much stronger than an ordinary person." Furthermore, as if they shared the same thought, he secretly assessed the situation. "Yeah, he prepared this portal in advance. We're at a huge disadvantage. This fight won't be easy." Seeing that attitude, Ivan was slightly impressed. "You didn't back down even after seeing me. You've got guts. Let's see if you can become good material." Suddenly, a blue tornado rose up, accompanied by a calm voice. The winter wind, the go creatures crawling under Minseo's feet all turned their attention to that wind. But just a moment after it swept through, It left them scattered in pieces. Ivan felt what had just happened and couldn't help but exclaim, "You've learned how to handle my little pets quite neatly, haven't you? On a planet crawling with humans like maggots, how have you lived to achieve such skills?" Saying that, he stretched out his long fingers, gathering a stream of dark energy. "Are you perhaps a monster that eats its own kind?" At the same time, Predator shuddered as the go that had just been wiped out by Minseo began to revive again. They kept multiplying endlessly. Disgusting. They struggled to rise from their horrific, skeletal remains. Minseo saw the go reaching their ghastly hands toward him and immediately dodged while launching an attack. There are too many of them. No other choice. Time to go all out. Predator summoned high-voltage electricity. The charge surged past, paralyzing them all. Ivan was finally truly surprised by his ability. That's a surprise. A human being can control mana to this extent. Minseo nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm the one who's shocked. I didn't expect Garbage to talk so smoothly." Hearing that, he furrowed his brows in annoyance. "Garbage? What rude language. If you're talking about that powder, I've never touched it. That trash is just cheap stuff for the lower class. How pathetic, those mongrels who can't use mana without a portal." Hearing that, Minseo couldn't help but ponder. Ivan continued, with a self-deprecating, amused look on his face. "No, the person who hired me for this job is human. They sustain themselves by eating their own kind. Even a brainless goo wouldn't do that." He began to recall the origin of the situation. "I accepted this mission just to give that trash a chance to be reborn. Simple as that. My noble sense of justice. Humans are only beautiful when they're dead, especially those who use that white powder. Excellent raw material." Looking at the frenzied go in front of him, Minseo had 1,000 unanswered questions. There was no disruption in the flow of magic power. He's not lying. So someone else manufactured that illegal enhancement substance. Your noble sense of justice reeks like a rotten doll. Disgusting. Aren't you ashamed? But for Ivan, that wasn't a concern at all. "I don't expect someone like you to understand." But that comment was truly insulting. Killing, then creating more to kill again. A pity for you. As long as the moon follows in the sky, I'll still have infinite mana. While they were talking, over here, the battle was still raging fiercely. Robert was busy fighting but didn't forget to taunt, dealing with the go, keeping an eye on the corpses, healing the victims. "You look busy, don't you?" Minseo heard that and turned his gaze toward him. He calmly raised his hand to suppress them with power. "Then let's see how long you can keep that smug look on your face. Mana. But half-demons don't use mana, right? They use magic power." Ivan's footsteps faltered for a beat after that sentence. It was unclear what he was feeling. He just indifferently repeated, "What did you just say?" Minseo didn't care about his attitude, just softly reminded him, "You're a half-demon, aren't you? Cursed blood. Abandoned by both demons and humans, like a stray bat. And yet, here you are, lying and using that foul magic power. So, tell me, who is the real mongrel dog here?" As the sentence ended, Ivan looked down at his two hands, trembling. The anger in his heart momentarily exploded when touched on a sore spot. "You filthy low-life." Predator sensed his rage and hurriedly warned, "His magic power has gone absolutely insane." But Minseo remained very calm to assess the situation. "It's fine. He's stronger, but his attacks are more predictable. As long as he doesn't revive those damn pests, I can handle it. But if it keeps going like this, I'll have to use my full power. Predator, are you ready?" Hearing his call, his voice rang out, with a hint of anxiety. "Forcing yourself again, huh?" Minseo was still as nonchalant as if it were nothing. "It's just an upgrade to the move I used before. Or are you scared?" Predator couldn't help but shout back in anger, "Who's scared?" "Not me." Minseo just smiled. "Ready for a real fight? Now this is getting my blood boiling." He unleashed his power, summoning countless chains to instantly lock the goo down. They were bound tight, unable to resist. Their hands reached out but were held back in place. Stefan saw this scene and couldn't believe his eyes. "Huh? They stopped moving?" Robert beside him was also furious. "What? Why aren't they budging anymore?" Bob also cursed under his breath. The Kumo ghouls, already exhausted, were stunned, wondering why they were being controlled like mindless zombies forced to attack their own masters. Bob screamed in panic, trying to hold them back, but it was useless. "Don't come any closer. Don't you dare come near me." Robert was equally bewildered by the situation. With their leader occupied, he could only look to his side for help. "Ivan, do something." But the ghouls only knew how to follow their orders, mindlessly charging at them. Ivan stared, incredulous. "Controlling this many corpses at once? It's so ridiculous, I can't even laugh." Staring at the dark mana erupting from Minseo, he could only blurt out, "Just who are you?" Feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Minseo, Ivan couldn't help but ask, "Are you even human?" Minseo didn't seem to care much about the power. He just scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. Man, that was a nasty jolt. I wonder if my head got any bigger from that. Predator started chattering inside his head again. I'm gonna puke. Minseo hurriedly replied, just take a break for now. I'll handle the rest. With that, he ordered the ghouls to attack Ivan. Now, go meet your maker. As Ivan blocked the incoming onslaught, he cursed under his breath, damn it, a surge. A wave of power erupted, making everything feel like it was about to explode. Ivan was truly enraged and decided to stop holding back. Fine, then. I won't hold back anymore. Minseo appeared behind him, his attitude calm, bordering on taunting. Is that all you've got to show me? Ivan was completely stunned, thinking to himself, a speed-boosting skill? When did he even activate that? Minseo unleashed his power, not forgetting to mock him. Thanks for breaking down the wall. A blinding light erupted, forcing Ivan to cover his eyes. In the midst of the glow, something seemed to burst open. Crow appeared from thin air with a smirk. She stood in front of Ivan and greeted them. Long time no see. Seeing her cocky attitude, Minseo quickly recognized her. Crow, I thought you wouldn't intervene until the very end. So, are you saying you're not allowed to kill me? As Crow treated Ivan's wounds, she defended herself. He might look like that, but he's actually a pretty important figure. Once he's outlived his usefulness, you can fry him or boil him however you want. So, can you let it slide this time? I really don't want to go up against someone as strong as you. Minseo quickly weighed the pros and cons. Unlike the ones who had already died, this guy was deeply involved in drug distribution, and his personality alone would cause nothing but trouble down the line. I want to take him out right now, but I have to prioritize the bigger picture. Besides, Crow's abilities were something that weighed on Minseo's mind as well. Moreover, she was definitely stronger than the necromancer. With that in mind, he asked with a touch of sarcasm, who's the current leader of the anti-demon faction? To be mixed up in such dirty business, she rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Oh my, you really do know a lot about us. But you're wrong. The Manhwa faction has been in power for a while now. This whole incident was entirely caused by that child. It took on a request without permission. The image of Kwai flashed through his mind, but no one really knew his true identity. I don't even know who it was that gave the order. But that explanation didn't convince Minseo. Don't give me that crap. You mean to tell me you're involved in what he did, but you don't know who's behind it? Crow waved her hands, flustered. Involved? No, we only intervened because we had to save that kid. We only found out what he was doing recently. I know you have a lot of questions, but I really don't know that much. Minseo didn't dwell on it anymore and turned his attention to the others. They were all completely exhausted after the intense battle. Finally, he turned away, deciding not to pursue the matter. Fine. If you're not the mastermind, it doesn't matter. But don't let there be a second time. After that remark, Crow clapped her hands happily. Oh my, you believe me that easily? Minseo simply explained, I read your mana wave patterns. When you lie, the waves get distorted. She pouted, unhappy. How boring. He just casually shoved his hands into his pockets. One last question. When you said we, who exactly are you talking about? Hearing that, Crow brushed off her sleeves, looking nonchalant. I guess it's about time I answered that. She vanished, leaving behind only one sentence. We are called E. Z. Minseo wasn't surprised by that, merely lost in thought. So, the anti-demon faction itself isn't deeply involved in this. If it's just for money, no one would deliberately choose the anti-demon tribe, who are always hostile to humans, to be their pawns. And that guy. I felt an unusual power from him, but it wasn't mana. It was a type of energy I didn't recognize, something I've never seen in the other world. He silently reached a decision. E. Z. Huh. Looks like I'll have to investigate them too. Just as Minseo finished his train of thought, Layla approached, scratching her head in shame. Thank you all for saving us. As the team leader, I feel so ashamed. First, let's get out of this gate. We've been here too long. Stefan hurriedly comforted her. Captain, please don't push yourself. He just sighed, looking at the mess. He thought to himself that he needed to clean it up first. Hikari couldn't help but ask, Minseo, that guy, the necromancer, where is he? He replied, he ran off. He was ambushed. Layla couldn't help but blame herself, taking full responsibility. I'm sorry. I let my guard down. Kumo quickly comforted her, reminding everyone, at least everyone is safe. That's a consolation in itself. Let's get out of the gate and figure things out later. Looking at the exhausted group, a thought crossed Minseo's mind. I guess it really is easier to work alone. But then again, not entirely alone. This guy is always with me. He gave a casual, knowing smile as if talking to a close friend. Right, Predator? But for some reason, that smile slowly faded as he looked up at the vast sky. A voice echoed in his heart, Predator. 2 days later, at the SMC's headquarters, Edward repeated the name skeptically. Ghost? I still don't understand. He voiced his doubt. I haven't even heard of a necromancer. And now you're telling me they aren't the main culprit. Minseo wasn't sure himself. Based on what they said, it seems like this is only the beginning. Edward rested his chin on his hands, looking slightly angry. Damn it, I was too careless. I only thought this was a routine site inspection. I truly owe you a favor. He stretched, rubbing his sore arm, and replied without much concern. No one could have predicted what happened to the team. Seeing that no one was seriously hurt, he felt a huge sense of relief. With deep gratitude in his voice, he spoke up. Thanks to you, everyone can get back to work right away, especially for Hunter Hikari. If it weren't for you, things would have turned out really badly. As expected, the former Mad Dog's skills are still as sharp as ever. Minseo just waved his hand and turned to leave. It's fine. It's nothing. Gosh. I'm heading back to Korea. If you find any new leads, give me a call. Edward felt a pang of regret and wanted to keep him there. Going back already? We'll see each other again soon, but at least say goodbye to the others. Minseo didn't care and just left after dropping one sentence. I'm busy. As he was leisurely walking down the street, he suddenly froze. Hikari had appeared in front of him, looking a bit shy. She had specifically sought Minseo out to express her thanks before hurrying off. I came to thank you for healing me, even though I didn't really contribute anything useful this time. Next time, I'll be the one who can actually help. Hearing that, he didn't pay it much mind, just nonchalantly spitting out 2 words, suit yourself. But immediately, Minseo's mood darkened. Ever since that day, Predator still hadn't woken up. He hadn't had any issues using the skills he learned through Predator's abilities, and his mana flow and core recovery were all stable. There was nothing unusual. He looked up at the vast sky, but his heart had only one preoccupation. Predator, you jerk. Just how long do you intend on sleeping? At the SMC's central headquarters, Lucy was recounting the main events. According to the report, an organization called Anmax had been secretly trafficking illegal enhancement drugs in the area. She calmly analyzed the situation clearly. However, Anmax didn't directly produce those drugs, and with the departure of their leader, the one who played the central role in the network has been almost completely severed. Even so, there are still remnants scattered in the market, so continuing the sweep is essential. Edward flipped through the documents while asking, how's the situation at the gate? Lucy frowned, looking uneasy. It was severely damaged due to internal fighting. According to the report, the gate itself no longer holds any value and will soon be closed following protocol. What a pain. If the former chairman's faction accuses us of ruining the crime scene. She hesitated slightly. The momentary anxiety was clearly visible on her stern face. Edward also let out a long, weary sigh. That business again, huh? Lucy reminded him of the current precarious situation. Vice chairman, you know how it is. The former chairman's faction now basically controls the entire headquarters, especially Carol Joan. Their most influential guard is a semi-special grade hunter. He's always had his eye on your seat. He'll definitely use this incident as an excuse to get his hands on it. Considering the gravity of the matter, she didn't dare to lower her guard. We must minimize every possible loophole that could be exploited. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from somewhere. Oh my, I forgot to knock. Speak of the— I hear you're very busy with the enhancement drug investigation, but it seems the results haven't been quite what you expected. Hearing the mocking intent behind his fake tone, Edward frowned in annoyance. What exactly are you implying? Carol Jones shrugged nonchalantly and said bluntly, don't play dumb. The rumors are spreading everywhere. I heard you brought a nobody hunter from some faraway Asian country onto the investigation team, and then he came back with nothing from the scene. Edward clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in correction. You're wrong. That team was attacked right at the gate of the scene, and they even managed to subdue the attacker in time. Carol Jones curled his lip with disdain, not bothering to hide his contempt. Even so, all they found was a small organization. You couldn't track down the supply chain or the production source at all. Of course, a respectable person like you surely wouldn't have handed the position to someone randomly. He dragged out his tone, half threatening and half coaxing, trying to negotiate. So, I have a proposal. Make the investigation into the enhancement drugs for Awakened Ones public. Edward had never felt anything as ridiculous as this. He raised his voice in anger, questioning. If we make it public, even ordinary people who have never heard of these drugs will get curious. The demand for them will explode. Are you prepared for the consequences of that? Carol Jones was still stubborn, refusing to give up his intention. That could be solved by quickly identifying and destroying the supply source, right? Actually, the current leaders probably already know about the investigation anyway, even if it isn't public. He craftily left behind a smug, challenging remark before leaving. Well, I suppose I should hear what the other semi-special grade hunters think. I wonder whose opinion will be taken more seriously. Edward watched his retreating back, swallowing his anger with great difficulty. After a long while, he finally recovered enough spirit to contact Minseo. So, there's a possibility that the investigation into illegal enhancement drugs for awakened ones will soon become a public matter. If that happens, it will cause chaos on an international scale. Hearing this, he also felt a bit urgent. We don't have much time left. Edward sighed, filled with frustration. Yeah, I intended to end this case myself, but its roots are deeper than I thought. In another corner, Vaughn was chatting with Ghost. Is there really a necromancer? The old man waved his hand, confidently assuring him, definitely. I saw it with my own eyes. The phone call with Edward was still continuing. Oh, right. About the matter you asked me to investigate, we're still tracking Pandemonium and Is It, but information on them is extremely scarce. Minseo had anticipated this variable, so he nodded calmly. It's fine. I didn't expect results right away. Edward lowered his voice and changed the subject to something else. More importantly, about the gate we investigated. After you returned, we sent a large-scale investigation team there, and just as you reported, the gate is completely worthless. Unlike the initial assessment, he slowly pointed out the contradiction. When it was first discovered, corpses were piled up around the entrance, so the initial assessment was probably hasty. But usually, after being looted clean, gates become empty. But the strange thing is, in this gate, there wasn't a single monster left, except for a few low-level ones. Even if someone secretly raided the monsters inside, it still wouldn't make sense. The Necromancer and the Anmax group that attacked you must have cleared out the gate beforehand. Edward explained his reasoning clearly. After that, he carefully probed. What do you think, Minseo? Minseo felt that the whole thing was just too absurd. Portals are interdimensional spatial rifts. They aren't affected by normal spatial laws. They appear randomly without any warning, and it's impossible to predict where one will emerge. Could they be emptying them out to transport illegal enhancement drugs? Even for an S rank like Minseo, that idea seemed impossible. You connected the pieces of information quickly and suddenly came up with a hypothesis. Unless those portals aren't actually real portals. What if those gates are just incredibly sophisticated spatial illusions, mimicking real ones to be used as transit points? Edward couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's way too sci-fi, Minseo. Minseo ignored his mockery. I'm just throwing out a theory, just playing around, you know? Deep down, Edward trusted him. After all, his gut instincts had always been sharp. I'll look into that possibility a bit more. You still have the authority to investigate, so keep supporting the awakened drug case. Minseo responded nonchalantly. Sure, don't worry. But after hanging up, he sighed in frustration. Ha-Min had been waiting, and he stepped over immediately to pick a fight. Done calling? Long time no see. 3-on-1. Keep it light, yeah? Ghost frowned, stopping him from starting trouble. Can't you see he's exhausted? Shut it. However, Minseo, with his, if you want it, go for it. If it touches you, fight its spirit, stood up leisurely. It's fine. I was actually planning to get some exercise anyway. Siri Vaughn saw the fight wasn't worth it and intended to bail. I'll sit this one out. It was a bad break for him, as Ghost was one step ahead, blocking his escape. Where do you think you're going? If one person quits, the whole group pays the price. Minseo warmed up his limbs and said calmly, just stretching my muscles. Besides, the guy lying there breathing heavily is probably about to wake up. Night was falling, but the streets outside were still bustling. People gathered in groups to have fun and blow off steam. Inside a certain bar, the thumping music mixed with excited cheers. Jiang Chi-Wai quietly slipped through the crowd of drunkards. He stopped in front of a VIP room. I have business inside. Can you let me through? The bouncer looked on, expressionless. He rattled off words that seemed completely unrelated. Darkness has no color. Jiang Chi-Wai was well-versed in the secret codes here, so he easily followed up. Only red blood is like ours. The door immediately clicked open, as if inviting him in. Behind it, Chi-Yu, who knows since when, was already waiting. He politely greeted, long time no see, sir. Jiang Chi-Wei also politely inquired. Everything going well on your end? Chi-Yu replied vaguely, then changed the subject. By the way, is the great saint coming with you? He calmly opened a pack of cigarettes and pulled one out. With the investigation into drugs in South Korea getting tighter, we'll be limiting our movements for a while. After this deal, we will also temporarily pause our trading activities. He nodded, showing understanding. Understood. We will send men to escort you back, per Chi-Yu's orders. Jun-Ho appeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chi-Wei naturally took the light from his hand. Great. Either way, I wasn't planning on returning just yet. There's still a lot to clean up after this deal. Ever since the new shipment arrived, everything's been a mess. I don't know what's gotten into those damn cops. Suddenly, someone interrupted the conversation. Oh, you've arrived. Cloud walked over slowly to join the group. Long time no see. Jiang Shiwei looked back and complimented him with satisfaction, still right on time as always. Huh, clown. Then he turned to remind Chiyu, where's the goods? While waiting, Jiang Shiwei took the opportunity to explain the situation briefly. Sorry to give you such a big headache. We got cut off in South Korea before we could distribute, but the Great Saint insisted. Cloud smiled, looking like he wasn't worried at all. It's fine. As long as I can sell it all, that's all that matters. After fumbling for a moment, Chiyu had everything prepared. This is the cargo you wanted. Do you want to check it? Jiang Shiwei stepped forward and opened the lid to inspect it. The items hidden inside left him stunned. It was truly an astonishing sight. A new day arrived with a buzz. It was early, so the office wasn't too crowded yet. Lisa was about to sit down when she suddenly froze. Oh my, you're coming to work today too? She turned to whisper to Kang Yu. Did you hear? About that Hunter Min? There's a rumor that he's on a business trip to headquarters. He wasn't sure if it was true, but he joined in on the gossip anyway. For real? Is that why the vice president of headquarters came here recently? Lisa spoke more and more excitedly, starting to make wild guesses. What kind of relationship is that? Maybe he's got someone backing him, or he's a parachute hire. Kang Yu, half believing and half doubting, argued back. No way. The two were in the middle of a heated exchange when they were forced to stop because Huang Jonggu suddenly rushed over. Hey! He strode forward and asked, You're here. Did you happen to see the official document that was just sent down? Minseo replied calmly and coldly. An investigation into illegal enhancement drugs for Awakened? Looks like it's finally public. Huh. His attitude took Huang Jonggu by surprise. You already knew. So the business trip, too. He realized he was being a bit too loud, so he lowered his voice. Was the trip to the head office earlier also because of this? Even if it's a top-secret investigation, you should have given a heads up. Even the branch manager didn't know. Now it had become a full-blown emergency. Minseo, being scolded, got annoyed. They told me to keep it a secret. I was just following orders. How could you? Huang Jianggu could only look on in frustrated agony. It didn't look good at all. He had asked a regular employee to cooperate with an investigation while the branch manager was completely in the dark. Even if the regular employees didn't know, the team leaders had all figured out that he was going to headquarters. He was just about to go on a rant when Mina called out to him. Team leader. She spoke with a bit of hesitation, explaining, the branch manager is looking for you. And Hunterman, too. And so, the two had to follow the order. They rushed to the manager's office. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Baek Jeon-ho got straight to the point, serious. As everyone knows, the head office has sent a major request for investigative cooperation to every country. He carefully scrutinized the situation. An illegal drug called enhancement drug for the awakened, used to boost skills, is flooding the black market. Hunter Min, during your previous business trip, you must have confirmed the details, right? Minseo confidently confirmed. That's right. Baek Jeon-ho's face darkened as he pondered and questioned. But what exactly happened during that trip? He suddenly changed his tone, looking up at the ceiling and wailing miserably. Why? Why are they only targeting us? An illegal substance known as an enhancement drug for awakened beings designed to boost skills is flooding the black market. Hunter Min, you confirmed the details during your last business trip, right? Minseo confidently replied, That's right. Baek Jeon-ho's face darkened. He fell into deep thought and questioned, but what on earth happened on that trip? Suddenly, he changed his tone, looked up at the ceiling, and screamed desperately. WA's everything focused on the South Korean branch, and yet they're demanding results? This sudden shift left Huang Jonggu stunned. Huh? Baek Jeon-ho was still frustrated, pulling at his hair. Isn't it obvious to anyone with eyes that we're being set up? Results, results. All I hear is results. Is there anywhere else in the world as free of illegal drugs as South Korea? What kind of achievements do you expect from such a tiny country? He slumped over his desk in despair, lamenting. And the person I'm the contact for isn't even Vice President Edward. It's someone from the former president's faction. This is so frustrating. What on earth is going on? If I get dragged into this, my chances of a promotion are toast, Minseo. How about you suggest a solution? I'll just quit. Baek Jeon-ho quickly cut off his crazy idea. No, absolutely not. Even if you eventually get promoted to headquarters, you must always remember you came from the South Korean branch. Got it? Finally, the South Korean branch, SMCS, has to put on an especially stellar performance in this illegal enhancement drug investigation. We have to produce the best results possible. He paused for a moment to compose himself, then commanded firmly, Therefore, Jonggu, from now on, your gangbook team is being reassigned to the Awaken Enhancement Drug Investigation Task Force. Do you hear me? If your team doesn't get results this time, the entire South Korean branch is going to have a bad reputation. Baek Jae-ho masterfully balanced the carrot and the stick, dumping the tough job on his subordinate. Then he softened his tone to encourage him. Of course, other teams will investigate the enhancement drugs as a priority case, but the areas with the biggest suspicions will be given to Gangbuk. Think of this as an opportunity for promotion. Even so, Jong-gu still couldn't muster any enthusiasm. But director, the other teams are definitely going to fiercely oppose this. Baek Jae-ho laughed as if he'd heard something funny. Since when did your team care about that? Not bothering to listen to his excuses anymore, he turned to Minseo. Hunter Min, if headquarters sends another request for a joint investigation, I'll approve your deployment anytime. But until then, focus on the investigation here at home. He obediently nodded in agreement. I understand. Baek Jae-ho clapped his hands in satisfaction. Well then, the first case for the Awaken Enhancement Drug Investigation Task Force. Despite Jong-gu panicking and shouting, right now, it's starting already. He just shrugged calmly. No need to be surprised. I've already had the data department prepare all the suspicious cases from recently. This statement, like a bolt of lightning, made him tear up again. Sorry, Kim Seo-ah. After Baek Jae-ho finished distributing the necessary files, he continued giving orders. In short, many suspicious activities have been detected at a new abandoned warehouse on Manhwa Island. That warehouse has long been famous as a drug den, but lately, a lot of strange faces have appeared. It seems to have become a distribution hub. People from other provinces are flocking there. He tried to explain in great detail. And it seems like a bunch of awakened criminals are coming to stir up trouble. There, too. There have been quite a few casualties, and even now, various big and small incidents are happening. Hwang Jong-gu broke out in a cold sweat from the anxiety. With that kind of scale, our team probably can't handle it alone. Baek Jae-ho reassuringly smiled. Ah, that's why I've already sent a request for support to a private guild. They already know a little bit about this case, so getting approval from headquarters wasn't difficult. You guys just need to focus on getting results. Minseo furrowed his brow, suspicious, and muttered, A private guild, huh? The Gangbuk group quickly headed out on their mission. Before long, they reached the location from the documents, an empty, desolate, abandoned warehouse. The scenery was bleak and run down. Minseo frowned as he looked at the people in front of him. I knew it. It's you too? The private guild they said they'd requested support from Iowa smiled brightly and quickly stepped toward him. That's right. Who else were you expecting to come? Of course I had to come. Sijin also quickly walked alongside her, sighing as they went. How do you manage to get dragged into such big cases every time, Minseo? Minseo intentionally dragged out his voice, mocking them. Are those so-called guild leaders that free? Coming here in person? Sujin got angry and raised his voice to snap back. Do you think I came here because I'm free? Iowa, on the other hand, was completely calm. She even appeared excited. Of course, Master's work is the top priority. Sijin stopped arguing to observe their surroundings. But hey, did you come alone? Where is your team? Minseo slowly explained how the tasks were divided. They're on surveillance duty. Predatorging, a huge crowd would just get in the way. They're staying outside, ready to nab any of the guys trying to run away. Kang, Iowa didn't think this mission was dangerous enough to warrant such precautions. But really, half the people in here are probably just civilians. Most of them are likely just here to buy some regular enhancement drugs. Maybe the fights between the awakened criminals are just drug dealers fighting each other, or the guards, clashing with one another. Minseo didn't really care or take it too seriously either. Either way, if it was convenient to nab a few other junkies along the way, that would be a bonus. Iowa pointed to the gate in front. That must be the main trading area. Let's go check it out, shall we? Min Sijun didn't approve of this impulsive plan. Wait, if we just rush and head on, it'll be easy to let a lot of the targets slip away. It's best to infiltrate first, get the lay of the land, and then stage an ambush. She pouted in dissatisfaction when she saw her idea being opposed. Then how long are we going to wait to act? It's better to just wipe them all out from the start. The two of them were still arguing heatedly when a strange voice rang out. They say advertising feasts you, but the food is never good when you arrive. Minseo quickly signaled everyone to be silent. That voice was still echoing in his ears. I heard this place had top-notch goods, but all I see is old junk. He held his breath and looked in the direction of the voice. Just two men were seen strolling in. Josh looked on with disdain. High-end stuff, huh? Pathetic. The world's upside down with these awakened folks causing chaos. Now they're even cooking up specialized drugs for them. Disgusting. Jack, however, thought it was only natural. What's the problem? Dealing this stuff makes a fortune. Ross couldn't stand his friend's mindset. You have no morals at all. Jack dismissed the criticism. I've been grinding in this business for 15 years. All right. Living like that is just a fast track to your own grave. By the way, heard about Jiang Chiwi coming to Korea? Josh nodded nonchalantly, confirming, yeah, that's the reason. I've been lurking here for months. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling both of them. Who's there? Who is Jiang Chiwi? Jack turned around in a panic. Who's there? Josh was also spooked, flailing his arms wildly. Who the hell are you guys? If you're addicts, use the front door. Minseo curled his lips into a cunning smile, not interested in drugs. He led the group with total ease and composure, declaring, just borrowing the entrance. You drug-dealing scum. Minseo and Iowa exclaimed in excitement. Great. We've broken through the door. Minseo paused to contemplate for a moment. Then he asked for her input. What do we do now? Pretend to be junkies or wipe them all out like he said? Iowa immediately agreed with gusto. I'm in for that. Sejun looked visibly flustered and let out a resigned sigh. Everyone, come here, stand close. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a small pen from his chest pocket. In the blink of an eye, the tiny pen transformed into a majestic scepter, radiating, a mystical aura that filled the space. Holding the glowing staff, Sejun cast an S-rank stealth skill, creating a sophisticated light refraction field. It made the whole group vanish from sight, a technique requiring incredibly skilled mana control. Minseo curiously reached out, his hand passing through the veil of light. He silently assessed. A type of transmutation magic, and this spell is. Iowa didn't hold back her praise. The invisibility magic, the nickname Grand Mage of Korea, really isn't misplaced. I didn't think this spell was actually real. Hearing this, Min Sejun held the scepter and explained, my skill is elemental magic. Elemental magic can be used in countless ways depending on one's level and application. For instance, stealth uses light, one of the 5 elements specifically, light refraction to conceal our forms. Minseo wore a knowing smile. If Predator were here, he'd definitely make a scene demanding to devour this skill. I'm sure of it. He raised an eyebrow, unable to help but wonder. That parasite? Where'd he go? Minseo replied vaguely. Nothing to worry about. More importantly, you've grown up a lot, Min Sejun said, patting his shoulder before stepping forward. Min Sejun got a little annoyed and feigned irritation. Oh my god, stop treating me like a kid. Immediately, Kang Iowa chimed in. Master, what about me? I've been working hard too. Minseo heard this and had to hurry them along. That's enough, let's go. Finish it quickly and let's head home. Saying that, they all headed toward the iron door, leaving Jack and Josh tied up behind them. The damp warehouse revealed stacks of towering wooden crates, where voices echoed, big clearance sale. Big clearance sale here. Up ahead, on a wooden crate, Jack waved his hand in refusal while smiling bitterly. I can't sell it at that price. Hearing this, Mark tried to plead. Come on, buddy. On the ground, men lay sprawled, groaning weakly beside piles of discarded syringes. Iowa, still in her stealth state, approached to observe. Mostly normal people, not awakened. No, they're criminals, not just regular folks. Min Sejun thought for a bit and proposed a plan. There must be a separate black market for those who have awakened. It won't be easy to find, but if we eavesdrop on their conversations, we might find a clue, Kang Iowa objected, arguing. Besides, this place is bigger than you think. Just rounding everyone up and turning them over to the police is a solid achievement already. Sejun disagreed firmly. But catching people like this, day after day, is useless. They just pay bail or get a suspended sentence and they're right back out. Even if we break one market, they'll just open another one somewhere else, unless we pull out the organization controlling the supply of that drug by the root. Suddenly, up ahead, the frail, sallow-faced silhouette of Rick appeared, screaming and charging forward. In front of the stunned group, he frantically rushed through the warehouse door. Mark questioned this madness. What the? Seeing this, Jack grumbled angrily. What else? He's high, so he's hallucinating. I told those bastards they have to go outside to use it. And yet, they keep sneaking down to the basement. He was curious about this strange phenomenon. But why does everyone who goes down to the basement end up like that? He let out a weary, frustrated sigh. How would I know? Probably bad feng shui. Iowa shuddered and crossed her arms in dismay. This place is full of lunatics. It's infuriating. Minseo immediately issued the assignment. The two of you stay here and monitor the situation. Min Sejun panicked and immediately protested. Wait, where are you going? If you go, I go. She also chimed in with an objection. What? You? He didn't let either of them finish. Didn't you hear what I said? Minseo turned back, looking them straight in the eyes, leaving them with one cold command. Stay here. Ignoring their confusion, he decisively turned and headed straight for the basement entrance. Minseo stepped lightly down the dark stairs, leaving the commotion behind to sink into a space deathly silent. As he walked, he observed, is this a sewer used for escapes when the police arrive? The layout is complex. Minseo glanced down a deep, pitch-black corridor. I can feel a strange energy coming from this way. It's not mana. How should I describe it? While he was busy analyzing, a terrifyingly long-haired head suddenly appeared from the ceiling. It felt like the sensation of summoning that the investigator I met recently used. It's not like summoning a spirit. Minseo remained calm and speculated. A beast spirit? A grotesque ghost? It had silently manifested right behind him. Instantly, Minseo gathered his energy, creating a brilliant golden light, wrapping around his hand, and threw a punch. Not quite. The thing didn't take any damage at all, but that mana surge just passed right through the target without causing any harm. Minseo frowned in thought and realized he couldn't interfere using mana. He couldn't sense any malice or killing intent. What else should I even call them? There isn't a better word for it, especially when the word demon just flashed through his mind. Another small figure suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him. "Don't hit my friend." Cyan spun around, startled, and blurted out, "You can see through my stealth skill." "A kid," Cyan calmly replied. "You're always asking questions, aren't you?" "You're the one I should be asking that." Minseo immediately retorted, "What?" The little girl raised her hand and pointed forward. "You're the outsider, and this is my home." He was stunned, crossing his arms and frowning. "A sewer is your home?" Cyan spoke up as if it were obvious. "Wherever you can rest, that's home. That's my motto." He was helpless against the girl's answer. "Good grief." Seeing Cyan's battered body, Minseo asked, "All right, let's say this is your home, but more importantly, where are your parents? Why do you have so many wounds?" The girl sighed sadly and revealed, "I don't have parents. They left me here. It's been a long time. They traded me away for white powder." Cyan said, scared, adding that the other wounds were from her trying to sneak out through other paths to find food. Baked Giant Ho sat down to comfort the girl and realized, so she's living in this damp, filthy place with ghosts. As soon as he touched Cyan, a magical light appeared, healing all her wounds and cleaning her body. Cyan looked around, surprised, and gasped. "An amazing power, different from mine. My power is cold, but yours is warm." Minseo immediately understood. So she's the one making these ghosts manifest. Using her power, the girl nodded slightly to confirm. "That's right. My friends protect me. They tell me to hide when bad people come, and they show me the way out of this labyrinth." He smiled, intrigued. "Is that so? What's your name, kid?" The girl happily replied, "Cyan." Minseo smiled mysteriously and made an offer. "All right, Cyan, I want to ask your friends for a favor. Among the exits connected to this place, can they find the bad guys, who also use special powers like you and me?" The girl eagerly agreed. "Yes." In a dark corner of the basement, Red laughed gleefully. "So, this is the goods, huh?" Minjun held up the stash and confirmed. "Yeah, imported from Nara. 100% pure, no impurities at all. Just one dose is enough to take care of most B-rank hunters like it's nothing." Red leaned down and chuckled. "Are you sure this is the whole batch?" He replied calmly. "Of course. Limited stock isn't easy to come by." "What about side effects?" Minjun laughed confidently. "It's clean, low addiction. Only use it when necessary. I'm sure you checked thoroughly before coming to me, right? It's a new drug, so don't spread the word around. There's a reason we came to this filthy underground place." Red nodded, satisfied. "I see." A strange noise cut them off, and both jumped. Minjun trembled and glanced at Red. "Didn't you hear that?" "I'm sure I just heard something." He felt the other was being overly anxious. "Is it really coming all the way down here? Probably just rats or something." Narrowing his eyes in suspicion, Minjun placed his hand on the door. "Besides, there have been strange rumors about this factory lately. They say something weird is appearing in the underground pipes." A glowing, demonic red hand suddenly appeared. Minjun and Red turned pale and screamed, "Ghosts!" Both panicked and ran for their lives. Minseo, carrying Cyan, suddenly blocked their retreat. He said coldly, "Not ghosts." Minseo launched an attack, throwing both of them against the wall. He stood tall and proudly asserted, "Humans." Minseo set Cyan down and told her, "Hide there. I'll call you when I'm done. Thanks for helping me find them." He walked toward the two men who were collapsing. "So, what is this godly merchandise you've been hiding so carefully? Let me see it." Minseo coldly kicked Minjun, sarcastically urging him, "Hey, not getting up? Man, did I hit you too hard?" Minseo leaned down to pick up the vials scattered on the ground. He mused. So it has already spread all the way to Korea. Kang Min attacked from behind, causing Minseo to collapse immediately. He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing to himself, "This annoying rat actually made it all the way here." Ryu, Ian Pang landed from above. How did they find this place? Du Hyung arrived as well, curious. Could it be that the addicts heard the news? Kang Min thought for a moment, definitely not. This abandoned factory only started operating today. There must be a mole in contact with Squad 4 and Squad 0. Squad 10. Clean up the rat's corpse. Minseo, who was lying motionless, suddenly muttered, "Venomous fangs." Immediately, his hand touched the ground, activating a formation from his palm. Purple light exploded, throwing Kang Min and his cohorts far away. Even though they were caught off guard, all three still quickly regained their balance and landed easily. He scratched his head, surprised, faster than I thought. Good at taking a hit, and they didn't panic when countered. Clearly, they're very used to this style of fighting. Minseo glanced around, coldly questioning, "Who sent you guys?" Kang Bin nervously narrowed his eyes, calculating the previous skill and the way he recovered without a scratch. He's not a normal person. Du Hyung gritted his teeth, shouting in anger, "Playing dead? You coward." Minseo waved his hand, sarcastically retorting, "That's rich, coming from the guy hiding on the ceiling. Very noble of you, isn't it?" Ryu, Ian Pang, and Du Hyung rushed in together to attack. "What kind of guild did a guy like you crawl out of?" Minseo raised an eyebrow, smiling confidently. Immediately, two invisible hands appeared. They grabbed both men tight, simultaneously blocking the moves they were about to unleash. He coldly pressured them. "I asked first. You not answering?" Kamen, who had been observing, laughed deviously. "Well, you're pretty worked up. Calm down. You probably heard the rumors and rushed here." At the same time, he immediately created a blue-white vortex. Kamen swung his hand to attack Minseo. Lion's roar. "If you want to buy, get in line." The attack forced him to let go, helping Ryu, Ian Pang, and Do Hyung escape. Minseo stood his ground, disdainfully declaring, "Nonsense. I wouldn't even take it for free." Kamen started to get worried and immediately contacted them to check the situation. "Squad 4, Squad 10. What's the status?" Minseo saw Kang Min's technique. He smiled with interest. "A defensive skill? That's fine. Might as well test out my power while I'm at it." Ryu, Ian Pang clutched his stomach, panting. What the hell was that? He'll bleed to death before he even gets to use his skill. Du Hyung tried to endure the pain, checking his injuries. 3 broken ribs. Kang Min heard that and was frustrated. "Damn it. If it goes on like this, we won't last long." Show the determination of the Demon Slayer corpse. Ryu, Ian Pang angrily picked up a vial. Bastards. Du Hyung and his cohorts tilted the vials into their mouths, gritting their teeth in shame. "Never thought I'd be forced to take this trash that the losers usually use. Drugs." An explosive surge of power instantly swelled their muscles, Ryu, Ian Pang, and Do Hyung looking bulkier than ever. They grinned confidently, snarling, "We're going to crush you into dust." Ryu, Ian Pang shouted like a madman. They lunged forward, yelling, "Go eat dirt." But Minseo nimbly dodged aside. He complained, "So that's how much your power increased, huh?" Suddenly, Do Hyung tried to ambush him from behind. "I'll blow your brains out." Du Hyung roared. Minseo leaped into midair, dodging the strike while calculating. The energy they're putting out now, it's on a completely different level. Minseo mocked Kang Min and his crew. "So, you guys can't even function without your little drugs anymore, huh?" Du Hyung and Ryu, Ian Pang lunged from below, screaming in unison. "Shut your mouth." Kang Min finally made his move, unleashing the black coffin technique. Instantly, Minseo was pinned inside a restricted space. Controlled and unable to move, Minseo sighed. "Man, this is annoying." "Oh right, there's one more." Kang Min smiled triumphantly. "Gotcha. You're done for this time. Squad 4, Squad 10, crush him." Right at that moment, Iowa appeared, unleashing rising wind. A fiery arrow whizzed past Kang Min's face like a lethal warning. Iowa sheathed her bow and shot a glare at them, grumbling. "Actually, we're always having to chase after you. Let us join in, Master." Sejun slowly adjusted his cufflinks. His presence darkened, radiating clear annoyance. "How troublesome." Beside him, Iowa stretched her side muscles slightly. She lowered her voice, adding, "It's true that those guys using that drug are abnormally strong, but they're still nothing compared to an S-rank hunter." Minseo stood by, observing. In the depths of his eyes, a flicker of lingering shock remained. "How did you all even know to come here so quickly?" His movements froze for a split second. Responding with a flustered look, he said, "Miss Kang, Iowa just suddenly started following me, saying she had to come along no matter what." Hearing that, she immediately snapped back, her voice full of denial. "What? I never said any such thing." Kang Iowa then pointed decisively toward the door, her demeanor softening. "Anyway, when I got down here, that child showed me the way." Just then, from behind the door, Cyan timidly poked her head out. The little girl pressed herself against the door frame, speaking with a guarded tone. 3-on-1 isn't fair. Make it a fair fight." Hearing this, he walked over, gently patted Cyan's head, and smiled to reassure her. "Is that so? Thanks, kid. Iowa was the one who finally voiced her confusion. It's a bit late to ask, but who exactly is that kid? Hearing the question, Sejun replied with a hint of reluctance. It's complicated. I'll tell you everything once we're done. He cast his eyes around the room, a look of deep thought crossing his face. Indeed, no human child should be able to live in a place like this. On the other side, she bowed her head, her gaze locked onto the vials at their feet. Illegal enhancement drugs, finally flooding into Korea. Sejun knelt on one knee to get a closer look. His voice was deep and contemplative as he continued. I've heard rumors, but this is my first time seeing them in person. Do the users just explode afterward? Iowa furrowed her brows, her deductive mind racing. Perhaps they rely on that burst of strength, but as it keeps ramping up, the body eventually collapses, leading to death. I guess that. Just then, Minseo suddenly spoke up, his voice sharpened, sounding grave. Have you guys ever heard of the demon-slaying group? He listened, then offered a skeptical assessment. No, they're probably just bodyguards hired from the trading floor, right? Minseo's voice then dropped, laced with caution. Even so, they're way too strong. All three of them are at least high A-rank hunters, and they seem very experienced in killing. It's highly likely they were dispatched directly from the source of those illegal drugs. Like an assassination organization, maybe Bestia, taking in that information. Sejun began slowly connecting the clues. If it's Bestia, the organization Minjun said had ties to Pandemonium, could it be that he also suspects that demons are behind this? Minseo tilted his head slightly, every word measured and firm. Yeah, but it's just a gut feeling for now. Pandemonium. Artificial portals. It's hard to explain all this with just human power alone. Is there someone in the underground human world colluding with demons to cause all this? Iowa, who had been organizing the scattered corpses, chimed in with a low voice. Thinking back, the fact that Mad Dog has disappeared from the scene for the last 15 years is also really strange. No matter how much time passes, he was one of the 3 pillars of Korea. If these things are true, the situation is going to spiral out of control. It could be the seed that triggers another war between demons and humans. He slowly stepped forward, pointing out another detail worth noting. What's more, these bastards even numbered themselves. That means there must be at least 10 of them. Minseo leaned down, meticulously observing the defeated foes at his feet, then concluded coldly. Anyway, those 2 addicts are still breathing, so we can take our time and extract information from them in prison. When you decide to act, you have to do it cleanly. At that very moment, when things seemed to have calmed down, Cyan suddenly became extremely tense. The little girl darted forward. A sharp, piercing cry tore through the space. Look out, it's dangerous. Pure reflex made Sejun and Iowa turn their heads in unison. Alert in a split second, he had already scooped up Cyan and leaped away just before a terrifying explosion erupted amidst the rubble. A cold, decisive voice rang out. People who don't finish things cleanly never live very long. Ryu Ian Pang led his squad of underlings, slowly stepping forward. Arrogance permeated the room. I'll show you what a clean finish really looks like. Instantly, all 3 shifted into combat mode. Minseo quickly scanned and analyzed the opposition. That's the rest of them. They're moving in even and odd numbers, huh? At the same time, Min Sejun waved his hand, casting a protective spell over Cyan. A feeling of unease flooded his mind. The mana levels are completely different from the ones we've dealt with before. At least A+ rank. He remained calm, stepping forward, his voice as cold as ice. You showed up just in time, you drug-peddling scum. You're Bob, aren't you? Faced with the intimidation, Ryu Ian Pang furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of caution in his eyes. The leader of the Blue Flower Guild from the Empire. Huh. Has he already sniffed something out? He thought. He didn't know who the one in the middle was, but the other 2 were S-rank hunters. I have to deal with them right here. He then snapped his fingers, coldly cutting through all reasoning. Doesn't matter. Right at that moment, those vials hit the floor in unison and shattered, bursting apart amidst the chaotic noise. Just then, the vials all hit the ground at once, shattering into pieces with a chaotic mess of sound. Ryu Ian Pang leads the charge, sneering with pure arrogance. You're going to die anyway. Sejun immediately steps in. Leave them to us. Simultaneously, Iowa gets into position. I'll provide support. The 2 sides clash, the sheer force creating powerful shockwaves. After taking a direct hit, Minseo smirks with cold disdain. Your martial arts technique is decent, but your form is clumsy. Was your master a complete amateur? That remark makes Ryu Ian Pang's face darken with rage. In a split second, Ryu Ian Pang lets out a furious roar, pouring all his strength into an attack. How dare you? The direct strike carries terrifying weight. Minseo is instantly sent flying. Seeing this, Iowa's expression shifts, and she screams, quickly changing her attack angle. Master. An arrow tears through the air at maximum velocity, aimed straight at Ryu Ianpang's opening. Hit by the painful blow, Ryu Ianpang grits his teeth. He activates a counter skill. Damn it. As she dodges the retaliation, she can't help but feel a shock in her heart. Why did my own skill's power reflect back at me? Taking advantage of the distraction, one of Ryu Ianpang's cronies rushes from behind with a knife. No time to look away. But just as the blade comes down, it hits Sejun's sturdy magical barrier. After casually disposing of the minions around him, he says calmly, "Leave the small fry to us." With that, Sejun turns to the rubble, his voice short and sharp, "Don't dawdle. Get up already." From amidst the shattered concrete, Minseo calmly sits up. That guy uses strange techniques. He rubs his hair, exhaling a breath. Man, enough talk. Suddenly, the corners of Minseo's mouth curl up. A realization surfaces in his mind. But this body, it remembers. The feeling of fighting together, messy, chaotic, but then it becomes smooth, fluid, and overwhelmingly dominant. His voice becomes arrogant, making a bold declaration. "Are you two done warming up? 10 minutes. We'll take them down in 10 minutes. Once the words leave his lips, Minseo vanishes from his spot. The air is torn apart as he swiftly charges forward. With a heavy punch, Ryu Ianpang is sent reeling backward by the massive force, blood spraying out, not giving the opponent a moment to breathe. Minseo closes the distance, his voice dripping with menace. "You've been baiting my attacks this whole time. Was that right-hand strike earlier your skill?" Ryu Ianpang hears this, and flies into a rage, rushing in to attack. "Enough talking. Can you just shut up?" Minseo drops his center of gravity, preparing for an even more powerful move. Gathering and reflecting the opponent's energy, he surges forward, lifts his knee high, and delivers a lightning-fast kick. A counter skill lands squarely on target. Ryu Ianpang grinds his teeth in anger, his veins bulging. "Damn it!" Minseo chuckles lightly. His voice, cold and sharp, cuts through the air. "Looks like you can't use it anymore." Minseo advances, each step he takes, powerful enough to shatter the ground beneath him. Under that heavy pressure, Ryu Ianpang's face turns pale, struggling to stammer. "How could a pathetic nobody like you reach the level of Asura?" Minseo doesn't even care, tossing back a casual remark as he lunges. "That's obvious, because I'm the one who created that technique." A thunderous blow strikes down, sending Ryu Ianpang flying. Just as he tries to get up, a magical hand descends from midair. Minseo smirks, a faint smile on his lips, his voice laced with mockery. "Is it that hard to understand? For someone who relies on only one awakened skill. To survive, I guess it is. Mana can be transformed infinitely depending on how you use the energy core. When those forms are systematized and named, they become Asura. I never expected it to spread and become a whole school of thought. In this desperate situation, Ryu Ianpang frantically dodges each attack while secretly calculating, we're being pushed back. I have to create an opening to retreat. While trying to run, he screams for the henchman who was just knocked away. "Number 1, get over here right now." But the figure of Minseo appears instantly behind him, speaking coldly, "Hey, don't get distracted." The subsequent barrage of attacks leaves Ryu Ianpang without a second to breathe. That terrifying pressure slams his body hard against the wall behind him. Amidst the struggle, he slowly bends down to pick up the vial on the floor. Minseo approaches leisurely, saying nonchalantly, "I answered because you asked, but since you clearly weren't listening, now it's my turn to ask you." As the only one still able to speak, Ryu Ianpang can only wheeze out words in a hoarse voice. "Damn it, this is crazy. What the hell are you?" He slowly lowers himself to close the gap with his opponent. Completely calm, he says, "So, you weren't listening at all, were you? I just told you." With that, Minseo reaches out and grabs his face. He squeezes hard, showing no mercy. "Now it's my turn to ask." Watching the opponent tremble under his grip, Minseo doesn't care at all. "Oh, why are you holding back now? Didn't you have no problem feeding this to your minions? The very product you were so proud of. It's not like you didn't know what it was, that's why you didn't dare swallow it yourself. If you don't want to die, start talking. Who made it? Who's distributing it?" Even though his strength is fading, when that hand loosens slightly, Ryu Ianpang stubbornly replies, "Just looking at it, I know it's a knockoff. Whatever you do, it's useless now. The strong live, the weak are devoured. Since the gates opened, this world only values power from awakened skills. If it makes you stronger, you drink it, poison or not, right? Do you think killing a few dealers solves anything? This world is already rotting. A similar drug will just appear again. The weak will always be devoured by the strong. If that's the case, isn't burning brightly, even for a moment, a stroke of luck?" As soon as those words end, Minseo immediately reaches out and grabs his throat. "Philosophical, aren't we? Well, if we follow your logic, then what?" His face sinks into the shadows, his expression becoming slightly terrifying. You're still weaker than me. Ryu Ian Pang is squeezed so hard that he struggles, to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Minseo has no intention of letting go. A chilling mana begins to spread around them. Now, I'll ask one more time. You'd better answer before you get swallowed up. That guy was the one who created that illegal stimulant. Right after, a harrowing scream ripped through the silent space. Watching from afar, Min Sijun and Kang Iowa observed the whole scene. He shifted slightly, his voice dropping low in contemplation. Continuing, sister, I understand why you feel that way after everything that's happened, but don't you think he's changed a lot compared to 15 years ago? Responding to that doubt, she just gave a faint, bitter smile, her eyes darkening. Yeah, stronger and more ruthless, they say. 15 years here is equivalent to 100 years in that other world. 100 years where he didn't know anyone. Of course he changed. Sijun watched seriously. Then slowly he offered his assessment. But now, he's like someone who's come back after losing something. Sometimes, it's like he isn't even human anymore. Kang Iowa smiled slightly at that. It was a fragile smile, yet it held an unwavering faith, showing that her mentor's true nature hadn't changed at all. No matter what was lost, she believed he would find a way to get it back. Just then, Minseo suddenly turned around with a direct question. What did I lose? Caught off guard, Min Sijun immediately dodged the question. It's nothing. Is there something you figured out? He wiped the remaining traces from his face and replied calmly. To be honest, not much. This time, the drug was distributed simultaneously across many regions, and the hub for Asia is in China. He exploded from within before he could say anything more. It was likely due to a mana contract or some kind of secrecy pledge. Hearing this, Sijun pondered for a moment before suggesting, let's head back first. Who knows, maybe Huang Zhonggu managed to squeeze something out of the ones left behind out there. As he turned to leave, he hesitated and asked, what about this kid? Iowa picked up Sion, moving with them, and replied firmly, we'll take it with us. We'll try to find its parents. If not, I'll find someone to look after it. Silently watching the two partners walk away, a heavy thought suddenly weighed on Minseo. If they didn't get it under control in time, this drug will spread uncontrollably. They must have taken a gamble to speed up the process because they realized the SMCS was closing in. If that's the case, the abandoned factory might just be bait. They said China is the main distribution center for Asia, so there must be a separate controller for the Korean region. The atmosphere at the Nara private club was currently extremely rowdy. The music was thumping, and people were dancing wildly everywhere. Jiang Chiwi frowned slightly, his voice full of suspicion as he began to interrogate. What was that? An abandoned factory? Junho immediately stepped forward to report, his face tense. That's right, the SMCS surrounded and raided it. Because of that, we lost contact with Mr. Ryu Ian Pang and the majority of the Oni Slayer squad that was at the factory. Hearing this, he raised his voice, pressing for more. And what about Ryu Ian Pang? He replied without hesitation. He's very worried because he hasn't heard any news from his twin brother, Mr. Ryu Ian Pang, but he's still holding his ground per the CEO's orders. Hearing this, Jiang Shiwi started tapping his foot incessantly, his frustration clearly showing. Damn it, everything's a mess. I'm even supposed to fly home tomorrow. Just as his rage was simmering, his phone rang, startling him. Jiang Chiwi then hurriedly answered the call, full of anxiety. CEO, is everything all right? The CEO's voice from the other end of the line sounded cold as ice. I heard the operation in Korea is running into trouble. He didn't hide anything and immediately reported the situation. That's right. As you instructed, we launched simultaneously in many regions. It seems those rats have caught a scent. Contrary to his concern, the man on the other end remained calm. I know. We were the ones who leaked the information to those fools at the SMCS. That statement left Jiang Chiwi stunned. He blurted out, what did you say? Still keeping his voice steady, the CEO nonchalantly revealed. The trump card, the drug has already been distributed all over the country. Even if we lose a few transaction points, it's only a matter of time before we control the entire market. We threw them a bone, so they'd focus on those abandoned factories for a while longer. Distribution will be handled by cloud, while you just keep pushing the goods out. Even if it's risky, it has to be done. However, he couldn't help but feel concerned, his voice dropping significantly. CEO, if we push this hard, they'll track the trail back to us soon. We've already lost contact with Ryu Ian Pang and the Oni squad at the factory. Immediately, the man offered words of reassurance with firm conviction. Don't worry about that. All of them have signed mana contracts bound by their life force. Even if they fall into the hands of the SMCS, they won't reveal anything. Furthermore, the truly strong hunters in Korea all died 15 years ago, so just hold your position. His voice then deepened, emphasizing the point. Baek Jae-ho thought about the series of events that had occurred recently. Many sellers, distributors, and civilian addicts at the abandoned factory had been caught. The sales points were destroyed. Normally, this would be a major achievement, but had the illegal awakened drug sellers really been wiped out completely? Inside the office of the SMCS branch director, Hwang Jong-gu led the report on the urgent situation to his superior. They said they had no other choice. The users exceeded their limits and completely lost control. They said that. Even so, we managed to seize quite a few samples of the drug, and discovering that the source of distribution started from China is also a huge success. Baek Jae-ho didn't care. He said in a low, heavy tone, "You have high-level information like that, and that's all you managed to do?" Hwang Jong-gu didn't agree and immediately voiced his opinion. "No, director. So what should we do? Should we confront the Empire or the leader of the Green Dragon Guild to hold them accountable?" He hesitated, struggling, not knowing what to say. Baek Jae-ho turned to look at the others. "What about the other teams? Did you find anything?" The Baek Jae-ho team continued the report on the frozen situation. "Not much progress. Our team is still investigating. But at the moment, there are almost no clues, and it feels like everyone is starting to retreat and go into hiding." Dong-soo, standing next to him, added, "Sir, the southern team also only found one person, suspected of using the drug, but he resisted so violently that he managed to escape." After hearing the situation, he let out a long sigh and slammed the table. Bang! With extreme dissatisfaction, he said, "Do you people really deserve your paychecks? What on earth are you all doing out there?" Chang-won asked skeptically, voicing the inner thoughts of everyone present. "But director, has this illegal drug really spread? We've been busy dealing with awakened criminals every single day." That skeptical attitude pushed Baek Jae-ho's anger to its peak. "What? You think headquarters is just scaring us? Don't you know the Japan branch is also in chaos because of this?" He wasn't willing to give up, trying to prove his point further. "That's true, but..." Before Chang-won could finish, Baek Jae-ho looked at the other teams and analyzed. "I've said it many times, the Korea branch is being watched. Even if we get the base drug, we can't analyze it. We can only send everything back to headquarters." "What are you saying? Are we going to report the China branch based only on speculation without any evidence?" "How can I say that in the international branch director meeting with such pathetic results?" Dong-soo stood in a corner, sighing and whispering. This obsession with headquarters, blinded by ambition. Baek Jae-ho quickly agreed. "Exactly. Just because they see a hotshot rookie, they just jump right in. The result is plain to see." Baek Jae-ho scans the room, but the person he's looking for is nowhere to be found. He's already in a foul mood, and this just makes it worse. Where is Hunter Min? Where is he right now? Chang-won doesn't dare to add fuel to the fire, so he reports cautiously. He said he had a lot to take care of and took the day off. Meanwhile, at a luxurious, secluded mansion, Kang Iowa excitedly asks for the group's opinion. "Do you like it, master?" She's beaming with joy. Minseo acts humble on the outside. "I do like it, but are you sure I can really accept this?" Her voice is filled with deep gratitude. "Of course. After everything you've done to look after us," Sejun, who had been standing by, chimes in. "It's about time you had a place of your own. Besides, you've got plenty of people living with you now, right?" He glances at the two people moving boxes nearby and continues. "Those two lived in the office too, and Hunter Chu Haman stops by all the time. And you said you were going to adopt that kid, right?" Minseo looks down at Cyan, who's clutching his hand tightly. "I did look around a bit, but since she's an awakened naturally, I figured it'd be hard for her to adapt anywhere else." Kang Iowa steps forward and affectionately pats the girl's head. In this day and age, being born awakened without going through the tutorial tower is a rare talent. "Scion, make sure to listen to your master, okay? I'll come visit every day." The girl looks at her with wide-eyed admiration. "Your red hair is so cool, big sister." Sejun adjusts his glasses to hide his embarrassment. "I'll come by every day, too. Even though I've moved in with your sister, with the money I put into this place, it's basically my second home now." Iowa excitedly extends an invitation. "Scion, want to come see the inside with me?" Seeing the two of them so enthusiastic, Minseo can't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, was this their plan all along?" Minseo stands there, stunned, watching the three of them head inside. Memories flood back. "Oh, so this is going to be our new secret base?" Iowa asked back then, looking at the huge space in surprise. "It's even bigger than I thought. Does everyone get their own room?" Minjun asked, suspicious and unconvinced. "You didn't just take over some random house during wartime, did you?" "Right?" Sejun agreed. "It's possible. I mean, where would he get the money to buy a place like this?" Ji-song stood in the corner, asking with a confused tone. "The goal is to wipe out those demons, So why do we have to live so close to each other? A hand reached out and patted his head. I need you to be within arm's reach, so I can protect you all. Minseo smiled confidently. No matter what happens, I will protect my people. That's my belief. Kang Iowa's voice calls out from outside. Stop scowling and come inside. There are even beds. Di Seong annoyedly swats his hand away from his head. We're not your little kids, you know. Minseo savors the warm, happy memory. For 100 years in that other world, he had survived by clinging to dreams of moments like that illusion. In the end, he hadn't been able to protect everyone. Minseo snaps back to reality. Looking at the three people standing in front of him, he makes a resolution. He tells himself, this time, it has to be different. Cyan, who was walking, suddenly turns around and calls out, Minseo, you're walking too slow. He smiles, thinking to himself, the little predator will be shocked when she wakes up. He hurries inside to catch up with everyone. In the blink of an eye, the sunset fades, and the day comes to an end, with stars shimmering in the sky, while Cyan curls up under the blanket. Oh, Mr. Goshbong is asleep. A voice echoes through the night. Oh, Huang Zhonggu? Minseo picks up the phone to continue their conversation about the lab. The contact said the connection isn't certain. He reviews the pile of documents and quickly answers. That's right. This illegal drug shows a form of mana that they've never seen before. Demons truly do use a different form of mana, but just because it's demon mana doesn't mean they're connected. That's just speculation. Even if they really are using demon mana, finding demon mana on Earth isn't all that rare anymore. You can just get it from the black meteorites. The lab thinks so too. Not to mention, in the current climate, talking about demons is a very sensitive topic. No country wants to be the first to start trouble over unverified rumors. Minseo, having grasped the situation, cuts him off. Got it. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, he grips his phone tightly, filled with anger. Those damn demons. They really have been building trust for the last 15 years. Minseo quickly sits down and digs through a stack of document boxes. The strange drug, the anti-demon faction, it's clearly related to demon mana. But there's no solid proof. It feels like we're just getting more lost. There's no link to pandemonium. At this rate, the investigation will never move forward. Minseo finds a notebook sealed with a lock. He thinks, didn't Minjun use to research demon mana? He walks over to the desk, pulls out a chair, and sits at the computer. Minseo types into the search bar, demon mana, Minjun. A research link pops up immediately. He's thrilled, found it. But the moment he clicks the link, Minseo freezes. It's blocked. He's furious at the missed opportunity at the last. Crucial moment. Damn it, this guy. Looking at the screen, Minseo notices a phrase displayed on the link, EZ. He reads it word for word, thinking to himself, is this really just a coincidence? Cyan wakes up, who knows when holding Goshbong, and opens the door. Minseo, what are you doing? Minseo is startled and turns around. Oh. Cyan, you're awake. The girl speaks, still drowsy. I knocked. He stands up, turns off the computer, and heads towards Cyan. Go back to sleep. You won't grow if you don't sleep. The girl asks, puzzled. Like those whispers? The ghosts already told me everything. You said so yourself. Minseo helplessly kneels down to explain. It was just a short call. Did those guys talk to you too? That's an invasion of privacy, you know. Cyan doesn't understand the complex, messy webs adults weave. It was the same when we were in the sewers. That's how Cyan heard those scary old men talking before you even arrived. Minseo, hearing this, becomes a bit curious. What did you hear? Cyan is lost in thought, not knowing how to put it into words. Meanwhile, at another building, a notification sound echoes. Jiang Shiwi, having just cleared customs for goods from Nara, has landed and it's spreading throughout the country. Minji runs for his life through a deserted alley, then suddenly trips over a piece of broken stone. The sudden fall slams his back hard against the cold wall. The anxiety in Minji's heart surges as he sees the person closing in on him. You bastard, finally caught you. Gamchen can't help but sneer with a mocking grin. You C-rank trash, you dare set foot near our guild's gate. Minji's hands trembled, frantically rummaging through her inner pocket while trying to stammer out a reply. I had no choice. I need the money for this. The sudden movement caught Gamchen and Dusik off guard, making them recoil. What the hell is that guy pulling out? What could someone like him even do? Minji gritted her teeth, holding a small object tightly. With just this, you guys. In a blink of an eye, the entire alley exploded. Violent flames consumed everything. At the SMCS headquarters, an emergency meeting of the SMCS branch directors was underway, the atmosphere thick with tension. The illegal performance-enhancing drugs for awakened beings were starting to take their toll. Ryan slowly presented her thoughts to the group at the table. Containing the initial outbreak is the priority, but the situation is deeply concerning. Someone else chimed in, at this rate, it's only a matter of time before it spreads like a wildfire. Sunggu listened for a while, then began to voice his own opinion. SMCS branches across every country are doing their best, but our situation isn't looking good either. Has anyone here made any progress in the investigation? Oh, and speaking of that incident at the abandoned factory in the South Korean branch, this is the first major case since the disaster at the Middle Eastern branch. I heard they haven't gotten any significant results. Zeon nodded, continuing, without noticing the unusual expression on Baek Jaeon-ho's face across from him. I heard that too. Apparently, a hunter is participating in the investigation as the executive assistant to the deputy director, right? Kuei Chat laughed, then unexpectedly launched into a long lecture. Investigation results show China is the biggest distribution hub for these drugs in Asia. How can a low-level employee dare to make such a claim? Even though this world values strength, promoting someone like that to assistant without following protocol is unacceptable. Does the deputy director actually intend to inherit the will of the late director? Rian, who had been listening silently, suddenly cut in. The will of the late director, you say? Hearing that, coming from people who only care about profiting from the gates. It's ridiculous. Carol Joan, who was presiding over the meeting, began to speak her mind. Don't be so harsh. The deputy director must have her reasons. That's not it. Why don't we just hand over the entire management of the drug case for Awakened at the South Korean branch to that hunter? Who knows? Maybe this time he'll actually get something done. Carol Joan turned to ask the person who hadn't said a word yet. What do you think, branch director Baek Jaeon-ho? Being called out so suddenly, he stammered. Ah, well. 2 days later, at the SMCS South Korean branch, Hwang Jong-gu asked, bewildered, the head of the investigation, with the current situation, everything is left wide open. Making this official is basically turning me into a scapegoat. Minseo agreed, voicing her thoughts. Exactly. This seems more related to internal power struggles at headquarters than any expectation of results. But hey, it might be for the best. First, try investigating this for me. Hwang Jong-gu squinted at the contents of the paper and spoke up. What is this? Nara. Minseo began to explain the process. It's clearly the testimony of a child who was at the scene of the abandoned factory. I don't know what Nara is, but it's definitely a crucial keyword. As soon as he heard that, Jong-gu looked confused. Isn't the factory case still under investigation? Besides, even if it is Nara, what could it be? A restaurant, a bar, or even a company name? Minseo couldn't help but let out a sigh. Places that deal in illegal drugs gather in plain sight. Don't tell me an investigative agency can't track that down. Unfortunately, Jong-gu didn't see things as simply as that and muttered dejectedly. Even if we are an investigative agency, the scale is national. Even for a small country, if it's an illegal operation, they might not have even registered as a legal entity. Nara could just be an internal code name. That piece of information made Minseo's confident voice go completely silent. In that case, we'll do this. Send a request for investigation support to the 7 largest guilds in South Korea, starting with the 7 stars. Jong-gu jumped, startled once he had digested the information the other had provided. What did you say? For starters, this is supposed to be a secret investigation. Contrary to his attitude, Minseo responded with total composure. We just need to avoid disclosing the details. This needs to be nipped in the bud. That calm tone made Hwang Jong-gu want to cry. Do you think those big-shot guilds busy with gates are going to cooperate? The branch director won't just sit by either. Minseo didn't care about that at all and shook her head, reasoning. I'm the head of the investigation now, aren't I? What can the branch director even do? Besides, Iowa and Sijun are always there the moment I call. A sense of helplessness swelled up, making him shout in desperation, because they have a relationship with you. Minseo suddenly slammed her hand down on the pile of messy papers on the table and lowered her voice. Shut it. You try satisfying everyone and see what happens. When every hunter in the country is hooked on drugs, and you realize it then, what will you do? Stop talking and make the call. I'll take responsibility for the consequences. At the presidential palace, Choi Dae-soo had a private meeting with Julian in the study. Long time no see, Julian. She gave a slight nod in return, saying nothing. He immediately got to the point. What's the matter? Is this about the Boundless Legion? Julian drew characters on paper and showed the content to him. SMCS just sent a request for investigation cooperation to all 7 guilds of the 7 stars. Choi Dae-soo frowned, confused. A request for investigation cooperation. Julian stepped forward and handed over the report, letting it speak for her. All details are kept confidential. They only ask for help with on-site investigations and to collect data related to awakened criminals, such as hunters losing control or cases of sudden power spikes. They emphasize that this has been approved by headquarters. Choi Dae-soo studied the information closely and sneered. A nominal investigative agency. They have the guts to do this. To send a cooperation request with such one-sided conditions. 7 stars already. Is this a ripple effect from that mad dog? Looks like he stopped bothering to keep up appearances and is finally making his move. I'm handing full authority over to Julian. It's her call. The Endless Legion is hers now. Anyway, hearing this, Julian immediately started scribbling something down on a sheet of paper. Who knows how much time had passed? Huang Jianggu stood in front of the food counter, wearing a look of sheer disbelief. They've already issued a formal rejection. Jizian looked down at the stack of papers in his hand to confirm it once more. Yes, every single guild, except for the Endless Legion and the Frozen Soul, has agreed to the request and is already submitting the relevant data. This news made him slump, clutching his head in frustration. Still, he was surprised. I'm honestly surprised that's all that refused. I honestly thought everyone except the Empire and the Blue Flower would turn us down. Minseo suddenly cut into their conversation. And what about that thing we discussed earlier? That remark made Huang Jianggu quickly shove the hot food toward the other person. You've got great timing. This is the list of guilds that agreed to cooperate. You scanned the contents of the paper and then tilted your head in confusion. Is it common for people to switch over to the SMCS after leaving a guild? Jizian thought for a moment before replying. It's not exactly rare. The salary and benefits at government agencies aren't as good as the guilds. But there are still those who join out of a sense of responsibility, wanting to dedicate themselves to a formal investigation agency. But why do you ask? Minseo scoured the list and read 3 names out loud. The Diamond Guild, White Lion, and Sherry Vonk. From now on, keep a close watch on the people from these 3 guilds. The sudden proposal caught Huang Jianggu off guard. What? Why? The other person offered a brief explanation. There might be someone leaking information from inside the SMCS. Even so, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. But what does that have to do with those 3 guilds? They've already agreed to cooperate with us. Minseo didn't hesitate to speak his mind. The investigation. This time involves the massive profits of those large-scale illegal drug distributors. It's on such a scale that a guild-level organization is definitely involved. And this request for cooperative investigation is irrational and way too one-sided. If there's no profit or special reason involved, why would they agree to it? Doesn't it mean they're cooperating because there is a profit to be made? Just as Jianggu was sputtering out a reply, Kim Seo suddenly rushed in. She cut through their conversation. Team leader. Even though she was still gasping for air, she managed to relay the crucial information she had just acquired. I found it. I've identified the location suspected to be Narak. At that very moment, deep in the night at the Chi headquarters, a voice echoed as he saw the employee ID card placed on the table. You found it. Yang Hun nodded as if in approval and continued his report. Yeah. They found a lead in Gangbuk. No worrying movements so far. This is the list of inspectors at the abandoned factory. The man picked up the folder and scratched his head. What is this? I thought the South Korean SMCS was a total joke. I thought we could finally start getting some work done. Chi then probed further. So, are they planning an ambush? When? Hearing that, the man focused and replied, there's no specific date yet. I just heard they're putting together a task force. The man suddenly cut off Yang Hun. Then go and investigate. He was startled and tensed up. He listened as the person in front continued to call the shots. At least know who's on the team. That's the only reason you're getting paid. A social worker like you would never in your life touch the kind of money you're about to get. Yang Hun hesitated for a second, then reported the situation honestly. I'm not sure. But there's a rumor that one of the lead inspectors from the abandoned factory will be joining this team. I also heard that an employee with ties to the vice president has been appointed. The man heard this, fell silent, and pondered for a moment before waving him away. You can go now. If there's anything new, report it straight to me. I'll make it worth your while. As soon as Yang Hun left, Chi was called in. You called for me, sir? Chi held the file up in front of him. Here's the list of inspectors you asked for. But I'll say this first. Don't do anything stupid. It's not the time yet. Chi took the pile of documents. His face was filled with murderous intent. Not the time. At that, the man added, I understand the pain of losing your brother, but the current situation isn't good. A better time is coming. For now, just be patient. He skeptically repeated, a better time? Chi said softly, yeah, the SMCS has discovered the existence of abbeys. I'm not sure where the information leaked from, but it seems there's a mole in Feta too. Chi gasped and pressed him. Did DC Ong say anything? He replied immediately. I haven't told him yet, but DC Ong will probably start making moves now. Go report it to him. The man said in a low voice. Understood. After they finished discussing, Chi left the room. Only then did Chi pick up his phone. With a serious face, he said to the other end, Cloud, we've got a problem. At that moment, in China, A listless voice echoed in the night. Doesn't sound like good news. Cloud was sitting comfortably in his car, leaning his head back, fully relaxed. What's up? I'm busy with a deal right now. Jiang Chi-Wei's voice on the other end was grim. Abis has been exposed. That statement made him pause for a moment. He continued to explain the situation. After the abandoned factory incident, the Korean SMCS has been preparing something. Our mole hasn't been any help, so I'm afraid I'll have to count on you. Hearing that, Cloud smiled. He didn't forget to throw in a bit of sarcasm. You sent me on a business trip, and now you want me to clean up your mess? That doesn't sound fair at all. Jiang Chi-Wei had to negotiate. I can withdraw after I sell the goods, but if anything happens to ABs, you'll be the one in trouble. But he wouldn't budge. This made him grit his teeth in anger. I can rebuild a new base, but there's no place better than Abby's for moving drugs. I thought you understood that well. While chatting, Cloud stepped out of the car. Cut the price of the drugs you sell to ABs in half, and then maybe I'll change my mind and help you guys. Chiwi was silent for a moment before responding. I have to ask DC Ong first. He looked at his phone screen and skillfully manipulated it. As it happens, I'll ask him for you right now. His voice sounded full of surprise. What? Cloud answered, like it was a done deal. I'll go ask DC Ong myself. In the luxurious villa, it was a silent, tranquil space. His voice rang out, clear and resonant as he walked in as if it were his own home. You look even better in person than in pictures. It's a pleasure to meet you. However, DC Ong just remained silent, slightly turning his head to glance at the intruder. Even though he received no greeting, there was no warm welcome from him. But Cloud just kept on talking. Abyss has already been exposed. The Korean SMCS is smarter than I thought. Things were going off the rails. The idea of spreading fake news was clever. But before he could finish, DC Ong cut through his sarcastic monologue. Enough with the act, he said coldly, stepping forward to make his point clear. You think we don't know anything? Don't underestimate DC Ong. DC Ong had already figured out the guy's identity. He coldly exposed everything. You, Korean drug dealer Cloud, weren't you the one who asked us to provide the illegal drugs? Performance enhancers, ha. I don't care what your goal is or what AI is behind all this. If you want to step into the underworld, you have to go through me first. We're getting paid. You do your job. That's it. Cloud just brushed it off with a light, playful tone. Truly, the Sherry Vonk of Asia. You're right. Our goal is just to spread the drugs. But the Chinese SMCS is still a major threat. Even if you're a big shot in the underworld, getting caught with those strays would be a huge headache. His tone was mocking, clearly meant to provoke DC Ong's bad mood. The Korean SMCS even reached out to Heptagram, one of the 7 big organizations. This can't be taken lightly. He finally cut to the chase. What are you trying to say? Cloud clapped his hands together, confidently putting forward his request. Organize a meeting. Get all the major underworld organizations together. Let's hold a meeting at Abyss. The thought of all those evil powers gathering in one place clearly excited him. That way, we can all discuss things together. Cloud's voice echoed with an invitation. Any AI that dares to refuse DC Ong's invitation. It's also a perfect chance to promote and distribute the drugs. However, DC Ong didn't waver. He ignored the jab and stayed focused on his presentation. There might be moles, but if there are enough of us, we can just bury them. He turned toward the large glass window and deeply offered an optimistic hypothesis. Are you planning to stir up trouble before you lose your footing? Cleaning up the aftermath won't be easy. Cloud didn't flinch at all, giving his guarantee. I'm a firm believer in you scratch my back, I scratch yours. After saying that, he decided to leave. So, I trust you understand what I want. Let's cooperate, DC Ong. DC Ong silently watched him for a long time, then turned back to look at the city scene through the glass. A name slipped out as if it brought back a distant memory. It's been a long time, Chuan. You said to call you Hyam brother, Unbin, lying on the hospital bed, smiled and said, we're in this situation, and you're still nitpicking about honorifics? DC Ong, seeing his loved one wasting away day by day, hurriedly encouraged him. Don't say that. Just hang in there a little longer. I'll earn enough money. AIs with power can make money now too. I'll do anything to get stronger. When I do, you'll get the proper treatment and we'll go back to China together. The hometown you've always wanted to return to. Hearing these words, the girl felt very reassured. She gently called his name to calm him down, a smile appearing on that innocent face. I don't need money, I just hope. Unbin only managed to say those final words before leaving this world. You have a happy family. Later, in an old, quiet construction site where few people passed by, the sky was dim and the air around was foggy. Minseo stood high up, looking down. He pressed for a more detailed explanation of the man's intentions in front of him. You want to be my disciple? DC Ong raised his head, looking at him with a determined gaze. Strength. I need strength. With strength, I will have everything I want, and I can protect the people who are important to me. You are the strongest person I've ever met, and I want to be stronger than you." As he spoke, he wiped the tears rolling down his cheeks. "I don't want to lose the people I love ever again." In the present, DC Ong just looked into the empty void. Then he let out a sarcastic remark. "Feelings are meaningless." His hand clenched into a fist, thinking to himself, "I have enough money now. And I'm strong too, but there's no one left I want to protect." Suddenly, DC Ong said in a deep voice, calling one name. Shan Seo appeared immediately. "Yes," he ordered. "Distribute the word. Call all the organizations." Finally, the important last resort had been put forward by DC Ong. "We will have the meeting in Korea very soon." In the conference office of a high-rise building, Minseo's deep voice slowly resonated. "So, from now on, we will start the meeting to plan the investigation into Narak. Most of you probably already know about it. I am Hunter Minseo from the Gangbuk team, currently temporarily in charge of the case related to illegal performance-enhancing drugs for awakened individuals." Everyone in the room listened intently as Minseo spoke. There's probably someone wondering why a stranger like me is in charge. If so, just send your complaints to central headquarters. Since this is a Gosh case, I'll summarize the situation quickly. What you're seeing is a private resort in Incheon. It's called Narak. It is the main distribution center in Asia for illegal performance-enhancing drugs for the awakened, and the organization that first spread this drug in Korea is believed to be headquartered there as well. Minseo held the remote in his hand and continued his presentation. The owner of Narak is still unknown. The location was registered under a fake name of a foreigner as a cover. Several cases related to narcotics have also been reported at other clubs in the same chain. Sejun suddenly spoke up, cutting him off. "Considering how a place is shady, as that could operate successfully all this time, it is highly likely that there is bribery involved everywhere." Hwang Jong-gu also strongly agreed with this opinion. "That's right. We are currently compiling a list of suspected officials, and after this campaign ends, we will coordinate with the police to investigate further." Minseo also pointed to the projector screen and continued. "Furthermore, based on information gathered from the scrapyard case where we first discovered traces of Narak, the distributor was already aware of our investigation network. It is very likely that there is a mole in the system. Therefore, with approval from superiors, we organized this secret meeting with only the core members who have been verified. Cases related to narcotics must always be acted upon quickly, and our goal this time is to wipe out the main distribution center, Narak, in a single strike." After clarifying the goal, Minseo began to analyze in more detail. Narak is a crucial trading point, so security is extremely strict. Under the guise of a resort, they have deployed heavy security forces around the area. We have been monitoring the list of people coming in and out recently and discovered that most of them are related to criminal organizations. Hearing Minseo say this, Baek Jae-ho spoke up in a deep voice. "There's a high possibility that inside Narak, it has been taken over by armed forces, awakened individuals from other worlds. That's why we need support from the heptagram." "Why?" you ask, and you deserve a direct answer. Aside from the agents involved in the operation, not even the guild leaders who pledged their support knew anything about this plan. Minseo typed away at his keyboard, the sound clacking through the tense room. He continued, "The time and location will only be announced on the day of the operation." Baek Jae-ho nodded slightly, acknowledging the info, but immediately followed up with another question. "I understand. I grasp the urgency and the sensitive nature of this operation. But why were only the Empire and Changhua guilds given special treatment? If it's just due to personal or family connections, it feels a bit odd." Even though their names were dropped, the two from the Kang family just sat there calmly. Minseo looked at them, recalling what happened during their last collaboration. The Empire and Cheonghua already knew about this drug from overseas cases before it even spread to South Korea. Because of that, we asked for their assistance during the scrapyard incident. Baek Jeon-ho picked up the file and nodded in agreement. "If that's the reason, then I have no objections." Minseo stood with his hands on his hips, speaking calmly, though his gaze drifted toward Chang-won. "All right, that's enough of the introduction. Let's get into the details of the plan." His expression hardened, becoming serious. He uttered the words, "Operation Doberman." Meanwhile, in another waiting room, Ryuji Wan was the first of the three to speak up. "This really isn't fun, is it? Even if it's a government agency. To call for support and then whisper plans behind our backs like that? Do they think we're just some low-grade mercenaries from some nameless guilds?" Kyung-hoo looked coldly at the other two, bluntly tearing off Ryuji Wan's mask. "If you're so dissatisfied, why didn't you just refuse to help from the start? Since you chose to participate, you should cooperate seriously. Stop complaining. After all, the ultimate goal is for the common good." He didn't show any restraint, just laughed mockingly. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-in was silently breaking into a cold sweat. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. That's true, but like the Yim Gang guild leader said, this situation is truly unpleasant. Choi Sung-in's brows furrowed in frustration. I understand why Muriandasu and Seoryeon refused to participate. At that same moment, Seo entered the room carrying a stack of files. Thanks for waiting. He introduced himself again. I am Hunter Minseo, the person in charge of this operation. As he said this, he stood at attention. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all for accepting the invitation to assist, even though everyone is very busy. Ryu Ji-won kept his mocking attitude from start to finish. It's nothing, Hunter Min. Long time no see. Minseo flipped through the files and handed them to each person. This is the official document I wanted to pass on to you all. The content is simple. Eliminate the black market syndicate dealing in illegal performance-enhancing drugs for Awakened. Specific times and locations will be announced within 1 week, once confirmed. The forces required for the operation have already been clearly designated. Please prepare a team ready to deploy at any moment. If the guild leaders could participate directly, that would be even better. Choi Sung-in gripped the paper in his hand and hesitated before speaking up. Hunter Min, that request is a bit. Before he could finish, Minseo interrupted him. I don't think that's an unreasonable request for a major guild belonging to the heptagram. But if it's truly difficult, please let us know as soon as possible. Ryu Ji-won laughed, looking incredibly provocative. Oh, I guess as much. But I didn't expect you to suggest it so bluntly, Hunter Min. No, wait Minseo, the outstanding rookie who cleared the tutorial tower in 5 days. I heard you're a hunter who went missing 15 years ago, is that right? As soon as those words were uttered, all eyes turned toward Ryu Ji-hwan. Even though most of the information was deleted, those in the know used to call you Samsung, right? You were a very famous hunter, weren't you? So, you've been here all this time, only to reappear under the guise of a rookie and stir up the whole investigation bureau? You really piqued my curiosity. Facing the barrage of probing questions from Ryu Ji-won, Minseo didn't even flinch. Since this is my first mission at the agency, technically, I am a rookie. As for how that relates to the case, I'm not sure. Choi Sung-in looked up, puzzled. Samsung? That name. His eyes immediately turned dark and unfathomable. If it was something from 15 years ago, during the time when the portals first appeared and the world was in chaos, the war between humans and demons, he was someone who appeared during the war. Who could it be? Minseo turned and walked toward the exit, leaving only a parting reminder. Anyway, the relevant documents have been handed over. Please contact us once your forces are ready. Choi Sung-in clutched his head, exhausted. In contrast, Ryu Ji-won leaned back against his chair, completely relaxed. Ah? Alright then, see ya. It's strange. Why would someone so exceptional be forgotten for so long? At that same time, at the Japan branch headquarters of SMCS, Hikari was talking to a man when she heard a call. Director, Union is standing over there. Her voice was grave. We discovered illegal drugs at the scene of the recent riots. When she heard that, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! It's come to this, has it? At this rate, it will spread like wildfire. We must stop it as soon as possible. Hikari casually changed the subject. How is the search for the mastermind progressing? She didn't even need to think before answering. The leader of the riots, Asai, is currently not in the country. She rubbed her chin in thought for a moment before speaking. Then it's highly suspicious. Recently, many leaders of major criminal organizations have been absent from the country. Do they have some connection? Just then, Kumo ran over in a hurry, holding a stack of documents. I just received an order from headquarters. Hikari took the file, asking suspiciously. From headquarters, she gave her own assessment. It seems to be related to the investigation into the illegal performance-enhancing drugs. After reading the report, she remained silent for a long time before speaking decisively, prepared to leave the country immediately. Kumo stared at her, wide-eyed. What? But he saw Hikari flash an enigmatic smile. It's time to pay back that debt. Elsewhere, Minseo's frustrated voice echoed through the crowded airport. Wait, no, I mean. Oh my god, I'm buried in work here. Why do I have to be the one to pick them up? What support? I didn't ask for any. Edward, you've gone and done another troublesome thing again, haven't you? He was still complaining when the two from Layla approached, calling out loudly. Minseo, long time no see. How have you been? Humph, you actually came on time for once. You walked forward, muttering nonstop, hey, aren't all you branch managers supposed to be busy? Did you all just swarm here because you were so happy to see me? Hikari asked, crossing her arms angrily. You still haven't changed that nagging habit of yours, Iowa said, watching from behind. She thought to herself, I thought you asked to go to the airport alone because of something important. She covered her mouth with her hand, but she couldn't hide her utter shock. I didn't expect you to go pick up your girlfriends, and there are two of them. Outside the event building, several black cars of the same model were parked. Before the people were even visible along the path, Myung-yu's booming voice rang out, "Oh, right. I just got here. I heard there's a hot new product, right? Word is the margins are insane, so I rushed over. Look at this crowd. When a big shot like the D.C.E.O. hosts a meeting, who wouldn't show up? Business has to follow the trends, right?" As they entered the hall, whispers from the surrounding crowd filled their ears. "What? A booster for Awakened? They say it doubles your mana. It's a black powder, but what's actually inside it? Rumor has it that it's already spread all over the Middle East and Europe." Kessin had been watching the noisy crowd. Things were starting to get chaotic. "No way. Is the D.C.E.O. acting alone? Is this some trick by that clown?" Asai, sitting next to him, also looked at the situation seriously. "The S.M.C.S. is becoming a bigger obstacle than we thought. They're probably going all out, since confirming that Black Mamba was wiped out by the S.M.C.S. They can't afford to take that organization lightly. This could be an opportunity to flood the regional market with these drugs." But Kaysen himself didn't entirely agree. In fact, he was a bit cautious. "I still haven't received any concrete info from the V.I.P.S. Why would they release the product in Korea just because the S.M.C.S. started investigating?" Understanding Kassen's concerns, Arumu added more info. "Word is the Korean S.M.C.S. has already sniffed out Narak. Since this is the first time the drug has appeared in Northeast Asia, the pressure to handle it is massive." Asai dropped his intention to smuggle the goods. He finally realized the host's true intent. That arrogant D.C.E.O. really is something. Summoning all of us to this meeting was just a play. His real intention is, he who holds the territory keeps the territory. Once we have no value left to exploit, he'll crush us without hesitation. Does he dare treat Pandemonium like some bottom-tier partner? The Myungyu group had reached their table by now. He shouted, asserting his dominance. Which organization dares to sit in the royal chairs like they own the place? Faces I've never seen before. This is Akai's territory. Who gave a nobody like you permission to step foot here? You've got guts. But before Myungyu could finish his sentence, a fist slammed directly into the side of his face. Get out of here. Kessen watched, eyes wide, as Myungyu was sent flying. He didn't forget to throw in some sarcasm. A bunch of stray dogs gathering in one place. It's honestly an eyesore. Unsung's group reacted immediately. You maniac. A split second later, a chair came flying straight at them, accompanied by Arumu's contemptuous, haughty voice. Shut your mouth before I rip it out. You're just a bunch of trash. Just as both sides were about to clash, Du but approached. That's enough. Keep causing trouble and you'll be kicked out of the meeting. Show some sense. Unsung's group didn't hold back. Who the hell are you? They showed absolute disdain. Du but even the biggest idiot should know which organization is backing this meeting. On the other side, the indifferent attitude of Sung Hyun made T-Sik extremely dissatisfied. Hey, say something. Boss, we just got shoved aside. But he couldn't care less. Kassen also noticed Sung Hyun's presence. What is he doing here? I heard he joined a private REAL team. Just how many identities does he have? Kai didn't care. His mind was already drawn to the vials in the container. Still, this is pretty interesting. Just a pile of leftovers and people are already this riled up. Cloud appeared to stabilize the situation. Well. Starting off with some heat, are we? Is everyone here? I am Cloud, the head of Narak, in charge of the Korean market. Jiang Chi-wei sat in a corner, looking bored, listening to his rambling. I'm sure many of you already know. The reason the D.C.E.O. of the underworld gathered everyone today is because of this new product. A drug for the awakened that boosts mana 2 times or even 4 times the normal amount, it's called. They opened the wooden box, solemnly introducing it to the big shots in the hall. The name of the drug is Lux. Every word he spoke was a defense for this drug line. It was the first time the official name was announced. Right here in Narak, there had been many nasty rumors about side effects, but those all came from the initial test samples. Every issue, except for the addiction, has been resolved. Believe it or not, that's up to you. But in reality, none of you are here because you need the drug yourselves. Everyone is here for the profit. Once the lucrative goods were announced, the hall began to rumble with whispers. Regardless of side effects, just seeing the power increase was enough to understand how Lux would affect the underworld. Now, let's talk about the real reason for today's meeting. Cloud immediately shifted the topic. Our people just brought back news. the SMCS, has been eyeing Lux since it was still in the development stage. Big deals always come with risks, and it seems like the Korean SMCS has already sniffed out Narak. So, for the Lux launch to be successful, we need your cooperation. This proposal raised doubts in the minds of those sitting there. The SMCS? That's sudden. I thought the Korean branch was just a bunch of small fry. Kazin also felt uneasy. This wasn't in the report. What the hell is he talking about? Asai quickly reminded him. Quiet. We only follow orders. Cloud continued to stabilize the crowd. Usually, I'd ignore investigations from Korea, but there's something wrong with how they're moving. Recently, they even sent a request for reinforcements to headquarters. This means within just 1 week, they will launch a major attack on Narak. As he said this, his true goal was slowly revealed. Even the Hunter Association isn't doing anything. This world has its own laws, how arrogant. So, if you representatives here are in agreement, we can launch a magnificent counterattack. Those sitting there hesitated for a moment before nodding in consensus. He continued to entice them. Think of it as a bonus. Let your subordinates try a little bit of Lux. See the effects with your own eyes. Once the Narak rats raid and suffer a crushing defeat, seeing your power, they will have to be on guard. Suddenly, someone raised an opinion. That actually sounds reasonable. But why should we protect Narak? What do we gain? Cloud spoke of their voluntary participation, but the essence was a veiled coercion. Of course, those who join will be rewarded. For your first transaction, you will receive double the amount of Lux at the same price. Depending on your level of contribution, we will increase that even further. And above all, this offer comes directly from the CEO. I trust you wouldn't dare treat that lightly. Cloud's declaration made those with objections pause. Whether Narak exists or not, Lux will topple the underworld overnight. Choosing to stand on that wave or be crushed by it is your decision. But ever since the portals appeared, power has become the new law of the world. The voice, full of feigned concern, spoke from behind Cloud's smiling mask. I hope you make a wise choice. After his speech ended, the crowd began to file out, but the Asai Guild remained seated, looking quite intrigued. How interesting. Lord Robert once said the true power of humanity doesn't come from mana born from portals or some fancy toys. It comes from something called ambition. Outside, Minseo was standing on a rooftop, observing the time. 12 o'clock sharp. This is Command Central. Are all units ready? At another location, the Iowa group had been waiting for a long time. The raid team is ready. On Hikari's side, preparations were complete. Understood. Upon receiving word from both teams, Minseo began to channel his power. Good. The numbers are sufficient. If you intend to attack a rat's nest, it's best to smoke it out first. He conjured a mark behind his back. A meteor shower. Instantly, a giant star fell toward the building. From this moment on, the gloating in his heart could no longer be hidden. It was all expressed through a demonic smile. Operation Doberman begins. 2 beer mugs clinked together, foam splashing everywhere. Cheers rang out. Congratulations. A guest pushed a beer mug toward his drinking buddy and filled it up. Hey, I already told you, no matter what AI says, this gathering is mandatory. This is our chance to completely control the South. The other guy took the opportunity to butter him up. Your status really is something else, boss. The other guest exclaimed excitedly. Let's get rich. His drinking buddy was eager. You know that agency, right? Contact them first. Inside a corner room, Chiwi and Chiyu silently walked up the stairs. Chiwi's face was cold, looking at the scene before him. His eyes locked onto 4 people already waiting in the room. He spoke with praise. We've cleaned out the remaining inventory, hired mercenaries, and even planted spies in the SMCS. You're quite capable. 2. Cloud replied vaguely. Oh, it's nothing. All thanks to the full cooperation of the CEO. Chiwi nodded in agreement with Cloud's opinion. Indeed. Anyway, you've done well. If you need anything else, just contact me. I'll leave the rest to you. Cloud was suddenly startled. Huh? Are you heading back to China already? Chiwi put his hands on his hips, his tone firm. I've delivered everything assigned to me. There's no reason to stay, is there? Cloud understood the intent and turned to ask the person next to him. I guess so, since you're not a combatant. He continued, don't tell me Chiyu is retreating too. Even though the person who killed your brother is attacking, Chiyu answered curtly, I will meet the CEO, then return immediately. Cloud sat up straight. I suppose so. As long as you're back within a week. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, making everyone in the room jump and turn toward the door. Cloud wondered, what was that sound? Siri rushed over, looking panicked. There was something wrong. Siri panted, breathing heavily as she delivered the news. There's an artillery strike outside the building. The main hall has been blown up. The entrance is completely destroyed. Han Chun spoke in disbelief. Really? Who's crazy enough to bomb the middle of the city like that? Even the girl with short blue hair clenched her hands on the table, her face full of suspicion. Cloud suddenly let out a laugh. Veins stood out on his neck. His hands, placed on his thighs, trembled slightly. Impossible. Minseo stood on the rooftop. He was on a call with that AI. The person on the other end of the line questioned. You said in a week. Just yesterday you said that, and now you want a raid team today. Minseo's gaze was fixed on the building that had been partially blown open, sparks flickering. Surrounding the building, an invisible sphere was engulfing it. The caller kept rambling. That is an emergency for public interest. I understand the situation is developing too fast, but regardless, in that case, our White Lion Guild cannot cooperate. Minseo touched his radio, his face emotionless. How unfortunate, but I understand. See you next time then. The other person panicked. Wait, Hunter Min. Zhangji suddenly called out, Minseo, the defense and barrier systems detected around Narak have been fully deployed, and the attack team has just reached the first floor main hall. Those from the headquarters are in the middle of a large magic circle, erecting a spherical shield. Zhangji continued. Thanks to reinforcements from the headquarters, controlling the area outside and the escape routes is going very smoothly. As long as the combat inside goes well, this mission might be completed faster than expected. Minseo crossed his arms, his tone satisfied. Good. It seems the plan wasn't leaked, but Zhangji added. But it's still a bit of a shame that only Solabi among the cooperating guilds agreed to join. If everyone had joined, we could have wiped them out in the blink of an eye. Minseo wasn't very concerned. As long as the surprise attack succeeds, our current forces are enough. Their helicopter was now hovering in the air directly above the burning building. Minseo calculated, the escape routes are blocked and the smoke is rising. Just poke the beehive, and they'll come pouring out. Iowa was standing dazed, her hand still holding a bow, when a call rang out, Guild Leader. Ahead was a scene of chaos. Tables and chairs were scattered everywhere. People in the team were helping each other, while others restrained those inside the restaurant. Ong Hai began his report. We have captured the entrance and the hall. Team 2 is moving to the upper floors. He continued to report, all awakened individuals fighting in the hall are estimated to be rank A or below. There are no notable threats. The suppression is going smoothly. Iowa praised him and immediately relayed the next instruction. Good. Transfer all neutralized targets to the SMCS agents waiting at the scene. Anyone trying to escape through the entrance, we'll block them all. Understood. Kang Iowa felt a doubt rise in her heart. But there are no drugs here. The main dealers are nowhere to be seen either. Suddenly, a sharp scream cut her off. Down on the first floor, a monster whose entire body was melting was being urged on. Myungji shouted loudly, Get lost. Get the hell out of my way. Behind him, He Dong and Tae Sik were running for their lives. Min Sejun lunged forward with his staff, along with 2 others. Sister, block the path. The monster raised its fist toward Kang Iowa. She called out, Min Sejun, what are you doing? Take this seriously. Sejun retorted, I am taking it seriously. Okay. Myungji laughed loudly, his face triumphant as he taunted them. You useless trash. This guy is an A-rank awakened I hired from overseas. He was already strong, but I even had him soak in Lux. Just one touch and your brains will melt. If you don't want to die, crawl to the exit like good little dogs. The monster's footsteps caused the floor to crater. Inside those pits, the purple, slimy substance it secreted remained. The monster kept closing in on Kang Iowa. She stepped back, grumbling. I don't want to touch him either. Can't you handle something this small? Sejun, standing from afar, tried to soothe her. Come on, give me a hand. And with that, he firmly swung his staff. If that thing explodes right here in the lobby, it'll be a disaster. Min Sejun cast a freezing spell. A magic circle erupted right over the monster's head. Frost slowly enveloped the creature's body, causing it to howl in pain. Its body grew larger by the second. The 2 teammates were fighting with all their might. One of them cried out, Guildmaster, it's bloating up. Sejun kept a firm grip on his staff. I know. Everyone, get into defensive formation. The monster was almost completely frozen. Iowa had her chance. Draw your bow. Good. Freeze him solid. She fired a magic arrow. The bowstring glowed with a fierce red hue, resonating with the blooming wind magic. Combined with other spells, the monster finally exploded. The massive shockwave forced everyone nearby to cover their heads. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, humming a melody with a meaningful smile. That was Kai, standing on the observation deck, along with Kassin and Sung Hyan. Looks like Korea has a few decent hunters after all. Sung Hyan spoke up, introducing him. That's the guild master of Zhenghua. He raised an eyebrow, listing them off. Min Sejun, Kang Iowa, Choi Dae-soo, Joki Ungu. He's one of the few S-rank hunters. In Korea, who even has a world ranking. Kai chuckled skeptically. Oh, I just remembered. You said you infiltrated a native real here, right? You were the one who gave info to Cloud, weren't you? Sung Hyun immediately denied it. No, that was entirely personal. Besides, my guild. Seo Rihan doesn't seem to be participating in this battle. Kassan finally chimed in. Based on the current situation, it looks like Narek is losing. So Cloud's backup plan has failed. Asai shared the same thought. It looks that way, but that's his personal mistake. We don't need to get involved. He was only tasked with distributing. Lux discreetly, not a head-on confrontation with the SMCS. Arumu suddenly jumped down from somewhere. My lord Asai, I just checked on Cloud's actions. Arumu recalled the image of Cloud leading his people. He's in a hurry to move the cargo. It seems there's a secret tunnel. I've already sent a team there. You can follow that path. Kassan turned his back on Sung Hyun, suddenly predicting, pandemonium will pull out of Narek soon. Sung Hyun heard this and turned away. Then there's no reason for me to linger. Let's pull everything out. Asai smiled calmly, calling after him. Hey, so, are you just going to abandon your boss? Sung Hyun looked down at the chaos below. So this is the end for Asai. Unlike his initial demeanor. Myung-ji gritted his teeth in anger. Tae-sik was a bit flustered. Is that all their ultimate weapon has? He should be at least A rank. Wait, look at those people. They're Korea's S-rank hunters. Hee-dong was just as terrified. What the hell is this? Why are they here? He calculated their next move. We're almost out of mana too. Let's go back inside. Join forces with the others. This exit is too dangerous. However, those words didn't reach Myung-ji. He was beyond furious. These bastards dare to look down on me, Asai. Myung-ji summoned his ability. A pair of horns and claws manifested. Don't be afraid. Charge. That's all they've got. I'll pave the way. Tae-sik and Hee-dong were moved to tears. Boss. Myung-ji madly dashed toward Iowa. He roared, if you don't want to get torn to shreds, get out of the way. Sejun was overwhelmed by Myung-ji's speed. So fast. He braced himself and shouted, Sister. Suddenly, someone swung a blade, intercepting Myung-ji's strike. Before he could react, that person launched another attack, causing Myung-ji to lose his footing and stagger, letting out a pitiful screech. Kyung-hoo rested his sword on his shoulder. Having fun, huh? Mind if I join in? On the upper floor of Narek, the calls for urgency grew more desperate. Everyone, hurry. In a corner of the stairwell, there was no one, only the wind blowing through. Minseo Yu unleashed his power, creating a stream of spiritual energy along with a fierce whirlwind that swept through the hall. Ivan was lost in excitement with a manic smile. This drug is insane. I'll slaughter them all, while Hee-dong was screaming, urging Ivan, hurry up, lead the way. The bald guy desperately reported to him. Boss, they say the first floor exit has been completely taken. Hee-dong took the news like a bolt from the blue. What did you say? This is insane. Isn't there any flying type awakened? Just smash a window and run for it. He still held that manic smile on his face. It seemed his sanity was fading. What are you afraid of? I'll wipe out every last bit of this drug. Whether it's the real deal or a fake, I don't care, just having it here is enough for me to clean house. As the words left his mouth, a massive surge of energy erupted, striking the members of Hee-dong's group one by one. The light gradually faded, leaving only the remnants of the blast beneath Hikari's feet. I won't allow that to happen, she said, flashing a confident smile. She declared clearly, further resistance is futile. Just surrender. Kuma looked over at Hikari with a suspicious expression. Hey, those people. Before he could finish, she cut him off. That's right, Kumo. Hikari glared at Hee-dong's group with utter contempt. They're international fugitives. Internally, she felt giddy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We thought this was just a raid on drug traffickers, but who would have guessed we'd catch such big fish? This achievement is huge. Shaking off her inner thoughts, she raised her voice and commanded, take them all in alive. Suddenly, Siri appeared from out of nowhere, landing with a powerful thud. Oh boy, that's not going to be easy. Suddenly, she lunged forward and delivered a kick straight at Kumo's head. He reacted by throwing his body backward, fuming with anger inside. Reinforcements are here. Strong ones, too. Kim Jun arrived just in time, stepping to the front lines. Go! We'll handle these guys. Hikari looked at the gear the group was wearing, and a vague, familiar image flickered in her mind. Suddenly, everything came flooding back. The information was crystal clear. This was the Jingdao Guild, led by the DC, a notorious boss of the Asian underworld. Hikari put on a metallic bracelet that began to glow brilliantly. Looks like I finally get a chance to test out this new legendary spirit beast. A snake was summoned from within. Following her command, it surged forward with incredible power to attack. Siri executed a dramatic leap to dodge. Watching the forms and abilities, she was completely confused. A weasel and a snake? Is this a zoo? Seeing someone daring to mock her. Hikari was extremely annoyed. A zoo? You've got a big mouth. She raised her hand, weaving an energy flow directed at Siri, who was suddenly surrounded by glowing snake spirits. Hikari retorted, they aren't animals. They're spirits. A massive explosion erupted, its power rippling through the entire space. Kumo couldn't hide his admiration for her. Whoa, sis, you've gotten even stronger. Dobatsu prepared to land a kick on him from behind. What are you staring blankly for, kid? Although Kumo managed to block it, fear still crept into his mind as he struggled to process the attack. So heavy. Is this some kind of strength enhancement skill? Then I'll just block all your access paths. He created sharp, swirling green gusts of air, knocking the guy far away. Thanks to those moves, Kim Jun found Kumo increasingly interesting and cute, teasing him, which made the boy snap. I'm a weasel, got it? Siri, having been beaten up in a match, her face flushed red with rage. You damn snake. Fueled by a refusal to lose, she grit her teeth and charged back. Go to hell. Hikari remained completely unfazed. She calmly summoned the Kagutsuchi spirit. Full fire. Following her order, the serpent appeared and launched a direct assault at her. Siri closed her eyes, trying to resist, her mind spinning in chaos. Damn it. From a distance, strange footsteps echoed. It was Chiyu, rushing to stand in front of her. Aiming to intercept Kagutsuchi, she saw him and looked a bit surprised. Chiyu. He ignored her expression and asked about something else. So, even SMCS agents from overseas are joining in? Hikari saw he was unharmed and felt a sudden wave of unease. He absorbed Kagutsuchi's attack. Chiyu found this whole thing annoying and decided to activate his ability. So bothersome. Here, take this back. He launched a purple blast of energy at her. Hikari was hit and spat out blood. The pain struck, leaving her stunned. A counterattack. Kumo saw his sister severely injured, his face turning pale with worry. That feeling grew so intense that he couldn't think, only scream. No, sis. Minseo appeared out of nowhere, supporting Hikari from behind. He immediately activated a healing skill and suggested they run. Giving up in the middle of a fight? Please, let's just finish what we started. Hikari saw Chiyu and blushed slightly. She hesitantly called out, Hunterman. Chiyu, looking at him from afar, immediately recognized him. It's you. He emphasized every word, dripping with rage. Right at this moment, the bastard who killed my brother. Chiyu reflected and finally remembered. I thought those sunglasses looked familiar. You're the younger brother of that mirror reflection brat from before, aren't you? The fire of fury erupted in Chiyu. He downed something, then decided to fight him right there. Ryu Ian Pang, right here, right now. I swear it on my life. With my entire life. With that, Chiyu recklessly charged forward, magical power gathering in his hands, radiating killing intent. I'll crush you into dust. Chiyu felt he had the win in the bag, so he bluntly exposed his hand. Sorry for ruining your climax, Chiyu. He skillfully grabbed the guy's hand, locking it tight so he couldn't move, then landed a punch on Chiyu's arm while he was mid-attack. But I already know how this ends. Arumu hurriedly reported the situation to Asai, who was watching the battle from outside. The escape route is clear, sir. Asai, Cloud, and the others are moving down to the basement, so if we take that path, we can get out. Seeing the guy didn't reply, he called out again. Sir, Asai? Asai looked at Hikari, who was concentrating on protecting herself outside. He evaluated the yellow light. This color. It doesn't look good. He looked over at Arumu to issue an order. Arumu, Raven, you two stay in support. Don't let that brat die. The two stood at attention, saluting. Understood. Cloud silently approached the two who were moving, the two crates into the elevator. Outside the front lines, Minseo's eyes turned contemplative. This fire. It's spreading faster than I thought. In a hidden corner, Chiyu was cursing under his breath. Damn it. I shouldn't have followed Minseo. I should have just slipped away when I created that distraction. I thought I had them, but he just charged in like a madman. Who exactly is that guy? He's playing with Minseo, the guy who rivals S-rank hunters like they're toys. The more you watched the overwhelming battle, the more restless Chiyu became. Finally, not hesitating any longer, he stood up. I have to run while they're distracted. Back on the battlefield, after Minseo's massive punch, Chiyu fell to the ground, never to wake up again. Can't hold on anymore. You jerk. Footsteps echoed on the tiles. Kumo ran over, gasping for air. Sis, are you okay? Hikari tiredly leaned her hand on her knee. I owe you one again, don't I? Minseo heard this, his eyes not leaving the two. Siri, no need to mention it. Thanks to you, the cleanup was much easier. Although I anticipated it, they were more numerous than I thought. so your support was truly valuable. He took the opportunity to show off his accomplishments. The upper floor is pretty much cleared out too. After regaining some strength, Hikari walked over and pointed. This guy. He's a high-ranking member of the Thon Hoa. He slowly repeated the name. Than Hoa? She explained it simply before hesitantly asking. They're a major underworld force in East Asia. Their base seems to be in China. Is there an important meeting in the abyss today? Minseo habitually stroked his wrist, lost in thought. Seeing them rushing out in such a panic, it was clear they hadn't anticipated the raid. But after a moment, Hikari continued with her questions. The important medicine. I don't see it anywhere. Is the person holding the key on the floor above? Minseo thought for a moment and made a decision. Hunter Layla is trying to set up a sensor barrier. The entire building seems to have an emergency exit. You turn around and walk away quickly. I'm heading to the upper floors now. So please, keep catching those who are trying to escape. Jonggu will be here soon. Hikari reaches out to Minseo's back. Wait a second. And she takes off her bracelet. Take this. You are surprised by this sudden move. What is this? Hikari explains its effect while putting it on Minseo's wrist. This is a magic power enhancement artifact I got from the last mission. Back then, after seeing your unrivaled strength, I realized how shallowly I had been living. Ever since that day, I've been trying harder. I was so happy when I received the support request from headquarters this time. It's just that, thinking about the situation earlier, Hikari looks shy. Minseo, I want to help, but I'm still not enough. I have to strive even more. Kumo can't understand her actions. Sis, are you really giving the Takamikazu to him? He looks resentful. How can you just give away a legendary grade artifact like that? Could it be that she's... Seeing Kumo misunderstand, Hikari waves her hands in a panic to justify. No, don't misunderstand it like that. She walks away in confusion in another direction. Leaving the two behind, confused about what just happened, she mutters, I'm just repaying a debt, don't overthink it. Let's go. There are still tons of small fries out there. Hikari touches her burning face. Seriously, just because I was saved a few times, I'm already infatuated. There's no way. Suddenly, behind her back, a small voice calls out, wait. Before Hikari's eyes instantly appears Minseo's stern face. Her entire face flushes red. She turns around hesitantly. What is it? But in the next second, Hikari turns her head away in shame. You see Minseo has already lunged forward and grabbed Chiwai by the collar. Where do you think you're sneaking off to? Tired of living? The guy grips the suitcase tightly and screams, wait, I'm not an awakened. I'm just a civilian. A commoner. You don't have the patience for nonsense. You reach down and grab him by the collar. Cut the crap. Even from the plane, I could see you're just a henchman for the mob. What are you babbling about? Still acting tough? You want me to knock your teeth out? Jiang Shiwi, who was already timid, becomes even more terrified. Help me. Stop. Minseo growls and continues to threaten, so scared of dying, yet you dare to sell that kind of drug? If you don't want to get beaten until you log out, then spit out where the drugs are. Jiang Shiwi trembles violently and struggles to speak. Underground. It's underground. On the top floor, there's a special elevator for VIPs that leads straight to the basement, and in that basement, there's an emergency exit. They all escape through there. Minseo frowns, deep in thought. How troublesome. Hey, Jonggu, there's something in the basement. Meanwhile, in another scene, someone exclaims in surprise, there's a tunnel under the basement. Minseo Sijun explains in a low voice while rushing over. That's right. A squad has already gone ahead, but it looks like they really need reinforcements. Kang Iowa's heart is instantly filled with unease. There are more criminals than expected. Even if it's just the two of us, we have to go. Anyway, it's a good thing the guards already handle the lobby area. Suddenly, they both stop in their tracks. Minseo Sijun, wait. They see a group of people lying scattered on the floor. As if they had just experienced a brutal battle, Arumu stands opposite them and coldly declares, sorry, you cannot pass this point. Get lost. In the minds of the two, the same thought appears. Simultaneously, they've all been wiped out. They've already engaged in battle. A bead of sweat unconsciously rolls down her cheek. Sijun. They. Even though she hasn't finished her sentence, he understands and nods slightly. Yeah, these guys are completely different from the ones we've faced before. At a glance, they're on par with us. Even stronger. On the other side, Arumu and Raven are silently assessing their opponents. Just a few seconds later, she leans down and whispers instructions. They are national ranked. Be careful. We'll just hold them off long enough, then retreat with Cloud when he arrives. He rests on his knee and slowly stands up. Better focus on saving your own lives. Sijun immediately takes a combat stance. They're coming. Just as he finishes speaking, a hammer is thrown straight between the two. Kang Iowa doesn't lose her nerve. She firmly raises her hand and declares, I'll burn those troublesome drugs to ash. Along with you bastards. Aramu grips the chains in her hands. How dare you? As soon as the two forces collide, Iowa's group notices something strange. Coordinate shift, but even so, they struggled a lot to dodge that last move. Why did they shift here? Damn it, is it a space ability? Suddenly, Raven appears with an axe behind her back. A weak long-range archer like you should break like a ginger snap. As soon as he finishes, he swings down with all his might, creating a cloud of dust. Even though her whole body is trembling from the weight of the blow, Kang Iowa grits her teeth and growls, "Seems like you don't know, do you? For an archer, physical stamina is the most important thing. You know that?" With that, she uses all her strength to land a kick straight to Raven's face. He falls backward, stumbling as if he's about to collapse. Damn it, not far away. Cloud holds his head, completely confused. What the hell is this? I told them to take the drugs out beforehand, yet they caused a chaotic battle right in front of the emergency exit. What now? If you're going to leave someone behind, at least leave someone useful. Sejun hears footsteps and turns his head sharply. Cloud, the mask? At this moment, Kang Iowa in the distance suddenly shouts a warning. Sejun. Aramu seizes the opportunity and quickly whips out a lash. You're distracted. Because of that one call, she gets struck by Raven's blade. Iowa is thrown hard into the wall, her body instinctively curling up, seeing that everything is settled. Cloud steps out leisurely. Thanks for helping me survive. Is this Kai's order? Why does everything have to be so troublesome? Enough, let's go before you get caught. Raven asks, but his face remains indifferent. What about your subordinates? Are you going alone? He arrogantly raises his hand to stroke his chin. I said it already. What's so special about the Hoa? I've already ditched those followers. From now on, I'm just someone who's been discarded. Take these drugs and follow me. Just as he finishes speaking, in the quiet space, a firm voice rings out. Where do you think you're going? Cloud's group is collectively surprised to see Minseo. Since when has he been standing at the door? Don't move an inch, you bastards. Cloud smiles slightly behind his mask. A thought flashes through his mind. How truly annoying. And then he spoke, his tone a mix of mockery and helplessness. I really have to congratulate you on such a successful ambush, don't I? Thanks to you, my fortress has collapsed. Damn it, I can rebuild the base anytime. But do you have any idea how much money I poured into this place? So, I'm very busy. You've already got a decent haul, haven't you? Don't get too greedy and lose everything. Let's call it a day here. All right. Cloud's gaze swept over Sejun and Iowa, who were lying collapsed on the ground. In a cold, deep voice, he said, We're both busy. Take care of that lot lying on the ground. Minseo's expression instantly darkened like the sky before a thunderstorm. So you're the one behind this? Raven lost his patience, swinging his axe in a threat. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Without another word, he leaped up, putting his full strength into a swing aimed straight at Minseo, filled with murderous intent. Die already. But Minseo remained calm, raising his hand to unleash an Iron Fist skill, a tracking-type move that increases the hardness of magical energy and fires it in the direction of the target's movement. The closer the distance, the greater the power. Arumu, standing nearby watching this scene, looked momentarily stunned. Raven was taken down in a single blow. It's definitely him. He's the heart of all this. Arumu turned to look at Cloud. Her voice was breathless and laced with anxiety. Take this chance to retreat while you still can. He interrupted her lightly, slowly taking off his coat. Forget it. I'll take care of this. You just focus on protecting those drugs carefully. After saying that, Cloud turned his gaze back to Minseo. Now, let's calm down and have a little chat, shall we? Minseo, a member of the gangbook squad, maintained a cold expression despite the other guy's friendly attitude. He raised his hand and blocked Minseo's decisive strike, forcing him to struggle and step backward. Wow, impressive. I'm usually confident in my speed, but you're no slouch either. Minseo maintained his attack stance, his voice devoid of emotion as he asked, You're the main distributor, right? Though annoyed that his dress shirt was torn, Cloud quickly wore a grin again. Why would you think that? Minseo looked him straight in the eye and stated calmly, Because you're the best at slithering through the cracks. Talk, before I knock every one of your teeth out. Which route did you use to bring those drugs in? Who is the producer and the distributor? Hearing this, Cloud immediately clapped his hands loudly as if thrilled. Oh, don't tell me you thought I'd just answer obediently. You really underestimate me. The moment he finished speaking, Cloud lunged straight at Minseo. Minseo raised his hand to block a kick from his opponent. Cloud wasn't discouraged and immediately shifted his attack. Feeling the force transferred to him, Minseo silently assessed him. Movement skill, huh? In terms of speed, he's even faster than Choi Dae-soo, but his power is lower. He swung his arm, creating countless gusts of wind that blew Cloud far away. Great gale. Cloud dropped to one knee, lowering his center of gravity to brace against the force. He wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning. I didn't expect that I'd actually get hurt. Me? I got hurt? He suddenly stomped his foot for momentum, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lunge. He rushed in, unleashing a series of suffocating, rapid-fire attacks on Minseo. It only stopped when Minseo was knocked backward, kicked up in a cloud of dust. Seeing the opponent preparing to attack again, Minseo took the chance to ask his burning question. Listening to this is so ridiculous that I have to ask you back. What kind of freak are you? As the last word fell, a blue magic circle lit up right where Minseo was sitting. Immediately after, the surrounding space was completely covered by a thin layer of ice. Cloud quickly jumped to avoid it, not forgetting to exclaim in surprise. You really are a monster. Minseo didn't miss this opportunity either. He immediately lunged to approach from behind. And I'm confident in my speed too, you bastard. The words had barely left his lips before Cloud was kicked, collapsing onto the ice. He tried to crawl up, but very quickly, his entire body was frozen solid. Having determined the opponent was incapacitated, Minseo hunched his shoulders slightly and muttered, "Damn it. Stiff and annoying. When will these side effects from the spatial movement wear off?" Just then, Minseo struggled to sit up and called out, "Brother." Hearing the voice, Minseo turned his head sharply. "Don't move, I'll heal you." Minseo stepped quickly toward his sibling and placed his hand on top of their head, beginning to manifest his power. The more Arumu watched, the more a sense of unease welled up inside her. No way. What is that power? The amount of magical energy being released doesn't feel human at all. He's even summoning a spiritual entity. He is definitely a threat to Pandemonium. I have to report this to headquarters immediately. But just as she reached for her weapon, the cold voice of the boy echoed from afar. "Hey, don't do anything stupid. Just stay there. From what I can see, you aren't just some small fry either, are you? What do you know about the source of those drugs? Don't glare at me like that. Answer me. Unless you want to be torn to shreds just like that big guy." In that tense moment, Cloud had been frozen, but he suddenly muttered softly, "Extreme heat." The next second, the hand Minseo had raised began to smoke. Amidst his loud laughter, the entire block of ice evaporated and melted away. This time, even Minseo couldn't hide his surprise. "Is this your real skill?" Cloud curled his lip, a killing intent quietly seeping out. "Since you've seen it, you don't have a choice anymore. Let's all turn to dust together right here." Arumu, standing behind, shouted angrily, "You're insane. Are you planning to burn down this whole area, you jerk?" Saying this, she suddenly noticed Minseo's straight, firm back. His face had already returned to its calm composure, as if nothing had happened. Why make such a fuss over a small scratch like that? Minseo released a massive amount of ice, pushing it straight toward Cloud. "Calm down, will you?" Immediately, sharp ice pillars rose up, thickly all around. Under the tremendous pressure, Cloud was pushed far back. Minseo brushed off his hands and said dismissively, "So annoying. You're just wasting your magical energy for nothing." But before he could finish, he suddenly froze, looking down at his own hand with a puzzled expression. Despite his own incredibly ragged appearance, Cloud laughed joyfully. "Caught you." Cloud boasted triumphantly, raising his voice. "Now, do you understand the situation?" With his whole body being burned by the fire, Minseo felt a frustrated outburst in his heart. "Damn it, why won't it go out?" Cloud continued to smile gleefully. "Struggling is useless. My fire isn't just ordinary fire magic. It's piercing fire. Once my flames. To grasp the unique life force of a target, their living soul, it never truly fades. But usually, people can't easily manifest their own living soul. But, Minseo, you have an older brother named Minseo, right? You're one of the rare few who can control a living soul, aren't you? You're using your living soul like a rabid, drooling dog, completely out of control, growing crazier by the second with that twisted, distorted face. You're losing your sanity and reason little by little. So, why don't you just go ahead and rot away along with that flashy life force of yours?" Minseo remained completely fearless, cold and indifferent. He balled his hand into a fist, ready to strike. "What now?" He lunged at his opponent with terrifying speed. "What are you planning to do?" He arrogantly spat out, "I'll just burn you a little hotter." And before he could even react, he took a punch right to the gut. Minseo kept his fist raised, his voice light and airy as he countered with a threat. "Why not? Just crush you before my own body burns out. After all, a skill is only as good as the will of the one using it. And once that person is gone, the skill vanishes too." He couldn't dodge in time and took a hit square in the face. Cloud began to counterattack. An orb of energy formed, gathering in his palm. It was as if he was deliberately provoking him, challenging him to try and snuff it out. Do you really think I'm that easy to kill? Minseo quickly grasped the abnormality. True enough, his own regeneration speed was matching the rate his body was being eroded, but his mana was depleting just as fast. He knew that, so he would choose to endure rather than go on an all-out offensive. But this skill was definitely placing a heavy burden on him, just as predicted. The best way was to make him collapse as soon as possible. Even though he tried to hide it, Cloud still saw his intent. I can see your thoughts from a mile away. No matter how strong you are, the more power you use, the faster your body burns up. Going beyond this limit is just suicide. You can't even touch me. Magic circles appeared in mid-air, blocking his opponent's attacks. Minseo was casting a defensive barrier. He remained silent, as if lost in his own world. There was one thing Minseo realized since returning to Earth. The output limit caused by the side effects of space travel was actually a protective function of the body. The mana he'd stored in his Dantian for 100 years was still completely intact, but the magic structure and how it was channeled in each dimension were worlds apart. So, to avoid misfires or overload before fully adapting to the new dimension and environment, Minseo's body had almost certainly self-limited its own output. If that was the case, when forced to go beyond that limit, the only way was to force his own Dantian to explode to break the barrier. When fighting Choi Dae-soo, he had already felt how to break that limit back then. But the consequences were still unknown. Faced with a life-or-death situation, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Minseo realized that moments like these really reminded him of something. Seeing his attack miss, Cloud grew furious, spewing curses. Why? Why won't you just die already? Damn it, just die, you annoying prick. Seeing him attacking wildly, Arumu felt the situation getting worse. He's completely lost his mind. This is not good. Someone who can break through all that magic and force a high-ranking member of Pandemonium to show their true colors. This situation is no longer about maintaining appearances. This man is too dangerous, and since this is a direct order from Lord Kai, I have to keep Cloud alive at all costs. But with the remaining mana, how do I resolve this situation with just a single strike? She secretly steeled herself, her hand unconsciously clenching. If necessary, she would rather do it with her own hands. Sejun suddenly appeared behind her, aiming his staff at Arumu, his voice filled with killing intent. Stop right there. Cut the nonsense and let go. She didn't dare move, but she tried to act tough. You can barely stand. And you're still talking big? Seeing Arumu was still stubborn, he added a few more words. Look at the situation clearly. The abyss is completely surrounded, both inside and out. Most of the key figures of the criminal organization are gathered here. Along with everyone suspected of being involved with that drug, they've all been apprehended. It won't be long now before we find out where those exits lead. Hearing that, she gnashed her teeth in anger and raised both hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Cloud continued to mock and goad his opponent. Hey, you flashy investigator. How does it feel to use your own life as fuel? You're only human, after all. Unless you're some other race. That body definitely has its limits. Shouldn't you go see your brother and write your will instead? Looking at the situation ahead, it couldn't drag on forever. Minseo began to weigh the pros and cons. The truth was, the regeneration process was slowing down. If it kept up like this, he would drain out first. But his remaining mana was also hitting rock bottom. What happened after that was the real problem. Not to mention, his body was still healing, and Kang, Iowa, and Sejun were still severely injured. Would he have enough strength left to defeat him and handle everything? Was the only way to break the limit too. But what if the whole building exploded from the overload? Predator's voice suddenly rang out, snapping him out of his tangled thoughts. What are you worried about? What are you afraid of that you can't even break this thin wall and keep hesitating? Then this body will shatter it for you instead. With someone to handle it for him, Minseo flashed a sinister smile. A powerful, pitch-black cyclone appeared from out of nowhere, surrounding him, blowing away the flames eating at Minseo's body. Cloud couldn't hide his shock, his jaw hanging wide open. What was that? A head with two sharp horns slowly emerged in midair. Predator was excited to be let out. Lord Predator. Cough. Cough. Hurry up and bring me my breakfast. The corrosive flames were being sucked dry by the black wind. One surprise after another. Beyond anything he could have imagined, Cloud frowned, thinking, is Minseo actually being consumed? Finally, the weight lifted from his chest, and Minseo's voice turned calm. Anyway, things are settled now. You finally woke up, huh? Your timing was spot on. Right. What was the name of that skill, Minseo? Suddenly, part of the flames was blown back by a black wind, striking the caster, Cloud, who hadn't put up any defenses. He took the full brunt of the fire and let out a painful cry. Watching the scene unfold, Minseo didn't even blink, as if the guy deserved every bit of it. This is a real life or death battle. You asked me earlier what it felt like to be burned, didn't you? I'm not exactly great at describing it. See for yourself. As the fire continued to lash out at him, Cloud screamed in pain, eventually having to call for his subordinate, Arumu, to help. Arumu had been quietly preparing an escape route for him all along. Mumbling a name, Lord Asai, the time has come, she decisively swung her whip and quickly cast a spell. For the Lord. For the sake of pandemonium. Realizing that Minseo's previous attack involved displacement, Sejun turned to look at Arumu, silently calculating. He shifted the skill's coordinates onto his own body. Fueled by pure rage because Cloud had been bitten by his own skill, he lashed out with a vulgar, "Damn it." With that parting shot, he vanished without a trace. "Just you wait, you jerk." He sighed helplessly, criticizing the guy's actions. Damn it all. So that was his special escape tool? How cowardly, dumping everything on his subordinate and running away. Hearing this, Predator quickly chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "You were almost grilled to a crisp, yet you still got a sharp tongue, huh?" The situation here had been dealt with smoothly by Minseo. He quickly went over to his younger brother to check on him. "Min Si-jun, are you okay?" Apart from a few minor scratches, nothing was serious. Min Si-jun reassured his brother, who was doing the same. He still hadn't adapted to the other guy's presence. Min Si-jun was endlessly curious. "Wait, what's that next to you?" As expected, the first time seeing Predator, anyone would react like Si-jun. "I mentioned this before, but what should you call it?" After thinking for a moment, Minseo blurted out a name, a guest. Naturally, the creature wouldn't stand for that and corrected him, Lord Predator of the Demon Realm. Antarctic Headquarters Base. A miserable scream was echoing through the halls. Ryu Ji-won lay sprawled on the hospital bed, his arms hanging limp. He cursed softly, "Damn it." Sutai, seeing the guy completely dissatisfied, felt like teasing him. Thinking about the guy being burned by flames, created from his own mana, it really is a ridiculous sight. When teased, he gritted his teeth and growled out every word. "Shut up, old man." He then bolted upright and threatened, "I won't forgive you, you bastard." The old man wasn't the least bit afraid, just sighed helplessly. To be the one who ruined the whole project and still have the nerve to yell like that. "Looking at you screaming so loud, you must be recovered. I've told you more times than I can count. Ever since we first met, Minseo is like a type of poison. The more you use it, the more dangerous it becomes. Those flames can burn away a target's life force. But the explosion point is your own body. The human body has limits. When casting S-rank skills or higher, I had to patch up your core before it blew up." Sute said in a gentle voice, giving sincere advice. "So have some sense and use your energy sparingly for the sake of Pandemonium's great flow." Crow, sitting idly by the bed, also joined in. "That's exactly what I'm saying. You're a famous guild leader, one of the world's top hunters. How are you this week? I heard from Kai that you tried to handle that mess yourself and then got beaten to death by the SMCS guys." The more he saw Ryu Ji-won's flustered expression, the more he delighted in teasing him further. "While you're lying here recovering, Kevin is having a hard time cleaning up the aftermath of the lax project you shattered." He clutched his head in annoyance and retorted, "Shut up, you blockhead." Crow sat up straight and asked aggressively, "What did you just say?" Ryu Ji-won looked defiant. "You want to fight?" Seeing the situation getting tense, Sutai stepped in to defuse it. "I'm tired of listening to you two bicker. If you want to fight, go outside." Having said that, his tone shifted to a gentle, harmonious one. There was a touch of helplessness in it. "You two are from the same hometown, right? No wonder you're always at each other's throats." Suddenly, the room door opened. It was Hikatan, strutting in. "Hey, Doctor Sutai, are you here?" Everyone immediately bowed. Sutai spoke as the representative, Lord Hikatan. "You've arrived." He calmly brushed his hand aside. "Enough, humans. Kneel." He then got straight to the point about the information. "It needs to be confirmed. You're the group sent to handle the Lax project, right? I heard there were problems. How did the recovery go?" Ryu Ji-won felt a pang of pain. Even though he didn't want to, he still reported, We apologize. The recovery mission failed. Hikatan wasn't very surprised. He just shrugged, as if accepting the truth. "Humans, as expected. I didn't expect much anyway. The purpose of Lax was just to make hunters complacent and feel a bit of pressure. The main goal was to let humans taste the potential of mana. As you know, the great will of the demon realm." Ryu Ji-won and Crow felt a bit awkward but remained silent, listening as he continued. "Is to open up the true way for humanity to use mana. Those who master mana will understand the power of dimensions and naturally will be able to control countless gates, connecting them to infinite power and resources from those dimensions. This world could develop by leaps and bounds. And yet, you ignorant people refused and caused a war 15 years ago. That's why humanity hasn't stepped onto the ladder of evolution, They can't use mana in its primitive form and only know how to fight over scraps. He was extremely tense. Negative speculations were forming in his mind. He didn't dare say it out loud. Hikatan's voice remained calm, laying out the facts. You have no right to decide the fate of this planet. If mana is used the wrong way, it doesn't just harm this world, it harms all dimensions. Saying this, his fury surged, and he subconsciously slammed his hand onto the table, creating a loud bang. That's why we demons must shoulder the responsibility. We must supervise humanity. We are the race that transcends all dimensions. The one who carries that authority is the demon race. Ryuji Wan hung his head, muttering uncomfortably. What a load of nonsense. We are a race that transcends all dimensions. The one who bears that power is the demon tribe. Ryuji Wan bowed his head in annoyance and muttered, What a load of nonsense. If you're so capable, handle it all yourself. Kron snapped, his voice dropping to a sharp, cold whisper. Hikatan immediately softened his tone, reverting to his composed demeanor before stating his demand. Regardless, the main topic remains the Artificial Gate Project, Doctor. The gate we're about to open will serve as the vessel for the descent of the Demon Lord Soligo. Sutai, still looking quite confused, asked for clarification. You mean the descent of the Demon Sherry-Vonk Level 2? He didn't hesitate, confirming, that's right. We've successfully created an S-Class gate. The timing is perfect. The current artificial gates are full of monsters, but they lack mana crystals, don't they? Once the descent is complete, the high-dimensional mana of the Demon Sherry-Vonk will solve that easily. Hikaden said, then paused, bringing a hand to his chin as he reasoned seriously. There's only one problem. The descent ritual requires a massive amount of sacrifice. The monsters inside the gate won't be enough. We need high-quality hunters, at least an entire S-rank unit. Sutai kept his cheerful facade, standing straight as he received the orders. Don't worry, Lord Hikatan. Since this artificial gate is S-rank, the top-tier hunters will flock to it like moths to a flame. Hearing this, he was very pleased and immediately reaffirmed his stance. Exactly. Minor sacrifices are inevitable for the greater cause. You, loyal follower of Pandemonium, do you know how much we've prepared over the years for the descent of the Demon Sherry-Vonk? Exactly. This time, nothing is allowed to get in the way. Do you understand? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted them. Asai was standing there. Lord Hikatan, I've arrived. I've investigated the lack incident, and it appears the hunter who had the biggest impact, causing the project to fail, is the very person who prevented the descent of the 45th Demon Sherry-Vonk. Before Hikatan could process this news, he grew extremely tense. Cold sweat dripped down. What did you say? The one sucked into the spatial rift? The one we tried to erase from existence? He slowly affirmed, yes. The air in the room grew suffocating. Unfortunately, it is him. Sutai pondered it, finding it completely incomprehensible. Impossible. Are you saying a human opened a spatial rift on their own and returned? Hikaden couldn't hide his rage. Damn it. This is a terrible time for this. Not knowing what else to do, he decided to leave. Continue the gate project for now. In the base hallway, Kai lowered his voice to ask for the person's opinion in front of him. Lord Hikaden, what do you intend to do? Should we dispatch an assassination team? He rubbed his head in frustration. He thought for a while, then complained, and failed humiliatingly like last time. Damn it. But we can't just leave him be. Saying this, Hikatan gave an order. Continue. And hurry. Contact the people above the VIP level. Time passed, and Asai was now on the rooftop. He listened silently to the person on the other end of the line. What a pity. San's voice was full of reproach. You know that contacting me directly puts us both in danger, right? He couldn't hide his fear as he pleaded. I know, but this is an emergency. Do you remember the one who defeated the 4 Demon Sherry-Vonks 15 years ago? Seeing no reaction from the other end, Guys continued. So you do remember. He has returned to Earth because he lost his 2 best subordinates. He mused on the past losses. Not to mention he's linked to an official organization like the SMCS, so he can't act recklessly. That's why I need your help. San frowned and questioned. And why should I help you? Asai tapped his fingers, calculating, and provided an objective reason. Because this is a direct order from Lord Hekanen. Furthermore, in the upcoming artificial gate operation, the descent of Demon Lord Soligo will proceed. Whether you have to cut off their limbs in the shadows, or behead them in broad daylight, you must ensure nothing is allowed to stop the descent ritual. San stiffened with tension, but remained calm as he accepted. No wonder the hunter world has been so chaotic lately. I understand. Tell Lord Hikata not to worry. He took a cigarette from his chest and lit it. Wisps of smoke spread slowly. San's eyes narrowed, filled with deep-seated killing intent. I will take care of my part. Predator looked at the pizza cut into perfectly even triangles and cheered excitedly. Pizza. His eyes quickly scanned the glistening food on the table, the hamburger. Finally, Predator fixed his gaze on the dish he loved so dearly, fried chicken. He happily took large bites, his eyes squinting with joy. That's right, chew, tear, enjoy. Having a physical body is definitely better for eating. This is the meaning of life. Minseo could only sigh helplessly. What should I even call this situation? Sijun, standing beside him, seemed to share the same question. A side effect of pushing mana beyond the limit, Minseo folded his arms, clearly annoyed, and cut him off bluntly. Calling it a side effect is too mild. You have to call it a disaster. Meanwhile, Predator remained immersed in his feast. So delicious. Sijun tried to search his repository of knowledge for an answer. I've seen some hunters with summoning skills. They bring summoned creatures with them, but... He turned to look at him with a hesitant look. I've never summoned anything like that before. Disgust was written all over Minseo's face. Is it even reasonable to call that a summoning? Iowa spoke up then, half praising, half mocking. Hey, that thing. It's maintained by your mana, right? It doesn't look like an independent creature. It's more like a mascot. Honestly, it's pretty cute. Predator stopped chewing immediately. A mascot? This body belongs to a predator. He stepped forward, speaking with the authority of a famous orator. I will explain it clearly for you all. This weakling and I met 15 years ago in another realm, where we signed a contract. Even though we've returned to Earth, our souls are still bound by that contract. But this weakling's power on Earth was too pathetic, preventing my magnificent form from manifesting, and I could only live within his consciousness. But after that last battle, his Dantian has been upgraded to a core. Thanks to that, I can finally maintain a physical form again. Having said that, Predator patted Minseo, who was cold as ice. Now do you understand? Kang Iowa rested her chin on the back of her hand, half doubting. A core? I've never heard of such a thing. Can a Dantian really be upgraded? He asserted firmly. I don't lie. In the demon realm, that's a basic trait of dragons and powerful demons. After a moment of thought, Sijin also gently chimed in. As long as it doesn't harm you, that's fine. Thanks to the last project, I've learned a lot of things, including the fact that we can still grow so much stronger. His eyes lit up with a spark of hope. So, please, keep teaching me. Iowa, who was by his side, was also incredibly excited. Even though I'm old, I still have a mountain of things to learn. Seeing them acting so solemn, Minseo bashfully raised his hand to touch his neck. No need to go overboard like that. Sejun seemed way too used to this personality of his. All right, let's head out. You still have to deal with the aftermath of the incident, right? Thinking about that made Minseo's head ache as he sighed. Yeah, mind giving me a lift? Kang Iowa ignored the two of them and turned, asking excitedly. Sen, do you want to go to the Cheonghua gang to hang out with me? Predator, sensing he was being ignored, darkened his face. You bunch of idiots. How dare you leave me behind? The scene shifted to outside the SMCS building. In the office, Huang Zhonggu was studying documents when he was suddenly visited. You're here? In Minseo's voice, surprise couldn't be hidden. You came so early? As soon as he heard that, he took the chance to vent, words pouring out like a stream. A case of this scale usually has us pulling all-nighters, plus we're dealing with a bunch of criminal organizations. He didn't ask further, but went straight to the point. Forget about those small fries. What about him? Having worked together for so long, Zhonggu caught on quickly. Ah, the commander? He's being held in the detention room. Since he was caught, he hasn't said a word except when eating. No progress. Minseo kept skimming through the necessary information. Huang Zhonggu's report was extremely concise. Everything has been sent to the forensics department. Looks like the work is mostly done. Minseo returned the document in his hand. Good. Report to me immediately if there's anything new. As he received it, he casually asked, Are you heading to the detention room? The sound of Minseo cracking his knuckles echoed, crack, crack. He'll open his mouth soon enough, once all his teeth are knocked out. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream echoed from holding cell number 1. John couldn't help but gulp. He and Suhyo X stood outside, breaking into a cold sweat, whispering anxiously to each other. Hey, is this okay? How should I know? Let's just stay quiet for now. Behind the iron door, red blood cells stained a corner of the floor. Jiang Shiwei finally gave in to Minseo's merciless fists. I'll talk, all right. The one directing the entire distribution of the awakening drug is the Jingdao Fu organization. Jingdao Fu is a global organization with DCO at its center. They are the ones in charge of distributing the drug. Throughout Northeast Asia, they also granted distribution rights within the country to Cloud. Jiang Shiwei drained the last remaining memories left in his head. I know Cloud is one of the largest black market distributors here. They plan to spread the drug across the entire region, using Narek as their main base. That's all I know. As for where DCO gets the goods from, I I don't know who is behind the global distribution. I swear. Minseo didn't care for his begging hands and continued to interrogate. So, who on earth is that DCO? Jiang Qiwei. After taking a few more hits, he became obedient and honestly recounted. About 15 years ago, he suddenly appeared and established an organization overnight. Then he swallowed the entire underworld in an extremely short time. On the surface, he founded a sect based on skills called Asura, and he even established a large-scale commercial conglomerate, so nobody knew he was involved in the underworld. Hearing this, Minseo displayed a look of extreme wariness. So, is this how I raised you? All right, that's enough for now. What about Cloud? Who is he? Jiang Qiwei flinched and retreated sharply. I really don't know. I only met him under DCO's orders. He helplessly hugged his shivering body. All I know is that he is a Carol Joan person, someone extremely bizarre. Minseo felt like he had just done something futile. So in the end, we still have to dig it up ourselves. He couldn't help but lament. Useless, as always. Minseo said that and decisively turned around. Fine. Eat up and take a break. You're coming with me to meet DCO. Jiang Qiwei, as if just escaping death, let out a relieved sigh. Today was another day of blue skies and white clouds. On the rooftop, Minseo leaned against the railing, seriously analyzing the documents in his hand regarding the achievements made in the project. This time and the ones before, the name SMCS appeared clearly, attracting all attention. Suddenly, he angrily squeezed the paper. Promoted to special rank, Edward, that bastard. Just how much more hard labor does he plan to make me do? At the same time, a magic circle appeared in front of Minseo. You've arrived, haven't you? Ghost and Sherry Vonk respectfully knelt on the ground. Did you call for me? Before he could speak, the old man was already beaming, expressing his heartfelt reverence. Thanks to the artifact you gave me, my secret work has become much smoother. I am truly grateful to you. But where did you get such a rare? He couldn't digest this flowery style of writing, so he went straight to the point. Or rather, where did such a suspicious thing come from? Minseo explained vaguely and then went straight to the main issue. I have a few connections with the Black Heaven clan. Anyway, the reason I called the two of you here is that I have a new task for you. There are a few people I want you to investigate, follow them for a while, and observe all their actions. If there is anything suspicious, report it immediately. With his seasoned experience, Ghost quickly understood the importance of the matter. Who exactly do you want us to tail, my lord? Minseo organized the logic in his mind. In the recent project, information was leaked, so we have to find the loophole and close it. I have checked everyone who transferred from other gangs to SMCS, focusing on those who could access project data. As a result, the number of suspects has been narrowed down to 2 gangs. Both belong to the 7 stars. Ghost and Vonk were shocked and blurted out, 7 stars. Minseo slowly approached. The first name you mentioned right after is the face that always wears a smug smile, Ryu Ji-hwan and Kim Gyeong. The leak lies with one of those 2, main hall of the SMCS headquarters. Edward was standing seriously on stage, speaking loudly. To all the investigators who have officially joined the SMCS headquarters. Through this appointment ceremony, we would like to express our deepest gratitude. We look forward to your future contributions. And before moving on to the next part of the ceremony, as investigators, you must all know about the illegal awakening drug case that has shocked the entire world recently. And you also know that the first case was solved successfully thanks to the Korea branch. They not only confiscated a large amount of illegal drugs, and as you all know, the first incident was resolved successfully thanks to the South Korean branch. Not only did they seize a massive amount of illegal drugs, not only did you brilliantly present what transpired, but you also completely dismantled the distribution network and successfully apprehended the key figures. This is a truly monumental achievement. Therefore, the headquarters would like to recognize the contribution of Hunter Minseo from the SMCS Korea branch. He is now promoted to semi-special grade. Someone nearby started whispering, confused. Starting his career at semi-special grade, who on earth is this Minseo guy? Another person grumbled with annoyance, damn it, there's a limit to pulling strings, even for him. Hey, keep your voice down, someone else judged. The vice president is really playing a dangerous game. It seems like they're sending a warning to the former president's faction. He couldn't help but chime in. That Hunter's face isn't even on the global ranking board. Just how strong could he possibly be? On stage, Edward looked at everyone with a confident gaze and began a powerful speech. Honorable SMCS investigators, we are the shield and the bullet of humanity. Since the gates first appeared on Earth, we have entered an era where raw power and skills dominate both the law and intellect. SMCS has used that power to protect justice. For the sake of justice, we must focus on utilizing that power correctly, rather than getting bogged down by cumbersome procedures. The appointment ceremony concluded. Soon, the meeting room returned to its initial silence. Those with heavy hearts dispersed, while others, like Ghost, continued their unfinished business. In another office within the headquarters, Baek Jian-ho's voice could be heard venting in anger. Damn it all. He slumped into his chair, his mood at an absolute low. They dare to turn everything upside down by throwing in a rookie who has backing. Do they have any idea how much money I've burned behind the scenes to maintain the SMCS reputation? Sun Gun stood with his hands behind his back, reporting the issues in detail. Sir, a number of semi-special grade agents have already started leaning toward the vice president's side. I heard that senile old man, Harrow Bloom, said something to the agents complaining about this appointment, and the former president's faction is gradually losing ground. Baek Jian-ho naturally knew that, making him even angrier. He threw the stack of documents right at his face. So what? Are you pouring gasoline on a burning house? You lot should be doing something about it. I tried my absolute best to please and flatter the former president, yet now all those arrogant little brats are aiming for my chair. With that, he chased everyone out. Both Sun Gun and his secretary had to scramble away in fear. Get out. Find a way to take that parachuted kid down for me. Go out there and bring me back some results. And when silence returned, Baek Jian-ho let out a frustrated curse. Damn it. He exhaled a heavy breath, having reached a final decision in his subconscious. It looks like I'll have to play my trump card. Baek Jian-ho's memories drifted back to a luxurious bar, a place with a quiet atmosphere. Calm and collected, he heard the person behind him mention a familiar term. Confused, he asked, Pandemonium? I thought they disappeared after the demons migrated to the South Pole. Do they still exist? Even so, I still don't understand why we have to shake hands with them. It's not that I'm against having demons as backing, but you guys don't gain much from them. His face pale, he glanced back with annoyance. Each word was laced with mockery. Do you really need to know? You're not the type to care about those details. The important thing is this irrational world, a place where humans are judged solely by their innate power. I know how hard you struggled to climb from the bottom to where you are today. Money laundering, shady back alley deals. The final point he emphasized made Baek Jian-ho extremely tense. I know everything, but I don't care. Pandemonium values the pure desire to become stronger above all else. If you just grant us a few small favors, sitting in the president's chair won't be difficult for you at all. The memory ended. He couldn't utter a word, only silently weighing his options. As this scene faded, another frame opened. Minseo held the new name tag in his hand, listening quietly to Edward's presentation. Take it. Wear it with pride. This is the only international organization in the world, specialized in investigating awakened criminals. Depending on the country, the scale and authority vary, but the influence of the headquarters has now far surpassed any national agency, and my rank is semi-special grade. There are 5 grades in total: special grade, semi-special, high, mid, and low. I am at the second highest level. The branch managers of each country are at the mid-level. From semi-special grade and up, I am far above the branch managers, treated like a distinguished national guest. Regarding power and influence, Minseo frowned slightly. Honestly, he couldn't believe he had achieved so much today. It's so frustrating. Back in Korea, I was treated like trash. Knowing that staring at it longer would only make him more agitated, he put it down. Regardless, this must be causing a stir internally. Why go this far? Edward smiled warmly. Because they need to use all of my power. Minseo naturally understood the implication behind that. You really are a sly fox. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, he signaled, hold on for a second. Minseo hurriedly answered, hello, Jong-gu. What? Understood. I'll be right back. Not understanding anything, he asked, what happened? Minseo's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice, Jiang Chi-wai is gone. This issue is extremely critical. So, Minseo quickly returned to his office. He fell into deep thought. It was really hard to accept this truth. Unbelievable. I was only out for a moment, and this happens? Give me a summary of what occurred. Ghost heard the instruction, and immediately followed, reporting the details thoroughly. Poisoning. There were no signs of intruders in the holding room. He must have hidden the poison in his body, but who would know? Ever since you left, I had Sherry Vonk guarding outside the building, but we saw nothing suspicious. He presented a file of reports. And here are the reports you ordered me to investigate regarding Ryu Ian Pang and Ryu Ji Huan, the head of the Diamond Gang. His background and profile are strange. There is almost no information before he entered the tutorial tower, and no relatives were known after he founded the Diamond Gang. He mainly cooperates with merchant companies, trading mana stones, and is famous for his ruthless sea routes in the industry. Minseo studied what was written on the paper while asking questions to dig deeper. I see. And what about the Han Gang? Ghost slowly recalled every detail, and immediately reported clearly. The Han Gang leader, Lee Eji, has a clear background. She is the type of elite hunter specialized in healing for her guild. Because they focus mainly on defense and recovery, they're often sent abroad, and many international hunters have joined their guild. Hearing this, he got the gist of the situation. Just like that, hand over the next task. I'll dig into the internal intel myself. Send Square to China to investigate the Jingdao Fu organization. You find out more about the origins of Ryu Ian Pang Ryuji Wan. Ghost nodded, showing he understood. He took the order seriously, replied, understood, and then left, leaving Minseo in silence to think. No matter how you look at it, Jiang Chuan was likely silenced. Could Jingdao Fu have any ties to the SMCS? What kind of investigation agency has? So many loopholes? Predator suddenly spoke up, urging him, "Hey, hurry up. This is an emergency." He immediately showed his annoyance. "What?" he grumbled. He clearly showed the problem he was encountering. "My program suddenly stopped broadcasting. Boring. Change the channel." Minseo, not knowing what to do, just felt helpless. Seriously. He followed Predator's wishes and randomly switched to another program. A voice from the TV rang out, breaking news. As of midnight, in Gangwon Province, a dungeon has awakened. The first S-ranked dungeon in Korea has appeared. We will connect with a reporter present at the scene. The sound of Ho-san, speaking on the TV, continued to ring out evenly. An S-ranked dungeon is a national-level disaster, but because the resources inside a dungeon are proportional to its scale, depending on how it's handled, an S-ranked dungeon can also become a blessing. Finding an S-ranked dungeon in Gangwon Province, Ho-san didn't hesitate to affirm. That's right. Hearing that, he asked a question that hit the heart of the painful issue. But there's never been a precedent where high-ranked dungeons have appeared simultaneously all over the world like this, right? Starting from the S-ranked dungeon discovered in Gangwon, Korea, high-ranked dungeons are appearing en masse across the globe. How do you evaluate this situation? He wasn't the least bit shaken, just gently deconstructing the problem. As everyone knows, it's only been 25 years since dungeons were first discovered. Humanity has only just adapted to mana power thanks to skill awakening. But in reality, we don't even understand 10% of the principles behind skill awakening or the dungeons themselves. We really need more research. Dutrang quickly followed up on Ho-san's answer, confidently mentioning the upcoming event. Luckily, today there is a summit, with leaders from countries where S-ranked dungeons have appeared. President Choi has just departed. The meeting will begin soon. Attacking the dungeons is expected to happen afterward. Minimizing casualties and maximizing benefits is the focus, but a quick and decisive response is the key. At the SMCS headquarters in the Korean branch, everyone in the office was in a state of confusion. They were rushing to handle their work. It seemed like there wasn't a moment of rest. Hwang Jong-gu put on his thick coat and then casually complained, "It's so ironic. Just when my juniors transferred to headquarters, an S-ranked dungeon appears. We haven't even gotten anywhere with the Jiang Chuan case yet." Minseo, who was standing right there, just had to accept it, even though he was feeling very uncomfortable right now. Minseo naturally expressed his point of view. "I don't know if I'm being too suspicious, but everything looks scary perfect." He also expressed deep empathy. That feeling is normal, but dungeons are inherently natural phenomena, right? The keyword mentioned made him fall into deep thought, and he whispered softly, "A natural phenomenon? Huh." Inside Minseo's head, numbers were immediately crunching. All the important data was being carefully analyzed. Are they really natural phenomena? Just like the suspicion he once had in the desert dungeon case. If the appearance of these dungeons isn't random but is instead, thinking about it forever wouldn't help. He quietly concluded, it's still too early to say for sure. He then called the person next to him. The Jiang Chuan case was concluded as a reckless act, right? Is there anything new? Hwang Jong-gu scratched his head, slowly, recalling the necessary details. Not exactly as you said, but investigating related organizations will be delayed. Besides the S-rank dungeon, in Gangwon, many dungeons from medium to low rank have also opened. In other areas, just keeping the public safe will keep everyone busy enough. Minseo suddenly remembered an important matter and asked a question. Is the SMCS participating in the S-rank dungeon raid? He put his hand on his chin and predicted the possibility. It's hard to say. Domestically, the 7 Stars and the Hunter Association will definitely receive mandatory mobilization orders, but the SMCS is mainly a criminal investigation agency. S-rank dungeons are usually handled through international cooperation, so they might get support from abroad. He put his hands behind his neck, walking while viewing it from an objective perspective. Let's see. I doubt that guy has any negotiation skills. In the lobby of the International Hunter Association, Choi Dae-soo was standing and observing everything around him. The sound of whispering and chattering was overlapping. This wasn't the first time a world summit had been held by the Hunter Association, right? The situation is urgent and involves dungeons, so there's no other way. With so many high-ranked dungeons opening at once like this, for us, it's actually good news as long as mana stones drop. Our country still lacks hunters strong enough to handle high ranks, if we can promise support. Moon Hyu leaned close to Choi Dae-soo's ear and whispered in a serious tone, "Sir, in this situation, we must build as many alliances as possible." Then he spoke loudly again to emphasize that national power had recovered significantly, but handling an S-rank dungeon alone was still too much. He naturally understood that this was intentional, so he replied accordingly, "I know, but the problem is the ownership of the mana stones after completing the raid. Mana stones, precious minerals only obtained from dungeons. They are inherently extremely effective fuel sources and are the foundational materials for all tools or magical artifacts that run on mana. In today's world, no country lends manpower for free. Everything depends on negotiations regarding rewards." Someone noticed that a long time had passed and wondered, when does the meeting start? Another guy happily replied, "Good question. It seems like everyone has arrived already, right?" The sound of the door being pushed open lightly echoed in place of all the confusion. As soon as Moon Hughes saw the person, he was stunned to realize it was, and when he clearly saw the head of the escort, he confidently affirmed, "Miss Yu-tin." On the other side of the banquet hall, people were also gossiping. "Miss Yu-tin? I heard they rarely appear in public. And isn't that person the president of the association, the one who possesses a mythical grade skill?" The other person was stunned and disbelieving. "I know the International Hunters Association organized this meeting, but I didn't expect them to show up in person." Choi Dae-sun stood on the sidelines, lost in deep thought. He began to recall fragments of data. Mistine. The 10 strongest elite members of the International Hunters Association. They are the group that took control of the Hunter Foundation the moment the Gates first appeared and established the association. They are the strongest team of hunters in the world. Most hunters dream of joining Mistine one day. That's the level of their prestige. But even S-rank candidates are often rejected during the screening process if they don't possess a mythical grade skill. They don't even bother looking at them. Deep down, he felt a sting of bitterness remembering the past. They rejected my application back in the day. What a bunch of arrogant pricks. Beside him, Miu-hu insisted. The fact that the leader of Mistine showed up in person shows just how serious this situation is. Ara's gentle voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. "I apologize for the delay. Thank you all for coming, even though I know you are all very busy." Once she saw that everyone's attention was focused on her, she got straight to the point. "Given the urgency of the situation, let's begin immediately." The atmosphere in the room turned tense. Everyone scrambled to address the current crisis as Ra-on pointed out the gate locations on the map. He estimated the numbers. In short, almost every continent has 1 or 2 S-rank gates. A total of 7 S-rank gates, excluding the ones already being attacked or existing from before. Over 1,300 new A-rank gates have appeared. Ji-woon raised some critical issues. "The situation is much more severe than we thought. Just dealing with the gates within each country is hard enough." Ra doubted the feasibility of the plan. "Will an international alliance actually help?" Jae-hun immediately replied, "We can still coordinate attacks and support hunters between neighboring countries." Another person chimed in, "Cooperation will still be effective to some extent." Merlin tapped the table to grab everyone's attention, then explained his personal view in detail. "I'm not even sure we need an alliance. If multiple nations jump into one high-level gate, disputes over the rights to the internal resources will inevitably arise." The supporter of the alliance was left speechless. That is, he didn't let the person continue, cutting in firmly. "We should focus on handling the gates within our own borders. The more independent we are, the better. Conflict only makes the chaos worse. As for countries lacking hunters, the International Hunters Association will dispatch support teams under the supervision of Mistine." Jae-hun understood the underlying intention behind Merlin's idea and countered. "But why is Mistine the one setting the standards? Isn't the association just trying to monopolize the resources?" Seeing that the tension had reached its peak, Ara spoke up in a gentle tone to mediate. "Don't worry. The association is a transnational organization. We don't discriminate based on a hunter's origin. We only act for the public good and to resolve crises as quickly as possible. We have no intention of seizing any resources. For the sake of world peace, let's overcome this crisis together." Finally, the meeting concluded. By now, the sky had already descended into darkness. Everyone left to return to their unfinished business. From a distance, a guy grumbled in frustration. Choi Dae-sun's group stood far off, quietly listening. What a waste of time. Just then, Do-bin suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. "Mr. President, we have to get to the car immediately. Also, reports indicate that all high-level gates in other countries, excluding the domestic S-rank gates, have already begun their assaults." He understood what needed to be done. Without overthinking, he immediately gave the order. "Understood. When we return to the country, summoned the 7 elites of the Korean Hunters Association and the SMCS. As Choi D-sun walked, he explained the situation regarding Miss Dean's intervention. The international alliance has fallen apart. We're forced to handle our own S-rank gate. Moon Hyuk was devastated upon hearing this. What? He exclaimed, bewildered. He reaffirmed what had been discussed in the meeting. But didn't they say they would send support? And why is the SMCS, a criminal investigation agency, involved in the attack? He knew how Moon Hyuk would react, so he explained in a soft voice. If they do send aid, they'll prioritize countries that don't have local association branches. It's not like our country is short on S-rank hunters. Besides, we now have a semi-special class SMCS investigator. That kid. All right, if it's come to this, I'll make him work until he drops. At that very moment, Minseo was on the front lines, seriously coordinating the work. Back at the Korean branch of the International Hunters Association, a shout of astonishment tore through the noisy atmosphere of the lobby. An S-rank gate in Gangwon province, I heard they decided to carry out the raid with only domestic hunters. Idon rested his chin on the back of his hand, tapping his foot as he swayed slowly. I saw the official government announcement. Rumor has it, Miss Dean appeared at the summit. Jae-hai was surprised, sitting up straight. What? Is that true? His hands instinctively clenched into fists. After all, it's an S-rank gate. With a lineup like that, can they even handle it? In his tone, one could easily hear the resentment. The command should have belonged to our Hunters Association, right? The two wanted to say more, but were warned in a low voice by the person sitting with them. The president is here. The noisy lobby suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of 2 pairs of shoes hitting the floor echoed through the hall. With hundreds of eyes fixed on her, Eunju kept her spine straight and walked with utter confidence. Just then, Chang-gu suddenly looked up and asked, Chairwoman, any news from the international headquarters? Eunju didn't even slow down. She just glanced over her shoulder with a mocking smirk. No. Do you really think those people who think so highly of themselves would care about a branch in the sticks like this? The more she spoke, the less she could hide her irritation. Their world has always been like that. To Mr. Tin, the Hunter Association is just a high-quality pool of mercenaries. Hearing this, Chang-gu's face clouded with worry. But I heard that this time, our association was granted command over the raid. He had just stepped into the elevator. He was fumbling to find the files on the relevant info and the participant list, but before he could finish, Eunju raised her hand to stop him. I was briefed in the car on the way here. She briefly recapped to confirm. There are 2 A-rank gates near the S-rank gate, right? Even though he desperately didn't want it to be true, Chang-gu had to nod dejectedly. Yes. And unfortunately, they're located way too close to each other, so we've been assigned to manage the area for security reasons. Eunju quickly laid out an optimal plan. Well, first things first, it's best we send a recon team into the S-rank gate. After finishing the 2 A-rank raids, we'll launch the full-scale assault on the S-rank. He looked up, pushed his glasses, and said firmly, a recon team for the S-rank gate, that's for sure. Recon is pretty much the deciding factor, he said. Though it was a simple sentence, Chang-gu understood immediately. Understood. I'll draft a detailed written report. Oh, Chairman, there's one more piece of news from the advisory department. Looks like the SMCS branch is joining in this time too. Eunju's eyebrows twitched immediately. SMCS? They're sending hunters? All right, very quickly, the sun climbed to the center of the sky. Deep in the lush green forest, everyone was busy with their work. Minseo looked up, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He couldn't help but shiver, muttering to himself, is this really an S-rank gate? Standing here, I can already feel the pressure. And just looking from afar, the entrance is already visible. It's terrifying, truly. Sung Hyun stood nearby, quickly throwing out a sarcastic, sharp-edged comment. If the situation weren't so serious, he swept his gaze over the elite faces gathered around. There was no way the leaders of all 6 major guilds would have gathered here otherwise. Aiwa muttered a curse under her breath before raising her voice, reminding them, listen, you old guys, this is an emergency, not a field trip. Min Si-jun stood by, stretching his wrists and asking, is the association here yet? Yoon-ju looked around carefully, counting. 1, 2, 3, 6. One person is missing. No sooner had she finished than Ryu Ji-hwan walked over slowly. Coming this early? You must want dibs on the loot, huh? You guys really smell money like bloodhounds. Yoon-ju's face instantly turned cold. You're the one who arrived last. We're here because we were summoned. Money isn't the point. He covered his mouth and chuckled. Oh, come on. Don't play the saint. Every word out of Ji-hoan's mouth was dripping with mockery. I heard the association is leading this one. The government really does whatever it wants, doesn't it? A criminal investigation agency like SMCS suddenly joining a raid. Once he said that, he immediately changed the subject. I heard you got transferred to the main branch. Must be nice, huh? Minseo looked at the two talking in the distance. He felt a bit speechless. Rumors spread fast. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun was staring at him, secretly gritting his teeth. What a shame. We should have recruited you into White Tiger earlier. Just then, Eunju stepped out slowly. It seems everyone is here. She stood in the center and began introducing herself. I am Kim Eunju, the person in charge of commanding this entire operation. As announced, today's operation will be divided into 3 teams. In the government-restricted area, there is 1 S-rank gate and 2 A-rank gates. Therefore, today's objective is for each team to complete the reconnaissance of the S-rank gate and raid the 2 A-rank gates. Minseo listened while starting to warm up his body. After Eunju finished speaking, Chang-gu immediately followed up. Now, I will announce the team assignments. He looked at the list in his hand and called out loudly. Raid Team 1, Diamond, Han, and SMCS. Raid Team Do, Empire, Sirivank, and White Tiger. Recon Team Tra, Than Hoa, Volung Legion, and the International Hunters Association. After the announcement, Chang-gu explained the details of the mission further. As mentioned, each organization is limited to 1 platoon. Based on the average combat power evaluation of the gates, Raid Team 1 will be the assault force for the Eastern A-rank gate. Raid Team 2 will attack the Western A-rank gate. Recon Team 3 will be responsible for scouting the S-rank gate. As soon as he heard that, Ryu Ji-won put his hands behind his head and groaned in dissatisfaction. I knew it. They're pushing us to do the janitor work, while the recon team gets to do the fun stuff. Yoonju replied in a very serious tone. We are only prioritizing safety. She gave a firm guarantee. Unless something extremely unusual happens, there won't be an early attack, so stay calm. Teams A and B, proceed with the raid as quickly as possible. That is all. I don't know when, but Predator had leaned in close to Minseo's ear, pointing and whispering, Hey, who is she? Talking like she's the supreme leader. But he also had a blank expression. I don't know either. Back in my day, the Hunters Association didn't even exist. As he said that, Minseo's expression suddenly darkened. Either way, that bastard Choi D-sun is just looking for excuses to work us to death. Just then, Jong-gu suddenly walked over and shouted, Hey. He kept waving his hands, urging them. Our team is ready. Let's head to the East Gate. He immediately regained his spirit and answered loudly. All right, let's go. In the once quiet forest, a series of footsteps echoed. After some time, Eunju suddenly started a conversation. Hunter Minseo? He didn't answer, just glanced over. She began unfolding her poaching plan. Have you ever thought about transferring from SMCS to the Hanhyun Guild? He was stunned by this direct approach. After a long while, he answered in confusion. You know who I am? Eunju's lips curled into a faint smile. Lately, who doesn't know you? She said, gesturing towards Sung Hyun as an example. Our guild specializes in healers, but you're a soul-summoning mage. It's rare. We offer the best salaries and benefits among all the guilds. Minseo's face flushed slightly with shyness, but he answered firmly. You probably already know my answer. No, I have a lot of work to do. Looking at her, retreating back, Eunju couldn't help but sigh. I already expected that. Suddenly, a female member ran over, panting, and shouted, Guildmaster, we found the entrance. Ji-hoon immediately gave a preliminary assessment. Pretty big for an A-rank gate, but still small compared to an S-rank. She stared straight ahead, arms crossed, lost in thought. That's strange. The gate entrance is right on the ground. He didn't think too much about it and, along with his teammates, started moving. Let's go in now. Whoever goes in first gets the loot. Yoonju hurriedly shouted, Wait, we agreed to split the loot after the raid. But the people on Ryu Ji-hwan's side didn't care at all. They just dived straight into the gate. Let's go, boys. Understood. Minseo scratched his head, confused. Why are they in such a hurry? They look like dogs that need to pee. Jong-gu, behind them, was so impatient he clenched his fists. Hurry, follow them. Seeing him walking calmly with his hands in his pockets, Eunju quickly ordered the Hanhyun team. Keep the formation and follow from behind. Immediately, all the members shouted in unison. Understood. The moment Minseo touched the boundary, a blinding light flashed. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a dense forest. Predator kept flying around Minseo, crying out miserably. Oh my god, it's so hot. I'm going to melt. Hey, bring me the watermelon. Minseo raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, carefully assessing the tropical forest terrain in his mind. The sight of his own struggling silhouette quickly flashed by, reminding himself to remember the real tutorial tower at this moment. Members of the Hansol Guild had already landed one after another. The guildmaster, Eugene, felt the pressure. All her main force had entered the gate. Her tone unconsciously sharpened. Good. Keep a small squad to guard the entrance. Strange. I don't see any small monsters. It looks like the Diamond Guild went deeper inside. Before she could finish, a loud roar echoed in everyone's ears. Huang Zhonggu immediately pulled the alarm. What was that sound? Someone else quickly replied after a few seconds of thought, coming from the forest. He decisively issued the order. Move out, quickly. Over there, Ryu Jiwan saw the Diamond Guild running over and couldn't help but wonder. Huh? Come on, guys. Why are you all rushing over here? We marked the spot first. Eugene gritted her teeth, emphasizing every word. Hunter Ryu, have you lost your mind? That's clearly a rare monster. She rolled her eyes toward the Minotaur lying sprawled on the ground, its long tongue lolling out. Eugene took a deep breath to suppress her anger and turned to question him. Don't you know the basic rules? The rarer and more human-like a monster is, the more extremely cautious you have to be when approaching it. You just charged in without any warning. Ryu Ji-wan didn't wait for her to finish, rudely cutting her off. And what else? Should I have asked for its name first? He stood with his arms crossed, looking smug. They're just monsters in an A-rank gate, don't be so sensitive. Eugene was instantly amused by his words. What did you just say? While they were busy arguing, Predator and Minseo approached to assess the situation. Minotaur. It's been a long time since I've seen one. I only encountered them in volcanic areas back when I was in the other world. Saying this, he crouched down to observe more closely. This one is smaller than the ones I've seen before. Could it be a calf? Thinking of this, Minseo immediately gave the order. Huang Zhonggu, rearrange the formation. The most dangerous place in a hunt is where the children are. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding forest canopy began to shake violently. Ryuji Wan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, what now? Eugene also braced herself, looking over. It's the same kind of tremor as before. Suddenly, 4 members of the Diamond Guild suddenly screamed in fear. Guild Master. Everyone scrambled to run away from the massive shadow looming behind them, a giant monster. The Minotaur clenched both fists, raised them high, and with all its might let out a roar that tore through the sky. The resulting sound waves immediately knocked countless people to the ground. They clutched their chests in pain. It's so loud. The pressure from its roar alone is terrifying. Ryu Ji-wan clicked his tongue in disappointment. What a bunch of useless losers. All of you, grit your teeth and charge. The Diamond Guild members, upon receiving the order, immediately regained their spirits and shouted in unison, yes. Eugene turned her head to stop them, but it was too late. No, don't. On the other side, the Minotaur had pulled the axe from its back. A single, simple horizontal sweep sent everyone flying. Eugene cursed under her breath but quickly took command. Damn it, why are they so reckless? Everyone, activate defensive barriers. The Han Soul members immediately charged forward and unleashed their skills. Yes. Only then did Minseo issue orders to his team. All right, you idiots. Your strength is done for. Let's proceed as planned. Huang Zhonggu picked up his radio and started directing SMCS, the whole team. Set up a frontline defense to block the axe strikes. Rear guard blocked the sonic waves from the roar. Following every word spoken, everyone took their positions and worked like clockwork. At that moment, the Minotaur once again powerfully swung its heavy axe, but before it could strike down, its entire body was bound tight by iron chains. Minseo nodded in satisfaction. NDT-0, not bad. No sooner had he finished than he gained momentum, stomped his foot, and leaped. Instantly, Minseo reached a height equal to the Minotaur. In that tense moment, he was still nonchalant. He cracked a joke. What are you looking at, cow eyes? Minseo said this and didn't hesitate to strike. His tone also turned cold. Cover your eyes. As soon as he landed, he asked immediately, shall I use that now? Predator gave a gentle nod of approval. Use it. After focusing for a moment to listen to the Minotaur's words, Minseo's face remained blank. What the hell is that cow saying? Someone translate. He became excited when he heard this. You really don't understand? Fine. My genius body will translate it myself. How painful. I will wipe you all out. Earth, rise up, labyrinth. Although they didn't understand the language, Eugene had excellent observation skills. The terrain is changing. Could it be a skill that Monster is using to bind us? Thinking of this, she immediately raised her voice. Everyone, be careful. Don't get trapped under the rocks. Unfortunately, Ryu Jiwan's group still fell for it. What the hell is happening? Guild Master. As they scrambled to run and dodge, someone couldn't help but scream. Are you insane? Why is an A-rank monster using magic of this scale? Eugene was passing by a rock when she suddenly heard voices from within. Disgusting worms. Someone save me. Discovering it was a familiar voice, she slammed on the brakes. Hunter Ryu, Ian, Pang, are you okay? Eugene's brain quickly observed and analyzed. The front line is completely cut off. In this situation, but before she could untangle any of the chaos, a pathetic cry rang out in her ears. Guildmaster, please save us. Seeing the Minotaur swinging its axe toward her team members, she panicked and rushed forward, thinking they would both perish together, when suddenly, a hand reached out, blocking the iron fist. Minseo created a solid shield, stopping the Minotaur's attack. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn back an order, switch from attack to defense. Only seconds later, the members of SMCS reported one after another, Captain, movement skills have been enhanced. Hunters, boost your strength. Prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Zhonggu quickly followed the plan, leaping behind the Minotaur. All right, let's start. The shout was very decisive, but in his heart, he wasn't entirely confident he was doing exactly as instructed. Is my firepower enough to succeed? At this moment, the monster noticed and slowly turned its head. Huang Zhonggu brushed aside all thoughts and focused on the movements of his hands. Explode. As the final syllable fell, countless spikes flew through the Minotaur's ears. Following someone's excited cry, the surrounding rocks quickly shattered. The target has been taken down. Very quickly, they created an exit leading to the outside. Ryu Ji-won's group by now was all in a sorry state. I thought I was a goner. Minseo strolls over, cool as a cucumber, and starts poking the bear. Man, you guys look pathetic. Recovering from internal injuries must be a real pain, huh? A vein throbs on his forehead as he lets out a dry, cynical laugh. You really are something else, Eugene. I'm still reeling from what you just pulled. Since when can you coordinate on such a massive scale? Just then, a voice calls out from behind her. Captain Sung Hyun, face completely blank, speaks his mind. We should regroup before more monsters show up. Eugene ponders for a moment, then nods in agreement. You're right. Healing the wounded is the priority. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huang Zhonggu is still staring at his palms in disbelief. I can't believe that blow actually worked on a hide that tough. As you said, the effectiveness of a support skill depends entirely on the timing. The power of a skill can change drastically. He gets all excited and snaps his head up. I learned so much. Wait, where are you going? Minseo just shoves his hands in his pockets, totally indifferent. Just scouting, real quick. Predator immediately catches on. You're trying to check out its nest, aren't you? Minseo admits it with a shrug. Yeah, and cleaning up. Anything that might be attracted by the smell of blood. If a monster that big appeared, there might be something even more dangerous lurking around. After observing for a while, he finally pinpoints the target. Found it. Seems like it's coming from that direction. He turns his head that way, then quickly jerks it back, looking totally disgusted. It smells exactly like cow manure. Suddenly, Minseo's eyes narrow, and his expression turns uncharacteristically serious. Wait, what the hell is that? Please tell me I'm not seeing things. Predator, ignoring the surroundings, gives a sharp nod. I see it clearly, too. The gate asks for the thoughts of both of them. Why? 3 hours ago, inside an S-rank gate, the heat felt like it was going to burn the flesh off their bones, leaving Iowa stunned. Is this a volcanic zone? From behind, an exclamation from a teammate rings out. This is strange. I can't even tell if it's day or night. Unzu gets straight to the point. The goal this time is just reconnaissance. Scout the environment quickly and head back before anything unexpected happens. Each guild will explore a different direction. Iowa doesn't add her opinion. Just turns to negotiate with the group opposite them. Hunter Julian, in that case, we, the Fanhoa Guild, will take the southern sector. Okay. Seeing the other party being as stingy with words as gold, she can't help but think of the leader of the Indestructible Legion. S-rank Hunter Julian. Her skill is word command, right? Maybe that's why she's always so quiet. Thinking of this, Iowa lets out a sigh. I wish I were teamed up with Master, but the shout of guild leader from behind doesn't allow her to wallow in self-pity any longer. Iowa shakes off her embarrassment and rallies her spirit. All right, let's move out. Over on the other side, Unzu's group is busy searching for useful clues using the most advanced technology. We've been in here for a while now, but this is weird. We haven't seen a single monster. She starts asking around, sounding a bit agitated. Hey, find anything? Jaehyun stops what he's doing and mumbles a reply. Well, we scanned a 20-kilometer radius. No traces of monsters. We didn't even find any mana stones. But there is a mana flow converging in one spot. And the epicenter, following Jaehyun's pointer, is that volcano right there. Within Unzu's line of sight, a volcano appears in the distance, spewing lava. She frowns, assessing the feasibility of the situation. Heading straight there is too risky. We only advance within the range that our scanning capabilities allow. Meanwhile, Iowa's group is slowly moving into the southern area of the volcanic zone. She stands on a high rock to get a panoramic view. Doesn't look like there's much to see here, but that volcano really is suspicious. Right after that, a shiver down her spine makes Iowa instantly pivot her feet 360 degrees. Seeing her guard up, Julian opens her mouth to drop some pearls of wisdom. Stand down. Iowa, seeing a familiar face, puts away her weapon. You scared me, Hunter Julian. She doesn't reply, just quickly scribbles a few lines on a notepad. A few seconds later, the message on the paper is relayed. The southern area has been scouted. Let's return to the rendezvous point. Iowa agrees without hesitation. Yeah, let's head back. Julian puts her notebook away and keeps scribbling for a bit longer. This time, the paper is replaced by a question. Miss Kang, Iowa, it seems you know quite a lot about the famous Minseo. Is that right? The sudden question makes her suspicious. Yeah, why? It seems Julian was prepared. She quickly pulls out another sheet filled with small text. I'm someone who made it this far, thanks to the guidance of Master Choi Dae-soo and the heroes of the war 15 years ago. My uncle, Choi Dae-soo, and Dr. Gyu. Their feats are still etched in my memory. But it's strange, no matter how hard I try, I remember very little about Minseo. Don't you find it odd? How can someone strong enough to shake the entire nation just fade from memory after only 15 years? Iowa dodges the heavy question and passes the ball back to Julian. Hey, well, why don't you try asking Master? Suddenly, a frantic voice rings out from behind. Guild leader. The connection to Command HQ was just cut. You need to get over here, now. Then, maybe ask the Master again. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted from behind. Chairwoman. The connection to the command post was just cut. You mean to get there right away. They cut the conversation short and rush to the scene of the emergency. As soon as Iowa arrives, her face turns pale at the sight of the carnage. What the hell? What happened here? What is this place? Unzu is heavily wounded, struggling to get up to explain the situation, but only coughs out nonsense. In front of them, the mastermind, Ban Rock, is grinning maliciously. So, you wandered into my den yourself. Save me the trouble of having to hunt you down. I'll slaughter every single one of you right here. Looking at the bodies sprawled across the ground, Unzu's heart starts racing with chills. Over 10 high-level hunters fought with their lives on the line, but they couldn't even leave a scratch. They were completely wiped out. This thing, it's not a monster. It's an entirely different species that defies all limits. Its absolute power makes Unzu's body tremble uncontrollably. A demon. Kang Iowa realizes the situation is dire and rushes over. Captain, in the split second of life and death, she successfully pulls Unzu away from Ban Rock's lethal strike. In this moment, Julian's mask is gone, revealing her deep concern as she stares at the situation ahead. She shouts 2 words, unleashing the power of word command at Ban Rock. Stop. The skill activates, instantly locking Ban Rock's sinewy arms and temporarily halting his attack. With a look of fascination, he watched the golden lock coil around his arms. That technique is interesting, but I think this is going to be even more fun. No sooner had he finished speaking than he used his strength to shatter Julian's spirit-binding lock into tiny fragments. The sheer force of that impact crushed her spirit in an instant. How could it break my spirit-binding command so easily? She thought. And it's smart enough to talk too. Those horns. It must be a high-ranking monster. Kang Iowa narrowly dodged a lethal blow and immediately took command. Everyone, keep your eyes on its attack trajectory. Banrock unleashed his power, transforming into a scorching fireball. I'll show you how it feels to be swatted like an insect. With a flick of his arm, he struck Banrock's group before they could react, sending them flying in every direction. Damn it. But she gritted her teeth and rallied her spirit. Teammates, we need to lure the enemy away, gather the survivors, and call for reinforcements. Unzu knew she couldn't afford to be weak any longer. She forced herself to stand, trembling. Being continuously attacked by Banrock had pushed Iowa to the brink. Damn it all. Her fighting spirit flared up. Use your bows to distract him. Move, you lizard, the 3-man group yelled, dashing toward him. Working together to tear through Banrock's diamond-hard defensive barrier, Julian once again chanted her spirit-binding command, weaving it into their formation. Die. This strike was the final straw, successfully shattering the protective armor around Banrock. Her spirit-binding energy tightened around his muscular arm, creating an opening for her allies to launch a desperate counterattack. But Banrock didn't show a shred of fear. Instead, his eyes flashed with a bizarre, ominous glint, giving the Iowa group a sudden, chilling premonition. Just then, Banrock's massive, clawed foot slammed hard into the ground. Let's end this game here. The force erupting from beneath the earth sent the group led by Kang Iowa flying backward. The formation that had been so hard to create was now in shambles. A sharp spike pierced through Julian's mouth, and crimson fluid gushed out like a waterfall. Axe Hunter, Banrock, having achieved his goal, was ecstatic. I tore your mouth open. Now I'm going to crush those two arms of yours. A cold, sharp light rippled from his hand, darting toward the others. In this life or death moment, everyone froze in place, ready to be turned to dust. However, at the very last second, Iowa didn't give up. Everyone, defensive formation, now. 1 second after she shouted, the place where they were standing erupted in a terrifying explosion, incinerating everything, living or dead. Even Banrock was stunned for a moment, surprised that his own power was that immense. Suddenly, a dazed voice emerged from the dust. What the hell is going on? Minseo stood there, lazily swatting away the enemy's attack. He was in a trance, unsure why he had appeared there. It all started 30 minutes ago in the A-rank gate. At that time, Minseo was racking his brain over the massive spatial gate in front of him. If this isn't a hallucination, then does that mean there's actually a second gate inside this one? Predator was just as headache-ridden. Standard gates are common enough, but this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Should we call it a sublayer gate? Minseo countered with another doubt. Are we even sure this is a gate? Predator wasn't too worried about that. At the very least, we can confirm it leads to another dimension. Its mana composition and structure are identical to a normal gate. Ryu Ji-won stepped up from behind then, exclaiming, "That's insane. I've lived this long and never seen anything like a gate inside a gate." Seeing him all alone, Minseo asked suspiciously, "Where are the other hunters?" Ryu Ji-won replied without hiding anything, "They're being treated by Hanyul. The rest are checking the monster carcasses to see if there's any loot." He thought for a moment and suggested, "Since there aren't any monsters or magic items inside, why don't we go back outside and report this phenomenon first?" But the other man didn't agree. Why do that? What if the gate closes? Just throw a few healthy guys in there to test it. Why retreat early? Minseo immediately pushed back. "You've already nearly ruined things several times by rushing in like a moth to a flame. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" This remark made Ryu Ji-won very unhappy. What was that? Predator quickly cut into the brewing argument. "I'll make the call. Both of you, get in there first." Without waiting for them to react, he shoved both of them into the nameless gateway. The sudden push left both Minseo and Ryu Ji-won frustrated, but they had no choice. "Are you insane, you monster?" After Ryu Ji-won's frantic shout, Minseo successfully touched down on the other side of the gate. What is this place? A volcanic zone? Meanwhile, the guy next to him was still nursing his grudge, cursing that black-haired idiot. "I'll settle this score later. I don't know what kind of summoning training he's had." He was just about to say something nice about Predator when a desperate scream from somewhere jolted him awake. Without a second thought, he left Ryu Ji-won in total confusion. "Where are you running off to, hey?" Finishing the story, Minseo summarized the events. "So, I heard a familiar scream, and I just ran over." Iowa was still shocked by his sudden appearance. "Master, why are you here?" But Minseo was just as clueless. "I should be the one asking why I'm here. Don't tell me these two gates are connected." Banrock, having been stopped right at the climax, was absolutely furious. "You dare ruin my fun? Then I'll take all of you and lock you away forever." Minseo used one hand to block the blinding attack and sternly ordered support. Iowa immediately gathered all her power to assist him. "Yes, Master." Just then, Ji-hoon leisurely strolled closer to the battlefield. "Next time you do something like this, give me a heads up, will you?" "Wait, why is Team C here? Don't tell me this is an S-rank gate." As he walked past Unzu, he was about to say hello, but noticed something that made him itch. The team leader. "She's passed out." Only then did Ji-hoon realize the gravity of the battle. He stared at the flames in front of him for a long moment, then muttered a lonely remark. "This is humiliating." Before he showed up, nobody ever said we were weak. The power gap should have been small enough that we could have eventually caught up. Is he even human, or is he a demon? Unzu sat frozen, murmuring to herself like she was talking in her sleep. His clan. He's different. He's not a human. A creature this powerful. It can't possibly be human. The thought struck her mind like a hammer, plunging her into absolute despair. "I'm an S-rank hunter too. I'm the president of the Korea International Hunters Association."
So why did I get hit by an attack like this?
Ryu Ji-won thought to himself, his mind clouded. "I've been feeling it too lately. No matter how much we struggle, we can't compare to creatures of a different race." Though they shared the same perspective, his attitude wasn't one of defeat, but who knew? If we can grasp the true nature of that power, maybe we can at least touch their fingertips. Suddenly, Iowa snapped her eyes wide open. The hopeless, desperate look in her deep blue eyes had faded. She pulled herself up from the depths of despair, her hand gripping her small blade like a lifeline. On this side, Iowa was struggling desperately against Banrock. "Damn it, how many times have I hit him? I swear that guy is regenerating." Meanwhile, Minseo, always the key force in confronting the monster, spoke up. take a moment to hear this info, student. That's Banrock, one of the very few high-level monsters that can use skills. And among them, Banrock is so rare that they are almost never seen, even in the demon realm. They don't use a Dantian like we do. They use a higher concept called a core. And the ability of a Banrock core is regeneration. Iowa had a bold idea. So, if I break the core, I win, right? But Minseo's answer was even more impressive. Why break it? I'll just eat it, Minseo said. Kang Iowa, I'll draw its attention. You find the core. She stood there, dumbfounded, and asked back, how am I supposed to find it? Do I have to teach you everything? Use your detection skill. At that moment, Banrock lunged toward them. You pests. Minseo effortlessly deflected a few blows. A skill is just the first activation form of mana. How you use it depends on you. His teaching slowly sank into Iowa's mind. Think simply. The core is the deepest center of the Dantian. After all, they are living creatures. With her sharp mind, she quickly mapped out the most feasible method. Mana's shape is decided by will. She tried activating her wind skill, looking directly at the mana. There where the mana was most concentrated. Iowa pulled back her bowstring and simultaneously reported the good news to Minseo. I found it. He didn't hold back his praise for her. Quick and smart. Well done. Predator chimed in. Those eyes of yours are actually useful. With the combined effort of the teacher and student, a massive, earth-shattering explosion soared high into the sky, forming a giant mushroom cloud. Banrock, hit in its weak point, whispered in bitter resentment. You pests, how dare you aim for that spot? He swung his hand, pulling out his signature weapon. I'm forced to draw my sword now. Predator, just looking at it, excitedly bragged to Minseo. That's a Banmung. That thing is legendary grade, even rare in the demon realm. But on Minseo's face, there wasn't a hint of worry. No matter how you looked at it, he swung the sword, creating a trail of burning red flames, intending to crush them. Iowa felt the suffocating pressure from the great blade. She was burning with anxiety. Teacher. But the flames from Banrock's hand had already reached right in front of Minseo. A few seconds later, the monster struck with a follow-up attack. But the monster's face froze in shock. As the white smoke cleared, it revealed Minseo, completely unharmed. Man, that's embarrassing. Where did you get that knockoff sword? In the past, in the 50th year since he fell into the other world. Minseo frowned, clearly showing his annoyance. Honestly, every time I come to the volcanic region, I run into this. Banrock had been waiting there for him. That damn sword. Even among Banrocks, only the high-ranking ones possess a flame sword. In the world over there, it's called a Banmung, a Banrock. Using a Banmung is strong enough to be ranked as a sub-dragon level threat, nearly invincible even in the demon realm. Minseo touched it and judged. This real Banmung doesn't feel this heavy. He didn't hesitate to challenge him. Where did you get that fake and dare to charge at me? Banrock roared loudly. Minseo never took his eyes off him for a single second. Still, I never thought I'd see a monster with a core right here on Earth, even in the other world. These things only gather deep within extremely dangerous areas. Banrock cursed angrily. You damn bastard. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, 3 arrows flew simultaneously. They aimed straight for Banrock. He turned in pain, glaring. Iowa had her bow drawn, ready for anything. Minseo immediately ordered everyone around them. Control its body. The group worked together to tie Banrock down. They quickly came up with a battle plan. I've got it held down. Block its movement. Using tracking skills, Banrock seemed to despise them. Useless. He was tied up tightly, struggling to escape. Yet, Banrock still talked big. Keep struggling, you ants. Even if you tear me apart, this body won't die. Minseo furiously kicked hard against the monster's chest. You've said enough. He looked at Banrock with disdain. It's time to leave the stage. Minseo just had to recite the incantation, and the magic circle began to activate. Predator, the gemstone, immediately appeared beside him. Predator opened its mouth wide to drain all of Banrock's spiritual energy. After eating, he licked his lips, looking extremely satisfied. Delicious. A regeneration core. Banrock shivered, fear rising deep in his heart. It took mine. Minseo flashed a cunning smile. Not only that, but thank you very much for the meal. The light in the magic circle suddenly intensified. Banrock roared in pain. Iowa breathed a sigh of relief. That monster. It's really been defeated. It's dead. Ryuji Huan's tone was incredibly cocky. Didn't even take long enough to put my spoon down. Some members of the Han Han Guild had been injured. Luckily, I can't feel any more monsters. Inside the gate. But even though it was an S-rank gate, this feeling was still very unsettling. Iowa offered a suggestion to Minseo for consideration. Furthermore, most of the manpower has lost the ability to fight. We should return as soon as possible. She was curious and wanted to know more. Teacher, what exactly happened? Why did you fall into this gate? He recalled what happened before. While investigating an A-rank gate, we discovered another gate inside it. After entering, we ended up being brought here. Countless questions popped into Iowa's head. Don't tell me. An A-rank gate and a gate. They're connected. Okay. The way Jae-han is speaking. It sounds so earnest, no trace of deception. It feels absurd, but it's like he's stating facts. Since we were dropped in here, the entrance vanished. We found another gate inside. Otherwise, there's no way to get back to the A-rank gate. Kang Iowa rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a long time. What is this? Is it an overlapping gate? Or a gate with multiple entrances? This phenomenon has never been recorded before. Minseo's expression was unusually serious. Maybe these aren't even the same space. The monster levels and the environment are completely different. His words made everyone stop and think, unless someone intentionally linked them together. Ji-hoon reminded everyone of what happened before. These gates definitely aren't normal. Even the fact that they appeared simultaneously all over the world was already weird enough. Do you remember that illegal awakening drug incident at the Middle East gate last time? An empty gate with no mana stones. No monsters. Either. This feeling is so similar, isn't it? Minseo reached a conclusion that no one expected. It even seemed more sophisticated. Everyone listened in silence to his opinion. If 3 gates appear at the same time in Gangwon-do and they're all linked, there's definitely some kind of motive behind it. In that case, all these gates. After connecting the events, Minseo presented the final key point. It's an artificial gate. That's the most likely possibility right now. Iowa hesitated, struggling to believe it. No way. Ryu Ji-hoon, however, took the complete opposite stance. Nonsense. Someone created and then linked these gates. Who would do that? And for what purpose? He threw out tough questions right from the start. Creating a gate is already impossible. Plus, why create empty gates? Worthless like this? Their conversation grew increasingly tense. Anyway, the most important thing right now is to clear these weird gates as soon as possible. Whether it's an A-rank or S-rank gate, it's clear we aren't getting anything here. Everyone else here is busy. Nobody has time to spare. Kang Iowa updated Minseo on the situation. I've got the layout of this area mostly figured out. And just like you said, there are definitely no mana stones here. They were aiming for the erupting volcano earlier. But the mana is gathering around that volcano, so it's worth checking out. Minseo agreed with their assessment. Right, the heart of the gate is likely there. He made a plan and handed out tasks to Ryu Ji-hoon. Get the injured people out of the gate. After closing this one, we'll take care of the rest of the gates immediately. Watching him, his commands were so natural. Minseo hesitated, not wanting to speak too bluntly. Team A is almost done, so that should be fine, but Team B. Thankfully, Iowa stepped in. Don't worry, teacher. Sejun went with them. The goal for all teams was the same. Clear the gate as fast as possible. They'll surely be fine, even if a dangerous monster appears. It can't be stronger than this Balrog, right? Minseo finally dared to speak his inner thoughts. It's not that I don't trust him. I'm just a little worried, that's all. The Imperial team is struggling alone. Everyone has fallen, only he is left. 3 hours earlier, Team B. Min Sejun sighed and muttered to himself. Still haven't found the gate outpost. Bitch G quickly clarified all the information he had. Not yet, Guild Master. But since the area inside isn't too large, we expect to finish searching within 3 hours. It's a shame there are no mana stones. But since nothing is hindering this search, we should find it soon. It seems the Warrior team and the White Lion team are also making good progress. Kyung-ho and Sung-in couldn't help but chime in after hearing that. An empty gate, huh? Actually, we don't need to bring this many people along. I think so too. I wonder if the other teams are in the same situation. Sejun checked the watch on his wrist and calmly asked, Oh, by the way, to check on the situation outside, can our Imperial team head back? Kyung-ho quickly replied, That's fine. 1A rank gate can be handled by one team. Sung-in smirked and teased him. Are you sure? What if you leave and then a bunch of mana stones appear? What then? As soon as that was said, Sejun smiled awkwardly. If that happened, it would indeed be a bit of a pity. All right, my team will start packing up. Hunter Bitch prepared to head back. As soon as Bitch G heard that, he cleared his throat and replied immediately. Understood, Guild Master. He quickly reported over the radio. Imperial team, pull back the search party and return to the gate entrance. Please summarize the gate entrance as quickly as possible. That made Jisoo frown as she replied, Understood. Once finished, she didn't forget to turn to her teammate nearby. Kim Byung-guk, we have orders to retreat. Let's go back. He didn't even look at Jisoo, just heading straight forward. I'm coming. Let me just check that side. Kim Byung-guk muttered nonstop as he walked. Damn it. We were in the same recruitment batch. Yet, just because of one rare skill, he became the team leader while I'm still just a regular employee. Even during rookie training, he was at the bottom of the list. Is there something shady going on? Suddenly, Kim Byung-guk accidentally slipped on the snowy ground he had just stepped on. He panicked, eyes widening as his body fell into a deep, bottomless abyss. Kim Byung-guk's scream was swallowed by the dark void, until he landed on a strangely warm patch of ground. The soft grass beneath him made Kim Byung-guk confused. What is this? Where am I? He frantically scanned his surroundings. He was so panicked he had to jolt upright. A strange sound echoed right as Kim Byung-guk was busy looking at the person unconscious on the ground. Are you one of Kim Gwang's men? You're a Kim Gwang hunter, aren't you? That remark left him confused and pondering. If it was Kim Gwang, he should be with Team A. Why are you here? The sound got closer and closer, forcing Kim Byung-guk to quickly crouch down. How did you get here? Kevin smiled leisurely, acting friendly. Is there any other way? Obviously, I came in long before you guys did. Who do you think let the Minotaur in here? Song Hyan sighed as soon as he heard that. As expected, that monster was sealed as a guardian beast. Regardless of the increasingly strong smell of blood, Kevin could still speak casually. Even you couldn't kill that many hunters, right? Since all the captains left their posts, I came to help. Come to think of it, where is Guildmaster Lee Edgy? Weren't you guys planning to completely annihilate Frost John? Sung Hyun didn't hesitate to blurt out his thoughts. Recovery-type hunters are very valuable. She was still useful as a sacrificial pawn, so I sent her out first. I'll fake my death here and then slip out of the Frost Zone. Those two were just there chatting away as if they owned the place. Cold-blooded as always, I see. No wonder you chose a guild just like yourself. That's enough. Go seal the gate. Where's Cloud? I think he already headed over to the C team. They didn't even imagine that someone had accidentally overheard every word and was trembling with fear. That someone was none other than Byung-guk. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up right in front of him. Robert sighed, unable to help himself. Cleaning up always has to be thorough. A mere split second later, Byung-guk's agonizing scream echoed throughout the entire area, and his warm, blood-red life essence dripped onto the ground. As Robert spoke, humans really never clean up anything properly, do they? Song Hyun quickly showed his confusion. Lord Robert, why are you here? Hearing the response from the other side, the doctor had already opened a private entrance. He frowned, wondering, so, the sacrificial pawns are already enough? Robert arrogantly tossed Byung-guk onto the ground and sighed under his breath. No. An incident occurred. It seems Ban Rock has been defeated. The unexpected news easily threw Kassan into a panic. Wait, what? That Ban Rock? Defeated. He didn't hesitate to nod in confirmation. Yes, it was that necromancer again. We intended to use Gate 3 as the descent point, but the situation got complicated. Humans have gathered there, so we can't just destabilize the gate carelessly. Therefore, the descent will proceed at Gate 2. Robert calmly ordered the two human-betraying minions. You two, seal Gate 1 and move to Gate 3. Ensure they don't do anything unnecessary. The number of sacrifices at Gate 2 is more than enough. After all these years of research, we can finally present our results. And yet, so many annoying flies keep appearing. Before entering the private magical space, Robert said his final words with a heavy heart. Because we are serving an exalted existence, we are not allowed to make even a single mistake. Is that clear? That made Kassan and Song Hyun bow their heads in unison. As you command. Meanwhile, in the cold, snowy mountains, night had fallen, bitter and freezing. Minseo frowned in confusion, receiving some not-so-positive news. You still haven't found him? Jisoo nervously reported to him. Yes. I've relayed the order to retreat, but Hunter Kim Byung-guk has always been uncooperative. But this is the first time we haven't even been able to establish contact. Sijin asked, puzzled. Even the scouting hunters can't locate him? Jisoo replied immediately. The strange part is that his signal has completely vanished. It's a serious problem. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, getting separated during a mission. If he's caught Gate Syndrome, we're in big trouble. For now, just wait. We should ask the hunters from other guilds for support. Sejun hurried to find the nearest backup. Seeing guild leader Kyung-hoo, he saw a familiar face approaching. He called out, wondering, your Imperial team hasn't left yet. Sejun quickly explained the purpose of his approach. I'm sorry, but one of our hunters has been separated. The scouting team can't locate him. Could the warrior guild help out? Kyung-hoo agreed immediately, without asking for anything in return. That's nothing. Go find their man for them. Minseo, who was standing closest, quickly accepted the command. Understood, sir. Once his disciple had left, Kyung-hoo sighed, scolding the man in front of him. Getting separated? Do you guys think you're kindergarten teachers? Minseo embarrassedly scratched his cheek, explaining, that's how the kids are these days. A moment later, the radar suddenly detected something unusual, making Minjo report back in a hurry. Guild leader. Multiple life signals just suddenly vanished. It looks like our hunters have been attacked. As soon as he heard that, Kyung-hoo ran toward where they were gathered. Where? What's the location? Minjo stammered, updating the info. About 200 meters underground. He had to freeze at what he just saw. Wait, something's not right. It's moving closer. His countdown echoed while the ground began to experience strange tremors. 150 meters. 50 meters. A mere split second later, the thick snow was blown away. As if someone had planted explosives, the sudden disturbance made Kyung-hoo frown in confusion. What is this? Choi Sung-in, seeing the scene before him, couldn't help but feel his skin crawl. It was a human hand. A giant hand rose from beneath the earth, as if signaling that an entity beyond human comprehension had appeared. That bizarre image immediately made the soldiers standing nearby visibly terrified. What is that giant hand? Kyung-hoo looked on in a panic, staring intently at the giant hand. Is it a monster? A monster? No. Wait, is it someone's skill? Magic? But if it's a living creature, this feeling is just strange. A small scratch suddenly appeared on the giant hand, making it clench tight. A moment later, the hand suddenly opened wide, revealing a flow of dark energy. Inside, that sight made Choi Sung-in break out in a cold sweat. The hand has a strange cut, and that cut is slowly tearing wide open. It quickly created an opening for monsters to pour out. The horrifying scene made Bong-soo and Haemin break out in a cold sweat. It's monsters. They're pouring out. At that very moment, the vast space fell into chaos as everyone hurried to flee from the bizarre monsters, not caring about anything else. Jisoo tried to reduce the tension. Everyone, stay calm. All units, get into combat formation. But the crowd continued to spiral into a state of panic. What is that thing? The chaotic scene made Sijin worry, thinking, damn it, it's all going to hell. The number of monsters far exceeds our ability to handle, and with that hand on top of it, everyone's panicking. In this situation, he raised his voice, shouting suddenly, "Hunters, follow me." The urgent call made Jisoo jump in shock. Yes, guild leader. Sijin relayed the counterattack spell while taking a breath to command. Lead a team to withdraw from the gate and request support from the Carol Joan headquarters immediately. The hurried shout made Jisoo panic, but she remembered everything. Understood. After those words, she immediately turned around and ran from the scene. Jisoo's brain didn't stop working even as her body was operating at high intensity. What the hell is happening? A gate just suddenly spewed out monsters. Are the other gates okay? An uncertain voice from a teammate suddenly rang out, Captain. Over there. What the hell is that? Since when was the gate entrance this small? Before Jisoo could even process what was happening, she heard agonizing screams from behind her. With a heart full of dread, she muttered to herself, the monsters. They're already here. Jisoo quickly set up a magical formation on the ground to salvage the desperate situation. Everyone, run for the entrance. Even if you have to abandon everything else, just get out. No sooner had she finished speaking than golden chains whipped through the air, tightly binding the monsters charging toward them. The crowd panicked, screaming in chaos, "Run for your lives. Don't look back. Hurry." They thought they were about to make it out, but a brutal reality hit them. The gate was gone. It's closed shut. That single sentence made Jisoo, who was struggling to hold the line, turn deathly pale. On the main battlefield, the Sherry Vonk Guild wasn't faring any better. Stay sharp. Most of these are rank-in monsters. Hold the defense line, Sijin shouted, backing away while parrying the terrifying swarm of demon beasts. Damn it! How long is this wave going to keep coming? Kyung-ho gritted his teeth, tearing through the relentless monsters while sighing heavily. What a complete dead end, Sung-in cursed in frustration as the hideous creatures kept flooding out. The monsters just kept pouring through. Yet, that giant hand didn't move at all. At the very least, it only summoned monsters and hadn't attacked directly yet, but could you even call that thing a monster? That question left the two logistics officers anxious. Report, we detected an unidentified energy source. It's similar to mana, concentrated specifically at the rift where the monsters are emerging. As soon as Sijun heard that, it hit him like a lightning bolt. Could it be a different kind of gate? While Sungmin was still confused, asking, "You mean a gate?" Haemin echoed his uncertainty. "It's just like the first gate from 25 years ago. A gate in the shape of a hand? I've never heard of such a thing." Kyung-ho finally chimed in, using his short break to join the conversation. "Regardless, we have to seal that rift, spewing out monsters. If we can't reach the root, we target the opening directly. If we keep going like this, we'll be wiped out before reinforcements arrive." Kyung-ho tightened his grip on his sword hilt to prepare. "I'm going to unleash my full power. I need you to give me a boost, Sejun." "I'm going to land one decisive strike," Sejun replied clearly, though his heart felt heavy with concern. We've become too accustomed to the peace of this era. Hunters are only trained for fixed routes and predictable attack patterns. They'll be lost when thrown into real danger like this. Civilization was restored too easily. We've only just attained this power and these resources. Blinded by forces we don't fully understand, we've become too complacent. My brother used to say this all the time: if you don't want to be swept away by your own power, and if you want to truly master and use it, you have to be prepared to put your life on the line. After readying everything, Sejun finally announced, "Ready." That made Kyung-ho chuckle despite the situation. That's the spirit. Let's go. He quickly unleashed his first technique, single strike. The attack slammed straight into the tear on that mysterious hand, inflicting a massive, grievous wound. In a split second, the tear was scorched shut, stopping any more monsters from crawling out. Just as they thought it was over, the hand suddenly exerted a massive force, blowing Kyung-ho away. The intense shockwave made Sung-in scream in anger. Guild members, brace for the backlash. Dig your feet in, you idiots. As Kyung-ho landed on the ground, Min Sejun asked anxiously, "Did it work?" The energy was surging back at them. Suddenly, cold, pale hands reached out. They gripped the edges and pulled, widening the tear in the giant hand even further. From the void inside the hand, a giant eye suddenly emerged, making Hammond stutter. What is that thing? Everyone present trembled with fear to some degree. Behind a tree, unseen by anyone, Robert grinned with excitement. He's coming. He's descending. The descent of the Demon King, Sherry Vonk, the Second World, the Solo Lord. Back inside the S-rank gate where Team C was, Iowa was looking around, still unable to find the gate's heart. Minseo seemed extremely bored with the place. No matter how I look at it, this has to be the right spot. But there are so few hunters around, she reported on the condition of her members. Most are badly injured. More than half the personnel already decided to leave the gate early. How stingy. I'm the one who told them to retreat, so don't you interfere. Otherwise, you can just leave too. Dewey Hong laughed, teasing Minseo. Hey, why say it like that? We're on the same team, don't be so cold. Shut up and get lost. Seeing the two of them arguing, Kang Iowa didn't know what to say. She's always so cold, but it seems she's especially cold toward the Diamond Guild leader. Minseo stood up and gave her another task. Search the surrounding area a bit more. Don't go too far. A voice calling from afar caught his attention. Hey, Jonggu. He hurried over to Minseo. Oh, Jonggu. I've been looking for you everywhere. Why are you with Team C? He slowly explained to everyone so they could understand. Inside the gate we entered, there was another gate, a passage that led here. As soon as we passed through it, it vanished. After answering, he hurriedly asked about Han's team's situation. More importantly, why are you here? Has Team A all gotten out? Is the gate raid over? Actually, Huang Jonggu explained everything, not daring to leave out a single word. After you disappeared, we decided to leave some hunters behind, excluding the injured to continue searching for the gate's heart. So, I went ahead to the gate entrance with the Ice Soul Guild leader to escort the injured. He was shocked to discover that. After taking the injured back to the base, I intended to go back into the gate with the Ice Soul Guild leader, but the gate closed on its own, leaving them no way out. The way out is sealed. His words sparked even more anxiety in Minseo for the members on that side. What is this? What about the other hunters still inside the gate? They can't get out. There's no communication inside the gate, so we have no way to confirm if they're alive or dead. Everyone there fell silent as he explained to him. So, while I was on my way to warn the other teams, I saw Team C's injured coming out. He immediately ran inside. Huang Jonggu offered a solution to Minseo. You should check the situation outside first, and because this gate could also suddenly close. We have to leave right now. Iowa's voice trembled. Before anyone could even respond, she had already made the call. We're going. Now. I need to see this for myself. Iowa took charge, checking on every single member. Everyone from the Cheonghua Guild, report in. Is anyone still inside the gate? Start the evacuation immediately. Jihoan stood in the corner, a strange smile creeping onto his face. So, it's finally starting. As time ticked by, the gate opened once more. First, Minseo jumped out, followed by the leaders of the other guilds. Team C had made it out. When Yoonju saw they were all accounted for, she radioed headquarters. All Team C hunters are out, moving to base camp. Iowa wanted to press her for answers, but the chairwoman held up a hand. What the hell is going on? What about the other teams? Yoonju gave orders to Minseo's group to head to base camp first. Once the situation is sorted, I'll explain everything. They arrived at the central base as instructed. Minseo scanned the crowd, searching every face, not missing a soul. Suddenly, a realization hit him. I'll report the raid's status now. Everyone, listen up. Wait, where is Sejun? Anju looked at her tablet and updated everyone. First, Team A of the Ice Soul Guild, the Diamond Guild, and the SMCS over 20 people, including their top hunters and guild masters, are trapped. The gate had slammed shut. Everyone present held their breath in anticipation. Next, Team C of the International Hunter Association, the Vulin Guild, and the Cheonghua Guild have all escaped. The gate entrance is still active. Yunju gripped her scarf tightly, hesitating. And Team B, of the White Lion Empire. Minseo's expression darkened as he heard the grim news from her. Except for 4 members of the Empire, everyone else is trapped. The gate is closed. Iowa looked stunned, unable to believe it. What? 3 guild masters? They're stuck in a mere rank A gate? According to the survivors, a bizarre hand-shaped monster had appeared inside. Everyone listening was filled with despair. A portion of the Empire's personnel had retreated per their guild master's orders to call for reinforcements, and during that time, the gate entrance had suddenly vanished. Kang Iowa's robes slumped to the ground. She sank down as if falling into a bottomless pit of despair. That's impossible. The situation was turning dire. So, the only gate left is the Team C gate, an S-rank gate closing automatically before the raid finished. There had been no precedent for this. But even now, Ryu Ji-wan remained perfectly calm. They've been completely swallowed up, Ji-hoan added. With current human technology, once a gate closes, it can never be reopened. Even if a new gate appears nearby, there's no guarantee it connects to the same space. Biggie and the person next to him seemed to grasp the implication. Then, our guildmaster and everyone trapped in that gate. Unju's voice was heavy with sadness as she delivered the final verdict. We cannot attempt a rescue. They are officially declared MIA. Eugene and Biggie looked like they had reached a dead end. No, what are we supposed to do, Guildmaster? Minseo's thoughts went against the grain. No, it's not impossible. His eyes glinted with resolve, because these gates aren't normal. Everyone turned to listen to Minseo's theory. So many gates appearing at once, and then closing before we even found the core. That doesn't happen with standard gates. The monster levels don't add up. These gates are traps, clearly created for a specific purpose. In fact, the Diamond Guild Master and I confirmed that inside the Team A gate, there was a passage connecting to the Team C gate. In other words, it's possible the space inside the S-rank gate, where Team B is trapped, is also linked. Ji-hoan smiled faintly, but before he could finish, he was cut off. So, if we just find that passage, can we save Team B? Unju was firm in her stance. If Hunter Minseo's theory is correct, it means we'd be sending more hunters into gates created by an entity of unknown identity, power, and motive. We cannot allow more casualties. Eugene partly agreed with her. She's right. If a rescue team enters the S-rank gate and it closes, then what? We now know these gates can be shut at someone's whim. It's too risky. Unju's tone was cold, almost heartless. The existence of these gates is beyond human control. Therefore, rationally speaking, the rescue mission must be aborted. Her next words made Minseo suspicious. However, if we get support from the Antarctic base, we might at least. Antarctica? His attitude grew restless. You don't mean you're suggesting we ask the Demon Clan for help, do you? The two began to clash. Why are you reacting like that? In this situation, they clearly have more knowledge and info than we do, even if they might be the ones who created these gates. Yunju was leaning toward the Demon Clan. So, there are still plenty of people who hate the Demon Clan, huh? All this time, they've been quietly helping rebuild human civilization as penance for starting the war all those years ago. So, what could they possibly gain by doing something like this right now? Minseo was frustrated by her naivety. So, you're going to trust the invaders just because they attacked first and then patched our wounds? This didn't happen 200 years ago. It's only been 25. Honestly, you weren't even in that war. What do you know? Unju gritted her teeth, showing her annoyance. This argument was going nowhere. She didn't want to discuss it further and took matters into her own hands. If you're so capable, why don't you solve it all yourself? As the raid commander, I officially declare, there will be no additional rescue operations. We will report the situation to headquarters, and Minseo didn't care about her anymore. He didn't want to bicker with Unju. After all, throughout the entire raid, she had just been sitting on the ground anyway. Madam Chairwoman, go ahead and report it to HQ. Ask the government for help. Do whatever you want. His words made her face flush red with fury at his tone and the look in his eyes. Their faces showed pure determination. I will personally handle the rescue mission. Ara observed the map and commented, everything is being controlled slower than expected. The SS rank hunter, Tasanka, a man who carried the aura of the wild wilderness, naturally let out a cryptic smile. I just heard the S-rank gate in South America was cleared successfully. It seems the scale of the damage was greater than we thought. The SS rank hunter. Izanami also nodded slightly, reporting with a face as expressionless as a still lake. It's the same on our end. The country itself didn't suffer much damage. but the number of hunters who died inside the gates is higher than predicted. Facing the disadvantageous situation closing in from all sides, Merlin still maintained a strangely calm demeanor. He slowly stroked his beard. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. Losses on that scale are unavoidable. Immediately, a girl protested the statement vehemently. Unavoidable is a bit much. Isn't this just too excessive? Why are hunters being sucked in like they're in a vacuum cleaner? In my opinion, our association should intervene more decisively. If the number of mid to high-level hunters globally drops, it's going to cause trouble for future gate raids. The one speaking so boldly was the SS-rank hunter, Ganhava. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a sturdy hand suddenly rested gently on her shoulder, accompanied by a low voice dripping with mockery. "You're talking nonsense, Ganhava." She didn't bother to hide her extreme disgust for the other person. "Damn it, who do you think you're touching?" Sanjeev seemed so used to Ganhava's prejudice and hot temper that he just smirked. "Do you still not grasp the Hunter Federation's stance? If a powerful international organization like ours intervenes any deeper, the affected countries will be put in an awkward position. People are instinctively afraid of those stronger than them. Besides, training towers are being built in every country right now. Countless hunters are being mass-produced as we speak. What is there to worry about?" Tasanka huffed with a sarcastic laugh. "Mass-produce? Really?" Ara fell into deep thought for a short moment before proposing a final countermeasure. "For now, let's just observe the situation a little longer. We will closely monitor the support activities of each national association, and if support beyond that is needed, we will also request Mr. Tin to deploy forces quickly." Outside the hallway, the sound of hurried footsteps was constant, creating a busy atmosphere. San stepped out of the meeting room and blocked a young man who was about to walk inside. "Stop right there. What's going on?" Ara was busy with work. Because the expression on his face was so icy and intimidating, the young man started stammering an explanation. Sorry. I have an urgent report. There's a request for assistance from South Korea. A gate that was under investigation closed for unknown reasons, leaving many hunters trapped inside. They believe it might be related to a nearby gate and are requesting rescue support. It seems more serious than expected, so I hurried. Without waiting for the man to finish, he snatched the file out of his hand. "I'll pass on the information. You can go now." Waiting for the staffer to leave, he stood still, alone. His cold eyes skimmed through the detailed content presented inside. With the file he had just seized, he then ripped the report to shreds with a decisive motion, and let the pieces fall scattered onto the floor. In a vast, desolate forest, a spatial tier suddenly twisted violently. Then it opened up in midair. An eerie light shone down on a corner of the forest. Minseo stood there, arms crossed, evaluating the two figures opposite her. A truly unexpected face, isn't it? Iowa also squinted in surprise. "I can understand the others staying, but I didn't expect you to stay too." The master of the Infinite Legion, Julian. "Did you ask for permission from Joshua?" Julian frankly stated her purpose. "I came to pay a debt that I still owe Minseo. Because of my injury, I can't use magic to cast spells, but I've mastered basic scouting skills, so I can still be useful." The government declared they wouldn't release the casualty figures until the S-rank gate is completely closed, but the chairman is just following the association's opinion. To prevent public instability, given his position, he cannot act rashly. However, the fact that he approved my participation in the rescue shows he fully understands the severity of the situation. Iowa sighed warily. She didn't want to waste any more precious time listening to those messy explanations. "Yeah, fine, whatever." Minseo completely ignored all of Julian's actions. "As long as you don't get in my way, I don't care. Time is short. Let's go in now." Once inside, the gate entrance would be guarded by these people. Concentrated mana drew two magic circles that shone brightly on the ground. Dust swirled, and from within the glow, two familiar figures, Ghost and Vaughn, suddenly appeared. Seeing them, the corners of Kang Iowa's mouth twitched uncontrollably. That mascot suit looked so familiar. Huang Zhonggu could only stutter, unable to form a coherent word, his face etched with absolute confusion. Minseo couldn't be bothered with their ridiculous reactions. "Did you bring what I told you to?" Ghost knelt on one knee on the cold ground, bowing his head respectfully. "Yes, my master. We came straight from Hellrock, the woman named Mumi. She emphasized that she gave her all to craft these." "Exactly, according to your special request, sir." Kang Iowa couldn't hold back her curiosity when she heard such a mysterious term being mentioned. "The holy artifacts of Hulk John Rax. What exactly are those?" Ghost slowly pulled out an old cloth bag filled with a fine, dark red powder. "These are holy artifacts that forcibly maintain mana phenomena. In other words, they extend the duration of a skill. If you sprinkle them over a magic circle, an artifact, or the person casting, the original skill will be forcibly maintained regardless of the remaining mana. The effect only lasts for half a day, though. Minseo chimed in to finish explaining the complex technical details. These gates were clearly created using the mana of the AI. If that's the case, we can also view them as a type of skill formed from mana. This is the solution. With the safety measures in place to keep the portal from snapping shut, Iowa felt the weight in her chest finally lift after witnessing the incredible power of the artifact. At least we can catch our breath for half a day, she said, arms crossed, calculating their next moves. If everything went according to plan, but suddenly, Predator interjected, cutting in with a mocking tone. Everyone has a plan in their head, don't they? Minseo tuned out his noisy babble as if it were just background static, and pointed toward Ghost. Anyway, just make sure nothing strange gets close. Got it? The old man bowed his head, accepting the order with absolute gravity. Yes. The four of them turned in unison toward the massive dimensional gate. Ghost watched Minseo's lonely silhouette drift away. Please come back safely, Master. Inside the S-rank gate, streams of glowing red lava crisscrossed the terrain. The heat and the oppressive atmosphere were so intense that no plant could ever take root or thrive. Huang Zhonggu quickly scanned the area with heightened vigilance. I can't sense any monster presence at all. Minseo calmly assigned tasks to everyone. I'll search mainly around the area of Gate A, where I first entered. You all focus on the areas we haven't checked yet. Iowa followed his orders completely. Yes. He reminded them of the things they needed to be particularly mindful of. Focus on the mana flow. The more the power concentrates, the higher the chance that the spatial rift will open. If you notice anything unusual, report it immediately. Iowa was the first to realize something was off. Huh? Isn't this cave the spot from earlier? Why do I feel like we haven't even moved closer? Julian, with her seasoned experience, also discovered new, unsettling clues. This is strange. Based on the signs of combat, this should be the exact spot, but the basilic's corpse has disappeared. Just then, her sharp hearing caught a faint, subtle sound right beside her. She lunged forward, grabbing Iowa by the shoulder, which made Iowa jump out of her skin, her face turning ghostly pale with terror. Barely one step from where Iowa had been standing, a river of molten lava was churning violently. Trembling, she confirmed, I swear, that wasn't there a moment ago. Julian aimed straight into the space before her and unleashed a powerful soul fire skill to probe the surroundings. Immediately, the air rippled violently. Now she was absolutely certain this was an illusion. Someone had cast a skill over this space. A chill ran down Iowa's spine, making her shiver. No way. Does that mean there's someone else in here besides us? Can't we break the illusion from here? Julian shook her head, dismissing the simple solution. It's not that easy. We've already walked into a trap. Even if we realize it's an illusion, it won't be easy to escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Iowa gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. Then even if we try to go back to where he is. Julian was so tense she began biting her nails. The path has changed, or it's no longer the right direction. After all, illusion magic is a type of crowd control skill. If only they could pinpoint the location of the mastermind. On Minseo's side, Huang Zhonggu was also looking lost, reaching out to touch the invisible wall blocking the path. Minseo remained calm. He slowly raised his hand and activated his drizzle magic. Instantly, cold, mana-infused droplets began to fall onto the scorching ground. The rain grew thicker, creating a hazy, misty screen. The area where Iowa's team was also caught in the range of the wide area spell. She startled, covering her head. Ha! Suddenly, rain? Is this a weather phenomenon inside the gate? Could this also be the work of the one who cast the illusion? Julian added another possibility. Or perhaps, a skill used by an ally. Hearing that, Kang Iowa remembered someone with a similar ability. This rain, could it be? Huang Zhonggu gradually steadied his racing heart after his earlier panic. For a second, I thought it was a rain of arrows, so I got startled. So, that skill can be used this way too. Minseo looked toward a certain direction in the empty space with sharp eyes. It is a rain of arrows, it just looks like rain to allies. So, if you don't want your body to become a beehive, why don't you show yourself? As soon as he finished, the space opposite them twisted, and the faint silhouettes of two strangers appeared. The young man sitting nonchalantly on a large lava rock grinned with amusement. So, what you said was true, Red Ghost. Right where Dua was sitting, a transparent defensive barrier covered the area, shielding him from the magical rain pouring down. While his eyes leisurely watched Minseo standing on the other side, he continued, Red Ghost, you were right. It's definitely him. The war hero from 15 years ago who defeated the Fourth Circle's Sherry Vonk, only to be cast into another world, the Mad Dog, Minseo. Minseo didn't show the slightest hint of surprise. Huang Zhonggu, standing beside him, tightened his fists, ready to deal with any sudden situation. Duhua revealed a look of extreme excitement, as this was the first time he had seen his target in the flesh. I've only heard of your reputation. Seeing you in person for the first time. His aura is no joke. Huh? Red Ghost? Seeing his companion's playful attitude as if he were just taking a stroll through a battlefield, Red Ghost frowned and warned him in a serious tone. Don't let your guard down. Jin Do-wa. Minseo patiently waited for them to finish speaking, then calmly retorted with a tone of contempt, I know a thing or two about your kind. Pandemonium, the spineless trash who suck up to demons, right? Du-wa suddenly flicked his wrist. A sharp swish sound echoed as a pristine white fan snapped open. Sharp eyes, and an even sharper tongue. Looks like you've got the brains too. Let's skip the small talk. The very next moment, the hard lava rocks that had been scattered all around shattered into thousands of tiny fragments under immense pressure. He whipped his fan, controlling the flow of mana, condensing it into a giant dragon that roared and lunged straight at Minseo with earth-shattering force, while simultaneously throwing out a challenge. Let's see what you've got. Minseo's expression remained cold and emotionless. He just slightly raised his hand, activating his magic. I don't care what you're so desperate for that you'd side with them, but... A dozen deep blue magical arrows suddenly appeared from the void and simultaneously pierced his head. The golden light faded in midair as the dragon vanished. Minseo spoke with a cold, mocking tone, looking down at him as one human to another. Aren't you ashamed? Clinging to the strong and betraying your own kind. Do you think living with integrity is stupid? Since ancient times, scum like you only know how to wait for an opening while others are focused on a head-on collision with me. Iowa and Julian, who had been hiding, quickly moved to flank the target from behind. Red Ghost, sharp as ever, heard the rapid footsteps closing in. Startled, he quickly whipped his head around toward the strange noise. While Julian provided cover fire from a distance, Iowa took a running start and leaped high into the air, aiming a kick straight at the top of his head. Meanwhile, she finished the sentence Minseo had left hanging. As she landed, the weapon in Iowa's hand suddenly began to glow with a divine light. It was the SS rank Goshik Rang fan, capable of bending illusory worlds to create massive waves, a skill that could dominate all 5 senses of its target. He let out an imposing roar to trigger its primal power. Immediately, the dry ground beneath them transformed into a vast ocean. Ferocious waves surged forward, aiming directly at his opponents as if to swallow every living thing. Iowa quickly darted to a safer position. Drawing on her rich combat experience, Julian saw through the true nature of the technique. Stay calm, it's just an illusion. The excited and greedy voice of the predator suddenly echoed in Minseo's mind. That skill looks delicious. I want to devour it. It's not just an illusion, is it? Huang Zhonggu, who was standing nearby, hadn't been prepared for the sudden change and was swept away by the violent wave. Minseo stood firm in the eye of the storm, his magical energy swirling and thickening in the palm of his hand. The mana around Minseo became so dense it turned into a white mist, obscuring everything. He activated the Ice Cage, a technique from the S-rank Ice Age Secret Arts, describing a mobile shield that uses ice magic to defend against other magic. By moving along with the caster, he created a transparent barrier, shielding Julian and Iowa from being consumed by the illusion. That bastard is definitely trying to block the exit. Iowa lunged at him, showing not a hint of hesitation. Yes, even though the current situation didn't offer her any advantage, Jin Du-wa remained unshaken. On the contrary, he wore an amused expression. You can counter mana, directly inside my illusion. How is someone so talented still unknown? It seems both our fates have been twisted. 15 years ago, we fought in different places, but I know your reputation well. You were the biggest contributor in the war, practically a hero. But look at you tossed out of the dimensions and forgotten by everyone. As for me, I became a crazed murderer overnight. But in the end, we're both just chasing our own ideals, right? Jin Du-hua suddenly accelerated, actively closing the distance. The violent Goshik Rang collided head-on with Minseo's icy cage, creating explosions that shook the very space around them. As those words, filled with sympathy, reached his ears, Minseo kept his cool to handle every lethal attack from his opponent. At the same time, his 3 teammates were locked in fierce combat with Red Ghost and the grotesque illusions created by Goshik Rang. Jin Do-wa considered himself superior, casting bitter judgment. Stupid humans, erasing and editing the truth for your own benefit. The world has rotted to this point. His arrogant, disdainful attitude made Minseo truly lose his cool. He gritted his teeth, steely and resolute in his rebuttal. Nonsense. I have never harmed the innocent, nor have I ever licked the boots of the demon tribe to protect my ideals. Facing this indignant mockery, Jin Do-hua simply smiled, calm and mysterious. You know one thing, but you don't know the other. Mad dog. I have no hobby of killing the innocent either. While you were thrown away and disappeared, the world became a hell patched up from the outside. I wonder if your upright beliefs will remain after you learn the truth. I'm very curious, but I won't find out here. Just as Minseo thought he would continue to drag things out and drain his energy, the man suddenly took a step back. That's enough stalling. Red Ghost, seeing his sudden retreat, the one struggling against the combined attacks of Iowa and Julian, turned pale. Damn it, Jin Do-wa! With his sharp instincts, Minseo immediately understood the enemy's plan to escape. He frowned seriously and warned his teammates. The illusion is breaking. Everyone, be careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jin Do-wa flicked his finger. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the space, causing the entire illusion to shatter into 1,000 tiny fragments, falling like withered flower petals into the void before vanishing completely. Before he was gone, he didn't forget to smile and wave goodbye to Minseo. See you next time, Mad Dog. Watching his delicious prey slip through his fingers, the predator was both stunned and deeply regretful. Huh? That tasty skill just ran away? What was that? A portable portal. By now, Minseo finally realized why his opponent was so confident. The whole time, turns out they had a portal with them. Looking at the fragments of the illusion, sparkling and dissolving in mid-air, lost in thought, Red Ghost gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, they dared to betray us. The gate hasn't fully closed yet. I can't take them all on by myself. At this rate, he would be the one getting crushed. Taking advantage of the others being distracted by Jin Do-wa's disappearance, he turned and fled wildly. Both Julian and Iowa were caught off guard by the desertion. That guy. He ran away. Not wanting to let the enemy have any chance to escape, Iowa quickly pulled the bow from her waist with incredible speed. Her movements were extremely fluid as she drew the string back with an arrow. Where does magic go? She aimed straight at the fleeing enemy's back, then gently released her hand from the taut bowstring. You think you can get away? The arrow, carrying a burst of mana, tore through the air and pierced straight through Red Ghost's chest. From behind, his legs instantly gave way, buckling beneath him, while a mouthful of thick, black blood surged up to his throat. The moment his heavy body collapsed, a glowing circular portal suddenly appeared right beneath Huang Zhonggu, leaving him startled and confused. A portal. It opened, an actual portal appearing inside another one. Had they been freely creating passages in here all this time? Iowa remained cautious despite the new development. But would this place really lead to Sijin's location? While everyone else was still on high alert, Minseo was the first to act. Having come this far, there was no reason to hesitate anymore. There's a risk the portal might close, so you guys stay here and guard it. He decisively jumped straight into the pitch-black portal. Either way, there was only one path forward. On the other side of the portal lay a vast, snow-covered world, white as far as the eye could see, where freezing winds shrieked past his ears like wailing cries. After a brief second of feeling suspended in the void, Minseo's feet touched down lightly on the soft snow. However, his expression held no joy. I finally made it here. But am I too late? Before him lay a desolate scene, with blood spilling from the bodies scattered across the ground, staining the white snow red. The once pristine, snowy landscape now only held a few people lucky enough to retain their final shreds of consciousness amidst the blood-drenched battlefield.